Chapter 1. The Abandoned Infant. Father, come quickly, there's a baby here. A bright, melodious voice shattered the tranquility of the forest. Tang Qingwei turned her gaze towards the source of the sound, and her eyes fell upon a small figure, approximately 3 years old, with short hair, who was carrying a basket and calling out. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback. What was happening? Where was she? Just as Tang Qingwei was grappling with her identity, a pair of rough, large hands scooped her up. She was being lifted. As her mind replayed the events like a film in reverse, she recalled what the little boy had just said. Baby? Was he referring to her? In astonishment, she tried to look at her own hands, but despite her struggles, she could not free herself from the tightly wrapped swaddling cloth. Yet, this realization confirmed her suspicion. She had likely traversed through time. Though uncertain of the era she had entered, she was somewhat relieved to find that she could understand the language spoken around her. Tang Qingwei had once been an ordinary office worker, leading a monotonous life until an unknown explosion claimed her life. She had thought her existence had come to an end, but fate had smiled upon her, granting her a second chance at life. However, she pondered the impact of her sudden departure on her parents. Lost in her melancholy thoughts, she was interrupted by the voice of the small figure. Father, is she all right? He stood on his tiptoes, trying to catch a glimpse of the infant in his father's arms. Tang Hao looked at his son, whose curious expression evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. His son had always been mature beyond his years, resembling a little adult rather than a playful child, yet now he appeared to possess a hint of childlike innocence. Without uttering a word, he lowered the infant in his arms so his son could see her better. Father, let's take this little sister home. We don't know how long she has been here, she must be hungry. The small boy, perceptive as ever, immediately recognized that the infant in the pink swaddle was a girl. Tang Hao, known for his few words, acknowledged his son's suggestion with a nod. The father and son walked in silence until they reached the village entrance, where they fortuitously encountered the village chief, who was boasting to the village children, "Our Shenghan village had a soul saint 100 years ago." As they approached, the old chief noticed them, and upon seeing the baby in Tang Hao's arms, inquired with curiosity, "Tang Hao, where did this baby come from?" "Grandfather Chief, we found her on a lawn outside the village and are taking her home to feed her. When we found her, this little sister was silent," the small boy explained, understanding his father's reticence. Upon hearing this, the old chief glanced at Tang Hao in surprise, as if seeking confirmation. Only after Tang Hao nodded did the village chief take the infant into his arms. At first glance, even the seasoned village chief was taken aback. He had never encountered such an adorable baby before, that a head of lustrous black hair, likely dampened by dew now, lay softly against the forehead of the little one, whose round, bright eyes sparkled with clarity. Adorned with delicate features, the child resembled a cherubic figure from a painting, captivating all who beheld her. This tender, fair-skinned infant seemed far too exquisite to have been born of an ordinary family. Yet here she was, abandoned. The circumstances surrounding her plight were undoubtedly complex. The old village chief glanced up at the father and son, shaking his head with a sigh. This child's origins are probably quite remarkable. She must have lain on a lawn for quite some time. Look, her swaddling is soaked with dew. Meeting you two is surely her fortune. It was evident that the swaddling wrapped around the infant was not made of coarse cotton or linen typical of common folk. Rather, it was luxurious silk, reserved for affluent households. The village chief had not only aged over the years, but had also accumulated a wealth of experience. Tang Qingwei, having overheard the little one's words, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that listening to the child's remarks made her feel as though she were on the brink of passing out. While she felt a pang of resentment towards the child's words, she could not deny the fact that they had saved her. Deep down, she was immensely grateful to the father and son. Otherwise, in her bound state, survival would have been nearly impossible. Chapter 2. A New Existence. Thus, Tang Qingwei settled into her new life under the name of Tang, San's younger sister. Indeed, the little one was named Tang San. That day at the village entrance, she had found the name Tang Hao vaguely familiar, though she had not given it much thought at the time. Now, with both names connected and the father-son relationship confirmed, it was unmistakable. This was indeed the Douluo continent she had once seen in a story. Should she feel exhilarated or anxious about her extraordinary future? Perhaps exhilaration was warranted, for it was a world filled with dazzling skills and various extraordinary abilities. Wait, was it true that not everyone possessed the talent to become a soul master? What if she lacked any aptitude for cultivation? No, that couldn't be. After all, the universe had transported her to the side of the protagonist. Surely, she wouldn't be rendered useless. At present, Tang San was 3 years old, and in 3 years, the plot would commence. Yet here she was, still swaddled like an infant, capable only of crawling, entirely dependent on a 3-year-old child for care. How utterly humiliating for her mature spirit. Since taking in Tang Qingwei, the Tang household had become much livelier. Tang San had taken on numerous responsibilities in addition to the daily chores. He now had the added duty of caring for a tiny infant. However, rather than feeling burdened, Tang San found solace in the companionship, no longer feeling so isolated. In the ensuing years, wherever Tang San went, Tang Qingwei was always nestled upon his back. Notably, it is worth mentioning that in this lifetime, she retained the name Tang Qingwei, a title bestowed upon her by Tang San, for which she rewarded him with many toothless smiles. Under Tang San's attentive care, Tang Qingwei eventually grew from a little bundle who could only crawl into a more independent child capable of washing and grooming herself. The once small and innocent Tang San grew older. His 6th birthday approached, heralding the onset of the unfolding narrative. The 4-year-old Tang Qingwei had already resolved in her heart that she would accompany Tang San to the Nodding City Academy. Her motivation was simple: the desire to evade labor. It was Tang San who had shouldered the household chores should he depart. All of those responsibilities would inevitably fall upon her. At such a tender age, how could she bear the burden of domestic duties without stunting her growth? That would be a significant loss to society, indeed. Thus, she was determined to cling tightly to Tang San's side. Even if it meant throwing a tantrum, she hesitated, for her adult-like sensibilities were at odds with such behavior. Perhaps it was best to gauge the situation as it unfolded. On that day, Tang San was busy cooking at home, the sound of Tang Hao forging iron resonating from within. The village elder hurriedly approached. "Little San, are you busy? Where's your father?" "He's inside forging iron." "Is there something you need, Grandpa Elder?" Tang San stepped forward respectfully to greet him. Hearing the commotion, Tang Hao paused his work and emerged, casting a cold glance at the village elder. "What is it?" The elder, accustomed to Tang Hao's demeanor, remained unfazed and directly stated his purpose. "Tang Hao, little San is nearly 6 now. He should participate in this year's awakening ceremony." Tang Hao glanced at Tang San and replied indifferently, "Then let him participate." "When is it scheduled?" Tang Qingwei, who had been sitting on a small stool, leapt up in excitement, her face flushed as she raised her tiny hand. "Me, I want to go too." Seeing his sister jump down, Tang San hurriedly rushed to support her. Tang Hao regarded Tang Qingwei with a sidelong glance, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, you may go as well." "Absurd. Little Wei is only 4. How can she attend?" The village elder reprimanded sternly. Tang Hao, displaying little regard for the elder's admonishment, responded nonchalantly, "It's fine, she may not necessarily become sole master." The village elder pondered this, and, recognizing the validity of Tang Hao's point, ceased his objections. "Very well. In 3 days, I shall come to escort them," he declared, realizing that he could not rely on Tang Hao to accompany the 2 children himself. Chapter 3: Awakening. Tang Hao nodded, dismissing the village elder without further comment. Curiosity piqued, Tang San inquired, "Grandpa Elder, what is the awakening ceremony?" The elder then solemnly elucidated the matter of martial souls. However, Tang Qingwei paid little heed to their conversation, instead stealing glances at Tang Hao. She wondered why he had taken a moment to contemplate his response. Did he, like her, wish to shirk responsibility and offload her care onto his son? Such shamelessness was unprecedented. It was one thing for him to wish for his son's assistance. Now, he sought to foist her upon him as well. How outrageous! At this moment, Tang Qingwei had completely forgotten that she had already resolved to follow Tang San. Yet here she was, brimming with righteous indignation. The little girl believed her gaze was discreet in reality. She had been seen through entirely. Tang Hao found it amusing this little one was likely voicing her grievances about him in her mind. Indeed, Tang Hao had overheard her muttering to herself multiple times, wearing the very expression she bore out. It was not entirely fair to blame Tang Qingwei for her naivety. After all, she was still operating under the habitual thought patterns of her past life. The subtle gestures she thought were inconspicuous would have gone unnoticed in her previous existence. But now the circumstances were different. In this humble abode, apart from her and the old village chief, there were no ordinary individuals. 3 days later, Xiao San, Xiao Wei, Grandpa has come to fetch you. The old village chief arrived promptly at the blacksmith shop. We're coming. The most enthusiastic of the 2 was undoubtedly Tang Qingwei, who had been so excited the previous night that she scarcely slept. Today, she finally had the opportunity to witness the awe-inspiring, spectacular skills from the animated series with her own eyes. She had set up her personal little stool early in the morning, eagerly waiting by the entrance. Upon hearing the chief's call, she responded hastily, Tang-san. Hurry up, Tang Qingwei urged. Tang-san, with a resigned expression, corrected her. How many times must I remind you to call me brother? However, Tang Qingwei chose to ignore his remark, diverting the conversation instead. Grandpa is waiting for us at the door, let's go. Seeing her change the subject once more, Tang-san could only shake his head in exasperation. This girl only referred to him as brother when she needed something from him. At the spirit hall, 9 children stood in a row, with Tang Qingwei standing out prominently as the shortest among them, that a moment's inattention might cause one to overlook her entirely. The young man furrowed his brow. Was no one else available? Why were such small children sent here? Nevertheless, he said nothing further. After surveying each child, he began his introduction. My name is Su Yun Tao, a level 26 Great Spirit Master, and I will be your guide. Now, I shall awaken your martial spirits one by one. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what happens. It was here. The exhilarating moment of revelation had finally arrived. For Tang Qingwei, the awakening of her martial spirit was akin to revealing a lottery ticket in her past life. The numbers were certain, but the question remained whether they were of any value. As he spoke, Su Yuntao opened his satchel, retrieving 2 items, 6 dark, round stones, and a gleaming blue crystal ball. He arranged the 6 black stones on the ground in a hexagonal formation and gestured for the first child on the right to step within. Do not be afraid, close your eyes, and feel carefully, he instructed. Suddenly, Su Yuntao's eyes sparkled with intensity. Amidst the astonished gazes of the children, he exclaimed, Lone Wolf, possess. Chapter 4. Wildflowers. A faint azure light first emanated from the center of his brow, coursing upwards and intertwining within his hair. Su Yuntao's hair, originally a deep black, transformed into a striking gray as the azure light enveloped him, rapidly elongating, with strands of the same hue appearing on his exposed arms. Simultaneously, his physique seemed to swell considerably, radiating an aura of muscularity. Tang Qingwei, filled with a subtle excitement, unconsciously clenched her hands, striving to suppress the exclamations that threatened to escape her lips. Beside her, Tang-san observed his sister's trembling shoulders and, mistaking her trepidation for fear, gently grasped her hand. Startled by the sudden touch, Tang Qingwei turned to see her brother, realizing he was merely concerned for her. Alas, his overprotectiveness was palpable. In an effort to ease his worries, she remained compliant, allowing him to hold her hand. The first boy to step into the light circle was so startled by the sudden appearance of the lone wolf martial spirit that he fell to the ground in fright. Oh dear, he's scared to tears. Most of these children awakened agricultural martial spirits. She pondered what her own might be. Surely, it couldn't be something as mundane as a farming tool. Such an image was simply too disheartening. While others emanated ethereal beauty, resembling celestial beings or enchanting cats, she could only envision herself wielding a hoe amidst them. The thought alone was almost unbearable. Lost in her musings, she realized that Tang San's awakening ceremony had commenced. She quickly cast aside her errant thoughts and focused intently on the proceedings. The majestic Haotian hammer she had envisioned did not manifest, yet she understood the need for discretion in revealing one's true power. Su Yuntao sighed in resignation. Another useless martial spirit. It seems the sacred spirit village has wasted its time once again. Tang Qingwei timidly raised her small hand. Respected spirit master, might you assist me in awakening as well? It was only then that Su Yuntao noticed the little girl, nearly having forgotten her. Very well, step forward. As Su Yuntao infused her with 6 strands of soul power, a soft golden light surged forth once more. Warmth that was Tang Qingwei's initial sensation, as if she were enveloped in a cocoon of comforting warmth, an indescribable comfort that explained why the previous children had calmed upon being enveloped in the golden glow. The soothing energy permeated her being, and then, as if something within her shattered, the warm essence surged into her palms. Su Yuntao was somewhat taken aback. The girl's golden light points were unexpectedly numerous. However, he refrained from expressing joy, having already faced disappointment with the previous child. At that moment, Tang Qingwei was overwhelmingly exhilarated. Could she also possess a twin martial spirit? Instinctively, she raised her left hand while her right remained clenched at her side. Before her was a bouquet of flowers in 7 vibrant hues, though this did not capture Su Yuntao's attention. Just a common wildflower, Itsimita, yet another useless martial spirit. It was difficult to fault Su Yuntao's judgment, as truly powerful plant-type martial spirits often revealed their extraordinary nature at first glance. The modest bouquet held by Tang Qingwei, despite its additional hues, pales in comparison to the wildflowers found by the roadside, appearing rather haphazardly grown. Chapter 5. Dual Martial Souls. In his quest for validation, Su Yuntao did not require Tang Qingwei's prompt. He produced the azure crystal ball and instructed her to place her hand upon it. Indeed, as soon as Tang Qingwei's hand made contact, the crystal ball radiated with a brilliant luminescence, the captivating blue light swiftly expanding from a mere point to envelop the sphere, transforming it into a resplendent gem that sparkled magnificently. Indeed, it is yet another case of innate full soul power, Su Yuntao remarked as azure light emanated once more from him, causing the crystal ball to rebound from Tang Qingwei's palm. What is your relation to that boy from earlier? He inquired nonchalantly, while bending down to gather the crystal ball. She is my sister, Tang Sen interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Tang Qingwei. Su Yuntao, unfazed, revealed a knowing expression upon receiving the answer he sought. It turned out they were family yet. It was regrettable that even with innate full soul power, a worthless martial soul remained just that worthless. Tang Qingwei was completely captivated by another martial soul at this moment. I actually have 2 martial souls, and I have innate full soul power. She was so excited that she wanted to immediately pull Tang San home to share this huge news with him. Yes, she had no intention of hiding it. After all, she wanted to rely on him, so she naturally couldn't keep anything from Tang San. As the saying goes, sincerity begets sincerity. Over the past 4 years of care, even though she hadn't said much, she had long regarded him as her own brother in her heart. Moreover, the most important thing was that by following Tang San, she could continue to do nothing, which was wonderful. Being served and having food brought to her was the future treatment for Xiao Wu. Anyway, they weren't together yet, so she might as well be lazy for now. As for the future, she would deal with it later. Tang San finally resolved his doubts, holding Tang Qingwei's small hand as they walked out of the spirit hall. The old village chief stumbled forward a few steps to pay his respects. Master, how is it? This year, do any of the children in our village have the potential to become soul masters? Su Yuntao glanced at Tang San, and Tang Qingwei shook his head. Inside, there are 2, but it's a pity. The old village chief had a guess in his heart and tentatively asked, Master, is it the Tang siblings? Su Yuntao nodded. That's right. Among this year's children, only the 2 of them possess soul power, and they both have innate full soul power. Unfortunately, his martial soul is blue silvergrass, while this little girl's martial soul is an unknown wildflower. Do you understand? The old village chief was still unwilling to give up, looking at Su Yuntao with hope. Could it be that the martial soul of that girl, Tang Qingwei? You said you don't know what flower it is? Su Yuntao understood the implication in the old village chief's words and shook his head in denial. It's impossible. Of all the powerful soul masters currently known, which plant-type soul master's martial soul is an ordinary plant? The appearance of her martial soul flower doesn't even compare to the blue silver grass that could be seen everywhere by the roadside. The old village chief was convinced and sighed deeply, alas. Let's go, Xiao San girl, Grandpa will take you home. The other children had been picked up by their parents, and only Tang San and the little girl, like when they came, were sent back to the blacksmith shop by the village chief. Upon returning home, the blacksmith shop was quiet. Just tell your dad about the work-study student matter. I won't go in. The village chief clearly didn't want to see that annoying drunkard. Tang Hao again. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Tang San took Tang Qingwei inside. Dad, we're back. It was Tang Qingwei who called out. Perhaps because Tang Qingwei was a girl. Even though Tang Hao usually didn't like to talk, he still softened considerably when facing Tang Qingwei. Chapter 6. How Ian Hammerback already? Tang Hao's voice came from the inner room, and then the curtain of the door was lifted. He walked out slowly, sitting on the stool. He poured himself a glass of water and said, What kind of martial soul is this? My sister's is a little flower, and mine is blue silvergrass. Tang San gently lifted Tang Qing onto the stool and sat down himself. Tang Hao's originally indifferent demeanor suddenly trembled at the mention of blue silvergrass, and a trace of special light flashed in his eyes. The change in his expression was too obvious to ignore. Tang Qingwei also guessed what Tang Hao wanted to say next, so she spoke up first. Dad, I have another martial soul. As soon as she finished speaking, she instantly met the gaze of 2 pairs of eyes, one big and one small. Tang Qingwei didn't care, extending her right hand, and a faint black light surged from her palm. The light quickly condensed, and a mini, exquisite little hammer appeared in her palm. It was a completely black hammer, with a handle about half a foot long, and the hammerhead was cylindrical, resembling a miniature version of a casting hammer. However, on the hammer's black surface, there was a special glow, and a faint pattern coiled around the cylindrical hammerhead. Both of them were instantly stunned. In the next moment, Tang Hao almost leaped to Tang Qingwei's side, grabbing her hand that held the hammer, his excited hand trembling slightly. Tang Hao was extremely shocked at this moment. This girl turned out to be from the clan's bloodline. He just didn't know whether her father or mother was from the Haoyan sect, or if both of them were. He never expected that there would be such an outstanding child in the clan, a twin martial soul. Tang San was surprised that his sister had awakened an identical hammer to his. Thinking this, he also extended his left hand and said, "Dad, I have two martial souls too." In his left palm, a small hammer similar to Tang Qingwei's appeared. At this moment, a very serious expression appeared on Tang Hao's face, and his gaze towards Tang San became fervent. Twin martial souls. It turned out to be twin martial souls again, he murmured. Suddenly, Tang Hao opened his strong arms and tightly embraced Tang San and Tang Qingwei. Caught off guard, Tang Qingwei received her father's hug, and for at least the next 10 years, she would no longer envy other people's dads. It was really suffocating, with the smell of sweat filling her nose. She secretly glanced at Tang San, who, at this moment, aside from being at a loss, was also filled with uncontrollable joy. It was clear that he really liked this embrace from his father. No wonder, whether in his past life or this life, the affection Tang San could enjoy was too little. Well then, I won't struggle anymore. For my brother's sake, I'll endure this smell of sweat. After a long time, Tang Hao finally calmed down, pushed the two away, and looked at his son with a serious expression, saying, "Remember, in your future, you must use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right hand, forever." After saying this, he looked at the two seriously and said, "I hope that no matter how you cultivate your soul power in the future, you promise me not to apply any soul rings to that hammer martial soul and not to reveal it to anyone outside. Most importantly, do not let others know that you have twin martial souls. Understood?" Tang San, although he didn't understand what his father meant, knew that he definitely wouldn't harm him, so he nodded in agreement. Tang Hao saw his son nodding and looking intently at Tang Qingwei. Once he saw her agree as well, he stood up and returned to the inner room with a serious expression, leaving Tang San and Tang Qingwei stunned in place. After Tang Hao left, Tang Qingwei poked Tang San's dazed cheek with her index finger, bringing him back to reality. "I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook." Tang San rubbed his sister's hair affectionately and smiled. "Got it. I'll do it right away." After Tang San left, she raised the 7-colored flower in her left hand and examined it carefully. This flower really looked like the illustration of the 7-colored flower in her elementary school textbook. She was so engrossed that a bold guess formed in her mind. She sneaked outside, checked to make sure no one was around, and then carefully plucked a red petal from the 7-colored flower, whispering her wish, "I want to become a god." Suddenly, a childish voice echoed in her mind. "I think you want to eat poop." Chapter 7. Nimbus? Who? Who is talking? Tang Qing was startled and looked around. After a long time, she tentatively asked, "Is anyone there? Are you still there?" The childish voice rang out again. "If you don't make a wish, the petal will disappear." It turned out she wasn't imagining things. Someone was really speaking. However, this time she understood clearly that the urgent thing was to make a wish before the petal disappeared. So she anxiously asked, "What wish can I make?" She had just been rejected when she made her wish. How would I know? Why not try them one by one? Although she couldn't see the speaker's expression, Tang Qing could still sense that the other party had definitely rolled their eyes at her just now. This wasn't the time to argue. She brought the petal closer and chanted like a mantra. "I want to become a titled Douluo. I want to be immortal. I want." She said a string of wishes but received no response, and she watched as the petal in her hand gradually began to turn transparent. Tang Qingwei looked up at the sky in slight despair, and suddenly, like a gambler, she closed her eyes and shouted her last wish. "I want a nimbus cloud." Whoosh! A golden yellow cloud suddenly flew in front of her. With the appearance of the nimbus cloud, the red petals in her hand also vanished into thin air. It really appeared. It floated obediently. The soft cloud was a light golden color, with a small tuft of curled cloud tail at its end that resembled a tail. Tang Qingwei tentatively reached out with her little hand. It didn't pass through. Can I sit?" She was excited. Without thinking, she climbed up using both her hands and feet. "This is so cool. Does that mean I won't have to walk anymore?" Just thinking about it felt amazing. Nimbus cloud. I actually managed to sit on it. This is too comfortable. Tang Qingwei enjoyed herself on the nimbus cloud, touching here and rubbing there, occasionally rolling around. Is this nimbus cloud really like in the myths, covering a distance of 10,000 miles with a flip? Tang Qingwei was just expressing her thoughts when, suddenly, With a whoosh, the nimbus cloud took off. Startled, Tang Qingwei screamed repeatedly, lying flat on the cloud, too scared to move. She forgot that she was afraid of heights. Quick, stop, it's too high. Too fast. I want to go home. Wow. Tang Qingwei's voice became hoarse from the excitement. The Tang family father and son rushed out to check upon hearing Tang Qingwei's faint scream. What they saw became an unforgettable scene for them. The little girl was lying on a creature that resembled a cloud, with snot all over her face. And her little braids were already a mess, blown into a bird's nest shape by the strong wind. What is this? Tang Sen finally regained his voice and, pointing at the nimbus, asked in a daze. Tang Hao cautiously approached the nimbus and picked up the limp Tang Qingwei. Finally on solid ground, Tang Qingwei no longer cared about the smell of sweat and threw herself into Tang Hao's arms, crying loudly. She was really frightened. The speed was too fast, and there was no seatbelt. Plus, they were flying so high. Tang Hao felt at a loss, unsure where to place his hands and feet. He was truly not used to such a soft little bundle, which is why he had always let his son take care of it. Seeing this, Tang San took over and gently comforted Tang Qing. Once the fear subsided, she felt a bit embarrassed. Such a big person, yet she was scared enough to cry. She awkwardly twisted her small body, wanting to get down. Tang San understood her meaning and didn't say anything, but let her down. The cloud of lifting waited patiently by the side, and only after Tang Qingmei's mood had calmed slightly did it cautiously fly over and nuzzle her cheek, as if to apologize. Tang Qingwei was not angry. In fact, it was partly her own fault for not being clear. When Jinduyan met her for the first time, it was natural for it to want to show off, not knowing that she was afraid of heights. After realizing this, she gently patted Jinduyan's soft body to comfort it, cleared her throat, and introduced, "This is Jinduyan, you can ride it to fly." Jinduyan seemed to understand it was being introduced, shaking its soft body as if to greet her. Tang Sen looked surprised. Is this a living being, or is it a device? Chapter 8. Boarding Tang Hao had lived for so many years, and this was the first time he had seen such a magical thing. "Can I touch it?" Tang Sen said eagerly. "Yes, you can also try riding it," said the person, beckoning for the nimbus cloud to carry Tang San. At that moment, Tang San completely lost his usual maturity and steadiness, showing the liveliness that a child should have. The nimbus cloud quickly took Tang San soaring through the sky, causing him to laugh continuously. After flying for a long time, Tang San finally jumped off the nimbus cloud, still wanting more. Tang Hao was already very eager when his son was riding. As a man, how could he not have dreams of flying? Finally, after waiting for his son to have enough fun, he thought to himself, now it should be my turn, right? However, after waiting for a long time, he still did not see the little girl invite him. He glanced at Tang Qingwei, who was happily chatting with her brother, completely forgetting about him. Tang Hao coughed lightly by his lips, trying to attract Tang Qing's attention, but the little girl seemed to have completely not heard him and spoke even more vigorously. He increased the effort, coughing forcefully a few times, and this time the two finally noticed him. Tang Sen walked up to Tang Hao with a concerned expression and said, "Dad, are you feeling unwell?" Tang Qingwei also looked at him with burning eyes. This made Tang Hao's old face flush, feeling a bit embarrassed to speak. However, the desire to soar became even stronger, so he pretended to be indifferent and asked, "How did it feel to ride the cloud just now?" Mentioning this made Tang Sen even more excited. He became more talkative, expressing his feelings with gestures. "Who wants to hear you talk about this?" Tang Hao was speechless, which made him even more curious. What was wrong with this little girl? Why hadn't she invited him yet? As long as she invited him, he would definitely give her face and would reluctantly give it a try. He secretly glanced at the girl, but to his surprise, she had gone off to play. Tang Hao thought to himself that he couldn't go on like this anymore. He had to take the initiative. That thing called a cloud somersault. How much weight can it carry? Can it hold a heavy adult like me? Is my hint clear enough now? Tang Hao stared at the flying nimbus without blinking. Thinking to himself, Tang Qingwei turned her head in surprise to look at Tang Hao after hearing this. He couldn't possibly want to sit on this too, right? Then she shook her head vigorously. It was impossible. Tang Hao could already stand in midair. How could he be interested in such a small thing? He must just be curious about its carrying capacity. So, she directed the nimbus to lift a huge rock beside her, definitely weighing as much as 2 Tang Haos. Tang Qingwei, having finished all this, looked at Tang Hao with a smug expression. Tang Hao felt hopeless about this girl's way of thinking. Is she really a descendant of my Haotian sect, being this stupid? It's so obvious what he said. Doesn't she understand? Does he really have to say it outright, that he wants to sit? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Doesn't he care about his own dignity? Tang Hao was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. This girl was really too stupid. At the critical moment, it was still Tang San who understood his father's intention. As expected, they were truly father and son. Wei, let Dad give it a try too. Tang Qingwei subconsciously prepared to refute, but this time Tang Hao spoke up before her, saying, "Well, we can give it a try." Tang was slightly taken aback. Could it be that her earlier guess was correct? They actually wanted to ride the Nimbus. It was only then that she recalled Tang Hao's various behaviors just now, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Chapter 9. Pure Heart. Tang Qingwei suppressed a smile and said with a serious face, "Jin Doyun, come and carry my dad for a flight." Jin Doyun indeed flew slowly to Tang Hao's side. Tang Hao's palms were a little sweaty with excitement. As he finally got to sit down, before he could finish his thoughts, he immediately fell over, his whole body passing through the clouds. Tang San and Tang Qingwei hurriedly stepped forward to help Tang Hao up. This sudden situation was unexpected for all three of them. What happened? Tang Qingwei was the first to ask, while the cloud of unpredictability merely swayed its body, indicating that it had nothing to do with this matter. At that moment, the previous child's voice reappeared, saying, "Fool, only those with a pure heart can sit here. Don't you know you summoned it yourself? Pure heart." Upon hearing these 4 words, Tang Qingwei looked at Tang Hao with a complicated expression. Tang Hao felt very uncomfortable being looked at by her. "Do you have anything to say?" Tang Qingwei hesitated slightly, wondering whether she should speak up. Both father and son looked at her with puzzled expressions, without saying a word. Tang Qingwei then pouted and said, "Only those with a pure heart can ride the cloud somersault." Tang Hao's face instantly darkened, and Tang San, who was beside him, also looked awkward after hearing this, feeling as if he had learned something he shouldn't know. "Nonsense." Tang Hao waved his sleeve and scolded, then hurriedly left with a flushed face. What does that mean? Why is he not pure-hearted anymore? His feelings for Yin are as clear as day. Only Tang San and Tang Qingmei were left in place. Tang San sighed softly and said, "Xiao Wei, how did you know about this?" Tang Qingwei naturally raised her left hand and said, "It says." At that moment, a small flower was spinning in the palm of her left hand, but it originally had 7 petals, and now only 6 remained. At this moment, Tang San also remembered that he had just been too excited to ask his sister where this cloud of transformation came from. "Where did you get this cloud of transformation?" "I made a wish on it." Tang Qingwei was referring to the martial soul on her left hand. "Your martial soul can grant wishes?" Tang San was shocked. He had never heard of a martial soul with such characteristics. "Well, it can grant wishes, but it seems to have limitations. I wish to become a god, to become a titled Douluo, but it didn't come true. The petals of the wish almost disappeared. In the end, I just casually said one, which was this cloud somersault, and then it came true." Tang San was filled with black lines on his forehead. This girl is really expecting a pie to fall from the sky, dreaming of becoming a god. How daring. She doesn't even know if gods exist in this world. The effort and reward are always proportional. If she really becomes a god, who knows what immense price awaits her? Thinking of this, he hurriedly checked if Tang Qingwei was injured. "Did your wish cause you any harm?" "1 petal has disappeared." "Does that count?" Tang Qingwei was just joking when she said that. Tang San became serious and pondered for a while before saying, "As it stands, your martial soul can grant wishes, but not all wishes can be fulfilled. Once the time is exceeded, the petals you pluck will disappear." He paused for a moment and continued, "This flower is your martial soul. I don't know how much harm it could do to your body without a martial soul, but you should try to refrain from making wishes in the future." Tang lightly nodded, which counted as an agreement. "Good, by the way, it seems it can also heal." How do you know that?" Tang slightly frowned, not knowing how to explain. "Well, it's just a feeling hard to articulate." Tang San looked up in surprise at his sister. "This little girl's martial soul is a bit. No, it's very powerful." That master from the Spirit Hall actually didn't notice and concluded it was a waste martial soul. How could this be a waste martial soul? If waste martial souls were this strong, how many people would compete for them? Chapter 10. Contract. You should avoid exposing the wishability of your martial soul in the future. Just use it as a healing type. Understood? Tang San firmly held his sister's shoulders and instructed seriously. Got it. Can I still use my Nimbus?" Tang Qingwei's only concern now was whether she could still use the Nimbus for transportation. "Before you have strength, try not to use it in front of others." Tang San's concern was not unwarranted. After all, killing and stealing treasures wasn't uncommon in the past life. "Understood. It's frustrating. I have a moving lazy bed, but can only look at it and not use it. You can go back now. I will call you when I need it." Tang Qingwei patted the soft body of the Nimbus and said dejectedly. The Nimbus seemed to understand, wriggled a bit, and then whoosh, it disappeared into the sky. Don't be sad. Once you have strength, you can do whatever you want. Brother will work hard to become stronger and protect you. Tang Xin gently comforted his sister, patting her shoulder. Tang Xin noticed that his sister still couldn't muster any energy, so he changed the subject, saying, "We're going to the Nottingham City Academy the day after tomorrow. Have you got everything ready?" Sure enough, Tang's spirits lifted a bit. "Not yet. I'll go back now and get ready." After saying that, she ran straight back to her room. Tang Xin shook his head with a smile. Children are so easy to please. At night, Tang Qingwei tossed and turned in bed. Feeling distressed at the thought of not being able to use the cloud surfing technique for the time being, as if he had lost 100 million. I must become stronger, not for anything else, but so that in the future, when I want to lazily avoid work, I won't be kept in mind by others. Tang Qingwei secretly made a decision in her heart. Right, I almost forgot. The one speaking in my mind today is really my 7-color flower martial soul. What 7-color flower martial soul? That sounds terrible. I am the 7-color lotus of the great thousand world. The familiar childish voice retorted in exasperation. So, I don't even need to speak out loud for you to hear me. Huh? Tang Qingwei didn't care whether it was a flower or a lotus. What she cared about now was that it could actually hear her thoughts. I already said I am the 7-color lotus, and besides, we have established a contract, so naturally, I can hear you. The 7-color lotus explained to Tang Qingwei with dissatisfaction. Why can you talk? Will my hammer also be able to talk? Tang Qingwei was extremely curious. It was the first time she heard of someone being able to talk to their martial soul. Are you stupid? That's just a hammer. Do you really want to talk to it? The 7-color lotus's tone was filled with disdain. Tang lightly murmured in dissatisfaction. Then you are just a wildflower. You can still talk. The 7-colored lotus instantly exploded like a firecracker. You are the wildflower. Your whole family is wildflowers. I am the 7-colored lotus of the divine realm. You ignorant mortal. Tang Qingwei was not angry and seized on the keyword divine realm mentioned by the 7-color lotus. Aren't you my martial soul? Tang Qingwei asked in surprise. Upon hearing Tang Qingwei's question, the 7-color lotus fell silent for a moment, and after a long time, it said dejectedly, I suppose so. I unintentionally signed a contract with you. In your original world, there wasn't enough spiritual energy to support my appearance. I originally planned to wait until you died to break free, but who knew you were so useless? You didn't even let me wait for you to die of old age. You actually passed away early. Fortunately, I was here to bring you into the nearest little world space, which is this place allowing you to regain a life. Tang Qingwei felt a bitterness in her mouth. So it was like this? She thought she was favored by a time-traveling deity, but unexpectedly, it was this guy who saved her. Now you know how powerful I am. The little guy's voice was somewhat smug. Tang Qingwei seemed to be able to see a 7-colored little person, hands on hips, head tilted back, looking smug. Chapter 11. Gone? You're so amazing. Why did you choose me? Is it because I'm the child of destiny? Tang Qingwei suddenly felt like there was a halo above her head. The 7-colored lotus immediately fell silent. Speak up. Tang Qingwei urged with a darkened face. What does it mean? Is it a refusal to answer, or just her overthinking? Sai, it's not that I chose you. It's just that you happen to pick me up. Qi Lin sighed helplessly. How much does she dislike her? When did I pick you up? I have no memory of that. Tang Qingwei continued to ask with a dark face. It was on your 20th birthday, when you bought that jade bracelet from a street vendor. Her voice was a bit helpless, and then she angrily said, that vendor really has no eye for quality. How could he treat me as a fake to cheat people? Truly as foolish as a pig. Tang Qingwei's focus was misplaced at this moment. Was I deceived? That vendor was planning to sell me fake goods. How could he be so heartless? What happened to trust between people? He said he was selling a family heirloom jade bracelet, claiming it could cure diseases and save lives. It turns out he just wanted to swindle my money. I even believed him and didn't bargain. The 7-colored lotus was so infuriated by Tang Qingwei that it was about to burst. Was that the point? Fine. It's already like this. It seems I'm bound to this guy now. Even if it kills me, it won't matter. It took a deep breath. Now that we are bound together, only when you become a god will I have a chance to restore my true self. Isn't that how it is for you? By the way, I made a wish with a petal of yours. It won't harm you, will it? Tang Qingwei asked with slight surprise and concern. The 7-colored lotus didn't expect Tang Qingwei to care about it, feeling a bit moved. It's nothing. The 7-colored flower is just my manifested form. If you use it up, I'll just stop manifesting. It's not a big deal. However, you must remember, the last petal of the 7-colored flower cannot be used. Once used, the 7-colored flower will disappear, which means everything wished for relying on the seven-colored flower will also disappear. Do you understand? At this moment, the seven-colored lotus completely lost the momentum of the previous flower dispute and was fully led astray by Tang Qingwei, also talking about the seven-colored flower. I understand. Now that we are a community of fate, let us get along friendly. I don't even know your name. Is it just called seven-colored lotus? The seven-colored lotus felt awkward. It was indeed called seven-colored lotus. Before coming to the human world, it didn't think there was anything wrong with its name. Now that it knows more, it suddenly feels that its name is somewhat hard to explain. I'm called White Lotus. After all, it had experienced too little. At this moment, the seven-colored lotus had no idea that the temporary name it chose was even more difficult to explain than its original name. Now, it was Tang Qingwei's turn to feel speechless. The next day, Tang Sen got up very early. But when he finished breakfast and went to call Tang Qingwei, he found that the room was already empty. This scared him, and he quickly ran to his father's room. Dad, have you seen Xiao Wei? Tang Hao had obviously just woken up, blinking as he opened his eyes and sat on the edge of the bed. Isn't that girl the one who loves to sleep in? Isn't she in her own room? No, I just went to my sister's room, and there's no one there. Tang San's voice was filled with urgency. Huh, not there? Tang Hao suddenly woke up. The little girl loved to sleep in. So how could she not be there? Could it be that someone in the spirit hall already knows my whereabouts? Thinking of this, Tang Hao's eyes instantly filled with killing intent. The temperature in the room dropped to freezing point, and a layer of thin ice began to spread out from beneath Tang Hao's feet. Although this killing intent was not directed at Tang San, it still frightened him greatly, and a thought suddenly sprang to his mind. His father is not an ordinary person. Little San, come with me. Tang Hao quickly got up, his killing intent unabated, and a chilling aura emanated from him. Chapter 12. Desensitization Training Spirit Hall. Tang Hao roared in his heart, his gaze even colder. Just as the father and son stepped out of the house with a fierce momentum, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, Dad, brother, where are you going? The voice was filled with eager curiosity. Take me with you. The father and son turned in unison, and the little girl was curiously looking at them while lying on the nimbus cloud. Tang Hao's face darkened at that moment. He turned to his son and asked, Did you not go out to look for him? Tang San's face turned red as his father looked at him, and he stammered, I didn't expect that. Remember to look outside next time. After saying that, he flicked his sleeve and went back inside to continue resting. After a false alarm, Tang Hao felt a bit of a headache, wondering how to explain to his son. The killing intent he had just displayed was so obvious that even if Xiao Sen wasn't a soul master yet, he would definitely have his suspicions. Sai, should I tell him everything? Outside the room, Tang Qingwei, realizing what was happening, looked surprised and pointed at himself, saying, Brother, were you looking for me? Tang Sen wasn't angry. He just rubbed the top of Tang Qingwei's head and gently asked, Why did you wake up so early today? I'm doing desensitization training. Tang Qingwei pointed to the nimbus cloud beneath her. Desensitization? Tang Sen didn't understand what it meant. His sister always blurted out strange words like this, and he had long since gotten used to it. Aren't I afraid of heights? So I need to gradually adapt. Otherwise, if one day I become a tidal Douluo and can't stand in the air, how embarrassing would that be? Tang Qingwei said with a face full of reason. Tang San shook his head helplessly, thinking this was too far-fetched. Ever since he heard the old village chief mention these things, his sisters seemed to be convinced that both she and he would become tidal Douluos, not knowing where her confidence came from. According to the old village chief, there were only a few on the entire continent. All right, let's hurry down for dinner. After saying that, he intended to act as if he would carry her down. No need, I can jump down myself. Tang lightly refused, and as she said that, she prepared to jump down. Tang San, rarely so assertive, hugged Tang Qingwei without any explanation and walked into the room. Tang lightly resisted in vain, like a dead fish, and was picked up by Tang San to the dining table. At the dining table, during the meal, Tang San kept stealing glances at Tang Hao, and his movements were not very discreet. Even Tang lightly noticed and curiously scanned the two. What had happened in his absence? Tang Hao couldn't stand being stared at any longer. He put down his dishes and looked at Tang San. Xiao San, do you have something to say? Tang San immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks, looked at him for a while, and after a long time said softly, Dad, who exactly are you? Bang! Tang Hao raised his hand and slapped him on the forehead, saying angrily, I'm your father. What nonsense are you thinking? Tang San rubbed his head in pain, knowing that his father was clearly aware he didn't mean it that way. I'm not talking about this. What was that aura this morning? Tang San continued to dig deeper with his questions. This time, Tang Hao fell silent for a moment. In the end, he couldn't just brush it off. After a long sigh, he said, "Sigh, actually I didn't want you to know about these things. Sometimes, being an ordinary person who knows nothing might be happier." Tang San didn't respond, just stared at his father without blinking. Tang Hao sighed and shook his head, helplessly saying, Forget it. It's hard for you all to be ordinary people now. Rather than hearing it from others in the future, let me tell you everything today. Here it comes. The love entanglement between me and the blue-silver emperor. Tang lightly shouted silently in his heart. Chapter 13. Love Brain. As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, Tang San's expression changed immediately, and he focused intently on his father, waiting for him to continue. You're already this old, and I've never told you about your mother. Tang Hao's expression slightly changed as he spoke. Tang Qingwei doesn't know that she was adopted. If she finds out that she is not his biological child, will she be sad? Tang Hao looked at Tang Qingwei's changing expression, and Tang San suddenly had an insight. His heart skipped a beat as he also looked at his sister. Tang Qingwei felt inexplicably observed by the two and couldn't wait to know what happened next, urging, Go on. The father and son exchanged glances and, with a tacit understanding, stood up. Tang Hao turned to head back into the house, but was caught by Tang Qingwei, who grabbed the hem of his clothes. Tang Hao didn't dare to pull away forcefully, fearing he might topple the little girl, so he could only stand stiffly in place. Tang San wanted to step forward to help, but Tang Qingwei spoke up first. Are you afraid that if I know I was picked up, I would be sad and upset? As soon as Tang Qingwei finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. After a moment of silence, Tang Hao finally returned to his seat and asked, Who told you? Tang San stood to the side, his hands clenched into fists. When did this happen? While he was unaware, which bastard went in front of Xiao Wei and gossiped? He must make sure to beat that guy to death. Tang San had no idea that this younger sister, like him, had traveled through time and had a much better memory, so she naturally knew her origins. She had just heard about it while passing by, right? Didn't that mean that because I'm not your biological daughter, you wouldn't treat me as your daughter? Or is it that Tang San doesn't want to be my brother anymore? Tang Qingwei pretended to be angry, placing her hands on her hips, and said, How could that be? I have always regarded you as my real sister. Look, our martial souls are the same. Who would believe that we're not biological siblings? Tang San explained anxiously, revealing his Haotian hammer as he spoke. Tang Hao also silently raised the Haotian hammer in his hand, and the meaning was clear. Since you all don't mind, then go ahead and continue speaking. I am listening. As he said this, he directly leaned on the table, looking at Tang Hao with a posture that suggested he was all ears. Tang Hao was suddenly speechless, and after a long while, he helplessly said, The carefree little girl. After saying this, he sat back down, fell silent for a moment, and then continued, Xiao San's mother is not human. This statement startled Tang Qing. Although she knew what was going on, found it hard to commend such a dramatic way of speaking. One might think he was cursing. Although she wanted to complain internally, she didn't interrupt and continued to listen to Tang Hao. Your mother is a soul beast, 100,000-year-old blue silver emperor. Your other martial soul is inherited from your mother. At this point, a sense of nostalgia seemed to appear in Tang Hao's eyes. Back then, the current pope of the Spirit Hall issued a decree denouncing the Haotian clan, demanding that they hand over me and your mother. At that time, your grandfather was already gravely ill, suddenly learning of this matter and unable to find me. All these events piled up together, causing him to die from anger. I never got to see him one last time before he passed away. As he spoke, Tang Hao's body began to tremble, and deep regret was evident in his eyes. Tang Qingwei sighed inwardly. To say something rebellious, her dad was really love-struck. In his heart, both father and son were less important than his wife. She glanced secretly at Tang San. The poor child. As they said, parents were true love, and children were just accidents. But then she thought her brother was not much better. He would end up like their dad, finding a soul beast as a wife. Suddenly, she felt so pitiful, hugging her weak, helpless, and miserable self. Sigh, relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. She still needed to become stronger. Just as she was lost in thought, a chill suddenly swept over her, making Tang Qingwei shiver. It turned out her dad was talking about how his wife had been murdered. No wonder he was so angry. Chapter 14. Background. Originally, we all had a complete family, but all of this was destroyed by the Spirit Hall. Back then, the Pope personally led 2 titled Douluos and a large number of Spirit Hall experts to surround your mother and me. At that time, your mother had just given birth to you and was already severely weakened, her strength greatly diminished. I was also heavily injured by them. In order not to lose her soul rings, your mother chose to sacrifice herself. Infusing the soul ring she transformed into my body. As he spoke, a fierce aura spread across Tang Hao's brow, and his hands, resting on the table, clenched into fists. Tang San's mood was also affected by his father's words. His brows tightly furrowed as he couldn't help but clench his fists. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Hao's emotions finally recovered a little. Fortunately, your mother's ability is to not die. The highest profound meaning of the blue-silver domain is that no matter how severe the injuries are, she can come back to life within 49 days after death. However, if she wants to transform again, it will have to wait until 10,000 years later, and I will never see it again. At this point, Tang Hao seemed to age several years in an instant, and he appeared much more dispirited. Tang San patted his father's shoulder to comfort him, feeling an endless sorrow in his heart. Looking at Tang Hao's desolate appearance, Tang Qingwei did not feel as angry as Tang San. Perhaps it was because she never lacked parental love. In her previous life, Tang Qingwei was the only daughter in her family. Although her parents could not spoil her without limits, they cared for her deeply. Thinking of this, Tang Qingwei couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. She had left so suddenly, and she didn't know how they were doing. Was she unfilial, making them suffer the loss of a child? Although Xiao Lian had told her that only by becoming a god could she have the chance to break through the void and return to her own world. Back to the time before her death. As long as she returned to the time before her death, to her parents, she would never have left. In the years she had been here, she thought she should be lucky. Although Tang Hao was taciturn, he cared for her. Tang San was even more indulgent towards her, completely embodying the model of a good older brother. But even so, Tang Qingwei still couldn't see Tang Hao as her biological father. In her mind, if she accepted Tang Hao as her father, then her father from her previous life would truly become a thing of the past. Tang Qingwei did not feel much sense of belonging here, always placing herself in the position of an observer. It was precisely because of this that she felt that many things, viewed from a third-party perspective, did not have a clear right or wrong. Just like the spirit hall's seizure of Tang San's mother's soul ring, in Tang Qingwei's eyes, it was no different from ordinary people hunting century-old soul beasts. Both are acts of plundering life. Who is more noble than whom? In the Douluo continent, there is no absolute right or wrong. It is simply a matter of who has the stronger fist, and who gets to decide. Justice is written by the victors. Because of the spirit hall's strength, it has become a place that many soul masters aspire to, and because it is powerful, it is seen as justice in the eyes of ordinary people. As Tang San and Tang Hao are on the side of the victims, the spirit hall, opposing them, has become the unforgivable villain. However, this is quite normal. If it were her, she would feel the same way. As long as her interests were threatened, retaliation would be an inevitable result. She simply had no feelings for Tang San's mother, so even after listening for so long, it was just a story to her, and she would not be outraged like Tang San. Father, I will definitely strive to become stronger and avenge my mother, Tang San said with a firm tone. Tang Hao did not speak. He just stroked his son's head, which was the most affectionate gesture he had made in many years. But even so, it was enough to deeply move Tang San for a long time. After the father and son finished their conversation, they realized that Tang Qingwei had been quietly listening all along without interrupting, which was somewhat inconsistent with her usual lively nature. However, the two of them thought for a moment and guessed that she might be too young to understand these things. That's fine, let this girl continue to live carefree. As for hatred, a 4-year-old child shouldn't have to bear it. Chapter 15, Departure. Tang San, let's go find the first spirit ring. Tang San had just come out of the blacksmith's room when he bumped into his sister's round, chubby little face. He immediately felt a bit mischievous and walked over to pinch the little girl's plump cheeks, giving them a gentle tug to the sides. Under Tang's slightly angry gaze, Tang San then smiled and said, "You just disappeared without a trace. Were you off thinking about this?" Tang Qingwei was extremely angry. She swatted away Tang San's hand and shouted towards the inner room, "Dad, your son is pinching my face again." Tang San nervously looked towards the inner room, and after confirming there was no movement, he quickly picked up his sister and ran outside, fearing that their father's faint words had been overheard. Although his dad wouldn't say anything, he didn't want to experience that death stare again. Once outside, he finally set down Tang Qingwei and said irritably, "I only pinched you lightly. Was it necessary to make such a fuss? It's a good thing your brother takes care of you and thinks of you whenever there's something good. Is this how you treat me?" Tang Qingwei's originally angry little face immediately broke into a smile upon hearing this. "What good thing?" Tang San shook his head helplessly, tapped his sister's forehead, and smiled indulgently. Little white-eyed wolf, take your hand out. Saying this, he took out a hidden dart and handed it to Tang Qingwei. This is a type of concealed weapon called a sleeve dart, which serves the same purpose as its name suggests. It is a hidden weapon stored in the sleeve that can maintain an effective attack range of at least 30 meters. This is for your self-defense, he said as he put the sleeve dart on his sister's arm. After adjusting the size of the sleeve dart, he carefully explained how to use the silent sleeve dart to his sister. Tang Qingwei lovingly stroked the hidden arrows in her hands, her eyes shining with fiery excitement. The hidden arrows, a secret weapon of the Tang sect, had finally been revealed to her. She had thought that Tang San had forgotten about them. After all, with one more person to take care of, time was naturally not as abundant as before. She never expected that he had actually prepared them, and there were even two of them. Where did he find the time? Tang San couldn't help but laugh at his sister's precious appearance. Stop acting cute. Can you actually use it? Or should I teach you? As he spoke, he pointed to the fallen leaves over there. Look at that fallen leaf. Tang Qingwei looked in the direction pointed by Tang San and said, Bro, wait a minute, there are too many leaves. Which one are you talking about? I can't see it. Tang San's momentum was suddenly interrupted by Tang Qingwei. He helplessly glanced at his sister, realizing that he had been too naive. He had originally wanted to show off. All right then, just point to something and I'll hit it. Tang San had already given up struggling with his sister's clumsiness. Let's shoot the green caterpillar on the tree ahead. Suddenly, a purple light flashed in Tang San's eyes, his right hand raised abruptly, and a faint shadow disappeared quietly, causing the green caterpillar to vanish into thin air. Without Tang San needing to point it out, Tang Qingwei could clearly see a 3-inch long steel needle glinting in the sunlight on the tree trunk. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the steel needle was pinned to the tree, as if something was struggling desperately against it. Tang Qingwei lowered her head to take a look. And wasn't it the green caterpillar that had just disappeared? I want to try too. Let's go to the forest and find a soul beast to test it out. Tang Qingwei said excitedly as she tugged at Tang San's clothes. Cloud of somersault. With Tang Qingwei's shout, the cloud of somersault came in response, landing steadily in front of her. Tang lightly climbed onto the flying nimbus using both hands and feet, patted the spot next to him, and shouted at Tang San, Come up quickly. What are you waiting for? Chapter 16. Soul hunting forest. Tang San still wasn't used to riding the flying nimbus. Being urged by his sister brought him back to his senses. Wait for me a moment, I'll go prepare some things. After saying this, he returned to his room. Before long, he came out with a small bundle on his back, climbed onto the flying nimbus, and said, Let's go. Tang Qingwei didn't care what Tang San brought. Excitedly shouted towards the cloud somersault. Let's go. To the forest. Tang San looked at the excited little girl and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Aren't you afraid of heights anymore? Tang Qingwei's expression stiffened, and she immediately wore a mournful face. Can we not mention it? I was already trying to divert my attention. As she spoke, she tightened her grip on Tang San's arm. What they didn't know was that not long after they left, Tang Hao appeared at the spot, and after a brief pause, he disappeared without a trace. The flying nimbus wasn't moving fast, and the reason was simple. Tang Qingwei was too timid. Otherwise, even if Tang Hao was a titled Douluo, he wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up with the fully powered flying nimbus. Hunting Soul Forest. These two little ones actually went to the Hunting Soul Forest? Tang Hao murmured as he stood in midair. Although there weren't any powerful soul beasts inside, it still posed a certain danger for the two who were not yet soul masters. Really bold. I should go take a look. After saying that, he vanished from the spot. Arrived. The two jumped off the flying nimbus. Tang San looked up, and all he could see were tree trunks, with the tree crowns lush and dense, blocking out the sky and sunlight. Tang Qingwei was very curious about everything around her when she first left Shenghun village, looking east and west, and couldn't help but approach the larger leaves to take a closer look. The two of them walked through the dense forest, not knowing how long they had been walking, until Tang Qingwei suddenly broke the silence of the forest with her voice. What is that? She asked, her index finger trembling as she pointed to a giant tree not far ahead. In the next moment, without waiting for Tang San to answer, she noticed it as well. Instantly, their expressions darkened, revealing a hint of horror, because they witnessed an astonishing scene. On the branches of this tree, there coiled a large dark green snake. At that moment, it was staring at them with a pair of small eyes that looked like rubies. Tang San, it's a triangular head. It's venomous, a poisonous snake. In Tang Qingwei's underdeveloped mind, she only remembered hearing people say that triangular head snakes should not be provoked, as they are highly toxic. Run. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, the snake seemed to receive some kind of signal and quickly rushed towards the two, running on its two legs. There was no way to escape, and the giant snake was getting closer and closer. Tang Qingwei took out the realgar powder from her bag and threw it towards the giant snake. At that moment, all she remembered was that snakes were afraid of realgar, completely ignoring whether it would anger the giant serpent. It must be said that sometimes luck is a kind of strength. Although the realgar powder thrown by Tang Qingwei did not harm the giant snake, it did manage to stall it for a while, buying them time to escape. The giant snake twisted its whip-like body, continuously striking the ground. With each strike, its body would spring up like a spring, dodging the realgar powder thrown by Tang Qingwei. And it kept approaching them. Seeing that it was about to catch up, Tang Qingwei steeled her heart and said, "Brother, I'll hold it off. You take the chance to kill it." Without waiting for Tang San's response, she focused her mind, and a small hammer suddenly appeared in her hand. After practicing the hammer technique for so long, she finally had the chance to use it today. Tang Qingwei's eyes flashed with determination. As soon as she moved her right foot lashed out almost simultaneously with the strike of the small hammer. Bang! Although the kick had no effect on the giant snake, Tang Qingwei's Haoyan hammer struck right in the giant snake's right eye. The giant snake, in pain, suddenly paused for a moment, and the distance between the two was once again widened. Chapter 17. The Century Soul Ring. Tang San anxiously waited on the side, and finally the opportunity came. He swiftly turned in the air, raising his left hand, and a black beam shot out silently. The sleeve arrow directly struck the giant snake's left eye, causing it to emit a sharp cry of pain once again. Tang Qingwei seized the opportunity and rushed forward, uncertain if it was due to newfound confidence. He swung his small hammer toward the giant snake's left eye, which had been struck by a hidden arrow. Bang! 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 He swung several times, and the arrow, which was still visible at the tail end, was firmly embedded by Tang Qingwei, completely sinking into the giant snake's left eye. A deep red blood flowed out from that chilling giant eye. Seeing the giant snake so severely injured, Tang Qingwei's mood finally calmed down a bit. Even if it didn't die, its combat power would at least drop by 90%. Tang San was not hesitant either. Seeing the giant snake injured at this moment, he raised the hidden arrow in his left hand and shot towards the snake's vital spot. Clang! The hidden arrow struck the hard scales of the snake, creating a series of sparks. To his surprise, the giant snake's defense was astonishing. Even the hidden arrow forged by the Iron Mother failed to penetrate, as if it had hit a hard steel plate and was bounced back. Instead, it provoked the creature. The scales on the giant snake simultaneously glowed. The dark green scales covered with a faint yellow light, and its speed suddenly increased, almost instantaneously lunging towards Tang San. Just as Tang let out a slight gasp, Tang San flipped his right hand and took out the last hidden arrow just as the giant snake turned to open its massive mouth. With a whoosh, the nearly 4-meter-long snake body stiffened for a moment, and the hidden arrow completely sank into its mouth. The next moment, the giant snake's body began to thrash violently, and for a time, the ground was filled with flying sand and rocks, as if it had been swept by a tornado. Branches and leaves shattered and scattered everywhere. Tang Qingwei also rode on the nimbus and rushed over, extending his hand. "Brother, come up quickly." Tang San climbed onto the cloud of transformation, and the two flew high into the sky, quietly watching the giant snake struggle for its life. In the distance, Tang Hao naturally saw this scene. After spinning the Haoyan hammer in his palm, it vanished. That girl Tang Qingwei seems to have been diligent in her training. As for Xiao San, well, not bad. He actually managed to kill the century-old soul beast, the mandala snake. If Tang San had been a moment later in making his move, Tang Hao would have already smashed that mandala snake flat with one blow. Tang Qingwei noticed that the giant snake had stopped moving and wanted to approach it, but suddenly remembered that soul beasts would produce soul rings after death. The fact that the giant snake's soul ring had not appeared meant that it might not be completely dead yet. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she saw a faint yellow light starting to gather above the giant snake's body. Tang San's face immediately showed joy. It was a century-old soul ring. However, he then felt regret in his heart, thinking it should have been left for his sister to deliver the final blow. Tang Qingwei had no thoughts about this, as she realized that she seemed to already have a soul ring, and it was even a 100-year one. This was quite strange. But it wasn't the time to talk about this yet. First, let Tang San absorb this soul ring. "Brother, hurry up and absorb the soul ring." Tang San no longer hesitated. He had made up his mind. After he absorbed the soul ring, he would find a better soul ring for his sister. He raised his right hand, enduring the weakness of fatigue, and slowly gathered his remaining soul power into his palm. Accompanied by a faint blue halo, blue-silver grass grew out from his palm, swaying gently with the fluctuations of soul power. Under the guidance of the faint blue light, the 100-year giant snake's soul ring slowly flew towards Tang San. Chapter 18. Healing. Meanwhile, Tang Qingwei was also sitting cross-legged on the ground. She closed her eyes to sense the sudden appearance of the 100-year soul ring. As the soul ring fused with her, her entire body filled with power, and her physical functions were significantly enhanced under the effect of the 100-year soul ring. How could a 100-year soul ring appear suddenly? Could it be the soul ring of that giant snake? But Tang San had already absorbed it, so what was this? Tang Qingwei was filled with confusion, but at this moment, she couldn't find any answers. She might have to wait until she obtained her second soul ring to guess the reason. When she opened her eyes, Tang San was still absorbing the soul ring. Tang Qingwei took another look at the medicinal powder that had been sprinkled earlier, confirmed that there was no need to replenish it, and then sat back down beside Tang San. The medicinal powder was specially formulated by Tang San, so its efficacy was naturally guaranteed. After sitting there for a while, Tang Qingwei suddenly remembered to summon the 7-colored lotus. With a flick of her left hand, 6 colored flowers appeared in her palm. Do you know that I suddenly gained a 100-year soul ring? Oh, do you know what happened? I don't know. Then do you know what effect it has? See for yourself. Tang Qingwei was infuriated to the point of almost choking. If the 7-colored lotus were in front of her, she would definitely grab that guy and give its backside a good beating. This was so infuriating. Forget it. It seemed she couldn't rely on it anymore. So it was better to figure things out on her own. Tang lightly raised her left hand. A faint white light appeared on the surface of her skin, and then a 6-colored flower appeared in her palm. The yellow halo rising beneath her feet was clearly visible, swirling around her body, which was characteristic of a rank 1 soul master. Tang Qingwei thought for a moment, then moved slightly farther away, looking around. In the grass, he found a small, colorful cat with a white soul ring, but it was only a 10-year soul beast. At this moment, the silent sleeve arrow played its role. Tang Qingwei raised his right hand, and a black light shot out silently, directly hitting the colorful cat in the abdomen. The colorful cat immediately began to bleed profusely and collapsed in the grass. Tang Qingwei raised her hand again, guiding the 6 colored flowers closer to the calico cat. A white light enveloped the injured abdomen of the calico cat, shining on its gruesome wound, which visibly twitched. Then it healed rapidly, the light covering the wound expanding continuously, and within just a few seconds, the entire calico cat was enveloped. A weak meow escaped from the calico cat's mouth. All of its wounds had been completely healed by Tang Qingwei, and its depleted vitality was slowly recovering. Tang Qingwei was slightly excited. This soul skill was truly powerful. As long as the soul ring level of her healing target did not exceed her own soul ring level, she could heal them even if they were severely injured. Previously, she only knew that the 7-colored lotus had healing abilities, but she couldn't use it because she wasn't a soul master. Now, having become a 1-ring soul master, she could finally use it. She just didn't know what the soul skill of the first soul ring was. Just as she was thinking this, Tang San finally opened his eyes, looking as if he had finished merging. At this moment, Tang San was beaming with joy. Not only had he become a 1-ring soul master, but his stagnant Xian Tiangong also finally broke through today. Tang San, you're awake? How do you feel? Tang Qingwei didn't have time to ponder the soul skill anymore and hurriedly approached, looking at Tang San with a face full of concern. Chapter 19. First soul skill. Tang San just smiled and said nothing. He raised his right hand, and a faint white light appeared on the surface of his skin. Soon after, deep blue silver grass surged out from his palm. The yellow soul ring of a century rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body, which was characteristic of a 1-ring soul master. At this moment, the leaves were no longer a light blue as before, but had begun to turn deep blue, with some black patterns on them, exactly the same as the patterns on the giant serpent before. Why does this color and characteristic of the blue-silver grass look so familiar? Tang lightly and suspiciously walked over to the giant snake that had just died, squatting down to examine it closely. Could this be the mandala snake that was nearly 400 years old? At this moment, the giant snake lay on the ground in silence. Looking at its characteristics, it was entirely dark green, with a triangular head and a pair of ruby-like small eyes, and its length was nearly 4 meters. Everything matched up, unexpectedly, They had entered the soul-hunting forest much earlier than in the original story and had encountered this mandala snake. Fate indeed. What's wrong, Xiaowei? Tang Xin asked when he saw his sister squatting seriously beside the giant snake, thinking she had discovered something. Tang Qingwei finally came to her senses, shook her head, and didn't reveal her discovery. She changed the subject and said, "Brother, I also have a soul ring now, look." As she spoke, she raised her hand to summon the seven-colored lotus, and a yellow soul ring slowly rose beneath her feet. 100-year soul ring, Tang Xin exclaimed. When did my sister go hunt a soul beast? Was it while I was absorbing my soul ring? Are you okay? The thought of his sister possibly facing a 100-year soul beast alone made him break out in a cold sweat. Hidden in the shadows, Tang Hao felt a surge of fear when he saw Tang Qingwei treating the pattern cat. He had witnessed everything from the beginning. When did this girl go hunt a soul beast? How did she suddenly have a 100-year soul ring? By now, he could no longer contain his doubts and flashed to appear before the two. Girl, what's going on with your soul ring? Both Tang San and Tang Qingwei were startled and took several steps back in defense at Tang Hao's sudden appearance. They only relaxed when they recognized him. Dad, what are you doing here? Tang San stepped forward to voice his confusion. Tang Hao ignored his son and fixed his gaze on Tang Qingwei. I don't know either, but I have a guess that can only be confirmed after testing. Although Tang Qingwei was startled by Tang Hao's sudden appearance, she did not hesitate and answered her speculation seriously. She had some doubts that her soul ring might also be from the mandala snake. Tang Qingwei took a few steps back to distance herself from the two and took a deep breath. With a flip of her wrist, the seven-colored lotus reappeared in her hand, but this time, alongside the emergence of the first soul ring, a black aura slowly circled around the seven-colored lotus. At this moment, the seven-colored lotus was no longer ordinary. It emitted an intoxicating fragrance, and the black aura surrounding the flower was filled with a sense of danger. Just as Tang Hao and his son were watching intently, Tang Qingwei suddenly moved. She flicked her left hand, and the black aura surrounding the seven-colored lotus, like a fine thread, suddenly wrapped around a ghost wolf lurking in the grass. In the blink of an eye, the ghost wolf was pierced by a black thread, and a chilling scream echoed through the sky as it fell to the ground, emitting a black aura, causing the flowers and grass it touched to wither instantly. What a powerful poison! Tang San exclaimed inwardly, realizing that this poison seemed similar to the toxin used by the giant snake. Chapter 20, Rare Soul Skill. How is this possible? Tang San murmured in disbelief. He had clearly absorbed the giant snake's soul ring completely. Where did his sister's soul ring come from? Tang Hao was focused on the girl's healing ability, which didn't seem like a soul skill attached to the mandala soul ring. Could it be a skill inherent to her martial soul? However, such a powerful healing skill was unheard of among the martial souls he had encountered. Girl, what is up with your healing soul skill? Tang Hao was eager to know more about her ability, which could even restore the vitality of injured soul beasts. Tang Qingwei didn't understand why Tang Hao was so nervous. Compared to the first soul skill he had just used, he seemed to care more about his healing ability. So she honestly replied, I'm not sure either. It seems to be something that the seven-colored flower comes with. Naturally, she wouldn't mention in front of others that her martial soul was the seven-colored lotus. After all, a little flower with only 7 petals really didn't resemble a lotus at all. Oh, right, now there are only 6 little petals left. And this shape closely resembles the little flowers from children's simple drawings in the past. After hearing this, Tang Hao's eyes sparkled with extreme excitement. He suppressed his excitement and asked, Does your martial soul have any limitations in healing? Indeed, as expected of a powerful being with the title of Douluo, he immediately got to the point. Tang was slightly surprised and looked at Tang Hao, not knowing how he knew that her healing abilities indeed had limitations. If Tang Hao knew her current thoughts, he would definitely explain to her that none of the discovered healing soul skills could restore another person's vitality. It was like a person at death's door. Even if a healing spell alleviated their pain, it couldn't restore the vitality that had already been lost. However, Tang's healing skill could. If people found out about this, Tang would definitely be placed under house arrest, becoming a soul master dedicated to healing others. Just imagine, if such a healing skill had no significant limitations, Tang would essentially possess semi-divine abilities. Aside from not being able to create life, she would be akin to an infinitely usable, life-reviving pill. It is known that even a titled Douluo can have injuries that are difficult to heal. Who wouldn't want to possess such an ability? Indeed, there are some limitations. I can only heal creatures with soul ring levels lower than mine. For example, if I have a 400-year soul ring, I can heal all beings with soul rings below 400 years. I cannot heal those with higher soul ring levels than mine. She was not wrong in saying this. Living beings, including humans and soul beasts, all have vitality. After hearing this, Tang Hao became even more excited, his hands trembling uncontrollably. With his thoughts confirmed, he felt a sense of unreality. A mix of emotions surged within him. Could the girl's healing ability cure Ain? Did this mean I might have a chance to see her again in this lifetime? Tang San did not know his father's thoughts. He only saw Tang Hao's expression, which was a mix of joy and sadness, and his eyes were slightly red. He had never seen such a father before, and for a moment, he felt a bit at a loss, not knowing what was wrong with his father. What happened to his sister's healing ability? Was there a problem? In an instant, various thoughts flashed through Tang San's mind. After all, it was his first time entering the ranks of Soul Masters, and he did not understand how powerful and rare his sister's healing ability was. In his view, his sister's healing ability might not be as formidable as the poison from her first soul skill. Chapter 21. The Coveted Ability After Calming Down. Tang Hao placed his hands on Tang Qingwei's shoulders and seriously advised her, "Girl, remember, until you have powerful martial strength, do not use your healing technique in front of a titled Douluo. Do you understand? Only a titled Douluo would be able to see some clues about the girl's healing technique. Ordinary Douluos would only regard it as a normal healing technique, perhaps surprised, but they would not have the urge to seize it." "I understand, Dad." Although Tang Qingwei didn't fully understand, she nodded in agreement, knowing that this must be for her own good. Tang San was already curious. Seeing that his father and sister had finished discussing serious matters, he asked, "Dad, what about my sister's healing ability?" At this moment, Tang Hao was in a very good mood and was willing to explain more to his son. With a gentle expression, he said, "Your sister's healing ability is not an ordinary one. You just heard that her healing can treat all living beings under her soul ring. That's just one aspect. The second, and most important aspect, is that her healing ability can restore the vitality of the healing target." At this point, Tang Hao suddenly became serious and reminded Tang San, "You must remember to keep this a secret for your sister. That is a power that even titled Douluos covet." "I understand, Dad. I will definitely keep it a secret and protect my sister." Tang San nodded earnestly in assurance. He did not expect that his sister's martial soul could be so powerful. Tang Qingwei had no thoughts about this. In her heart, although healing techniques were powerful, she still needed to use her first soul skill for self-protection. After all, healing techniques were completely ineffective against enemies, no matter how strong the healing skills were. They had no offensive capability. She couldn't just heal her enemies, could she? Without the ability to protect herself. Even the strongest healing technique was merely a way to make clothes for others. After answering her son's question, Tang Hao turned to look at Tang Qingwei. After a moment of silence, he said, "If you obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, you must tell me immediately." In truth, when he spoke these words, Tang Hao felt uncertain. Was a 100,000-year soul ring really that easy to obtain? Back then, when the Spear Hall pursued Ain, it took a lot of effort and ultimately ended in failure. After thinking for a moment, Tang Hao felt it was inappropriate to dwell on this. Forget it. You should focus on improving your strength first. As for the 100,000-year soul ring, I'll find a way. As long as the girl obtained the 100,000-year soul ring, he would be able to see Ain again. Although the hope was slim, it was still better than the days when there seemed to be no hope at all, giving him something to look forward to. "All right, it's getting late. You should head back. Tomorrow, you both have to go to the Primary Soul Master Academy in Nodding City with the village chief. There, you'll at least learn a lot about the Soul Master world. So you two fools won't be stumbling around without understanding anything." Tang Hao glanced at the sky. The sun had already set. He turned to the two of them, affectionately ruffled their hair, and said with a smile, "I won't see you off tomorrow. Remember, you must practice the hammer technique I taught you diligently, and at school, you need to take care of each other." Tang San felt his father's intention to say goodbye, as if it were not himself and his sister who were about to set off on a journey, but rather his father. However, these thoughts were cast aside as soon as his father lovingly stroked his hair with a smile. It was the first time he had seen his father smile like this, gently and affectionately patting his head. Chapter 22. Departure. Tang Qingwei knew Tang Hao's plan when he mentioned that she should obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring. He wanted her to save the Blue Silver Emperor. She hadn't considered this point, but it was true that if she possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring, it could indeed be possible. However, to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring, she needed to raise her level. Otherwise, even with the spirit ring, she wouldn't be able to use it. All right, you two go back first. I have some matters to attend to today, so I won't be returning. After saying this, she didn't wait for the two younger ones to respond and disappeared in a flash. Tang San's farewell gesture was still frozen in the air, but Tang Hao's figure had already disappeared. Let's go. Hurry up, we're going home, and we still need to pack some things. Tang Qingwei drove the Nimbus and arrived in front of Tang San, waving his little hand in front of his eyes. Okay, let's go back. Tang San did not hold his sister's hand, but instead climbed onto the cloud by himself, fearing that he might accidentally pull her down. When he was just fighting the giant snake, he hadn't thought much about it and directly grabbed his sister's little hand when she reached out. Now, thinking back, he felt a lingering fear. If his sister had stumbled and he had pulled her down, they would both have ended up as the giant snake's meal. That night, Tang Hao indeed did not return home. The next day, the village chief came to call for people, and it was then that Tang Qingwei woke up. There was not much to prepare. Tang San had already packed everything for her. She just needed to get up and wash up before setting off. Grandpa Village Chief, please wait a moment. Let me see if my sister is awake. Tang San's voice came from outside, probably having just finished practicing the Xintian skill. The old village chief responded and continued speaking to Tang San. If you ask me, your sister is so young, she shouldn't go to the academy. Sigh. But who told you to have a father like that, leaving a 4-year-old girl at home, not knowing who will take care of whom? He did not hear Tang San's voice. Perhaps he just smiled and did not say anything. Tang Qingwei nodded while brushing her teeth, thinking that the village chief was absolutely right. If she stayed, she might have to take care of Tang Hao. Growing up, she owed a lot to Tang San. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether she could have survived safely. She really didn't know how Tang San managed to survive under the care of that drunkard. By the time she was about to leave, Tang Hao still hadn't shown up. The old village chief shook his head and sighed again, wondering where Tang Hao had run off to drink again. On such an important day, when their son and daughter were going to school, he didn't even come to see them off. This father was really not qualified at all. Tang Qingwei, from a perspective unseen by the old village chief, made a face at Tang San, cleared his throat, and said in a little adult manner, "Brother, just leave a message saying we've left, and if he sees it, he'll know we've already set off." In fact, it didn't really matter whether they left a message or not, since they had already left and might not even be seen. But the village chief was still around, so they had to put on a show. After all, he didn't know that Tang had already gone far away. The two siblings found it even more difficult to discuss their family matters with outsiders. Tang San could only helplessly glance at his sister, shook his head, and did not refute. After silently writing a message on the ground, the three of them got into the carriage and set off. Along the way, Tang Qingwei found everything fresh and curious. Although she had been to the beast-hunting forest in Nodding City before, that had been by riding on the flying Nimbus, and they had been flying high in the sky the whole time. Therefore, the bustling scene in Nodding City was something she was seeing for the first time. Tang San was also curious, but he remembered his father's words and found a blacksmith shop to earn some living expenses while also practicing his hammer skills. Chapter 23, Country Bumpkin. Brother, do you see that magnificent building ahead? Isn't it the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy? Tang Qingwei saw the grand and magnificent building at the end of the road early in the morning. As they got closer, she became even more excited, shaking Tang San's clothes and urging him. The old village chief originally wanted to ask for directions, but now he was drawn in by Tang Qingwei's words and followed her pointing finger. Sure enough, in the distance, they could see a tall archway, 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high, made of solid rock, with 2 iron gates below, dark and heavy. Tang San immediately recognized that they were made of high-quality wrought iron. Through the iron bars, they could see a wide road leading inside, flanked by tall trees. In the center of the archway, there were 4 large characters, Nodding Academy. Yes, that's right, let's hurry over. The old village chief excitedly walked ahead, with Tang San holding his sister's small hand closely behind. At that moment, several people in school uniforms rushed out from behind, seemingly oblivious to Tang Qingwei and the others. Passing right between Tang San and Tang Qingwei's held hands, Tang lightly lost her guard for a moment and was knocked to the ground by the force of that person. Xiaowei. Tang San hurried over to help his sister up, anxiously checking her for any injuries. Tang Qingwei was completely stunned. She knew someone was behind her, but didn't expect it to be a one-eyed person, with 2 large individuals like them around. They didn't even bother to avoid her and directly knocked her down. As a result, she still had a dazed expression on her face. However, Tang San didn't know this. He thought his sister was hurt and angrily blocked the student who had knocked her down. What do you mean? Can't you see we were walking? You bumped into my sister and want to leave without even apologizing? The person seemed to have just noticed him, sizing up Tang San and the others with a disdainful sneer. "Ha! I haven't even blamed you country bumpkins for dirtying my clothes, and you dare to accuse me?" After saying that, he turned away with a look of disgust, as if he were looking at trash. Tang Qingwei finally understood. This guy wasn't just blind in one eye, he was clearly blind in heart. With his short legs, he swiftly rolled over and got up from the ground. One hand on his hip and the other pointing at that person, shouting to Tang San, "Brother, hurry up and hit him. This heart-blind guy actually bullied me." Tang San had already activated the Xiantian skill in his hands. Even if his sister didn't say anything, he was going to deal with that guy. In an instant, his figure flashed, moving so fast that only an afterimage remained. He raised his left hand and struck directly at the opponent's abdomen with such force that the person was sent flying. The man fell to the ground, struggling to stand up while clutching his chest and gasping for breath. "You, a country bumpkin, dare to hit me?" As he spoke, a white soul ring lit up beneath his feet, and immediately, a layer of white light enveloped his entire body, with a phantom resembling a cheetah slowly materializing behind him. The old village chief exclaimed in surprise, "It's a one-ring soul master." He quickly turned to look at Tang San and his sister, saying, "It's a soul master. Hurry, apologize." He was afraid that the siblings would anger the soul master and suffer a bad outcome. So he hurriedly prepared to apologize to that man. "Grandpa Village Chief, don't be afraid of him. He is just a one-ring soul master, as if everyone hasn't seen one before." Tang Qingwei finished speaking and raised his left hand. A bouquet of 6-colored flowers slowly spinning in his palm, while a yellow 100-year soul ring lit up beneath his feet. Chapter 24, Medical Expenses. Tang San saw that his sister was still in the mood to tease others, and he felt a lot more at ease. It seemed that she was not hurt. Following that, as if afraid the other party wasn't stimulated enough, he also revealed his blue silver grass, while at the same time, a yellow 100-year soul ring lit up beneath his feet. A 100-year soul ring. Someone exclaimed in surprise, and the old village chief finally came to his senses. Trembling with excitement as he muttered, "Saint Soul Village has finally produced soul masters, and they are both soul masters with 100-year soul rings. That's amazing." The student who had knocked into Tang Qingwei finally felt a hint of fear in his heart. A 100-year soul ring? Which noble child has such a twisted sense of humor to dress like this? It's really unfortunate for him. He no longer thought of Tang San and Tang Qingwei as country bumpkins. After all, obtaining a 100-year soul ring is not something an ordinary commoner can achieve. These two must be children of a big family. What the hell was he thinking? Wasn't this bullying? "You two, with your 100-year soul rings, are attacking me. Who has a 10-year soul ring? Isn't this just asking for trouble?" That person didn't say anything. He just silently put away his martial soul. After a moment of silence, he hesitantly moved his lips and said, "I'm sorry." The voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, but Tang Qingwei and Tang San heard it clearly. A soul master with a ring has not only soul skills, but also enhanced physical abilities, so they could hear that faint apology distinctly. Tang Qingwei was suddenly at a loss for words. Was it really that straightforward? Shouldn't they play a few rounds first to see how it goes? This was too compliant, wasn't it? She felt a sense of loss, as if she was the one being taken advantage of. No, they were being forced to reveal their soul master identities. She felt that if they didn't gain something from this, they would be at a huge loss. Suddenly, Tang Qingwei rolled her eyes and exaggeratedly fell to the ground, clutching her stomach and rolling around, completely disregarding her image. Tang San was startled when his sister suddenly fell over, and he hurriedly went forward to help her, but was met with her exaggerated gestures. He immediately froze in place. "You need to pay me for my medical expenses. You just injured me. Ouch, my stomach." Tang Qingwei pointed at the person who had knocked him down earlier, lying on the ground, clutching his stomach and wailing. The person clearly had never encountered such a situation before and was momentarily stunned. What happened? Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? How did he suddenly fall to the ground? Besides, how could he have bumped into her stomach? That little person, even if he wanted to bump into her, wouldn't have found a right spot. Tang Qingwei saw that the person in front of her had no reaction and thought he didn't want to pay. She grabbed Tang San and pushed him forward, saying, "If you dare to run away from your debts, I'll have my brother deal with you." Only then did the man come to his senses, looking flustered. Okay, I'll pay how much?" He just wanted to settle the matter peacefully and didn't know which family the two were from, so he didn't dare provoke them. Since paying could resolve the issue, he was willing to pay. This left Tang Qingwei in a difficult position. Having grown up, she still didn't know the value of money. There wasn't much money at home, and it was all kept by her brother and father. She had never touched it, let alone used it. Just as she was feeling troubled, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she looked up at the man in front of her. Seeing his clothing, he seemed to be wealthy. So she pretended to be disdainful and said, "Then just pay us your living expenses for a month. That's not too much, right?" The man nodded repeatedly. "Not too much. Not too much." After saying that, he took off the money pouch from his waist. "This is 1,000 gold soul coins. It's my living expenses for a month." Chapter 25. Gold soul coins. Tang Qingwei had already stopped listening to the man's subsequent words. Her mind was filled with the three big characters swirling around. Gold soul coins? She had only seen silver soul coins and copper soul coins before. This was her first time seeing gold soul coins. Tang Qingwei, although surprised in her heart, did not show it on her face. She poked the still dazed Tang San and said, "Brother, hurry up and get the medical fee. I'm still waiting to see the doctor." She deliberately emphasized the words medical fee to make Tang San feel at ease taking it, as this was the compensation for her medical expenses. Why not take it? Those wicked, wealthy people, their living expenses for a month are 1,000 gold soul coins. It's a pity she only learned today that gold soul coins is a more advanced term for currency. Tang San walked stiffly in front of the person, took the heavy money bag, and couldn't help but feel emotional. It was the first time he had ever held so much money. The old village chief was already stunned by Tang's slight operation, swallowing hard. Did he just get 1,000 gold soul coins? That's 1,000 gold soul coins. Just by a few words from this girl? One gold soul coin is enough for an ordinary family of 3 to cover several months of expenses. And now it's not just one gold soul coin, but 1,000 gold soul coins. He had never seen so many gold soul coins in his lifetime. Tang Qingwei took the money bag from Tang San's hands and said to the man, "All right, you can go." The man, as if granted a pardon, quickly ran away without a trace. Tang Qingwei held a money bag that was too heavy for her small hands and handed it to Tang San. Shaking her little head and sighing, "Brother, you can't do this. You really don't know how to cooperate. This time, we were lucky it was a fool. If next time it's someone smart, they definitely won't be so honest about losing money." Tang San couldn't help but chuckle, lightly flicking his sister's forehead. "You're such a clever little girl, and you've even learned to extort people." "I'm not extorting anyone. It was that guy who ran into us first. Not only did he curse at us, but he even tried to hit us. Luckily, we're all first-ring soul masters. Otherwise, we would have been the unlucky ones. Now I'm just asking him for a month's worth of living expenses, which is actually a bargain for him." Tang lightly and justly refuted. When Tang San heard his sister's words, he realized they were indeed reasonable. If they weren't soul masters, it wouldn't have been so easy, and they might have suffered serious injuries. Thinking of this, he stopped hesitating, took the money pouch his sister handed him, and stuffed it into his pocket. The others around them were stunned by such a dramatic scene. At this moment, the old village chief also stepped forward, looking at the two children with a pleased expression, and said, "I knew it. You are the best, and you are the hope of our holy soul village. Now that you have both become first-ring soul masters so quickly, Grandpa believes that you will surely have a bright future ahead." Tang Qingwei then stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and said with a smile, "Grandpa, don't worry. We will definitely restore the glory of Holy Soul Village." "Good. That's great." The old village chief looked at the two with eyes full of warmth. The future fame of Holy Soul Village depended on these two children. After giving Tang San and Tang Qingwei a few more reminders, the old village chief finally left. At this moment, the gatekeeper had already been shocked by the fact that the two were spirit masters. How could he dare to be negligent now? He quickly opened the academy's gate, standing respectfully at the side, and said, "Two spirit masters, please come in. I will take you to report right away." Chapter 26. Assigned to Dormitory 7. Tang Qingwei held Tang San's hand, bouncing along with the guard as they entered. How could she not be happy? She had unexpectedly gained 1,000 gold coins, and she and her brother wouldn't have to worry about their livelihood for a while. Not long after they left, a man dressed in a gray long robe walked out behind them, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, murmuring as he watched Tang Qingwei and Tang San's retreating figures. "Is that blue silvergrass? Remarkably cultivated so quickly." At that moment, another guard on duty saw the man and respectfully saluted. "Master." The master nodded slightly in response, and then headed in the direction of the Tang siblings. Academic Affairs Office. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." A deep male voice came from inside. "Hello, Director Su. This is the new work-study students who reported this year. Tang San and Tang Qingwei. They are already first-ring soul masters." After the guard respectfully saluted, he introduced Tang San and Tang Qingwei to Director Su. First ring soul masters? Even such a little girl? Director Sue's tone was filled with disbelief. Isn't she too young? She looks only about 3 or 4 years old. Work-study students usually came from rural areas. How could such people have the conditions and abilities to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings? Show me your credentials. He wanted to see what kind of martial souls these two little ones had. Tang Sin nodded and handed over the proof of the two. It's actually innate, full soul power. Director Sue exclaimed in surprise, drawing the curiosity of the people nearby who pulled the proof over to take a look. TSK. I thought it was something significant. It's just the useless martial spirits of blue silver grass and wildflowers. Even if they become soul masters, it's nothing to be surprised about. He said this without any politeness. The other teachers present, upon hearing that the martial spirits were blue silver grass and wildflowers, also shifted their expressions from surprise to regret. Director Sue's initial surprise and curiosity disappeared as well. He simply handed the uniforms and proof back to Tang San, saying, "All right, that's it. This is your stuff. Provided free by the academy. You will stay in room 7 of the dormitory building. The responsible teacher there will arrange your work as work-study students. Off you go." Tang San and Tang Qingwei didn't mind being called useless martial souls. There was no need to engage in a battle of words here, as long as they knew the truth. "Thank you." After taking the items handed over by Director Sue and bowing, Tang San turned and led his sister out of the academic affairs office. There was only one dormitory building, making it easy to find. Both students and teachers of the academy lived there. Just as the old village chief had said, very few people could become soul masters, especially in a remote city like Notting. The number of students and teachers in the entire academy was not large, and one dormitory building was more than enough to accommodate them. Tang San was holding his sister's hand as they just arrived in front of the 7th dormitory when they heard the noise coming from inside. The door was open, and he looked in. It was a spacious room, nearly 300 square meters, with a total of 50 beds, but only beds were present. There were only 11 sets of bedding. At that moment, 6 or 7 children aged between 9 and 13 were making a racket inside. "Brother, there are no bedding here. Should we go out and buy some?" Tang Qingwei, now with money in hand and feeling at ease, was doing her best to make herself comfortable. Tang San also saw it, and he thought, well, we're already at the door, let's go in and put the things down first. He felt a little relieved. Fortunately, his sister had managed to get some money. No, it was medical expenses. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. It was one thing for him not to cover himself with a quilt, but his sister was so young, she would definitely catch a cold without a quilt. Chapter 27. Convincing both in heart and mouth, Tang San knocked on the door, and the speaking children immediately turned their gaze towards him. They saw a boy covered in patches holding the hand of a delicate little girl. Curiosity piqued, they all gathered around. A new work-study student? Tang San was easily recognizable, but they weren't quite sure about the girl he was holding, as they had never seen such a small child in the academy before. Tang San revealed a hint of a kind smile. "Hello, we are work-study students from Holy Spirit Village. This is my sister. My name is Wang Sheng. My martial soul is Battle Tiger, and I am 13 years old, a future Battle Soul Master. I'm also the leader here. Kid, what is your name? What is your martial soul?" Wang Sheng didn't bother to ask Tang Qingwei at all, as she was too young. Although Tang San had just introduced her, he didn't pay attention. "My name is Tang San. My martial soul is Blue Silvergrass." Although the other party's tone was unfriendly, Tang San didn't take it too seriously. After all, they were just reporting for the first time, and it wasn't good to cause trouble. Blue Silvergrass? When did Blue Silvergrass martial soul become something that could be cultivated? Wang Sheng put on an extremely shocked expression, and the children in the dormitory mostly burst into laughter, looking at Tang San as if he were an idiot. Tang Qingwei looked at the group of troublemakers in front of her without holding back, and directly retorted, "You may be ignorant, but to make ignorance a joke at the expense of others, how shameless can you be?" She then angrily turned to Tang San, urging him to let them see for themselves whether blue silvergrass could be cultivated or not. Wang Sheng and the others were somewhat annoyed by Tang Qingwei's words, but they didn't take any action to bully her. They simply noted down this grudge to settle with her brother later. Tang San shook his head helplessly. This girl really enjoyed making a scene, but he didn't refuse his sister's request. A circle of yellow 100-year soul rings rose up around him. At the same time, the blue silvergrass in his right hand surged out wildly. In an instant, before the students across from him could react, they were instantly bound. The crowd was tightly tied up, their eyes filled with undisguised shock. 100-year soul ring. You are a one-ring soul master. Their gazes towards Tang San had turned into a mix of fear and terror. After all, They were just a group of relatively young children. And facing someone stronger than themselves, fear was more prevalent than impulsiveness. They immediately felt like quails. Did you see that clearly? Can blue silver grass even be cultivated? Tang Xin glanced at Wang Sheng, who had instigated the trouble first. At that moment, he was tied up like a dumpling and still wore an indignant expression, continuing to provoke. I refuse to accept this. Although Wang Sheng was also terrified of Tang San's strength, he could not accept being subdued by just one move and retorted indignantly. In his mind, even if he was not as good as Tang San, he was not far behind. Among his peers in the academy, he could still rank among the top. Now, facing Tang San, he found himself without any chance to resist, which he couldn't accept. Wait until I release my martial soul, and we'll have a proper fight. Besides Wang Sheng, the other children had long lost their competitive spirit against Tang San. The gap was simply too large. Well then, let us make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Tang San spoke as he retracted the blue silver grass and released everyone. After being freed, Wang Sheng did not say anything more. His body also shone with the glow of soul power. With a roar, the shadow of his martial soul appeared behind him. In an instant, he leaped up, and the tiger's roar sounded again, charging straight at Tang San's face. As he saw the opponent pouncing towards him, Tang San remained motionless, as if the other party did not exist at all. Chapter 28. The Boss of the Seventh Room. Just as Wang Sheng's fist was about to hit Tang San suddenly, his body flipped again, and with a strong swing of his arms, he forcibly changed direction, coming behind Tang San, swinging both arms simultaneously to strike at the sides of Tang San's neck. Tang Qingwei raised her eyebrows slightly as she watched from the side, thinking that this guy was not honest at all. Luckily, no one was watching, otherwise it would definitely make people laugh out loud. Mainly, Tang Qingwei was too young, and seeing such a child raise her eyebrows looked quite comical. As for Wang Sheng's sudden change in tactics, Tang San was not too surprised. He remained as steady as a mountain. Combat itself has an element of surprise, so he wouldn't be shocked by any kind of move. When facing an opponent with unknown abilities, maintaining consistency is the best choice. The extra soul rings he had were not just for show. Ever since he obtained his first soul ring, his speed, strength, reaction, and overall abilities had all seen a qualitative leap. The most acute ability of the Tang sect disciples is their sensitivity and various reactions, and speed is one of their advantages. No one has ever made him afraid of speed. Just then, Wang Sheng changed his form in the air and suddenly appeared behind Tang San. As he was about to strike Tang San's neck with his palms coming down, Tang San moved his figure like a ghost, easily dodging Wang Sheng's attack. Immediately, Tang San raised his right foot, not even glancing at Wang Sheng, and with just one move, struck Wang Sheng in the abdomen. Without a soul ring, Wang Sheng's strength and power could not compare to Tang San's, and the outcome was obvious. Wang Sheng was directly kicked back. Bang! In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying several meters away. This was still under the condition that Tang San did not use his internal energy. Otherwise, this kick would have at least caused internal injuries. Tang San did not intend to create enmity. He merely stopped at an appropriate point. After ending the battle, he walked up to Wang Sheng and reached out to help him up, saying, "I won." The crowd, seeing Wang Sheng's condition, unconsciously swallowed hard and took several steps back in tacit agreement. They couldn't help but feel relieved that they hadn't protested. Had they been beaten, they would definitely be laid up for a few days, and they did not have Wang Sheng's robust physique. Indeed, Wang Sheng's physique was a source of pride, as no one of the same rank had been able to seriously injure him. This time, Wang Sheng had fallen hard. After struggling for a long time, he finally managed to get up from the ground. Looking at Tang San, his expression became complicated. Had he really fallen too far behind a first-ring soul master? He had actually felt that most of Tang San's last kick had been restrained, and at that moment he readily admitted defeat. Accepting Tang San's kindness, he grabbed Tang San's outstretched hand and stood up. Young people are often drawn to the strong. Wang Sheng's eyes were now filled with admiration as he looked at Tang San. The other students, seeing that their leader Wang Sheng had already admitted defeat and that Tang San seemed to harbor no hostility, rushed forward in a swarm. "You are amazing. You're already a first-ring soul master, and you are using a century-old soul ring." At that moment, Wang Sheng scratched his head and said, "Thanks for going easy on me just now. But is your martial soul really blue silvergrass?" He still could not believe that blue silvergrass, a well-known useless martial soul, could be so powerful. Tang San did not speak, but raised his right hand, from which deep blue silvergrass surged forth. He used his actions to show the students in the dormitory that he was not lying. Wang Sheng walked up to Tang San's side and said with a serious expression, As work-study students, we are looked down upon by other students, so we must unite. Then, as if shedding a heavy burden, he added, the rule of the 7th dormitory is that whoever's fist is bigger is the boss. Tang-san, you defeated me, so from now on, you will be the boss of our 7th dormitory. Chapter 29. First Meeting with Xiao Wu. Tang Qingwei saw that the battle had ended and showed no intention of joining their conversation. She walked straight to the innermost bed and set down her belongings. Although Tang-san was chatting with everyone, he kept a close eye on his sister out of the corner of his eye. Now that he saw his sister had confirmed her bed, Tang-san didn't think much and directly chose the bed closest to her. Only then did everyone notice Tang Qingwei, who had a look of astonishment and pointed at her, saying, "Hey, boss, is your sister also a work-study student?" Tang-san looked up in surprise at Wang Sheng. "Didn't I introduce myself when I just came in?" The crowd responded, "Did you introduce yourself?" "It seems so, but how old is she? Is it possible to awaken a martial soul at such a young age? Isn't it said that awakening usually happens around 6 years old?" "It's not too late to know now. My sister is Tang Qingwei," Tang-san casually said. After their initial surprise, everyone quickly accepted it and curiously gathered around Tang Qingwei, asking in a flurry, "Sister, how old are you this year? Sister, what is your martial soul?" Tang-san hurriedly stood in front of his sister, looking at everyone with a wary expression. "Get away. Who is your sister?" "That's my sister." Wang Sheng walked up with a grin and said, "Big brother, isn't your sister our sister too? We're just showing concern for our sister." Tang Qingwei had no objections to this. The group in the dormitory was quite easy to get along with after her brother had taught them a lesson, despite their initial arrogance. At that moment, a clear voice came from outside the door. "Is this the 7th dormitory?" Everyone turned to look at the entrance, their eyes widening in surprise. A cute little girl, seemingly about 6 or 7 years old, stood at the door. Her pretty little face was rosy and fair, resembling a ripe peach. Although her clothing was very simple, it looked quite neat. Her long black hair was styled into a braid that hung down past her waist, and her big, watery eyes were filled with curiosity. She was also holding a brand new set of school uniform in her hands. Tang Qingwei followed everyone's gaze and saw that unique scorpion braid, which should be her future sister-in-law, Xiao Wu. She was really beautiful. Just look at that thick hair. So envious. The girl at the entrance blinked her big eyes, directly bypassing the crowd, and walked towards the innermost Tang-san, a sweet smile on her face. "Hello, my name is Xiao Wu, Wu as in dance. What's your name?" Tang-san didn't understand why this girl specifically chose to talk to him. Although she was cute, the determination in her eyes made him feel a sense of caution. "Hello, I'm Tang-san." After briefly introducing himself, he turned to his sister. "Xiaowei, let's go out and buy some daily necessities." Xiao Wu seemed to just notice Tang Qingwei's presence, looking incredulous as she pointed her fair finger at Tang Qingwei. "Why you? Who are you?" Tang Qingwei did not speak, but her pair of black eyes fixedly stared at her, as if trying to see through her. Something was off. This little dance was very strange. Why did she bypass everyone and head straight for Tang-san? And why did she only introduce herself to Tang-san? Finally, when she saw her, why did she look so incredulous and ask who she was? All of this, was it the behavior of a stranger meeting for the first time? Tang-san also sensed that something was off. Did this girl named Xiao Wu know him? Why did she have such an incredible expression upon seeing his sister? He stood up and positioned himself protectively in front of Tang Qingwei, saying, "This is my sister, Tang Qingwei." Chapter 30. Xiao Wu has a problem. Only then did Xiao Wu realize her inappropriate behavior. She immediately restrained her expression, putting on a sweet smile and adopting a gentle tone as she looked down at Tang Qingwei, saying, "Little sister, this is the Martial Soul Academy. Since you've seen your brother off, you should head home early. Otherwise, it will be dark and the roads won't be easy to navigate. No need for your concern. This is my sister and also a student of the Notting City Academy." After saying that, he ignored Xiao Wu and took his sister's hand, walking past her and out of the dormitory. The remaining students were left looking at each other in confusion. What was going on? Did this girl know Tang-san? But from their conversation, it seemed like they weren't familiar with each other. At that moment, Xiao Wu stood still, facing away from the dormitory door. Her expression twisted with anger, no longer the sweetness she had shown at first. System, what's going on? Why did that Tang-san suddenly have a sister? Xiao Wu roared in her heart. "Host, please remain calm. We will conduct another assessment and provide you with a response shortly," came the emotionless reply from a mechanical voice. Tang-san held his younger sister's hand and walked briskly out of the dormitory building before slowing down. He tilted his head to look at his sister, who was still deep in thought, and playfully tapped Tang Qingwei's forehead. What are you thinking about again, little girl? You look like an old scholar. Surprisingly, Tang Qingwei didn't get angry this time. Instead, she looked seriously at Tang San and asked, brother, what do you think of that girl named Xiao Wu from just now? Hearing his sister mention the strange girl, Tang San unconsciously frowned. Why are you bringing her up? Stay away from her. I feel that she is very strange. Tang San warned in advance, concerned that his sister might get too close to the girl named Xiao Wu out of curiosity. Tang lightly nodded, agreeing with Tang San's statement. In his heart, he was secretly pondering that when Xiao Wu entered the dormitory, she immediately found Tang San among the other students and took the initiative to greet him, which indicated that she might know Tang San. However, her expression of surprise and shock upon realizing that she was Tang San's sister suggested that she did not acknowledge his existence. This raised the question, under what circumstances would she know Tang San while believing that he did not exist? Tang Qingwei suddenly thought of herself. Since she was able to travel here, why couldn't others? Could it be that she was not Sister Xiao Wu, but a traveler who took her place? Is Sister Xiao Wu's soul still around? After all, she is her future sister-in-law. How should she help her? Tang raised his head slightly to look at his brother. At that moment, Tang San was still with a foolish expression, being soul bedding by someone. Young man, let me tell you, this bedding is highly praised even by soul masters. It's not made of ordinary cotton. The ant selling the bedding rambled on with a bunch of terms that neither of them understood, but that didn't stop Tang San from knowing the quality of the item. He was ready to make a generous purchase. Whatever others had, his sister had to have too. Tang Qingwei hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. What was wrong with his brother? Was his IQ seriously dropping? Did he just lose his mind during the competition? Ignoring the resentful gaze of the ant selling bedding, Tang Qingwei quickly dragged Tang San away from the scene. Brother, that is just an ordinary blanket, and you want to buy it for 500 copper soul coins? Even if we have money, we can't waste it like this. Tang San awkwardly scratched his head, feeling that it was a bit expensive. The first bedding he saw was only 50 copper soul coins, and at that time, he didn't buy it immediately, thinking about comparing prices at different shops. Chapter 31. Hearing the heart's voice. But wasn't he just trying to let his sister sleep comfortably at night? The environment was already poor enough, with a large group of people living together, and he didn't even know if they would be grinding their teeth or snoring at night. Tang San looked up at the sky. The sun had already set. He took Tang Qingmei's small hand and said, Sai, never mind, it's getting late. We can't wander around anymore. Let's go to the first store and buy the bedding to take home. Tang lightly nodded, grasping Tang San's empty left hand, and followed him forward. After they bought their things and returned to Dormitory 7, as soon as they entered, they saw Xiao Wu chatting enthusiastically with a group of students. Perhaps because Xiao Wu had been paying attention to the dormitory entrance, she was the first to spot Tang San before the other students reacted and greeted him warmly. You're back. I just realized there aren't any blankets in the dorm, and it's too late to go out now. Can I share a blanket with your sister tonight? Xiao Wu was already quite pretty, and her slightly spoiled tone at that moment could charm any man. However, Tang San was not swayed by her act and politely refused. My sister is used to sleeping alone since she was young and doesn't like sharing a bed. Sorry. After saying that, he held Tang lightly and walked past Xiao Wu back to his bed. Xiao Wu's expression almost faltered again, but she managed to hold it together in the end. She then smiled and followed them, continuing to chat. I heard the strongest person here is the boss of Dormitory 7. So if I want to be the boss, do I have to challenge you first? The speed of her change and expression made Tang lightly, who had been secretly observing her, feel a sense of wonder. Was this time-traveling girl previously studying acting? Tang San frowned at the words and said coldly, there's no need to compete. If you want to go ahead. Even though Tang San was suspicious of Xiao Wu and didn't particularly like her, he didn't want to use his abilities to bully a girl. As long as she didn't provoke him or his sister, he wouldn't care what she wanted to do. Xiao Wu secretly clenched the hand that was hanging behind her, wondering what was going on with this plot. Is Tang San and Xiao Wu not a pair? Why is Tang San resisting her advances so much now? System, did you find out? What is going on? And how did that annoying girl become Tang San's sister? Clearly, I am his only sister. Xiao Wu was fuming in her heart. This damn system always messes up at critical moments. Tang San and Tang Qingwei's expressions changed immediately, and they turned to look at Xiao Wu in unison. Then they exchanged glances, both seeing shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. They had just heard Xiao Wu speak, but her lips clearly hadn't moved. Just as they were puzzled, a mechanical voice without emotion appeared. Detection shows that the plot has been interfered with by unpredictable factors, and deviations have occurred. Please, host, decide whether to abandon the mission. Abandon? How is that possible? To come here, I exchanged my reincarnation soul power with you. And now you tell me there's a deviation? If I go back, will you return my reincarnation soul power? No, right? Xiao Wu's voice revealed hysteria. Tang Qingwei curiously looked up, only to be caught by her. She was momentarily stunned, but then smiled at him friendly. This woman is truly extraordinary. Tang Qingwei couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Although she didn't know how she could suddenly hear Xiao Wu's voice, she had to admire the other's acting skills. It perfectly interpreted what it meant to have MMP in the heart, but smiling on the surface. Chapter 32. The Source of the Soul. Tang San was worried that his younger sister was too young to understand how to hide her emotions. He pulled her behind him and instructed, "Just stand here and watch me make the bed, don't run around." In fact, what he wanted to say was to tell his sister not to look around too much. But he was afraid of raising her suspicions and didn't dare to be too obvious. Tang Qingwei understood the meaning behind Tang San's words. After nodding, she obediently stood by the bed. However, her heart was not as calm as her appearance suggested. This woman really was from another world, and she even had a system. From the conversation, it seemed she was here for his brother. What was reincarnation's soul power? What did the system need that for? It wasn't reincarnation's soul power. It was merely the essence of the soul. Without the essence of the soul, one naturally couldn't be reincarnated. At that moment, the long-unseen seven-colored lotus suddenly spoke up. Tang was slightly surprised. The source of the soul? Does everyone have it? It's just that the source of the soul for all species in the myriad realms has its limits. This so-called system's unauthorized collection of undissipated soul sources goes against the natural order. As a member of the divine realm, I should be able to eradicate this, but unfortunately, in my current state, I don't have the ability to manage this matter. The tone of the seven-colored lotus was tinged with undeniable melancholy. Tang Qingwei originally wanted to ask about the consequences of collecting undissipated soul origins, but seeing the seven-colored lotus so desolate, he felt it was not appropriate to say much. He could only awkwardly comfort, "It will be fine. Didn't you say that as long as I become a god, there will be a chance to go back? At that time, you can also return to the divine realm. That is only a possibility. We don't know if it's certain." Although the seven-colored lotus complained like this, its mood improved quite a bit, and it kindly continued to explain to Tang Qingwei, if the undissipated soul origins are taken away, then a child or creature born in that place will be a soulless shell, what you call an idiot. The seven-colored lotus, feeling better, was generous enough to satisfy Tang Qingwei's curiosity. Tang Qingwei felt a bit worried. With such a powerful system on the other side, would she be in danger? No, that system definitely couldn't take action. Even if it wanted your soul origin, it would need your consent to agree to the transaction for it to be established. Hearing Qi Se Lian say this, Tang Qingwei felt much more at ease. Xiao Wu should have just made the choice to transform. Now that she had transformed, it was irreversible. This meant that her original form had become the human spirit form, and all her previous abilities would completely disappear. She would have to gradually regain her soul power. Now, she probably hadn't reached the level of a 10th level soul master, which was nothing to fear for someone like her who was already a 13th level soul master. Tang Qingwei was lost in her thoughts when a sweet voice suddenly came to her ear. "Are you Tang Qingwei? I am Xiao Wu. How old are you this year? You look so young." Tang Sin became vigilant when he saw that strange girl suddenly approach his younger sister, but he didn't show it on his face. He naturally stepped in front of Tang Qingwei, who was still small, only 4 years old, and a bit shy. "If you have something to say, you can talk to me." Xiao Wu continued to smile harmlessly. "You're too nervous. I'm not some kind of monster. Since your sister has come to the academy, there are many things she needs to learn. You can't be her safe haven forever. I am willing to be her safe haven for a lifetime. She just needs to grow up happily and carefree." Chapter 33. Hygiene Arrangements. Of course, this was just a way for him to brush off the person in front of him. Although Tang San really wanted his sister to continue living without worries, he also knew that this was impossible. Everyone is an independent individual, and his sister certainly wouldn't want her freedom to be restricted in the name of protection. What she needed was a higher sky, and he couldn't use his good intentions to clip her wings to fly high. This kind of pampering clearly belongs to me. Yinwu, I am Tang San's sister. Why did Tang Qingwei suddenly appear? If it weren't for her, everything would proceed just like in the story. Yinwu roared in her heart, but it didn't show on her face, still wearing that expression, trying to persuade Tang San for Tang Qingwei's sake. So her real name is Yinwu? Tang Qingwei had already accepted that she and Tang San could hear Yinwu's thoughts, and at this moment, her focus was surprisingly on her name. Tang San was puzzled in his heart. What plot was this? Why was his little sister not here? She was his own sister. It was simply nonsense. He wasn't a fool. How could he consider someone who approached him with such strong intentions as his sister? Yun Wu tried hard to persuade him, even invoking the name of the head of the seventh house, just to help Tang Qingwei learn independent living skills, claiming it was for her own good. However, all of this was rejected by Tang San with a simple, "My sister is still young. I can handle it." To be honest, if he couldn't hear her thoughts, Tang Qingwei would have almost believed Yun Wu's nonsense. For her own good? It was just a way to get her away from Tang San. Yun Wu was infuriated by Tang San's unyielding attitude. Seeing that persuasion was futile, she turned back to her bed and sat down. Just then, a teacher in his 30s walked in from outside. "Are there any new work-study students?" "Step forward." Tang San, Tang Qingwei, and Xiao Wu stood up simultaneously and looked towards the dormitory entrance. The teacher there had an ordinary appearance, but the light green hair made Tang Qingwei sigh inwardly. How unfortunate. This color is actually natural. Is it destined to be green? Just as Tang Qingwei was lost in thought, the teacher spoke again. "My name is Mo Hen. You can call me Teacher Mo." Then he glanced at the three of them and said, "From now on, you will be responsible for cleaning the garden on the south side of the playground. You will receive 10 copper soul coins each day. Remember, you must clean every day, especially the clutter, which must be cleared thoroughly, or your wages will be deducted. If there is any negligence in your work, the academy has the right to expel you. Do you understand? 10 copper soul coins a day, that's only 300 copper soul coins a month. It's really not worth it." Although Tang Qingwei had her doubts in her heart, she didn't dare to voice them. After all, she and Tang San were working students, so it was better to keep a low profile. There were many people in the academy who were more formidable than them, and not everyone was as foolish as the person at the school gate. The three of them did not hesitate and nodded in unison to indicate that they understood. And Mo Hen, seeing that the three had no objections, nodded in satisfaction and said, "Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and classes will officially start the day after tomorrow. The first-year students will have classes on the first floor of the teaching building in classroom 1. Just come on time for class the day after tomorrow. Starting the day after tomorrow, I will conduct random checks on your hygiene results. All right, you can rest for now." Tang Qingwei waited until everyone had left before pulling Tang San into a corner, his eyes shining with excitement as he shared his plan. "Bro, I heard that after being evaluated as a soul master by the Wuhuan Temple, we can receive a gold soul coin subsidy every month by using our badges." Chapter 34, Advancement Assessment. "Shall we go for the evaluation tomorrow? With the two of us, that would be 2 gold soul coins, which is 20 silver soul coins. The hard work we do cleaning at school only earns us about 600 copper soul coins, not even enough for a silver soul coin." Tang Qingwei's small abacus was clicking away, but Tang San frowned in disapproval and lowered his voice. "Xiao Wei, we have enmity with the Spirit Hall." "Yes, we have enmity with the Spirit Hall, but we don't have enmity with the golden soul coins. Why refuse something given for free?" Tang lightly waved her small hand and casually said, "Besides, isn't it more enjoyable to spend an enemy's money?" Tang San was persuaded by his sister and ultimately agreed to her decision. The next morning, while most of the faculty and students at Nodding Academy were still asleep, 2 small figures had already walked out of the academy gates. The opening ceremony of Nodding Academy was scheduled for around 10 o'clock in the morning, and the Spirit Hall was not far from the school. A round trip would only take about 10 minutes. Therefore, Tang Qing decided to first go to assess as a soul master and get the subsidy before anything else. Tang San had no objections to his sister's decision, and the two quickly arrived at the entrance of the Wuhuan Hall in Nodding City. The Wuhuan Hall here was much more imposing than that in Holy Soul Village. This Wuhuan Hall was constructed with a massive dome, with a width of over 100 meters and a height of 20 meters, divided into 3 levels. The entire building was brown, and the emblem on the main entrance featured a long sword. "Stop, kids. This is the Wuhuan Hall. You can't just barge in." As soon as they approached the entrance of the Wuhuan Hall, they were stopped by the guards at the door. The 2 guards appeared to be around 20 years old, but their soul power fluctuations were not obvious, suggesting they had not reached the level of soul masters. Just as Tang San was about to speak, he saw a very familiar figure, Master Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao paused and looked in the direction of the voice. He immediately recognized the two, as it was quite impressive for a village to produce 2 innate, full soul power individuals. "You two can go, I know these kids." The guards, seeing they had no further business, nodded and stepped aside. "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" Su Yuntao then turned to Tang San and Tang Qingwei. Tang San still held a good impression of him, as he was the one who guided him through his Wuhuan awakening. "We came to the Wuhuan Hall for advancement assessment and to test the value of our Wuhuan power. Su Yuntao was surprised. You've already obtained your first soul ring? So soon? Then he recalled that Tang Sin said we, not I. He turned to Tang Qingwei with uncertainty. You have also become a one-ring soul master? Tang Qingwei was led by Tang San, obediently nodding, yes. Indeed, it was no wonder that it was the best academy in Nodding City. The teachers were truly responsible. He had already noticed the Nodding Academy uniforms on the two of them and sighed. Tang slightly lowered his head and rolled his eyes secretly, wondering what this had to do with school. After all, they had already become soul masters of the first ring before enrolling. However, it was not the time to refute this. With Nodding Academy as a cover, no one would suspect the source of their 100-year spirit rings. After all, how could a child from a poor family hunt a 100-year spirit beast? This really made one ponder. Let's go, I'll take you inside, he said as he turned around and led the way. Tang San and Tang Qingwei quickly followed. Chapter 35, Master Matthew. The moment the door opened, Tang Qingwei was somewhat shocked. The entire dome of the hall was covered with murals. In each small square, various martial soul patterns were painted, with a background of shining gold, giving a sense of splendor yet maintaining an ancient feel. Surrounding the martial soul hall were huge crystal windows, and sunlight refracted through the transparent crystal windows onto the murals, making the golden glow even more dazzling and mesmerizing. Tang Qingwei has never felt more intense than this moment. The Wuhuan Temple is really very wealthy. Su Yuntao saw Tang Qingwei's astonished little mouth open wide and thought that the little girl was shocked by the solemnity and majesty here. He smiled and said, "This is just the lowest level of the Wuhuan Temple. When you have the chance to visit the main hall, you will know what true majesty and solemnity are." Tang Qingwei was even more surprised, but unlike Su Yuntao's assumption, she wasn't shocked by the environment and atmosphere here. Instead, she was calculating in her heart when she would have the opportunity to rob the spirit hall. One must know that this was just the lowest level spirit hall with only a symbolic pattern, yet it was so resplendent. How wealthy must a main hall be? Su Yuntao led the two siblings up the stairs to the second floor corridor of the spirit hall. From here, they could directly see the hall on the first floor, and it was clear without asking that this was where the spirit hall conducted its business. Su Yuntao brought Tang San to a door and, without knocking, pushed it open and entered. Master Ma Juno. Su Yuntao, didn't you just go out? Why are you back? A somewhat aged voice rang out from inside the room. It was a bright office, and behind a large desk sat an old man in neat spirit master attire, with the standard 3 swords emblem on him, indicating that he was a battle spirit master of the great spirit master level. I brought 2 people over for identification and assessment. Su Yuntao replied to Master Ma Xiao, then turned to introduce the two. This is Master Ma Xiao, responsible for your identification and assessment. Only then did Master Ma Xiao notice the 2 small figures behind Su Yuntao and was somewhat surprised. Yuntao, are you sure these 2 children are here for advancement assessment and not for spirit awakening? I'm absolutely sure. Their spirits were awakened by me. They are the siblings I mentioned to you with innate full spirit power. However, their spirits are blue silvergrass and an unknown wildflower. Now that they have obtained spirit rings, I will trouble you with them, Su Yuntao said with some regret. Master Ma Xiao, however, was quite indifferent to this, as he had been in the spirit hall for many years and had seen far too many spirits. All right, come with me. Perhaps seeing that Tang San and Tang Qingwei were both quite young, Master Ma Xiao's voice was filled with kindness. Okay, Grandpa Ma Xiao, Tang Qingwei sweetly replied. Tang Qingwei's life principle is, those who love me, I cherish. Those who dislike me, I abandon. Since this seemingly not-so-young grandpa is so kind to her and her brother, she naturally won't hold back her smiles and kindness. Matthew smiled slightly and said, Hee, how clever. Come on, I'll take you to undergo the advanced assessment. As he spoke, Matthew took Tang Qingwei and Tang San's little hands, leading them out of his office and down the second floor corridor towards the inner side of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 36, Spirit Branch Hall. Su Yuntao followed closely behind. He knew that Matthew must have seen the 2 little ones and thought of his own grandchildren, which is why he was so fond of these 2 children. Originally, he could have left after introducing the 2 kids to Matthew. However, he was curious and thought, since he's free anyway, why not go along and see the changes in the 2 children's spirit abilities? Tang Qingwei turned her head and saw Su Yuntao following her, and her heart immediately sounded alarm bells. Su Yuntao had seen her martial soul, and now that it was missing a petal, it would surely raise his suspicions. How could she explain this? What to do? No need to worry, I will do some concealment. Deceiving these two in front of me shouldn't be a problem. The tender voice of the seven-color lotus rang out again, rescuing her from danger. Really? That's great. Tang Qingwei had long been accustomed to the unpredictable appearances of the seven-color lotus, and now hearing that it had a solution instantly eased her tense mood, making her feel much more relaxed. After a while, they reached the end of the corridor, where three tall, arched doors stood before them. Tang raised her small head to look up, not only failing to see the tall door top clearly, but almost falling over. Matthew quickly grabbed her, smiling slightly and saying, "Be careful, don't fall." After steadying the little girl, he turned to Tang San and said, "This is the Spirit Hall's Spirit Laboratory for advancement assessment." As he spoke, Matthew released their small hands, took a step forward, and pushed open the leftmost door, walking straight in. Tang San and Tang Qingwei closely followed behind. This room was very spacious and tall, measuring about 200 square meters. A huge floor-to-ceiling window provided ample lighting for the room. "This is the breath that awakened me from my slumber." The tender voice of the seven-colored lotus echoed again in Tang Qingwei's mind. Tang Qingwei felt a stir in her heart, but her expression remained unaffected as she observed her surroundings discreetly. She noticed that the walls of the room were embedded with countless black stones, each about the size of a fist. The material was clearly the same stones that Su Yuntao had used to help them awaken their martial souls. "Xiao Yan, does this stone help with your recovery?" Tang Qingwei asked in her heart. The seven-colored lotus sighed with a wry smile. "Sort of. It's definitely not enough to restore my full strength. But if there are more of these, I might recover 1/10,000th of my previous power. After all, it's powerful, and restoring it requires a greater consumption." Tang Qingwei was overjoyed to hear this. This stone could actually help the seven-colored lotus? That's wonderful. The seven-colored lotus had always been helping her, and now that there was something that could help it recover, she would do everything she could to get it. Matthew smiled as he saw the two little ones looking curious, and explained, "We are in the lowest level of the Spirit Hall, also known as the Spirit Branch Hall. On the continent, even the smallest cities have Spirit Halls of this scale. Above the Branch Hall is the Spirit Sub-Hall, and one level higher is the Spirit Main Hall. Only large cities can have a Spirit Main Hall. The capitals of the two great empires are the fourth-level Spirit Sacred Halls, and the fifth level is the Pope Hall, which is the most revered place in our Spirit Hall." After pausing for a moment, Manoshu spoke with longing. "Above the Pope Hall, there is only the legendary Douluo Hall. Only soul masters who reach the Douluo level are qualified to enter there. And it is also the final resting place for all soul masters registered in the Spirit Hall who are above the Douluo level. It is a place that all soul masters yearn for." Chapter 37. The petals have regrown. Tang San nodded, looking gratefully at the kind old man in front of him. Indeed, there were enemies in the Spirit Hall, but not all Spirit Hall soul masters were his foes. Just like Grandpa Maniu and Master Su Yuntao in front of him, there were good people in the Spirit Hall who were willing to show kindness to strangers. Once he had the ability, he would only seek out those who had forced his parents back then, and he would absolutely not involve innocent people in matters unrelated to this. "Thank you for telling me all this, Grandpa Maniu." Tang San expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Although there were enemies in the Spirit Hall, his understanding of the Spirit Hall was truly minimal. Neither the old village chief nor his father Tang Hao had explained much about the Spirit Hall, so this was the first time he had a general understanding of it. Grandpa Mania nodded in satisfaction. Nowadays, young people were very restless and were no longer willing to listen to him. This child in front of him was indeed able to remain calm. Grandpa Mania looked at the two children in front of him and asked, "Shall we start now? Who will go first?" Tang San raised his hand to signal. "I'll go first." At this moment, Su Yuntao was standing beside Maxuno with his hands behind his back. Although Tang San appeared calm on the surface, he was filled with deep regret inside. He shouldn't have called out to Su Yuntao. His sister's martial soul was missing a petal, and if it were the first time meeting, one might not notice. But Su Yuntao was different. He knew that his sister's martial soul was the seven-colored flower. What should he do? Tang San's mind was racing. Should he just go without checking? No, that would only attract more attention. Tang lightly glanced at Tang San and happened to catch his little action. Her brother had a small habit. Whenever he was nervous, he would unconsciously rub his index finger and thumb together. What was he nervous about? It was just a regular test. So is there really a reason to be nervous? It shouldn't be because of the test, right? Since it wasn't about his own matters, it must be because of her. After realizing this, she also raised her little hand and said, "Grandpa Matthew, let me go first." Tang San looked at his sister in surprise. Although he didn't know what method she had, he felt much more relaxed. He understood his sister well, Since she was actively requesting a test, she must have already thought of a solution. After confirming that Tang San had no objections, Matthew turned to Tang Qingwei, signaling her to step forward. All right then, manifest your martial soul and release your soul rings. Tang Qingwei walked to the center of the ground's marked pattern and stood still, raising her left hand, calming her mind, and feeling the warm flow from her martial soul slowly surge out from her palm. A seven-colored flower slowly floated in the palm of her left hand, while a bright century soul ring simultaneously rose from beneath Tang Qingwei's feet, moving up and down around her body. Tang Sen was stunned by the scene before him. His sister's martial soul, which was spinning in her left hand, actually had 7 petals. Incredible. Hard to believe. Could it be that the petals on his sister's martial soul had grown back? If that's true, then his sister's martial soul would definitely be a terrifying existence. An ability to make unlimited wishes is simply shocking. No, he shouldn't overthink it. He had seen his sister's martial soul just yesterday, and it only had 6 petals then. If his sister really had the ability to restore her martial soul, she would have done so long ago, and wouldn't he have waited until now? Chapter 38. The Theory of Martial Soul Mimicry. When Su Yuntao saw Tang Qingwei's 100-year spirit ring, he was momentarily stunned. He knew that this little girl and her brother were both one-ring soul masters, but he didn't expect her first spirit ring to actually be a 100-year spirit ring. Are the teachers at the Nodding City Academy so powerful and responsible now? Matthew Nua's originally gentle smile suddenly froze, and his expression changed to one of astonishment. What kind of martial soul is this? Beside him, Su Yuntao chimed in, "This is the wildflower waste martial soul I told you about." Matthew Nua deeply looked at Su Yuntao for a moment, then didn't continue, but shifted his attention to the yellow spirit ring on Tang Qingwei. "Child, I still don't know your name." "Grandpa Matthew Nua. My name is Tang Qingwei." Tang Qingwei replied obediently. "What a nice name, and your martial soul is very beautiful," Matthew Nua said, patting Tang Qingwei's head with a smile. Tang Qingwei didn't know whether Matthew knew something or was just comforting her. She merely smiled and nodded like a good little child without saying a word. The affection in Matthew's eyes deepened as he walked over to a nearby desk and picked up a yellow crystal ball, handing it to Tang Qingwei. "Child, channel your soul power into this and let me see what level you've reached. Theoretically, you should be at level 11. Before Matthew could finish his sentence, the crystal ball in Tang Qingwei's hand had already begun to glow with a faint yellow light. The brightness wasn't particularly strong, but it was very clear. This is level 13 soul power." Matthew looked at Tang Qingwei with a complex expression. Could it be that the soul ring itself was powerful, enhancing her soul power? But it shouldn't have jumped 2 levels like this, right? "Child, can you tell Grandpa what soul beast you hunted?" Tang Qingwei replied cleverly. "My brother and I encountered a mandala snake." She knew that this matter couldn't be hidden, so it was better to speak half-truths, which would seem more real. Matthew suddenly understood and nodded. No wonder, it turned out to be the most troublesome mandala snake among low-level soul beasts, and it was a century-old mandala snake. No wonder it had such an effect. However, halfway through, he suddenly paused. "No, that's not right. Your martial soul is clearly of the plant type. How can you use an animal-type soul ring?" "Child, you must be mistaken." Indeed, after working in the martial soul hall for decades, the steward was very clear about the basic rules of soul rings and immediately realized the key point. My brother and I had already dealt the final blow to the mandala snake, and following the principle of not wasting, we absorbed it, Tang Qingwei said seriously, raising her little head. Moreover, my brother and I read a book in the library called The Top 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls. It stated that under certain conditions, this is achievable. The book referred to it as martial soul mimicry theory. Tang San added. They had indeed read this book on the first day of school when he was worried that his sister wouldn't be able to handle a girl named Yun Wu. He specifically took his sister to the library and returned to the dormitory very late. "Yes, that's it." Tang Qingwei nodded affirmatively. Matthew's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he turned to Tang San, speaking urgently. "Child, quickly release your martial soul. Let me see." Chapter 39. Soul Master Subsidy. Although Tang San was puzzled, he nodded and released his martial soul. He walked to the center of the ground mark pattern and stood still, raising his right hand, calming his mind, and channeling the internal energy of the Shantian skill, which flowed out of his palm in conjunction with the heat generated by his blue-silver grass martial soul. Thick blue-silver grass leaves surged out, quickly drooping to the ground, while the bright century-old mandala snake soul ring rose from under Tang San's feet, moving up and down around his body. Matthew rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't mistaken. Was this blue-silver grass? Before Tang Sin could respond, Matthew seemed to murmur to himself, so the master's theory is true. The 10 core competencies of martial souls should not be buried. Master? Is he the one who once published the 10 core competencies of martial souls? The one who was later removed from the martial soul hall? At this moment, Su Yuntao also came to his senses, turned to look at Matthew, and asked with a puzzled tone. "Sai, it's him. I don't know where he went." And now these two kids have inadvertently proven his theory. Hearing Matthew's words, Su Yuntao, who had asked the question, found himself at a loss for how to respond, and could only stand silently by the side, saying nothing more. After a moment of silence, Matthew suddenly seemed to remember something, and his expression became serious. "Are you willing to join the martial soul hall?" Tang Sin was taken aback for a moment, not knowing how to refuse. He could never join the spirit hall. After all, he still had an unresolved grudge with them. Tang Xingwei noticed Tang San's dilemma and deliberately asked, "We've already started studying at the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy. Is it still possible to join?" Matthew sighed. "Indeed, it's a bit too late. Even our spirit hall doesn't forcefully recruit from the academy. Let's forget about it." As he spoke, he shot a glare at Su Yuntao and said irritably, "It's all this kid Su Yuntao's fault. He should have brought you directly to the spirit hall." Su Yuntao just smiled wryly at this and did not argue. Tang Sin had a good impression of Su Yuntao. Fortunately, he didn't bring them to the spirit hall. After all, he only learned about the enmity between his family and the spirit hall after discovering his martial soul. So he smiled slightly and said, "You can't say that. If we had gone to the spirit hall, we might not have obtained such a good spirit ring. Don't you think so, Grandpa Maxuno?" Hearing this, Maxuno was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood and smiled. "What you said makes sense. All right, come over and test your spirit power level." Tang Sin placed his hand on the yellow crystal ball, and before long, the crystal ball in his hand began to glow with a faint yellow light. At this moment, Matthew had lost his look of surprise, as this was to be expected. Soul power level 13, just like his sister. With this, the advancement assessment was considered complete. Matthew looked at the two with a kind gaze and smiled, saying, "From now on, you are both proud soul masters of the Tiando Empire. Welcome to the ranks of soul masters. From now on, you can receive a subsidy from the Wuhuan Temple every month using your badge. The subsidy for soul masters is 1 gold soul coin per month. When you reach the Great Soul Master level, the subsidy will increase to 10 gold soul coins. I will report on the matter of animal spirit rings being used on plant spirit souls as soon as possible." "Thank you, Grandpa Matthew," Tang Xingwei and Tang Sin both said in unison. Chapter 40. Awakening Stone. Just as Tang San was about to turn and leave, Tang Xingwei grabbed the hem of his clothing. Tang San looked at his sister with confusion, but Tang Xingwei did not provide an explanation. Instead, she walked up to Mei Xiong, curiously pointing at the black stones on the wall. Tilting her little head, she asked, "Grandpa, Mei Xiong, are those black stones on the wall used for us to awaken our martial souls?" Mei Xiong followed her finger and nodded, saying, "They are indeed the stones used for awakening. What's wrong?" Tang Xingwei twirled her fingers a bit shyly and said, Can I buy it? I can use my gold soul coin to subsidize." Matthew was taken aback for a moment, then quickly laughed and said, "That stone is very cheap. It only has the effect of awakening martial souls and nothing else. 1 gold soul coin is enough to buy the awakening stones for an entire room. If you want it, I'll give you a few to play with." Tang Xingwei was already overwhelmed with immense surprise. She never expected that her guess was actually correct. Previously, she had a faint suspicion, but she didn't dare to confirm it. Now it turned out to be true. This thing was really easy to obtain. Seeing the little girl's eyes sparkling with joy, Matthew teasingly said, "Do you like it this much? Later, Grandpa will get you a few bigger pieces to take home, as long as you can carry them." Tang Xingwei didn't care about so much. She was happy now, finally able to help Xiao Yin. Although the 7-color lotus did not speak at that moment, Tang Xingwei could still sense that its mood was the same as hers. This might be the only good news the 7-color lotus had received since arriving in this continent. "Thank you, Grandpa Matthew." Tang Xingwei hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Although Tang Sin didn't know what his sister wanted the stone for, he still made a note of it at that moment. As long as it was something his sister wanted, he would do his utmost to fulfill it. When Tang San and Tang Xingwei left the Spirit Hall, in addition to a badge specially made by the Spirit Hall, their arms were filled with black awakening stones. Tang Xingwei was in an extremely good mood at this time, and he and Tang San quickly ran towards Nodding Academy. Following Matthew's guidance, they took a shortcut this time, which saved at least half the time. Upon arriving at the academy, the two directly headed towards Dormitory 7 while holding the awakening stone. Oh, those two over there holding the stone, looking all shabby, must be the work-study students from your dormitory 7, right? The person speaking was wearing the uniform of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, tall and upright. Although he still had a youthful face, he already had a somewhat adult demeanor. His handsome face was now filled with contempt and disdain. Tang Qingwei originally planned to ignore it and head back to her dorm. Who would have thought that one of that person's lackeys, seeing that the two of them were actually ignoring them, wouldn't waste any words and directly swung a stick down toward Tang Qingwei's shoulder. Be careful. Wang Sheng saw Lu Long actually attacking Tang Qingwei without any warning and was instantly furious. How could he? To strike a little girl without hesitation. Tang Qingwei didn't expect that this person would suddenly attack without saying a word. Instinctively, she raised the stone in her arms to block it. Crack! With a crisp sound, the black stone in Tang Qingwei's hand instantly shattered into several pieces. Tang Qingwei only felt that it was not the stone that was shattered, but the feeling she had when she had just obtained the stone. The person who came saw that Tang Qingwei had blocked their attack and was slightly taken aback, then raised the long stick again to strike at Tang Qingwei. Chapter 41. A conditioned Tang San saw his sister being bullied and was about to take action when he was stopped by Tang Qing's voice. Brother, don't move. I want to kill this bastard for breaking my stone. Tang San saw that his sister was stimulated and quickly stepped back to avoid her. Although his sister usually didn't like to fight, it didn't mean she was truly defenseless. When they sparred in Holy Soul Village, her fierce spirit was equally impressive. Tang Qingwei pushed off the ground with her foot and instantly increased the distance between them. Lu Long, however, was undeterred. Seeing Tang Qingwei attempt to escape, he continued to slash at her. His speed was faster than Tang Qingwei's, and his strength was greater as well. Tang Qingwei had nowhere to evade, and the remaining rubble in her hand was also thrown towards Lu Long's swinging stick. Bang! The rubble collided with the stick, instantly creating sparks. Taking advantage of the cover from the rubble, Tang Qingwei stepped back a few paces, once again increasing the distance between the two. A faint white light began to glow from her body, and as she waved her left hand, a 7-colored lotus emerged. A bright yellow soul ring rose from beneath her feet, swirling around her body in a rhythmic motion. The appearance of the yellow soul ring made Lu Long, who originally wanted to press the attack, stop in his tracks. His gaze at Tang Qingwei was akin to looking at a monster. 100-year soul ring. Lu Long gasped. The white one represented a 10-year soul ring, while yellow represented a 100-year soul ring. The difference of one level in soul rings, under the condition of equal soul power, would have a decisive effect. How could this be possible? How old is she? The appearance of soul rings on Tang Qingwei completely overturned these troublemaking students' understanding of martial souls. At this moment, Wang Sheng was already stunned with his mouth agape, thinking that Tang San was already remarkable. He didn't expect his sister to be even more extraordinary. After all, being in the first grade means she is only 6 to 7 years old. And to have reached the Soul Master level is unprecedented in the entire history of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Before Lu Long could react, a wisp of black mist unexpectedly surged from beneath his feet, swirling upward and slowly spreading to envelop his entire body. What is this? Lu Long was horrified. At this moment, he was already powerless. Even speaking was a struggle. In the end, he could only silently open his mouth, his eyes fixed tightly on Tang Qingwei. Tang Qingwei slowly walked up to Lu Long and said, "My first soul ring is the mandala snake, so I also possess the toxicity of the mandala snake. This affects a martial soul, and you're lucky to have a weapon martial soul. If it were another martial soul, whether you could talk to me calmly is still uncertain." The feeling of fear instantly spread, and these high-year students who were looking for trouble almost instinctively took a quick step back. Even if they hadn't seen the mandala snake, they had definitely heard of it. Who would want to deal with such a terrifying snake venom? I admit defeat. You quickly detoxify him, the leading student said in fear. After all, he was the one who initiated the trouble, and if someone were to get hurt, he would undoubtedly bear an unshakable responsibility. After all, he was only 12 years old and also felt the fear of a child, completely losing his composure in an instant. Tang Qingwei is not foolish. She and Tang San still have to study here, so there will definitely be no fatalities. Therefore, she did not use all the poison. Only a small part that rendered the other party unable to move. I can help him detoxify, but you have to agree to one condition. Tang Qingwei hadn't finished speaking when the other party quickly interjected. Are you going to recognize Xiao Wu from the 7th dormitory as the leader? Sure, I agree. Chapter 42. Do we know each other? Huh, I won. Why should I recognize her as the leader? I need you all to help me and my brother clean up. Saying this, she pointed her little finger at Tang San. Look, that's my brother. The person in charge couldn't care less at this moment and nodded repeatedly. Xiao Wei, we're all from the 7th dormitory, so take me along too. Let them help me clean up as well. Yin Wu interrupted with a smile. Tang Qingwei looked at her strangely and asked, are we that familiar? If you wanted to clean up, why not just fight them yourself? If you win, you can say whatever you want. After saying that, he no longer looked at her and summoned the 7-colored lotus again. The black energy on Lu Long's body instantly condensed into a black thread, and before long, it merged with the black energy surrounding the 7-colored lotus, ultimately becoming one. By the way, you broke my awakening stone. I worked hard to bring that back from outside. You owe me a golden soul coin. That's not too much to ask, right? Tang Qingwei was halfway through when she suddenly remembered her broken stone, quickly turned around, and hurried back with her little short legs. The awakening stone isn't worth. The one who spoke was the recently revived Lu Long, but he was startled into silence by Tang Qingwei's raised left hand. Okay, here, the leader, with a pained expression, took out a gold soul coin and handed it to Tang Qingwei. Tang Qingwei had a collecting protection fees expression on his face as he weighed the gold soul coin in his hand and said, all right, you can go now. Tang Sen looked at his sister's greedy little expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just as he was about to step forward, a sweet voice rang out again. Xiao Wei, this isn't very good, is it? Although we work-study students are poor, our aspirations shouldn't be poor. How can we extort others? Yun Wu's words were just and righteous, but they lacked someone to echo them beside her. Wang Sheng and the others initially had a very good impression of Yun Wu. After all, one's values often follow one's appearance. What boy wouldn't be moved by a pretty girl? However, upon realizing that Yun Wu clearly had feelings for Tang San, the little bit of admiration they had felt had already dissipated. Tang San retreated without a fight and relinquished the position of the leader of the 7th dormitory. Although he was not pleased, he did not stop it because he couldn't defeat Yun Wu. Thus, Yun Wu became the leader of the 7th dormitory, and this battle was actually instigated by her. This further diminished Wang Sheng's impression of Yun Wu. Although they, the work-study students, did not get along with Xiao De and his group, it hadn't reached the point of needing to fight. After all, Xiao De and his group were advanced students and had already become first-ring spirit masters, while they were just beginner students who hadn't even acquired a spirit ring. How could they compare? Wasn't that just asking for a beating? But Yun Wu, with her unknown confidence, insisted on betting against Xiao De and even unilaterally decided that if they lost, all work-study students would become Xiao Da's pets. Wang Sheng and the others were almost at their wits' end. Fortunately, this time Tang San's sister stepped in and defeated the opponents, preventing them from falling into the tragic fate of becoming pets. Now, Yun Wu was still causing trouble, wanting to stir up more chaos, but they would not entertain it anymore. The group had already made plans in their hearts to ask the Tang siblings if they were willing to become the leaders of the 7th dormitory when they returned. If they were unwilling, they would disregard Yun Wu's authority and no longer listen to her. Yun Wu was oblivious to Wang Sheng and the others' decision, her big watery eyes staring intently at Tang San, seemingly waiting for his approval. Chapter 43. Occupied body. Tang San pretended not to see and was about to leave when suddenly a frantic and delicate voice came from behind. This is infuriating. It's bad enough that this woman has taken over my body. Now she's bullying such a small human child. This is too much. Tang San paused his steps, glancing over to the direction of the voice, which turned out to be where Yun Wu was. He was taken aback, realizing that his body had been occupied. Then, he quickly thought of himself. Since he could be reborn in another world, it was not surprising that Xiao Wu's body could also be taken over by an outsider. Suddenly, he felt a surge of sympathy for Xiao Wu, who was only heard and not seen. Was the owner of this voice the real Xiao Wu? The one called Yun Wu must be the outsider. With this understanding, all his previous doubts were finally explained today. No wonder that strange girl, who clearly introduced herself as Yun Wu, referred to herself as Xiao Wu. She even carried something bizarre called a system. Tang San's mind flashed with thoughts, but his feet kept moving, still heading towards his sister. At this moment, Tang Qingwei seemed to hear nothing, excitedly holding up the gold soul coin in her hand. Brother, let's hurry and return the awakening stones. We made a big profit this time, exchanging a few awakening stones for a gold soul coin. Tang Qingwei said this as she prepared to take the awakening stone from Tang San's hands. Hers had long been destroyed during her battle with Lu Long, leaving not even a trace. Tang San nodded, as he also had questions to ask his sister. There were too many people around, so it was better to talk in the dormitory. After greeting Wang Sheng and the others, the two of them returned to dormitory 7. Tang Qingwei plopped down on her bed, swinging her short legs, and said with a curious expression, "Bro, what's it like to be pursued by a crazy admirer?" After a brief pause, Tang Qingwei rolled her eyes and pretended to complain, "You didn't stand up for her just now." It made her so mad that she cursed me in her heart for a long time. Sigh, I really suffered an undeserved disaster for you. How do you plan to make it up to me? Tang San's expression changed slightly, but he didn't respond to his sister's words. Instead, he asked, "Has she cursed you in her heart, brother? You wouldn't be trying to avoid giving me compensation by changing the subject, would you? We can all hear her thoughts. Don't tell me you didn't hear them." Tang Qingwei puffed up her cheeks in anger, staring at Tang San with a look that said, "I see right through you." I didn't hear her scolding you, but I did hear another voice. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingwei was half convinced, wondering if you really weren't trying to go back on your word. Then what did you say you heard? At that moment, Tang San, filled with questions that needed answers, didn't have time to pay attention to his sister's expression. "The voice I heard seemed to belong to Xiao Wu, the original owner of the body." Tang Qingwei sat up straight upon hearing this. Really? The original Xiao Wu is still here? He was overjoyed, thinking that's great. Sister Xiao Wu's soul is actually still here. Wait a minute, brother. Why can you hear the real Xiao Wu's voice while I can't? This was also what Tang San was puzzled about. He didn't want to concern himself with these matters. After all, both Xiao Wu and Yun Wu were unfamiliar to him. If he hadn't misheard, that Xiao Wu should have good intentions towards his sister, compared to Yun Wu, who was filled with malice towards his sister. Tang San hoped that the one controlling the body was Xiao Wu. As for why he could hear her, he turned his gaze to the awakening stone placed on the bed. I guess it should be because I was holding the awakening stone at that time. After all, that was the only difference between us. Tang lightly nodded, having already determined this answer in her heart. Chapter 44. Purchasing awakening stones, since the awakening stone can restore a small portion of Shaolin strength. It is not surprising that it can also help Tang San hear Xiao Wu's thoughts. After all, she had long known that the awakening stone is not merely used for awakening, as Matthew said. Thinking of this, she started to feel a headache again. Now that she knows that Sister Xiao Wu's soul is still there, how can she return to her original body? Perhaps I have a way, but I need to regain some strength first. As long as we expel the system, it won't be difficult to bring Xiao Wu back to her original form. Hearing the answer from the seven-colored lotus, Tang's heart suddenly felt much more at ease. As her mood relaxed, her little thoughts began to emerge. Tang Qingwei slightly turned her eyes and put on a worried expression. "Brother, I wonder how that girl named Xiao Wu is doing. Why don't you carry the awakening stone with you in the future and listen to what she has to say? That way, we can each keep an eye on her and won't have to worry about her being a threat to us." Xiao Wu is quite nice. Tang Sin was startled by his own thoughts halfway through. When did he become more cautious than his sister? He had only heard Xiao Wu speak once. So how could he conclude that she must be a good person? This won't do. All right, I'll carry the awakening stone from now on. This was an acknowledgement of his sister's decision. Tang Qingwei was already laughing uncontrollably inside, but on the surface, she had to maintain a vigilant demeanor. Just as the two were talking, Wang Sheng and the others returned to the dormitory, but Yun Wu was nowhere to be seen. "Tang San, I want to ask, does anyone among you and your sister want to be the leader of the 7th dormitory?" Wang Sheng approached Tang San and said with a serious expression. Tang San looked up at him in confusion. "Isn't the leader of the 7th dormitory Xiao Wu? Doesn't she want to take on that role?" That shouldn't be the case. Judging by her expression, she seems to be quite happy as the leader. Wang Sheng, on the other hand, wore a bitter smile. "We can no longer withstand the antics of that lady. Fortunately, Tang Qingwei helped this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have just lost our freedom, but we would have nearly lost our dignity as well." Tang San didn't know the details of the situation, but he could roughly guess from Wang Sheng's words. Although he felt sympathy for their plight, Tang San still shook his head and declined, saying, "Xiao Wei, and I just want to focus on our cultivation for now, sorry." Upon hearing Tang San's refusal, Wang Sheng was not surprised. He simply shook his head and sighed as he left. As soon as the holiday began, Tang Qingwei dragged Tang San out of the Nodding City Academy. She had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, finally able to go out and buy awakening stones. Tang San laughed as he followed behind his sister. "Boss, give me a gold soul coins awakening stone." Tang Qingwei casually threw a gold soul coin onto the counter. The boss, who was still looking at the accounts, instantly brightened at the sight of the gold soul coin and revealed a flattering smile. However, when he looked up, his smile immediately froze. Where did the person go? Tang Qingwei saw the boss's gaze sweep over her head and jumped in anger. "I'm right here. Where are you looking?" Only then did the boss follow the sound and lower his head, putting on a smile again. Holding a golden soul coin in both hands, he asked, "Miss, are you sure you want a golden soul coin awakening stone? That's quite a lot." How about you leave an address, and I'll send it to you later. Tang Qingwei recalled that she had not yet placed the awakening stone, and looked up at Tang San with a face full of help. Boss, I just saw that you're renting out houses here. How much is it per month? Chapter 45. Is this enough? Tang San had already thought about renting a house outside. He just didn't mention it since his sister didn't ask. After all, it was too inconvenient at the academy. Whether it was for practicing his father's hammer technique or making hidden weapons. We have a house with a small courtyard available here for 3 silver soul coins a month. Would you like me to take you to have a look? The boss immediately perked up. This was a big client. Can you spare a gold soul coin for the awakening stone? Tang San asked the most pressing question. Tang San had low requirements for his living place. Since it was a house for rent, it probably wouldn't be worse than his family's blacksmith shop. That's fine, there are 3 rooms. 1 room is completely enough for the awakening stone. The owner nodded repeatedly in agreement. Then we'll take this one. Tang San slammed the table to make a decision. And after that, he took out a gold soul coin and placed it on the front desk, renting it for 3 months. The owner was very efficient. And by the afternoon, everything was ready. Brother, are we going to live outside? Tang Qingwei really wanted to live outside, but she still had unfinished business regarding her brother's lifelong happiness, so she had to take it seriously. Well, living outside has better conditions than the dormitory. Moreover, Dad asked us to practice hammer techniques, which we can't do in the academy. Tang San is already headed to Notting College. Tang Qingwei quickly stopped him. Brother, it's not safe outside at night. How about this? We practice the hammer technique in the small courtyard we rented during the day and return to Notting College at night. Okay. After thinking for a while, Tang San nodded in agreement. His sister's concern was not unfounded. At present, they were only one-ring soul masters, and dealing with ordinary people was not a problem, but once they encountered a formidable opponent, they would definitely not be able to escape. Looking at the mountain of awakening stones in front of him, Tang San finally asked his question, what do you need so many awakening stones for? Tang Qingwei's eyes flickered. That day, in the spirit hall, I suddenly felt that my martial soul seemed to have some connection with the awakening stone. So I wanted to buy it and see if it would be beneficial for my martial soul, regardless of whether what she said is consistent with the truth. The fact is that it is helpful for the 7-colored lotus. Tang San frowned, not that he didn't believe what his sister said. After all, when he entered the room, the internal energy of his Xiantian skill had also sensed the awakening stone in the room. This time, Tang San was silent for a moment, and after a while, he said, well, you could try first. I'll stand guard outside for you. After saying that, he closed the door for his sister and went out. Xiaoyan, hurry up and look, is this enough? Tang Qingwei summoned the 7-colored lotus and pointed it at the awakening stone in front of her, which was as tall as a small mountain, and excitedly said. Without waiting for a response, the awakening stone, resembling a small mountain, was instantly enveloped by a burst of white light. In the blink of an eye, all that remained in the place where the awakening stone had been was a layer of white powder. Watching the scene in front of her, Tang Qingwei swallowed hard. So many awakening stones? They disappeared so quickly? That was just a few points, not nearly enough. At least 20 more times would be needed to restore even 1/10,000th of my ability. The 7-colored lotus smacked its lips, clearly not satisfied. Tang Qingwei immediately felt like crying without tears. How could someone eat so much? More than 20 times. That would be more than 20 gold soul coins. And she was still a first-ring soul master. It would take at least 2 years of subsidies to gather that amount. Stupid. What about the money you extorted from others before? Just take it out and use it. Besides, are you not planning to advance in the next 2 years? The 7-colored lotus said disdainfully. Chapter 46. Insufficient stock. Tang Qingwei suddenly remembered and said, with her little fist clenched, I almost forgot. Wait, I'll go buy it. As she spoke, she hurriedly pushed the door open and ran out, bumping right into Tang San, who was guarding the entrance. What's wrong, Xiaowei? Why are you in such a hurry? Tang San steadied his sister, who looked worried, and said, Brother, the awakening stone is useful. Look. Tang Qingwei, full of excitement, tugged at Tang San's clothes and leaned her small body to let him see better. In fact, there was no need for her to move aside. Tang San's gaze passed directly over her head, and he clearly saw everything in the room. Once he understood the situation, his pupils constricted. Where the awakening stones had been placed, there was nothing left but a thin layer of white powder. At that moment, even without his sister saying anything, he could tell that the pile of awakening stones, which had been like a small mountain, had been absorbed. Are you okay? Tang San nervously examined his sister from top to bottom. It was hard to imagine that such a small body could absorb all the awakening stones in an entire room. I'm fine, brother. Let's hurry and buy some more. It's not enough. Tang Qingwei eagerly wanted to pull Tang San to go to the shop again. Tang San couldn't help but laugh. Did this girl need to be in such a hurry? The shop was right there and wouldn't run away. Well, okay, let's go. Tang San took his sister's little hand and headed towards the shop. He didn't ask his sister about the changes after absorbing the awakening stone, since she didn't mention it. He wouldn't ask, "Boss, do you have any awakening stones left?" This time, the boss was more experienced and immediately lowered his head with a flattering expression to find Tang Qingwei, whose head was barely visible. Yes, yes. Do you still want an awakening stone for 1 gold soul coin? The boss rubbed his hands together and asked with a fawning smile. However, what Tang Qingwei said next shocked him so much that he couldn't maintain his signature expression. No, give me 30 awakening stones for gold soul coins. Tang lightly waved her small hand, looking like a wealthy person throwing money around, and said, this was not an insult, merely a comment on her generosity. 30 gold soul coins might not be common in big cities, but in Nodding City, that was a considerable amount. The shop owner asked uncertainly, the awakening stone for 30 gold soul coins, you. He was about to ask Tang lightly what she intended to use it for, but ultimately held back. Prying into the buyer's personal matters was a big taboo. Fortunately, he didn't say it out loud. Organizing his thoughts, the shop owner put on a smile again and said, Dear Miss, although the awakening stone is not expensive, its uses are also quite limited. It can only be used to awaken martial souls. So we generally don't keep much in stock when we procure them. However, if you want the awakening stone for 30 gold soul coins, we can send someone to purchase it, but it might take about 7 days. Tang Qingwei lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then said, How much do you have left here? I'll take all of it, and for the rest, you can procure more. As soon as the boss heard this, he knew the deal was done and quickly grabbed the inventory list to check. Please hold on a moment. I'll check the stock now. There are approximately 3 gold soul coins left in inventory. Tang Qingwei did consider buying from other stores, but Nottingham is not very big, and the other stores are not as large as the current one. Instead of piecing together items from various stores, it would be better to just buy everything from the largest one. All right, then, bring me everything and deliver it to that little courtyard from before. Chapter 47. Sister Xiaowei is great. Tang Sin served as a tool for paying the bill the whole time, quietly following behind his sister. After finishing everything, it was already evening, and the two hurried back to the academy. In the academy's cafeteria, as soon as Tang Qingwei entered the cafeteria, she was startled and took a step back by a row of neatly lined up little maid Jia. Fortunately, Tang San was behind her, quietly supporting her. Otherwise, she would have embarrassed herself greatly. Tang slightly raised his head and saw a row of students who were bowing and greeting at that moment. Tang San frowned slightly and found a familiar figure among the group of students. Wang Sheng, come here for a moment. Tang Qingwei noticed that everyone was still bowing with their heads down, feeling a bit awkward. She wondered to herself, do I really have to say all my dear ministers? Please rise. But that was just a fleeting thought. After all, this wasn't an ancient feudal dynasty, and she wasn't an emperor. After racking her brains, she finally came up with a way to respond. Tang Qingwei raised her left hand, smiled, and nodded in acknowledgement, adopting a posture as if she were a leader inspecting her subordinates. Only then did everyone disperse, each attending to their own tasks. Wang Sheng jogged up to Tang San and said with a smile, Third brother, were you looking for me? Tang San's expression froze for a moment. Then he calmly asked in a low voice, what are you guys doing? Why are you suddenly calling out to us like this? Wang Sheng innocently scratched the back of his head and said, Isn't this Sister Xiaowei? She defeated Boss Xiao and the others, right? They called you Sister Xiaowei as per their agreement. So since your sister is already called sister, naturally they also started calling you third brother. Tang Qingwei looked confused. Didn't I agree to this with them? Didn't she just extort and make the other party pay a gold soul coin? Oh, right, and also help them clean up. Naturally, it wasn't agreed upon with you. It was proposed by Xiao Wu earlier. You are from our 7 dormitory, and since you won, they naturally have to honor the agreement. Wang Sheng said with a face full of certainty. Tang Qingwei secretly glanced at Yun Wu, who was eating. At that moment, she didn't notice what was happening on this side, and was angrily poking at her food with a spoon. She didn't even need to eavesdrop on Yun Wu's thoughts to know that she was definitely cursing her in her heart again. Tang Sin followed his sister's gaze and naturally saw Yun Wu. However, in his ears, there was a voice full of schadenfreude that was completely at odds with Yun Wu's current expression. You're reaping what you sow. Serves you right. That human cub's frightened expression was so cute. I want to hug it. He thought to himself that it was quite optimistic and lively. A smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a man in a gray robe walked into the cafeteria. and Yun Wu's previously angry expression instantly vanished upon seeing him. She hurriedly stood up to greet him. Teacher, I've long admired your name. I have carefully studied the top 10 core competencies of your martial soul. I wonder if I could have the honor of becoming your disciple. Tang San did not know the man in front of him, but he felt cautious and quietly took out the awakening stone from his pocket. As long as I acknowledge the master as my teacher, I might be directly recommended to Shrek Academy. The principal there is an old friend of the master and will definitely take good care of me, although Tang San is my best choice. It is currently too difficult to pursue him, so it might be better to pre-book Oscar at Shrek Academy. Tang San heard Yun Wu's inner voice again and confirmed that this Yun Wu must know something, and the master before him was definitely a key figure. Chapter 48. Taking a disciple, the master looked at the girl in front of him with surprise, not expecting that she had read the books he had written. I'm not a teacher at the academy. You have called me wrong, he said. I want to take you as my teacher, so naturally, I will call you teacher. Can you teach me how to cultivate my martial soul? Yin Wu tilted her head and smiled sweetly. The master was moved. This little girl was indeed a good seed, but he couldn't deceive her just because she didn't understand. You have great talent and deserve a better teacher to guide you. The master looked down at Yin Wu, forcing a stiff smile on his face. Seeing that the master had softened, Yin Wu pressed on. I am willing to take you as my teacher. I believe you are the best teacher. The master looked into Yin Wu's eyes, which were staring at him in a daze, and the stiff smile reappeared. He raised his hand and ruffled Yin Wu's hair, as if he had made up his mind. You are a good child. Since you insist, I will indulge myself this time and take you as my disciple. Tang Qingwei was already dumbfounded. What is this operation? Isn't she a crazy fan of Tang San? Is she giving up just like that? She actually wants to reach out to Oscar early? Is she trying to cultivate him? Absolutely cannot let her succeed. Otherwise, when Xiao Wu comes back, how will she face this awkward situation? His brother will be even more uncomfortable. My wife is my brother's ex-girlfriend? Who can accept that? Can't think about it. Too terrifying. At this moment, for his brother's happiness, he can only sell his brother for glory. He believes his brother will definitely thank him in the future. Wait, master, my brother also wants to be your disciple. Tang Qingwei hurriedly pushed Tang San forward. The push Tang San was bewildered, but he quickly composed himself, combining what he just heard from Yin Wu's inner thoughts. He roughly understood that the master in front of him was definitely a key figure, since he didn't have a teacher anyway. Recognizing the master as his teacher would allow him not only to get a close-up view of Yin Wu, but also to learn a lot of theoretical knowledge. He still remembered that back in the Spirit Hall, Matthew had mentioned this master. His theories had now been confirmed by himself. Perhaps he was very suitable to be his teacher. Master, I have already practiced your theory of spirit mimicry from the top 10 core competencies of martial spirits with my first spirit ring. Plant-type martial spirits can use animal-type spirit rings under certain conditions. Tang San no longer remained silent and recommended himself. The master had seen Tang San at the academy gate and had a deep impression of him. After all, it was rare for a blue-silver grass martial soul to cultivate so quickly. I heard you are already a one-ring soul master. Can I see your martial soul? The master did not agree or refuse, but instead asked some unrelated questions. Tang San did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. He then raised his right hand, focused his mind, and the internal energy of the Shantian skill began to flow slowly from his palm, combined with the heat generated by his blue-silver grass martial soul. The master excitedly grabbed Tang San's other wrist and asked, what soul beast did you hunt to obtain this soul ring? Tang San did not hide it and said, it's the mandala snake. The master of the martial soul mimicry theory murmured softly. The master looked deeply at Tang San. Perhaps this is fate. Whether it was ordinary soul masters or those guys from the martial soul hall, they all scoffed at my 10 core competitiveness theories. No one believed them. I didn't expect that by chance I would receive validation from you. Chapter 49. A wish again at this moment. The master's eyes sparkled as he looked at Tang San. Due to the mutation of his martial soul, the master would never be able to become a powerful soul master in his lifetime. Yet he remained so dedicated, pouring all his energy into the study of martial souls. Now that Tang San had initially confirmed his theory, how could he not be excited? Well then, starting today, you are my disciple. The master raised his hand and rubbed Tang San's head. He did not reveal the matter of Tang San's twin martial souls. After all, there were others present. Later, you will come out with me for a while. I have something to discuss with you. After giving this instruction, the master said a few words to Yin Wu and then went straight upstairs. Seeing that her brother had successfully become a disciple, Tang Qing felt a long sigh of relief in her heart. She needed to speed up. Tang Qingwei returned to dormitory 7 alone after finishing dinner. while Tang San went to see the master. When he came back, Tang San had an additional soul guide on him, which made Tang Qingwei swallow hard. All right, stop drooling. I'll find you something better in the future. This was a gift from the teacher, so I can't pass it on to you. Anyway, your things are usually packed by me, so this soul guide is really no different from being mine and yours. Tang San playfully pushed his sister's head away from the scene of the bright moon night at the 24 Bridges. Tang lightly wiped away the non-existent saliva, rolled her eyes, and said, I don't even know when you'll find it for me. I might as well. Oh, I can make a wish. I almost forgot. Huh? Can I wish for Sister Xiao Wu to return her own body? Just as she was saying this, Tang suddenly remembered that her martial soul could grant wishes. She rarely used it and had almost forgotten. Tang lightly flipped his left hand, summoning the 7-colored lotus, and plucked an orange petal. He hoped that Tang San's mother would transform. Tang San was taken aback upon hearing this. Didn't he just mention wanting a soul-guiding device? How did this wish suddenly come up? Once he realized it, he felt a surge of emotion. It turned out his sister had been thinking about this all along. Tang slightly furrowed his brows. The petals had not disappeared. This proves that this wish is not feasible. He hoped that the real Xiao Wu could return to her own body. When he voiced this wish, Tang San was only surprised and did not object. The short period of contact over the past few days had given him a feeling towards that Xiao Wu, whom he had only heard the voice of, something he couldn't clearly articulate himself. Every time he heard her voice, her image became clearer in his mind. And now her image had completely overshadowed all the dislike he initially had for Yunwu. When he saw Yunwu again, he had already reflexively started to view the two of them separately. The orange petals still had not disappeared, but had become somewhat transparent. Tang Qingwei immediately became flustered and thought, what should I do? It's disappearing quickly. I need to make a wish fast. This was the first time Tang San saw his sister using her martial soul to make a wish, and he didn't know what was happening at that moment. I want a 10,000-year spirit ring. I want a storage ring. Tang Qingwei only had time to express these two wishes before the petals completely disappeared. In her palm lay an ancient ring quietly. Humph, greedy and never satisfied. There won't be such good luck next time. The 7-colored lotus snorted coldly, dropped a sentence, and disappeared again. Tang Qingwei did not pay attention to what the 7-colored lotus was saying at this moment. All her focus was already on the storage ring in her hand. Ignoring Tang San's strange expression, she steeled her resolve and bit down hard on her chubby little pinky. A scream echoed throughout the entire dormitory. Chapter 50, Storage Ring. Fortunately, there were no other people in the dormitory. Otherwise, who knows how they would have reacted? Tang San was no longer in a daze at this moment. He pulled his sister's small hand and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no broken skin. Why did you bite yourself? Are you silly? I was just following what the book said, that a storage ring requires blood to recognize its master, right? Tang Qingwei wrinkled her little nose and said with a look of grievance. Tang San shook his head helplessly and sighed. You should watch less of those strange things in the future. This gentle reprimand was nothing more than a tickle to Tang Qingwei, who still acted with the attitude of you say your part, and whether I listen or not is my business. When the pain in his index finger finally eased, Tang Qingwei extended his other hand and presented it to Tang San. What's wrong? Does his hand hurt too? Tang San angrily swatted away his sister's other hand, not knowing who she resembled, so stubborn. Tang Qingwei remained silent, relentlessly extending her finger in front of Tang San. They were locked in a stalemate for a long time. And finally, Tang San couldn't hold back any longer, sighing, I really can't deal with you. Such a stubborn temper. I don't know who you inherited it from. As he spoke, he reached out with his left hand to touch the waist of his clothes, and a very fine long needle appeared in Tang San's hand. If this doesn't work, then don't try again. He then moved quickly, extracting a drop of blood from Tang Qingwei's fingertip, which fell onto the ancient ring. Tang Qingwei's originally pouting little face instantly revealed a look of joy. It worked. She put the ring on her index finger, and the ring, which was initially large enough to fit 2 fingers, slowly began to tighten, eventually adjusting perfectly to the size of Tang Qingwei's index finger, fitting snugly. This scene left Tang San in awe. Could there really be such a magical thing? Now it was his turn to envy his sister. Quick, let us see how much space there is. Tang San urged eagerly. Tang Qingwei followed the connection with the ring and entered. There was nothing in the space. As if she were in a void. The space was as large as 10,000 cubic meters, and the ring could only be used for storage, with no other purpose. However, despite this, it was enough to make Tang Qingwei happy. After 2 wishes, she had probably guessed that the limitations of the wishes were that they could not exceed her own capabilities too much, and they could not change the world order. Having figured this out, she finally had time to pay attention to Tang-san, laughing. Hey, it's very big, at least 10,000 cubic meters. After hearing this, Tang-san's eyes burst with a fiery light as he eagerly held the ring on Tang Qingwei's hand. Looking at his own 24 bridges on a moonlit night, it suddenly didn't seem as appealing. His sister's martial soul was better. It could grant wishes. Thinking of this, he suddenly sat up straight and asked seriously, "You only have 5 petals left now? Yeah, what's wrong?" Tang Qingwei was somewhat confused by Tang-san's reaction. "If all of it is used up, will your martial soul completely disappear?" Tang-san stared at his sister with piercing eyes. Tang lightly scratched the back of his head and said, "Probably, as long as I use the last petal, everything I wish for through it will completely disappear. The martial soul will also disappear along with it." Tang-san's pupils constricted. It turned out to be like this. In the future, it's better not to make wishes unless absolutely necessary. "Look, you used up 2 petals all at once." Tang lightly nodded and then cherished the storage ring in her hand. Seeing her sister like this, it was clear that she definitely hadn't absorbed what was said. Tang-san shook his head helplessly, deciding to keep a close eye on it himself. Chapter 51. Dealing with Yun Wu soon, it was time agreed upon with the shopkeeper. Early that morning, as dawn broke, Tang Qingwei got out of bed. Tang-san was slightly surprised for a moment, not expecting his sister, who usually loved to sleep in, to wake up so early today. "Let's go. You two have come early today," the shopkeeper said with a big smile as he hurried out from the front desk upon seeing the 2 wealthy guests. "Everything is ready. Would you like it delivered to your rented courtyard? Is there enough space in the courtyard?" Tang lightly nodded and casually asked, "Sure, your yard is particularly large. If it's really not feasible, we can also put it inside the house." The yard where the 2 of them rented was indeed very spacious, with no neighbors nearby, and the empty space in front of the door was basically available for use. When Tang Qingwei asked the shop owner to send over the awakening stones, she promptly paid the remaining balance in full. This time, Tang-san did not leave, but witnessed with his own eyes how his sister absorbed all the dozens of piles of awakening stones. Tang-san's eyes flickered as he struggled to swallow. He really absorbed it all. "Xiao Yin, is this enough this time?" Tang Qingwei asked in his heart. "Is this really enough?" However, it should be sufficient to deal with that system. The 7-colored lotus gasped, which startled Tang Qingwei into instinctively covering his money pouch. Fortunately, if it's not enough, I can buy more slowly later. For now, let's first deal with the system and Yunwu. "Brother, let's go back." Tang Qingwei stretched out her small hand, tiptoed in front of Tang-san, and said, "Are we going back now?" Tang-san felt that everything was too unreal. Seeing his little sister's tiny figure weaving through the piles of awakening stones, wherever she passed, it was as if a swarm of locusts had crossed, instantly absorbing all the awakening stones. I've absorbed so many awakening stones. Now I have the ability to deal with that Yunwu and bring the real Xiao Wu back to her own body." Tang-san heard this and felt his head buzzing. Could Xiao Wu really return to her own body? The image of Xiao Wu in his mind instantly became vivid, and he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. When he returned to the dormitory, it was quite coincidental that Yun Wu had just come back as well. Seeing Tang-san, Yun Wu's eyes instantly lit up. "Xiao-san, the teacher was just talking about you. I didn't expect to see you as soon as I got back." Tang Qingwei had been looking forward to expelling Yun Wu for a long time. Now that the opportunity had come, she was impatient to waste time and directly summoned the 7-colored lotus. Yun Wu paused her steps, hurriedly retreating several steps to create distance from Tang Qingwei. Her brows furrowed, and she haughtily exclaimed, "Why are you attacking me for no reason?" Tang Qingwei did not respond. Instead, the attacks from her subordinates became even more ferocious. As Qi Yin took advantage of Yun Wu being entangled by Tang Qingwei, it transformed into a beam of white light, instantly enveloping Yun Wu's entire body. "Warning! Warning! An unidentified object is attacking the system. The system will disengage in 3 seconds." Yun Wu's expression changed drastically, and she shouted in her heart, "Don't go. Take me with you." Tang Qingwei naturally heard the system's voice and felt that this system must not be of high level, doing everything in a rigid manner. Even at the brink of life and death, it was still calculating the countdown instead of thinking about how to escape. Sure enough, when the system's countdown reached 0, it did not detach as imagined, but was instead enveloped entirely by the white light formed by the 7-colored lotus, slowly rendering even a complete syllable impossible to utter. Yin Wu had already been so frightened that she was at a loss. What was happening? Chapter 52. Devoured Yin Wu suddenly seemed to recall something. Turning her gaze towards Tang Qingwei, her voice sharp like nails scraping glass. "It's you. It must be you causing all this. Why are you doing this to me?" But before she could finish her sentence, her entire soul vanished without trace. Steady Xiao Wu's body. That system has devoured Yun Wu's soul. Trying to take the opportunity to break through the barrier I've set. After the seven-colored lotus said this, it continued to struggle with the system. Devoured? Was I too naive, thinking the system was foolish? I didn't expect it to be both foolish and malicious. Now, with the seven-colored lotus entangled with the system, I couldn't intervene and could only remain motionless, supporting Xiao Wu's body. Tang Xin was confused and didn't dare to step forward, fearing he would ruin his sister's good fortune. It wasn't until he saw Xiao Wu's body collapse softly that he instinctively reached out to catch her. However, his movement was slightly slower than Tang's. The two of them supported Xiao Wu, remaining motionless for a long time, until the seven-colored lotus finally transformed into a white light and emerged from Xiao Wu's body. "It's all right, just lay her on the bed and wait for her to wake up naturally." The voice of the seven-colored lotus revealed exhaustion. Tang Qingwei worriedly asked in his heart, "Are you okay? I have devoured that system, and for now, I can't communicate with you. Once I fully integrate with it, my strength will definitely recover," it replied. "Also, while I'm not here, don't do anything foolish. The things from the divine realm are restricted here, and you can't cultivate. I've left you some things from other realms. Remember to cultivate. If you don't get stronger and die, no one will save you." After the seven-colored lotus finished speaking, it fell into silence. Tang Qingwei felt much more at ease. As long as she wasn't hurt, it was fine. As for what Xiao Lian said, it was better to look at it later. "Brother, please carry Xiao Wu to bed. Once she wakes up, everything will be fine." Tang Qingwei's small frame could no longer hold up, and without hesitation, he directly handed Xiao Wu to Tang San. His own wife, he should take care of her. A sound of conversation came from outside the dormitory, and Tang Qingwei lay on his bed in a relaxed position, guessing that it should be Wang Sheng and the others returning. It was quite a coincidence. As soon as they arrived at the door, they fell silent and all opened their mouths wide. Tang San was holding Xiao Wu, preparing to place her on the bed. At that moment, Xiao Wu's eyes were tightly closed, appearing completely unaware. Her clothes were disheveled, and her fair little face was still flushed. It was Wang Sheng who reacted first, lowering his voice to say, Sorry to interrupt." Saying this, he quickly shut the door of the seventh dormitory and hurriedly led everyone away, leaving Tang Xin awkwardly holding Xiao Wu, not knowing what to do. At just 4 years old, Tang Qing should be ignored, as she was still a child who understood nothing. After a long while, Xiao Wu finally groggily opened her eyes. "You're awake? How do you feel?" Tang Xin pretended to be indifferent as he wiped his cup, asking without raising his head. Xiao Wu didn't respond. Her body had been occupied for many years, and now she was still a bit unaccustomed. She carefully felt her body, jumped off the bed, and moved her shoulders around. Finally, she felt grounded. She didn't answer, and Tang Xin wasn't angry. He just stole glances at Xiao Wu's actions with his peripheral vision. Tang Qingwei sat cross-legged on the bed, propping her small head with her hands, staring intently at Xiao Wu without blinking. After moving her body, Xiao Wu finally hugged Tang Qingwei with a grateful expression. "Your name is Tang Qingwei, right? Can I call you Xiao Wei? Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might never be able to return to my own body." Chapter 53. Xiao Wu awakened. Xiao Wu had been present the whole time. She saw everything. If it weren't for this human child in front of her, she didn't know when she would be able to return to her own body. Such a soft and squishy little bundle. It feels really nice to hold. Tang Xin looked gloomy. After all, it was he who had carried her to bed, so why didn't she thank him? Sigh, it's the most difficult to handle a beauty. Tang's slightly small head rested on Xiao Wu's shoulder, making a series of playful expressions towards Tang San, looking quite smug. After finally hugging the little ball enough, Xiao Wu remembered Tang San and greeted him from a distance to show her gratitude. Tang San was full of question marks. Why was his sister hugged and thanked so warmly, while he didn't even get a simple thank you? Was it too much to ask for at least a thank you in front of him? And what was with the attitude of not daring to come closer and thanking him from across two beds? When Tang San heard Xiao Wu's thoughts, he realized that she misunderstood him as hating her, which was why she kept her distance. Cough, you really are the true Xiao Wu, right? Tang San coughed lightly, deliberately expressing that he already knew her body was occupied. Sure enough, Xiao Wu's eyes widened, and she looked back and forth between Tang Qing and Tang San, finally seeming to breathe a sigh of relief. "So you both know? I thought only the little dumpling knew that woman wasn't me." As she spoke, she relaxed a lot, casually sitting on the edge of her bed. That woman, who knew where she came from, was really annoying, doing all sorts of foolish things. My reputation has been completely ruined by her. By the way, she even made me take a master, Sai, as a soul beast. I actually took a human as my master. Sai, if the Ming and Erming found out, they would definitely laugh at me. After all, this master is completely different from the teachers who teach courses at the academy. A master is not something you can just casually acknowledge. Any soul master, whether or not they graduated from the academy, can only recognize one master. Otherwise, they will not be accepted by the world. Since she is already transformed into a human, she must abide by human rules. Tang San originally intended to offer some words of comfort, but unexpectedly heard a shocking secret. Xiao Wu was actually a soul beast? Was she like her mother? He couldn't help but feel even closer to Xiao Wu. The master was quite good. His theories were invincible. And isn't it precisely such a teacher who is needed for passing on knowledge and resolving doubts? The knowledge imparted is the most useful to us. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with gentle eyes and comforted her. Yes, you are right. That night, in room 7, everyone was already asleep. Only then did Tang begin to check the things left for him by the 7-colored lotus. It turned out to be a cultivation technique, a refining art obtained by the 7-colored lotus from other realms. From Shaolian's message, he learned that this technique seemed to have been modified, combining the martial soul cultivation here to not only enhance physical strength but also accelerate her absorption of soul power. The most impressive part was that she would no longer have to worry about soul rings. Once she reached the appropriate level, the most suitable soul ring would naturally appear for her. The classification of this refining technique was based on grades. The first grade corresponded to the physical strength of a soul scholar. The second grade corresponded to the physical strength of a soul master, and so on, with a 9th grade corresponding to the physical strength of a titled peak and peerless Douluo. The specific subdivisions would depend on how the cultivator compared them. Following this was the opening of the Tao realm, which is essentially the gods of the Douluo world. Naturally, the physical strength corresponding to these grades refers to that of attack-type soul masters. Tang was slightly excited. This cultivation technique was truly amazing. Practice. Right now, she quietly left the dormitory, found a concealed spot, and began to sit cross-legged to cultivate and refine her skills. Tang San heard some noise from the neighboring bed and felt a bit uneasy, so he quietly followed his sister out. Chapter 54. Refining the Essence and Cutting the Marrow. He saw Tang Qingmei sitting in the middle of the flower bed, with faint fluctuations of soul power appearing on her body. He couldn't help but sigh. This lazy girl actually came out to cultivate instead of sleeping. Did she get stimulated today? Since he was already out, Tang San didn't plan to go back. He found a place and began to sit cross-legged and cultivate as well. Since his sister was working so hard, he, as her brother, naturally couldn't fall behind. In the early morning at Nodding Academy, there were very few people, and the air was particularly good. Tang Qingwei finally exited her cultivation, exhaling a breath of turbid air, feeling refreshed and not at all fatigued. The exhaustion from her battle with Yun Wu yesterday had completely dissipated. When she checked her own state, she was pleasantly surprised to find that her soul power had actually reached level 14, and her refining technique had also advanced to the 2nd tier in just one night. This was truly impressive. However, what Tang Qingwei didn't know was that while the speed of soul power cultivation would indeed accelerate after practicing the refining technique, it wouldn't reach the terrifying speed of increasing one level of soul power in a single day. The reason she directly broke through to the 2nd tier was that during her initial cultivation, the heavenly and earthly energy absorbed by the refining technique merged with the soul power she had previously cultivated, and this merging required more heavenly and earthly energy. Tang Qingwei's body was cleansed by the pure aura of heaven and earth, inadvertently undergoing a process of refining her essence and marrow, expelling the impurities from within and enhancing the strength of her body. In such a fortunate coincidence, her soul power made a leap forward. Now, the strength of Tang Qingwei's body made it unlikely for Tang San to easily draw blood with a long needle again. After the surprise, Tang Qingwei detected an unpleasant smell. When she looked down, she found that her hand was covered with a layer of black substance. Rolling up her sleeves, she discovered that her arms were similarly affected. Tang lightly rushed to the washroom like a gust of wind, and the students passing by didn't see who it was. They only caught a glimpse of a small, dark figure speeding past them. Startled and pale-faced, they thought they had seen a ghost and screamed as they fled. From then on, the story of the ghost in a washroom spread widely, becoming one of the characteristics of Nodding Academy. Xiao Wu and the Tang siblings, having a shared secret, developed a particularly deep bond among the 3 of them. When Wang Sheng saw the Tang siblings and Xiao Wu laughing and chatting, he was momentarily surprised. But then he recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier and suddenly understood. They were all family now. How could their relationship be poor? Alas, it's always hard for heroes to get past the beauty. Wang Sheng sighed, shaking his head. The three of them hardly attended classes at the academy. For Tang San and Xiao Wu, Master S teachings were far more useful than the basic theories taught by the academy teachers. Since Tang Qingwei started practicing the refining technique, he rarely sleeps anymore, usually replacing sleep with cultivation. Tang San once tried to dissuade her, but when he saw his sister still radiant the day after she began her training, he gave up. Meanwhile, Tang Qingwei needed a target to practice her refining techniques. Tang San and Xiao Wu had become the best of rivals at this moment. Xiao Wu was very willing to do this, after all. She already had a slight crush on Tang Qingwei, not to mention that Tang Qingwei was her lifesaver. This small matter was naturally a duty. But when Tang San saw Xiao Wu agree so readily, he showed a sympathetic expression. That girl Xiao Wei could be quite ruthless. He had experienced this deeply back in Holy Soul Village. Just as he was feeling sorry for Xiao Wu, Tang Qingwei's voice rang out again. Brother, can you and sister Xiao Wu practice with me? It seemed there was no escaping this. Tang San could only smile wryly and nod in agreement. There was no way around it. After all, she was his sister. Xiao Wu was puzzled by the expression on Tang San's face. So she secretly poked him and quietly asked, "What's wrong with you?" Tang San looked at the still naive Xiao Wu and suddenly realized that not understanding anything wasn't so bad after all. With a mysterious smile, he said, "It's okay. It's just that being happy can also improve oneself." Xiao Wu nodded, not thinking there was anything strange about this. Improving practical abilities was nothing bad. However, as time went on, Xiao Wu began to regret her initial rashness. Although at first, Xiao Qingtai really couldn't defeat her and had even been thrown around by her waist. Nothing could stop her determination to cultivate. Her energy was abundant, and even with Tang San's involvement, Xiao Qingtai still maintained a battle frequency of 2 to 3 times a day. This exhausted Xiao Wu. After being a rabbit for so many years, she had never worked so hard in her training. She couldn't help but think back to when she agreed to practice battles with Xiao Qingtai and Tang San's strange expression at that time. Goodness, he had already known and was deliberately waiting to see her make a fool of herself. On this day, it was time for the once-a-month 1v2 battle. Now Xiao Wu, who fought alone, was no longer a match for Tang Qingtai, so the monthly summary battle had changed from 1v1 to 1v2. Of course, this one still referred to Tang Qingtai alone, while 2 naturally referred to Tang San and Xiao Wu. The two had developed a perfect synergy because of Tang Qingtai. Tang Qingwei adjusted her clothes, her small face full of seriousness. "All right, let's begin." Seeing Tang Qingwei's adorable and earnest expression, Xiao Wu and Tang San couldn't help but exchange smiles. It was this serious yet cute expression that had made them accompany Tang Qingwei in her training and battles day after day for the past 3 years. Xiao Wu playfully scraped her finger across her face and said, "Don't cry if I knock you down later, okay? Are you ready?" Looking at Xiao Wu's cute demeanor beside her, Tang San was momentarily stunned but quickly returned to normal and said to his sister, "Come on." "All right." As soon as the words were spoken, the 3 of them moved at the same time. Tang San's long leg swept across, directly targeting Tang Qingwei's lower body. Xiao Wu coordinated perfectly, her scorpion braid behind her head transforming into a dark shadow that coiled towards Tang Qingwei's neck. One above, one below, sealing off Tang Qingwei's path forward. Tang Qingwei's movements were not slow. He sprang up on his toes and transformed his fist into a palm to strike at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu remained unfazed and continued her offensive. Tang San's sweeping attack was not something that could be easily evaded. Sure enough, just as Tang Qingwei leaped into the air, Tang San's other left leg, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound, appeared strangely at Tang Qingwei's waist. At that moment, the long leg targeted the waist, and long hair locked onto the throat. Tang Qingwei stepped into the air again with her right foot, lifting her body slightly. She grabbed Xiao Wu's long braid with her right hand and used the rotational inertia to throw Xiao Wu towards Tang San. To dodge Xiao Wu, Tang San suddenly tilted his head back and leaned backward, using a technique similar to an iron bridge to evade. However, just as Tang San was dodging, Tang Qingwei kicked her right leg up, and immediately Tang San felt a great force coming from his waist, making it impossible for him to maintain his balance. And he fell backward. With a thud, Tang San fell on his back, and Xiao Wu's body landed right on top of him, causing the two to tumble into a heap. Tang Qingwei, however, didn't pay much attention to that. At this moment, she was immersed in the joy of her first victory. What are you doing? Hurry up. In front of the crowd, at this moment, a discordant voice came through. Dan Qingwei, Xiao Wu, and Tang Xin turned their heads simultaneously to see a female teacher approaching them in a fit of anger. It's no wonder the teacher was so upset at that moment. Tang San and Xiao Wu's postures were indeed quite inappropriate. Tang San lay flat on the ground, his arms spread out to the sides, while Xiao Wu straddled his waist, pressing her hands on his chest. Although they were just kids, the pose was indeed a bit suggestive. Xiao Wu's face flushed red, and she quickly jumped off Tang San. Taking the opportunity, Tang San flipped over and got up. The female teacher had already walked over and angrily said, "What is going on with you two?" Tang San felt that as a boy, he should stand up and explain. But before he could speak, Xiao Wu had already jumped in and said, "Teacher, we're just sparring." "Sparring? Lying on the ground sparring? What kind of situation is this? How are your parents educating you? At such a young age, you're already learning to flirt. What will happen when you grow up?" The teacher's reprimands rang out like exploding beans. Tang Qingwei was still in a daze, wondering what was going on. How did a sparring match turn into a romantic encounter? Didn't she see that she was still there? Who talks about love with a third wheel around? They were clearly just sparring. "Teacher, we are really just sparring." Tang Qingwei slightly interrupted the female teacher's reprimand. Upon hearing a third person's voice, the female teacher turned to look at Tang Qingwei and asked, "Have you been here the whole time?" She seemed a bit unsure, as she really hadn't seen Tang Qingwei just now. Tang Qingwei nodded slightly and said, I've always been here. I'm such a big person. Didn't you see me, teacher?" The female teacher felt a bit awkward, cleared her throat, and didn't dwell on the disrespect in Tang Qingwei's words. It's fine then. I'm leaving." She was actually a bit embarrassed, having misunderstood the child and scolding her for no reason. Chapter 55. Outside Soto City, thanks to the training with Tang San and Xiao Wu over the past 4 years, Tang Qingwei's soul power has now reached level 30. In 4 years' time, Tang San and Xiao Wu have turned 10, and Tang Qingwei is already 8. Tang San had long been accustomed to being overshadowed by his sister and accepted the fact that she was stronger than him with a good mindset. Although he was only at level 28, far behind his sister, he would not give up on his pursuit, as protecting his sister was his responsibility. Xiao Wu watched the two Tang siblings with their astonishing training speed and couldn't help but complain to herself, wondering who wasn't human. The little girl was actually training faster than her, a soul beast, and this was her second time training, despite her hard work as a sparring partner. She was still only at level 28. Complaints aside, she was genuinely happy for both of them. When a master first heard that Tang Qingwei was already at level 30, he was so shocked that he fell off his chair. An 8-year-old soul master? That was simply unheard of. The most remarkable thing was that Tang Qingwei didn't need to hunt soul beasts and had no bottlenecks. Once she reached a certain level, the best age soul ring for her to absorb would automatically appear. The master was eager to study Tang Qingwei, but ultimately held back, knowing she was the precious younger sister of his 2 disciples. If he dared to harm even a hair on her head, he would likely face dire consequences. In his spare time from training, Tang San would also go to the rented small courtyard to begin his career in making hidden weapons. One day, the master called the 3 of them together and solemnly stated, "You have learned all you can at Nodding Academy. This is where you should go next." He placed a piece of paper with an address in front of the 3 of them. Shrek Academy? That name sounded familiar. Tang San's expression changed slightly. Wasn't this the school that Yinwu mentioned back then? "Teacher, is there anything special about this academy?" Tang San asked with confusion. The master smiled slightly, but did not answer his question directly, instead saying mysteriously, "You'll find out once you go there." Tang Qingwei had no objections to this. After all, she would have to go sooner or later, so what difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? She had been here for 8 years, and now she only remembered a few key characters from the original plot of Douluo continent. Aside from that, she had mostly forgotten everything. In the woods outside Soto City, 3 small figures descended from a yellow cloud. "This is so convenient." Xiao Wu affectionately patted the nimbus cloud and sighed. Not long ago, when Tang Qingwei summoned a cloud and even rode on it, she was completely stunned, having lived for 10,000 years. She had never heard of such a rideable treasure that could be summoned at will, so convenient and practical. Tang Qingwei's storage ring still contained piles of awakening stones. So when she heard Xiao Wu's description, she immediately felt a sense of frustration. It was only today that she realized that summon at will and dismiss at what was used in this way. The 3 of them found Shrek Academy, according to the address. "Brother, look over there, there's a small village." Tang San looked in the direction his sister was pointing and saw a small village about a mile ahead. With the vision provided by his purple extreme demon eye, he could clearly distinguish that the village had around 100 households, which was smaller in scale compared to Holy Spirit Village. Tang San smiled and said, "Let's go ask. Perhaps the people in this village will know where Shrek Academy is. It should be quite famous for a Soul Master Academy." The three quickened their pace, rapidly heading towards the village. As they approached, Tang San and Xiao Wu both sensed that something was off. "No way." Xiao Wu looked at the sign in surprise, then turned back to glance at Tang San and Tang Qingwei, both of them feeling somewhat stunned. Tang Qingwei had already seen the words on the plaque when he first saw the village, so he wasn't surprised at all. "Isn't anyone signing up? Did we go to the wrong place?" Xiao Wu said hopefully. Chapter 56, Rose Hotel. It says here that the registration time is tomorrow. Tang Qingwei pointed at the paper posted at the door, which was swaying in the wind. With a little more force, it could take off. "We arrived early, so let's go find a place to stay in Soto City." Tang San felt that since things had already come to this point, it would be better to find a place to stay in the city first. He could register tomorrow, just the same. Tang Qingwei and Xiao Wu had no objections and were just in time to experience the prosperity of Soto City. The three of them chatted casually as they entered the city. Soto City was much larger than Notting City, and naturally, it was much more bustling. Soldiers were patrolling everywhere on the streets, and the flow of people was constantly bustling. The three planned to grab a quick bite before looking for a temporary place to stay. On the busy street, a uniquely designed hotel caught Xiao Wu's attention. The hotel was 3 stories high. Although its scale wasn't too large, the exterior decoration was entirely rose red, and the architectural style of the entire hotel resembled a giant rose, easily giving people a refreshing feeling. Rose Hotel? Tang Qingwei had a strange expression on her face as she turned to look at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who surprisingly showed no reaction at all. Everything seemed normal. Seeing Tang Qingwei's odd expression, they both looked concerned and asked, "Xiao Wei, are you okay? Not feeling well?" Well, it was her own impureness. Her tainted eyes viewed the world, and she felt guilty for imagining such names, thinking it was a couple's hotel from her past life. She must be hungry. At her level, it's really hard to get sick, so she casually made up an excuse. Now, it was their turn to look at her with strange expressions. Tang San awkwardly spoke up, "Xiao Wei, didn't we just eat? Overeating isn't good." Well, she was being foolish again. She withdrew into herself and didn't want to talk anymore. She lifted her foot and headed into the hotel. As soon as she entered the Rose Hotel, a strong scent of roses greeted her. Tang Qingwei felt goosebumps all over. It wasn't that she disliked the scent of roses, but why did it feel so strange? Wasn't she just overthinking it? Although she had never been to a couple's hotel in her past life, she had seen them on TV, and the decor and atmosphere were just too similar to this hotel. Tang San walked up to the counter and said, "Please give us 3 rooms." The server behind the counter quickly stood up, looked at Tang San, then at Xiao Wu and Tang Qingwei, with a hint of envy in his eyes. "Sir, are you really sure you want to book 3 rooms?" Tang Qingwei felt a chill run up her spine as she was watched by the waiter. Tang San nodded. "Is there something wrong?" The waiter showed a hint of ambiguity in his eyes. "I'm sorry, we only have 1 room left here." Damn, I knew there was something wrong with this hotel. It's definitely not that she's too dirty. Tang Qingwei cursed inwardly, but didn't show it on his face. "Bro, I suddenly remembered that I forgot to bring something. You guys check in first, don't worry about me. I'll wait for you at the gate of Shrek Academy tomorrow." After saying that, he didn't wait for Tang San's response and quickly ran away without a trace. Tang San shook his head helplessly. This girl is still so reckless. Tang Qingwei, who had already fled far away, thought to himself, "Fortunately, I ran fast enough. Otherwise, it would have been so embarrassing for me. What kind of people are these? I'm only 8 years old, and I'm being looked at like that. I really want to smash that hotel. In comparison, I'm simply pure water." As for Sister Xiao Wu and her brother, she didn't care about them. What danger could 2 naive people be in? Chapter 57. Shrek Academy. The next morning, by the time Tang Qingwei finished shopping and came over, many people had already gathered at the academy gate. "Xiao Wei, over here." Xiao Wu spotted her at a glance. Tang nodded slightly, indicating that he already knew, then quickly walked a few steps forward, saying, "You guys are here so early. You girl, not sleeping at all. Why are you still out so late?" Tang San only realized yesterday, when he entered the room, that it was actually a couple's room, and his sister had already disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was carefree and didn't mind these things. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. "Hee hee, I bought a few things." At this moment, there were about 100 applicants in front of them, many of whom were frowning and quietly complaining. A boy in front of Tang San and Xiao Wu had his parents accompanying him, and his mother said, "Is this for real? This is what they call a Soul Master Academy? The one that claims you can graduate and become a viscount in the Empire?" The boy's father uncertainly replied, "That's what the people from the Spirit Hall said. It shouldn't be wrong, right? But this academy really does look a bit shabby." The boy said, "Dad, I don't want to study here. It's too embarrassing. I'd rather go to the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After all, I was considered a genius in the Junior Academy." The boy's father frowned and said, "Since we're already here, let's wait a bit longer. Maybe this is some kind of test, and the Real Academy isn't here." Similar conversations were certainly not rare among the crowd waiting in line, and most of the young applicants and their parents showed strong disappointment on their faces. The three of them had already come to confirm yesterday, and now looking at it again, they found that the unique design of Shrek Academy had quite a distinctive flavor. There were many students lined up in front of them, and perhaps because the elimination rate was too high, the testing speed was not slow at all. Tang lightly leaned forward to look at the front of the line and saw an old man lazily sitting behind a table, responsible for taking registrations. His clothes, to put it nicely, were simple, and he looked more like a village elder than the spirited old village chief of Holy Soul Village. At that moment, a boy with twin pupils approached the table to register. The old man lazily said, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Just put them in that box." The boy followed his instructions and dropped 10 gold soul coins into the wooden box. He then extended a hand. The boy with twin pupils held out his hand in front of the old man, who pinched it and nodded, saying, "Your age is suitable. All right, release your martial soul." The boy wasted no time and directly activated his soul power. His golden hair instantly turned black and white, with white being the majority and a few black strands standing out. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for King. Beneath him, 2 shining rings rose in succession, quietly ascending, 2 yellow. As the soul rings revolved, a surging wave of soul power rushed forth, causing the students behind him to retreat several steps. A rare smile appeared on the old man's face. "Not bad. A 13-year-old great soul master. What is your name?" The old man then asked. "Dai Mu Bai," the boy replied. Tang Qingwei was surprised to hear the familiar name and looked over, only to find it was Dai Mu Bai. The golden-haired boy with dual-colored eyes had a cold expression, quite different from the playboy image she had imagined. Chapter 58, Bone Testing. "You are qualified. Oscar, take him in. Next, please." "Okay." A mature-looking boy came forward, flashed a row of white teeth at Dai Mu Bai, and led him into the academy. "Oscar?" Tang Qingwei followed the voice and wondered why he looked much older than Dai Mu Bai. "I remember Dai Mu Bai is the oldest among the 7 monsters, right? Did I remember wrong? We 3 registered together." Saying this, she placed the 30 gold soul coin she had prepared into the wooden box and extended her hand. The old man first pinched Xiao Wu's hand and nodded. Your age is suitable." When it was Tang Qingwei's turn, the old man was taken aback. "You're here to register too? This is a mid-level Soul Master Academy, right? How old is this child?" Tang Qingwei nodded slightly. "Grandpa, I am here to register as well." "All right then, extend your hand." The old man said no more and first checked the bone age. If she really looked like she was only 7 or 8 years old on the surface. Even if she hadn't reached level 25 as required and had just attained the Great Soul Master realm, Shrek Academy could still accept her. What he feared was that she might just look young. There were indeed people like that, such as Oscar from their academy, who would know he was only 12 years old. It was better to confirm her age first. The old man reached out and pinched Tang Qingwei's small fleshy hand, and his eyes suddenly sparkled. The way he looked at Tang Qingwei became fervent. Immediately, the old man calmed down again. There was still one more person who hadn't been checked for bone age. Once it was confirmed that this boy was also qualified, they would check the martial souls of the 3 together. His hand moved to Tang San's. He couldn't help but exclaim. He seemed somewhat disbelieving and pinched Tang San's hand a few more times. The expression on his face suddenly became strange. He looked up at Tang San and asked, "Have you practiced any soul skills?" The reason he needed to pinch the hands of the registrants was to determine their true age through the bone structure of their palms, which couldn't be faked. However, Tang San's hand felt extremely flexible, making it impossible to discern the condition of the bones. Tang San felt a shiver in his heart, nodded, and said, "Yes." The old man frowned and lifted your calf. Tang San raised his calf and placed it on the table. The old man pinched his calf a few times through the pants, and Tang San immediately felt a wave of soreness and numbness. He then nodded to Tang San, indicating that his muscle development was good and his bone age was appropriate. All right, release your martial souls. The three of them simultaneously urged the soul power within them. The registration area was instantly illuminated by three brilliant martial soul lights. A yellow 100-year soul ring spiraled up from Xiao Wu's feet. Rabbit ears sprouted, and fluffy white fur appeared on Xiao Wu's hands, while her body became more elongated, embodying the martial soul soft-bone rabbit. As Tang San's 100-year soul ring rose, the most ordinary blue-silver grass grew in his palm, quickly transforming into a deep blue vine with strange patterns as the effect of the soul ring was infused. After the old man glanced at Xiao Wu's martial soul, he turned his gaze to Tang San. So it's blue silver grass. Can blue silver grass cultivate this fast? Just as the old man was surprised, three shining rings rose one after another from Tang Qing's feet, quietly ascending, two yellow and one purple. As the soul rings circulated, a surging pressure of soul power rushed towards them like waves. Tang Qingwei was actually deliberate in being a little late. After all, if she went ahead, she would definitely overshadow Tang San and Xiao Wu. It wasn't until after Tang San and Xiao Wu had showcased their martial souls that she began to stimulate her soul power. Chapter 59. The 8-year-old Soul Master, a Soul Master? The surprise on the old man's face was evident. In front of him was just an 8-year-old girl, yet she already possessed 3 soul rings and had reached the Soul Master level, which was something he had never heard of, especially those 3 soul rings, which were actually the highest configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Truly impressive for someone so young. You all qualify. Ha ha ha. The old man was very happy. It seemed that there were particularly many little monsters this year. Dai Mubai and Oscar, who had not gone far, were stunned by this scene. That little girl was already a level 30 soul master. Comparing people really could make one feel inferior. They needed to hurry up and train. Being surpassed by such a small child was truly embarrassing. This display of martial souls scared away at least a third of the people waiting to register. No one wanted to spend money for nothing, especially since the appearance of Shrek Academy was not exactly impressive. Tang Qingwei and the other two directly caught up with Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were still in front. Dai Mubai felt a complex mix of emotions as he looked at the three approaching him. He could clearly sense that their soul power was above his own, and the only one who was likely on the same level as him was the kid beside him. At this moment, his feelings were particularly complicated. After the death of his second brother, he and his elder brother were naturally the candidates to inherit the Star Luo Empire. He knew that there would inevitably be a battle between him and his elder brother. The rule of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire was that the victor would take all. Before the age of 25, whoever had greater strength could inherit the throne, while the loser would be directly erased or have their soul power abolished, sent to a remote place to live out their days in confinement. When his elder brother had him by the throat, he truly felt fear and thus fled like a coward. He knew that if he stayed, his fate would be no different from that of his second brother. There was originally a 6-year age gap between him and his elder brother, Davis, who had a significant advantage and naturally had a much higher level of soul power. He had always thought that it was because he was too young that he couldn't compete with his elder brother Davis. Now, seeing the three of Tang Qingwei before him was like a heavy punch that awakened him. Being young did not mean lacking strength. Which of the 4 in front of him was older than him? The weakest was at least on par with his own soul power level. Wasn't he being young just an excuse he used for his own cowardice? After making his decision, the gloom that had surrounded him dissipated, and a smile began to appear on his face. The 4 of them had no idea what was happening. They just felt that the golden-haired boy in front of them seemed to have changed a bit. They had no way of knowing that in such a short time. Dai Mubai had given up on the life of self-destruction he had planned due to the encouragement from the 4 of them. Dai Mubai took the initiative to step forward, nodded lightly, and said, "From now on, we will be schoolmates. Let us get to know each other. My name is Dai Mubai. My martial soul is the White Tiger, and I'm a level 29 soul master. I'm 13. What about you?" Tang San then introduced himself. Tang Qingwei took a quick glance at Dai Mubai and felt a sense of familiarity with him. After hearing Xiao Wu finish her introduction, Tang Qingwei spoke up, "I am Tang Qingwei, a soul master of level 30. With a martial soul 7-colored flower, and I am 8 years old this year." Oscar noticed everyone looking at him, grinned widely showing his big white teeth, and scratched the back of his head as he said, "I am Oscar, a level 28 food system soul master with a martial soul, sausage. People call me the sausage specialist. You can call me sausage specialist Oscar, or just little Oscar. I'm 12 years old this year." Chapter 60. Growing up too fast, no way. You're only 12? Xiao Wu's voice unconsciously rose quite a bit as she looked at Oscar in shock. Tang San and Dai Mubai looked at Oscar with a ghostly expression. Oscar confidently said, "That's right. My name is Oscar. I'm 12 years old, and I'm a first-year student at Shrek Academy. You can't doubt me just because my hair is a bit thick." After a moment of speechlessness, Tang glanced at Oscar's thick beard in surprise, thinking, "So Oscar has grown a beard at 12. Are you really only 12? Dai Mubai couldn't help but ask. Oscar nodded affirmatively again. "Of course, I'm a student at the academy, and everyone knows I'm 12. Tang San thought to himself that for a 12-year-old boy, having such a degree of facial hair could definitely be considered a rarity. After a few introductions, they continued walking for a while until Oscar brought them to an open space. Surrounded by wooden houses, this open area was about 500 square meters, right in the center of Shrek Academy. The candidates who had passed the preliminary test were lined up in front, and the obvious fluctuations of soul power made the air tremble irregularly. Oscar pointed to the candidates in line ahead and said, "You will take the second test here. The teachers will tell you what to do. I have to go back to my business." After saying this, he hurried off, and the group lined up behind the candidates as Oscar instructed. The second test was extremely simple. They just needed to input their soul power into a white crystal ball. Those with soul power below level 25 had to pass one test at a time, while those above level 25 could proceed directly to the final test. However, Oscar was too busy with his business to explain this to them. An older teacher handed the white crystal ball to Tang San and said, "Inject your soul power." Tang Qingwei nodded slightly. She had seen this crystal ball before. She had used it when she first awakened. However, the one back then was blue, while this one is a white crystal ball. At that moment, she didn't ask any more questions, took the white crystal, and directly infused her soul power into it. Crack! In an instant, the white light in Tang Qingwei's hand burst forth, and the white crystal became dazzling like a diamond. The intense light filled every corner of the crystal, and finally, the brilliance broke through the crystal ball. The teacher in charge of the test's expression changed drastically. "Who sent you here? Why didn't you tell me you were level 30? Tang Qingwei felt flustered. She hoped she wouldn't have to pay for it. "It was Oscar who brought her here. It's not my fault. Your crystal ball isn't sturdy enough. Don't think I'll pay for it." Tang Qingwei quickly shifted the blame to Oscar. Although she held her head high and pretended to be calm, her wavering gaze still revealed her lack of confidence. The older teacher's initially angry expression instantly softened. This little girl was indeed a money lover. He then turned his anger towards Oscar, realizing it was that guy who clearly knew that this white crystal was meant for testing soul power below level 30. If the soul power exceeded level 30, the crystal would burst. How could he not have warned him in advance, causing him to waste a crystal ball? That bastard principal would probably deduct it from his salary again. All right, if your soul power exceeds level 25, just go on to the fourth round of the test. Don't waste my time here, the older teacher said resignedly, waving his hand. Chapter 61. Fourth round assessment. His words were originally directed at Tang San and Xiao Wu, as the little girl who just burst the crystal ball was with them, and surely one of them might have decent talent. However, to his surprise, as soon as he spoke, the four stepped out of the line, bowed, and headed straight into the village. The testing teacher couldn't hide his surprise. All four of them? Great, this is wonderful. It seems I might have a chance for a raise this year. No need for a guide. There were signposts in the village, and the group followed them to another open area. This place was much smaller than the second round, only about 200 square meters. They saw a middle-aged man in his 50s sitting on a chair, dozing off. Perhaps their footsteps awakened him. We have four coming for the fourth round this year." The man opened his bleary eyes, looking somewhat surprised at the four young people before him, as if he had encountered something unbelievable. "Yes, the teacher from the second round told us to come directly here." Dai Mubai, the oldest among them, stepped forward to speak. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up, and he abruptly stood up from his chair. Initially, the others didn't notice anything unusual about him while he was sitting, but as they approached and stood opposite Tang San, they realized that this middle-aged man was roughly the same height as 10-year-old Tang San. His not tall stature didn't appear weak at all. His broad shoulders were like city walls, and his outerwear couldn't conceal his muscular body, which looked as if it was forged from steel. Although his expression was friendly, his well-developed physique gave an overwhelming sense of pressure. "All four of you are over level 25? Not bad, not bad. It seems there are quite a few little monsters this year." The man seemed quite pleased with the four of them, speaking with a smile. "This is the final round for you. If you pass my test, you will officially become members of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not so easy to pass. Practical experience is a strength every soul master must possess. What I will assess is your ability in this regard. After pausing for a moment, he continued to look at the four. My name is Zhao Wujin, and I am a level 74 soul sage. Since all four of you have passed the second and third rounds without testing, I will personally join you for a little fun. Now, I will give you an incense stick time to understand each other and discuss. After the incense stick burns out, the test will begin. The content of the test is for the four of you to work together to withstand my attacks for the duration of an incense stick. As long as one person can hold out until the end, you will pass. I hope you understand that trying to take shortcuts will not work. No one can escape this range with speed. At the same time, I can remind you that it's impossible to withstand my attacks relying solely on individual strength. Coordinating and cooperating with each other is your only chance for success. After saying this, he somehow produced an incense stick, pinched the tip, and directly lit it. In the blink of an eye, the incense was planted into the ground without a tremor. After doing this, Zhao Wujin returned to his chair and closed his eyes to continue sleeping. The pupils of the four shrank almost simultaneously, level 74, in their impression, let alone the fact that they were not yet at level 30. Even facing an army of tens of thousands, a soul sage could move freely. Xiao Wu said in disbelief, "Yes, level 74? But he looks much younger than the teacher at the entrance." Chapter 62. Third soul skill. Dai Mubai glanced at Tang Qingwei and said with deep feeling, "Age has never represented ability." Tang Qingwei looked innocent and asked, "What are you looking at me for? Let's discuss our strategy first." The others stopped chatting and their expressions turned serious. Facing a level 74 soul sage was no joke. Right now, they only knew that the opponent was a soul sage with no other information. However, judging by the opponent's muscular build, they could roughly guess that he was likely a strength-type soul master. If their side wanted to last for a stick of incense's time, they absolutely could not confront the opponent head-on. Tang San furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before speaking. Teacher, Zhao should be a strength-type soul master. So his attack power and defense must be extremely formidable. We can only rely on strategy. Xiao Wu will be responsible for flanking and distracting him, while I will focus on controlling Teacher Zhao's attacks, trying to limit him as much as possible, and also assist Xiao Wu in the frontal assault. Brother Dai, could you please take charge of the main attack? Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai both nodded in agreement with the suggestion. After Tang San assigned tasks to several people, he finally looked at Dai Mubai and said, Xiao Wei's third soul skill, Heart-Following Intent, is an auxiliary soul skill. It allows everyone to randomly flash to any direction and position within 600 meters. The skill lasts for 5 minutes, catching the opponent off guard. We can use this time to launch an attack. 600 meters? Random flash? 5-minute limit? Dai Mubai was stunned, thinking he must have misheard. He looked at Tang Qingwei in disbelief. He had never heard of such a powerful auxiliary soul skill before. Don't underestimate the 5 minutes of flashing time. In actual combat, situations change in an instant. If used well, it can even lead to a direct kill against equally ranked soul masters. Even in a chaotic battle, this 5 minutes is enough to turn the tide. They didn't have much time left, and for now, they could only use this simple tactic to allow for flexible changes later. As for the effectiveness, they could only test it in actual combat. As long as the four of them could delay until the incense burned out, they could pass and enroll. The four took a deep breath, all frowning. They had never encountered such a powerful opponent before, and now they had no choice but to face it. Have you discussed it? Zhao Wujia's booming voice came, and the four turned to see that the incense on the ground had burned down to the end. Teacher, we can start now. Tang Sen nodded to Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia stood up again, clasped his hands together, and moved his wrists, producing a series of bone-cracking sounds that made one's teeth ache, and the invisible pressure instantly increased. He suddenly produced an incense stick, and before he could light it, Tang Qingwei had already taken the initiative to act. Third soul skill, Heart's Intent. With a raised hand, he summoned his martial soul, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared beneath his feet. For beams of white light were simultaneously released, enveloping the 3 of them and himself. A warm energy surged in, flowing into their limbs and bones, and the 3 of them suddenly felt a strange power flowing within them, instantly appearing at the places they wished to be with just a thought. Zhao Wujia stared at the scene before him, momentarily stunned. What kind of soul skill is this? Why have I never heard of it? When he saw the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings beneath Tang Qingwei's feet, he was momentarily dazed, hesitatingly saying, "How old is that girl? She's actually a soul master?" Then, suddenly, a look of wild joy appeared on his face. "Ha! That's great. Flander will definitely be excited this time." Chapter 63. Getting Serious. At that moment, Zhao Wujia moved, not charging towards Tang San and the others, but instead half-squatting with his legs, both fists smashing down towards the ground. Not good. Tang San let out a low exclamation. At the moment Zhao Wujia launched his attack, he already understood what his opponent intended to do. Just as Tang San wanted to remind his sister, he turned around but could no longer see her figure. When he saw her again, his sister had already reached Zhao Wujia, her right leg striking out swiftly, creating a buzzing sound as the air was displaced. Zhao Wujia's expression remained unchanged. He raised his left arm to block, and with his right hand clenched in a fist, he moved forward instead of retreating, stepping closer and pressing his right fist directly towards Tang Qingwei's throat. However, just as he was about to make contact, he suddenly changed his posture, transforming his right fist into an open palm and aiming for Tang Qingwei's shoulder. Bang! The right leg collided with the left arm, and Tang Qingwei's expression remained normal. But Zhao Wujia trembled all over as his left arm abruptly pushed her away, forcing Tang Qingwei's right foot back. The strength of this girl's body was surprisingly not weaker than that of a top-level battle soul sex physical strength. What on earth was going on? Was he this girl's soul master? Zhao Wujia had no idea that Tang Qingwei had practiced a body refining technique, a method specifically for tempering the physical body. Now, Tang Qingwei had cultivated this technique to the 4th rank, meaning her physical strength had reached the level of a strong attack-type soul master. With no time to examine further, Tang Qingwei quickly retracted her leg, clasped her hands into fists, and exerted force with her left leg, launching herself upward. In midair, Tang Qingwei combined her fists and swung them down towards the top of Zhao Wujia's head. This time, Zhao Wujia did not want to take the hit head-on. Although this strike posed no danger of serious injury to him, it would still hurt. The fact that this girl could inflict pain even on a level 74 soul sage like him was quite telling of her physical strength. Zhao Wujia was already about 70 to 80% sure that his guess about her practicing a technique to enhance physical strength was correct. He immediately set aside any playful thoughts and began to take the situation seriously. Tang Qingwei swung his fist but missed, not stopping to linger, and used his 3rd soul skill, Flash, to create distance between himself and Zhao Wujia. Sure enough, just at the spot where Tang Qingwei had been standing, a loud explosion echoed and the ground trembled violently. A wave of yellowish dirt was suddenly unleashed towards the other 3. They reacted quickly, swiftly using Flash to escape from their original positions. Zhao Wu used Flash again, and in the blink of an eye reached Zhao Wujia's front, simultaneously stepping on both sides of his neck. 2 muffled sounds rang out as Zhao Wu's feet accurately landed on Zhao Wujia's shoulders. But Zhao Wujia didn't even flinch. Clearly, Zhao Wu's attack was nothing more than a tickle to him. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's focus was entirely on the flash technique used by the 4. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He wasn't mistaken. They truly disappeared in an instant. This was definitely a support soul skill. Otherwise, how could all 3 use the same move? Could it be that girl's soul skill? Is she a support-type soul master or a power-type soul master? Indeed, they're all little monsters. Ha ha, interesting. Let me see your capabilities. The combat methods of these little guys had completely caught his attention. Just then, Zhao Wujia suddenly felt his entire body tighten as spiky vines crazily wrapped around him, binding his arms and legs tightly. The vines constricted sharply, releasing a strong, paralyzing toxin. At the same time, the vines rising from the ground pushed his body upward, lifting his feet off the ground and wrapping him up completely. Before Tang San could speak up, Dai Mubai had already moved first, his 2nd ring shining brightly. A strong white light condensed into a sphere, and a round light bullet was spat out from his mouth. It was the 2nd soul ring skill of the evil White Tiger, the White Tiger Light Wave. Chapter 64. 2nd soul skill. The vines binding Zhao Wujia, at the moment the light bullet hit, were engulfed along with Zhao Wujia in the white light. Are we being too heavy-handed? Zhao Wu asked nervously. Bang! With a loud crash, debris flew everywhere, and when the white light and flying dust dissipated, Zhao Wujia stood on the ground completely unharmed. At this moment, Zhao Wujia's expression became serious, and with a low growl, his body suddenly expanded. His already terrifying muscles swelled nearly twice their size, and even his height increased by a meter in an instant, making him look extremely imposing. 7 dazzling soul rings appeared simultaneously. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. 7 terrifying soul rings attached to him. His entire body was covered with a thick layer of brown fur, and he stood over 2.5 meters tall, muscles bulging, with brownish-yellow eyes exuding a domineering aura. The 7 soul rings continuously pulsed around his body, instantly increasing the pressure in the surroundings. Children, come on, let's continue. Zhao Wujie strode forward towards the 4. Tang Qingwei's blink time had now ended. Xiao Wu, meteor hammer. Tang Xin shouted softly. Tang Qingwei saw this and simultaneously activated his second soul skill, dazzling confusion, which can lock onto any target within 50 meters, ignoring their level, rendering the target unable to move for 3 seconds. The most powerful aspect of this skill is its ability to ignore levels. Although the 3 seconds of dizziness is short, if there is a one-hit kill weapon, it is possible to kill opponents of higher levels. However, the higher the opponent's level, the stronger their physical body. So if the level difference is too great, even 3 seconds may not be enough time to escape barehanded. The most important point is that this soul skill must be activated while the opponent is within 50 meters. If they move outside this range, it cannot be activated. 50 meters is not far. Many powerful soul masters can leap that distance. If the opponent is aware of the purpose of this soul skill, even a most arrogant person would not be fooled. Thus, the effectiveness of this skill relies entirely on the timing of its use. This was the moment. Even if it couldn't harm Zhao Wujie, it could still create a brief opening for the two. Xiao Wu lightly tapped on Tang San's shoulder with her toes and leaped out again. But this time, her feet were leading, aiming directly for Zhao Wujie's head. At the same time, dozens of blue-silver grasses surged from the ground around Zhao Wujie, wrapping around his thighs from different directions. Dai Mubai also quietly appeared behind Zhao Wujie, and without hesitation, he struck with both fists toward the back of Zhao Wujie's neck. Bang! The sound of bone and flesh colliding echoed. Dai Mubai felt a sharp pain in his hands. The physical strength was too great. This was his first battle against a soul sage who was so much higher in level. And he didn't expect the physical strength of a soul sage to be so formidable, far exceeding his imagination. Zhao Wujie was filled with fear. What kind of soul skill was this that could immobilize him? This battle was even more astonishing than anything he had encountered in the past few decades. The various soul skills he encountered were all unheard of. At this moment, not only was he immobilized, but his feet were also entangled by vines, with a small tiger cub striking from behind and the little rabbit's feet attacking from the front. For a moment, he truly felt somewhat helpless. Fortunately, the immobilization effect lasted only 3 seconds. Once he broke free, Zhao Wujie's counterattack would begin. Chapter 65. Support type Soul Master in that intense golden light. Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai were directly knocked back, and Tang San's blue silver grass, whether it was close or not, was all repelled back if it was within 3 meters of Zhao Wujie's body, with the ones that were close completely shattered. 2 muffled grunts sounded almost simultaneously, with Xiao Wu taking the brunt of the damage, followed by Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu, Tang San was almost furious, just as he was about to endure the pain in his body and use the vines to bring someone to him again. Unexpectedly, a figure moved even faster than him, leaving only an afterimage as it swiftly darted past, catching the flying Xiao Wu and retreating with her. The violent shock made Xiao Wu spit out a mouthful of blood in midair, her entire body feeling sore and numb. When she finally raised her head and saw that it was Tang Qingmi, she felt relieved and fainted. Although Zhao Wujie claimed he would take it seriously, he didn't actually use all his strength. After all, he was not on the same level as these children, and he didn't want to hurt them. Tang San felt a sense of relief when he saw his sister catch Xiao Wu, knowing his sister's abilities. Zhao Wujie noticed that everyone had lost their fighting strength and did not rush to attack again. Instead, he stood in place and reassured them, saying, "Don't worry, she's fine. After a good sleep, she'll be okay tomorrow." After saying this, Zhao Wujie turned his gaze to Tang Qingwei and said with a hint of pride, "Looks like I don't need to take action again, right? Little girl, you all lost. You couldn't even hold out for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Do you see? This is the gap in strength." Tang Qingwei ignored him and turned to Dai Mubai, saying, "Big brother Dai, how's your injury? Can you come over here?" Although Dai Mubai didn't know Tang Qingwei's intentions, he cooperatively struggled to get up and staggered towards her. Tang San didn't need his sister to call him again. He placed a hand on his chest and walked towards Tang Qingwei, his lowered eyes showing no emotional fluctuations, as if he were deep in thought. Seeing the delicate appearance of Xiao Wu with blood at the corner of her mouth, Tang Qingwei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Strength, after all. Strength must be spoken with strength wherever one goes. Tang Qingwei laid Xiao Wu flat on the ground, raised his left hand to summon the 7-colored lotus, and the 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, lit up again. The 7-colored lotus, spinning on his palm, suddenly radiated bright light, dividing into 3 beams of light that headed toward the 3 individuals. The white light shone on them, and in just a few seconds, it enveloped all of them completely. Tang San and Dai Mubai only had minor injuries. Even without treatment, they would automatically recover in a few hours, so, in just a moment, the 2 of them seemed to be fully revived, filled with strength. Only Xiao Wu was the most severely injured among the 3. In her unconscious state, Xiao Wu unconsciously frowned, her whole body in intense pain as if it were being crushed and torn apart. It hurt everywhere. Every minute and every second felt extremely long. She had been injured many times before, but she had never experienced such pain. Is this what a soul sage feels? Just the aftermath of a single strike left her in such a predicament. Fortunately, this pain didn't last too long. A sudden warmth began to surge from within her body, alleviating her suffering. Gradually, this warmth grew stronger, and her body felt like it was soaking in a hot spring, with all the pain fading away. As soon as Xiao Wu opened her eyes, she heard Dai Mubai exclaim in surprise, "Wow, Xiao Wei, is this also your soul skill?" Tang Qingwei glanced lightly at Dai Mubai and nodded, saying, "Yes, I'm an auxiliary soul master." Dai Mubai was beyond astonished, almost like seeing a little monster, exclaiming, "You can also use healing techniques?" Chapter 66. Assessment Pass. Tang San watched the 2 with a smile in his eyes. His sister's healing technique was no ordinary healing technique. Little did he know, at this moment, Zhao Wujia was already completely stunned. What the hell? What's going on? What happened? How did she suddenly use a healing soul skill again? Aren't you a strong attack-type soul master? After all, that girl looks soft and gentle, but in reality, whether it's defense or physical attack power, she is absolutely unmatched at the same level. So what is the situation now? Could she be an all-round soul master? Impossible. I must be overthinking. The 4 of them once again assumed an attacking and defensive posture. Teacher, let's continue. Zhao Wujia glanced at the incense that was almost burnt out and waved his hand irritably. What are you still fighting for? The incense is almost gone. Consider yourselves past the test. Damn it, what is the point of fighting? You couldn't really go all out against them. But without going all out, these little monsters were as slippery as loaches, making it really hard to win against them without seriously injuring a few. The purpose of that incense was simply to prevent these kids from becoming arrogant due to their own talents. As the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. In the past, Shrek Academy had examples of slow progress due to its own pride. Zhao Wujia didn't want these good seedlings in front of him to go down the wrong path. But he didn't expect that the strength these kids displayed would greatly surprise him. Not only did each of them have their own unique strengths, but they were also able to cooperate so well without having practiced together. Their future prospects were definitely limitless, especially the youngest girl, who truly amazed him. Did we pass? The fully recovered Xiao Wu had returned to her usual lively self. The group followed Zhao Wujia to the student dormitory. We only have 2 students currently studying in our academy. One is Oscar, whom you've all met, and the other you'll get to know later. 2. Apart from Tang Qingwei, the other 3 exclaimed in unison. This is 2. Dai Mubai chuckled bitterly to himself. With so few people, can they really gather enough to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament? His time was running out. The family had given him until he turned 25. Only if his elder brother defeated them before he turned 25 would he have a chance. Now, his elder brother was almost 25, and this tournament was his only chance to turn the tide. Zhao Wujia snorted, "What do you know? This is called better to have none than to have too many. No matter when, even if Shrek Academy closes its doors, it will never accept waste, only monsters. Do you know what the graduation requirements of the academy are?" The 4 didn't respond, just kept staring at Zhao Wujia. Not hearing the expected question, Zhao Wujia turned back to look at them and met 4 pairs of burning eyes. Why aren't they following the script? Shouldn't they be asking why with curious faces at this point? Zhao Wujia cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness, then said, "Cough, we only accept students under 13, and they must be exceptionally gifted. The graduation requirement of the academy is to exceed level 40, and this must be achieved before the age of 20 to graduate at the Soul Master level." Chapter 67. Only monsters accepted. Are there many students who graduate from the school? The group asked in surprise, quickly pressing for more information. Zhao Wujia was satisfied with their attitude. This was the reaction a normal person should have. He slowly continued. The academy has admitted a total of 62 students, but only 14 of them have actually graduated. All 14 have become prominent figures after leaving the academy. Among them, the most outstanding one is now the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope in authority. The rest who did not graduate either failed to reach level 40 before the age of 20 or died while hunting soul beasts. The dean once said, "If you don't reach level 40, don't go out and embarrass him." Zhao Wuji's expression was calm, but he felt smug inside. "You guys are so arrogant, huh? Now you know what a genius is, right?" While he was thinking this, Tang Qingwei raised her hand and said seriously, "Teacher Zhao, are there enough rooms? I want a dormitory for each person." Xiao Wu wasn't too surprised by this. After all, in the Nodding City Academy, Qingwei had already stopped living in the 7th dormitory with them. Wow, time flies. Back then, she was such a tiny little thing, and now she has grown so much. Wait, what else with this motherly mindset? She is only 10 years old. Okay? Zhao Wujia, I'm telling you about the glorious history of Shrek Academy. And you actually asked me if there are enough rooms. Are you out of your mind, little girl? Sure enough. She should have been suppressed earlier to keep her in line. But since that didn't work, look at how she is floating now. There should be enough rooms. Didn't you hear Teacher Zhao just say they admitted 62 students? I just don't know if those 62 students were all from the same period. Tang San analyzed, turning to look at Zhao Wujia with an inquiring expression. Zhao Wujia, are there enough rooms? He wasn't sure either. He usually didn't handle logistics. Today was just a coincidence that he was delivering them. After all, their school really didn't have much money. The entire academy was just built on 1/3 of the village's area. But with only 2 girls, it should be fine. The village wasn't big, and they reached the dormitory building after a short walk. Tang Qingwei happily got her own dormitory. As for Dai Mubai and Tang San, they shared a room with 2 other students, which was also to help foster better relationships among the students. After the 4 of them settled their luggage, it was already noon, so they prepared to go out and look for something to eat. All 4 were newcomers and had no acquaintances to guide them, so they had no choice but to look for places where smoke was rising, trying to find somewhere with food. The village was not large, and as they walked, they unknowingly wandered out of the Shrek Academy's area. It was very quiet around the academy, but on the other side, the villagers were already busy. The sun rose, and so did the farmers. It was their habit to work in the fields to make a living. They had no idea where the academy's breakfast was, so they decided to buy some food in the village to fill their stomachs first. Suddenly, a chubby boy approached them. He had short hair, small eyes, and his chubby cheeks made him look somewhat cute. However, those shifty little eyes made it clear he was not friendly. "What a beautiful girl. How about it? Interested in being my girlfriend?" This was clearly directed at Xiao Wu. As compared to Xiao Wu's curvy figure, Tang Qingwei was just a flat little body. Chapter 68, Phoenix Possession. "What did you say?" Tang Qingwei was furious. There were only her and sister Xiao Wu as girls here, and it was obvious who the frivolous remarks were directed at. The chubby boy, upon hearing this, merely glanced at Tang Qingwei, waved his hand, and said, "Little girl, you are indeed cute, but if you want to be my girlfriend, you should wait a few more years. As for now, TSK, you're still too young." He shook his head, feigning a look of regret. "Shut up," Xiao Wu exclaimed angrily, kicking towards the chubby boy in front of her. "You little rascal. Not learning well at such a young age?" Although Xiao Wu was very angry at that moment, she controlled her strength, and at most, she could only make an ordinary person tumble. But to her surprise, the chubby boy was not simple. Seeing Xiao Wu's kick coming, he did not hesitate to meet it, crossing his arms in front of him to block her foot, a faint purple light shimmering around him, clearly indicating a soul power fluctuation. "Oh, so you're also a soul master? That's even better. Doesn't that make us more compatible?" The chubby boy was momentarily stunned, then turned ecstatic. "Such a beautiful girl is actually a soul master too. That's fantastic." Tang San's expression darkened. How dare they bully his sister and Xiao Wu? In an instant, he charged forward, his hands transforming into a translucent jade color, slapping towards the chubby boy. The chubby boy's reaction speed was also not slow. He did not meet the attack head-on, but instead took a few steps back, increasing the distance between them. "It seems you all should be soul masters. Well then, let me show you what true strength is." As he spoke, the chubby boy let out a low growl. "Phoenix, possess me." Hearing the word Phoenix, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Among the beast martial souls, there are several particularly powerful ones, one of which is the Phoenix, also known as the colorful bird. The Phoenix martial soul not only grants the host the ability to fly, but also bestows a powerful fire attribute for attacks, making it one of the best among battle-type martial souls. Suddenly, a purplish-red light surged from the chubby boy's body, his short hair abruptly lengthening and gathering towards the center, forming a mohawk hairstyle. Although there were no wings of flame like one might imagine, the purplish-red light radiated outward, instantly releasing intense heat. 2 yellow soul rings rose from under his feet, and long feathers extended from his exposed, muscular arms, transforming his hands into claw shapes. Dai Mubai, who had initially appeared serious, couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the chubby boy's current appearance. Is there really such a fat phoenix? To me, it looks more like a country chicken. The others burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere dissipated. Upon seeing the chubby boy's martial soul, Tang Qingwei realized this must be Ma Hongjun, who was also Dai Mubai's roommate. Ma Hongjun did indeed look somewhat comical at this moment, with his round body, long purplish-red feathered arms, and upright hair. If he claimed to be a phoenix, few would believe it, as he seemed more like a plump country chicken. Dai Mubai's words immediately struck a nerve with Ma Hongjun, who angrily retorted, "Who are you calling a country chicken?" Raising his hands, his first soul ring suddenly lit up, and he opened his mouth wide, spitting out a stream of thin, purplish-red flames toward Dai Mubai. The high temperature caused the air to distort, shooting out like a line of fire in the sky. "Be careful, brother Dai," the others exclaimed. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow just in time. "I want to see what you're capable of." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, "White tiger, possess me." A strong white light suddenly erupted from his body. Dai Mubai extended his arms to the sides, puffed out his chest, and his bones cracked as his muscles bulged, stretching his clothes. Dai Mubai's upper body leaned forward slowly, his 4 eyes turning a deep blue, exuding a cold, killing intent that filled the space with overwhelming pressure. Beneath him, 2 shining yellow rings rose one after another, quietly ascending, as the surging soul power created a wave-like pressure. Feeling the intense heat of Ma Hongjun's phoenix flames, Dai Mubai showed no intention of retreating and charged directly at him. This chubby boy was a phoenix that couldn't fly. Getting close was his biggest weakness. Although the flames on the chubby boy would harm him, they weren't enough to severely injure him. However, if the chubby boy allowed him to close in and attack, he would certainly suffer a terrible fate. Ma Hongjun was startled to see Dai Mubai getting closer. He panicked, thinking, why isn't he following the usual tactics? With such scorching flames, why is he advancing instead of retreating? Clearly, while Ma Hongjun's soul power was not low, his combat experience was nowhere near as rich as Dai Mubai's. He had always relied on his domineering flames to win, and now he had not anticipated that Dai Mubai could see through his weakness at a glance. After the martial soul possessed him, Dai Mubai seemed to turn into another person. Just as his white hair began to rise, his explosively powerful body was already in front of Ma Hongjun. His claws extended from his fingers as he reached for Ma Hongjun's body. Ma Hongjun was taken aback and immediately activated his second soul ring skill without hesitation. Suddenly, a violent purple flame erupted from his body, and Ma Hongjun's chubby form exploded outward, rapidly expanding. Although Ma Hongjun's second soul skill, the Flaming Phoenix, provided all-around defense and attack, it could not withstand the effects of Dai Mubai's first soul ring, which enhances attack and defense by 50%. Coupled with the close-range use of his second soul skill, the White Tiger's fierce light wave, the outcome was determined in an instant. Ma Hongjun's body was suddenly knocked back by the White Tiger's fierce light wave. Fortunately, Dai Mubai only intended to intimidate him and did not use all his strength, otherwise. That attack would have kept the chubby boy bedridden for 10 days or more. However, Dai Mubai clearly overestimated Ma Hongjun's control over his body. The chubby boy rolled awkwardly in the air for a few moments before landing heavily on the ground, dazed. At that moment, a surprised voice exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, and they saw Oscar, dressed in simple gray clothes with neatly cut short hair, walking toward them. Xiaowu crossed her arms and coldly snorted, "What's going on? You can ask him. This chubby guy was teasing us. Isn't it right to teach him a lesson?" Ma Hongjun muttered defiantly, "What about you guys? I just asked if she would be my girlfriend. How is that bullying? That kid is so small. I'm not that much of a beast, okay?" Upon hearing this, Tang Qingwei's face darkened, and she immediately retracted her hand, which she had intended to use for healing. "Do you believe I can show you just how big my fist is? Humph. Do you think everyone is like you? So mature? I'm just a normal height for an 8-year-old, okay?" Oscar approached the group and saw that only Ma Hongjun had been beaten up, while the others seemed unbothered. Seeing it was Oscar, Ma Hongjun sat on the ground and quickly said, "Hurry, get me a sausage. So many people ganged up on me. Humph. Who told you to be so mouthy? You deserve to be hit." He then turned to the others and explained, "Do you remember I told you there are only 2 students in the academy, including me?" Everyone suddenly understood. "You mean he is?" "Ha ha. So it was a misunderstanding. Dai Mubai said, stepping forward to pull Ma Hongjun up, smiling. But next time, don't be so mouthy. Otherwise, if you get beaten up, it's just your bad luck. Although Dai Mubai smiled while saying this, his eyes were filled with coldness. Ma Hongjun shivered. This smiling tiger was quite scary. Oscar, however, did not notice Dai Mubai's expression and thought the others had reconciled. He called out to Ma Hongjun, 5 copper soul coins for 1 sausage. And don't forget to settle up with me later. I have a big sausage. When Tang San heard Oscar's phrase, I have a big sausage, he froze for a moment. This sentence was simply too ambiguous. Dai Mubai was also drawn to this strange incantation and turned to look. Suddenly, a burst of yellow light gathered in his palm, and 2 yellow rings rose from Oscar's feet. Then, with a flash of light in his hand, a fragrant sausage appeared. Xiao Wu's pretty face immediately turned bright red, and she covered her hot cheeks, complaining, how can there be such a strange martial soul? As for Tang Qingwei, he had already had his ears covered by Tang San. Tang Qingwei really wanted to roll her eyes. Do you think your palm is made of soundproof cotton? She was already at the soul zone level. With keen hearing and sight, this little barrier was absolutely useless. However, she was only 8 years old and still just a child. So she didn't refuse Tang San's concern and pretended not to hear him with her innocent big eyes. Ma Hongjun calmly ate the sausage that Oscar handed over, disdainfully saying, this is Monster Academy, so of course the martial souls are all kinds of weird. Although Oscar's martial soul had no attack power, it was considered top-notch among food-type martial souls. After all, he provided meat. Saying this, as if to validate his point, he quickly got up, acting as if nothing happened. Oscar's large sausage had healing properties, and for light injuries like Ma Hongjun's, 1 sausage was enough for a full recovery. Oh, by the way, did you know Dai Mubai is your new roommate? Oscar casually reminded as he took the 5 copper soul coins handed over by Ma Hongjun. At these words, Ma Hongjun's body stiffened. Don't joke with me. Damn it, I just had a fight with him, and I lost completely. Now, he's my roommate, and it's with this smiling tiger. Are you unhappy that we're roommates? Dai Mubai cheerfully placed his hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. Ma Hongjun's body stiffened, and he said in a dry tone, how could I be unhappy? Dai Mubai laughed and said, then please take care of me in the future, roommate. Ma Hongjun turned his head, his face stiff and pained, saying, Boss Dai, you look older than me at a glance. I should be the one asking you to take care of me. Chapter 71, Tang Hao arrives. Late at night, the entire Shrek Academy fell completely silent. Tang Qingwei was planning to begin her cultivation when a sudden voice made her alert, and she felt the voice was very familiar. Come out. A faint aura locked on at Tang Qingwei. It was Tang Hao. After confirming it was someone she knew, Tang Qingwei did not let her guard down. Her soul power surged to its peak as she cautiously remained on alert, while also scanning her surroundings for any movements. After confirming that there was no one nearby, she pushed off the ground with force and quickly pursued the direction of the aura. In no time, she had left the area of Shrek Academy and arrived in a nearby forest where the aura had vanished. What do you want? As soon as she spoke, a black figure slowly emerged from behind a large tree. The person was draped in black clothing, even wearing a black hood, and from the appearance, it was clear that he was a tall man. Despite being wrapped up tightly, he could not hide the familiar smell of sweat from Tang Qingwei. It was normal for a man to smell of sweat, but Tang Qingwei had a sensitive nose since childhood, and after practicing purification techniques, her sensory acuity had risen several levels. Usually, her sense of smell was partially sealed, but this time she needed to confirm the identity of the person through scent. So she fully unsealed it. Although it was a rather crude method, it was effective enough. Tang Hao took off his hat, still looking the same as before, with a weathered face etched with the marks of time. His murky eyes seemed to reflect a life nearing its end, which was completely at odds with his appearance of around 50 years old. I really worry for him. Will his wife dislike him when she sees him like this? Sigh. It's truly concerning. Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, once she has her 100,000-year spirit ring, they can both heal together. Seeing Tang's slightly familiar gaze, Tang Hao's stiff lips curled up a bit, amused in his heart. Does this girl really look down on him like this? With that expression, she is probably bad-mouthing him in her mind. Tang Hao said no more, raised his hand and waved, and a black token flew towards Tang Qingwei. She caught it effortlessly, the token of the spirit hall. At this moment, the token lay quietly in her palm, intricately carved with 6 vivid patterns, the colors not too eye-catching. You can use it when needed. Tang Hao's voice remained deep, and after saying this, he put his hood back on, seemingly intending to leave. Aren't you going to take a look at Tang San? Tang Qingwei's tone was slightly dry. Over the years, she and Tang Hao had spent very few moments alone together. Although she knew that Tang Hao treated her well, he just didn't know how to express it. In her heart, she had always placed Tang Hao in the position of a kind uncle. Therefore, she never proactively asked Tang Hao for anything, but kept his kindness in mind, hoping to repay it when the opportunity arose. This kind of relationship felt less like that of a father and daughter, and more like a distant creditor-debtor relationship. Perhaps it was due to the long time apart or the late hour that made her sentimental. At this moment, Tang Qingwei felt a bit touched. "You silly girl. That's your brother. How can you be so disrespectful?" Tang Hao joked. Then he continued, "I won't go over there. Just tell him for me." Tang Qingwei knew that Tang Hao had gone to see Tang San and learned that he was in the same dormitory as the other students, which is why he came to find her. Chapter 72, Shrek Students. Tang Hao finished speaking and turned to leave, as his tall figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Tang Qingwei suddenly felt a sting in her nose, and a wave of sorrow from parting surged into her heart. "Dad, don't die out there, or Tang San will cry his eyes out." The silhouette heard Tang Qingwei's words, paused for a moment, did not look back, just wave his hand, "Go back." In the early morning, Shrek Academy. "Xiaowei, how was your stay since you just arrived yesterday? If you're scared, you can come find me to sleep together." As soon as Tang Qingwei stepped out of the dormitory, she was grabbed by the arm by Xiao Wu. "Sister Xiao Wu, you forgot again. I don't need to sleep now." Tang Qingwei turned her head and whispered in Xiao Wu's ear. Right, I forgot again. Besides, it's been so long, and I'm still not used to it. You're too diligent. It's almost at the point of neglecting food and sleep. No wonder you're making such rapid progress." Xiao Wu whispered back. Tang Qingwei just smiled and didn't continue the topic because someone was already walking over from the boys' side. Xiao Wu also noticed it. And now all the students from Shrek Academy had gathered. A loud growl from his stomach instantly attracted everyone's attention. Tang Qingwei held her belly and felt no embarrassment at all. She looked at Tang San and pouted, "Brother, I'm hungry." She didn't rush to tell Tang San about Tang Hao's visit yesterday, considering that there were more than just the two of them present. Tang San looked at his sister's rare display of a wronged little expression and smiled indulgently. He turned to Oscar and asked, "Little Oscar, what do we eat at the academy?" Oscar nodded and walked ahead, saying, "Just follow me." He led everyone to the academy cafeteria. The so-called cafeteria was actually just an agreement between the academy and the village, hiring a few villagers to take care of everyone's meals. Although breakfast was simple, it was plentiful, and there was no problem with getting enough to eat. Dai Mubai, seeing that he was the oldest among the group, decided to organize everyone. After a moment of contemplation, he lightly cleared his throat and said, "I see that all the students have arrived. For a while, we will all be living and studying together, so let's get to know each other. I'll introduce myself first. My name is Dai Mubai. My martial soul is the White Tiger. I am 13 years old, and I am a level 29 soul master." Tang San nodded and said, "My name is Tang San. My martial soul is Blue Silvergrass. I'm 10 years old, and I'm a level 28 soul master." Upon hearing Blue Silvergrass, Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged surprised glances with Tang San. Blue Silvergrass? Has it really cultivated this fast? Among those present, except for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, everyone had witnessed Tang San's Blue Silvergrass, which was definitely not the useless martial soul that ordinary people imagined. "My name is Xiao Wu. My martial soul is Softbone Rabbit. I'm 10 years old, and I'm a level 28 soul master." Ma Hongjun was astonished. These two were the same age as her, yet their soul power levels were actually higher than his. "My name is Tang Qingwei. My martial soul is 7-colored flower. I'm 8 years old, and I'm a level 30 soul venerable." Everyone was suddenly speechless, and Ma Hongjun was even more dumbfounded. "Damn, how can this be? An 8-year-old soul venerable? Am I crazy? I dared to provoke this group yesterday. I'm really lucky to still be alive." Ma Hongjun thought to himself, but didn't dare to say much, quickly stating, "I'm Ma Hongjun. I'm 10 years old. My martial soul is Phoenix, and I'm a level 25 soul master. I'm Oscar. I'm 12 years old, and I'm a level 28 soul master. I'm actually at the bottom, the lowest soul power level." Ma Hongjun roared in his heart. Chapter 73, Principal Flender. After the introductions, Dai Mubai continued, "From now on, we will all live and cultivate together. I don't think we need to be too formal with our titles. What do you all think?" Everyone nodded. It was indeed the case. Seeing that everyone agreed with his opinion, Dai Mubai continued, "There are only 6 people in the academy, and I'm the oldest, a bit older than all of you, so you can call me Mubai, or just like Fatty, you can call me Dai Lao. Tang San, how about I call you Xiao San from now on?" Tang San nodded, indicating that he had no objections. Although he hadn't been exposed to the Shrek Academy for long, he already felt a sense of belonging. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun each had their own characteristics, but none of them repulsed him. Before Dai Mubai could talk about himself, Tang lightly smiled and said, "Just call me Xiao Wei, like my brother does." Naturally, the way Xiao Wu was addressed didn't need to change, and Ma Hongjun continued to call him Fatty, while Oscar was referred to as Xiao Ao. At that moment, a sudden sound of ringing echoed from outside. Oscar quickly stood up and said, "That's the bell calling us from the dean. We should hurry to the playground." After speaking, he quickly left the dining hall, and the others hurriedly followed. Not long after the four arrived at the playground, they saw a middle-aged man walking over from the other side. The man appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust build, a distinctive long face, a slightly protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a bit of a hawk-like nose. If one had to describe him with an object, it could only be said that his face resembled a shoe sole. Although his eyes were closed at the moment, one could still sense a hint of cunning through his black-framed crystal glasses. Flander approached the 6 students and stopped. His unique, slightly magnetic hoarse voice rang out. "This year is quite good. We have 4 more little monsters. I am Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, and I welcome your arrival on behalf of the Academy. Later, each of you will need to give 100 gold coins to Teacher Lee, who is in charge of finances." Flander paused for a moment, looking at everyone, and said, "As for the Academy's rules, there aren't any particularly special ones. Simply put, no looting or pillaging is allowed, but fighting and gambling are encouraged." This statement made Tang lightly scoff in his heart. They actually encouraged gambling. He had never heard of such a thing. If one person gambled, the whole family would suffer. If many gambled, how could they achieve a better life? No wonder the Academy was still so poor. Of course, Flander was unaware of Tang's thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely have seized the opportunity to lecture Tang about the expenses of students over the years. "All right, today's first class will start in the evening." Flander waved his hand and said, "You can go rest now. Remember, get yourself in the best condition before dark. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Our teaching here is not like anywhere else, and you might even face danger." Tang San was called away by the dean, and Tang Qingwei and Xiao Wu made plans to go shopping. As night fell, Shrek Academy's dean, the 4-eyed cat-eagle Flinder, was standing on a large playground, looking at the 6 students before him. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the shortest among them, Tang Qingwei, were all ready for their evening class, each one full of energy. Flinder had his hands behind his back and said, "All right, let's set off." Everyone looked confused. Where to? Turning to look at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, both were equally puzzled. They didn't know where the dean planned to take them. Chapter 74. Inside Soto City, Flinder waved his hand and said, "Let's go, follow me." After saying that, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and swiftly dashed out towards the direction of the Academy's exit. Everyone hurriedly followed. Flinder maintained a fairly quick pace, which revealed the differences in strength among the 6 students. Right behind Flinder was the smallest, Tang Qingwei, closely followed by Dai Mubai. Although Tang San's Ghost Shadow Misty Step is exquisite, it still cannot compare to Dai Mubai, whose soul power is deeper than his. Therefore, he and Xiao Wu are tied for 3rd place, while the last place goes to Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Although Oscar is a food system support soul master, his physical strength ultimately cannot match that of Battle Soul Masters. Even though he continuously eats his self-made recovery sausages along the way, he is still far behind everyone else. Throughout the journey, Flinder did not speak again, and everyone followed closely behind, with no time to chat. Soon, they discovered that Flinder's destination was Soto City. The distance from Shrek Academy to Soto City is not far, and just as they were about to reach the south gate of Soto City, Flinder slowed down his pace to allow the 6 students to catch up. Soto City is located within the Barak Kingdom and is not subject to any external threats, so its gates are open around the clock. The 7 of them smoothly enter the city. Although it was already dark, Soto City seemed to have just woken up, even more bustling than during the day. The shops on both sides of the street were brightly lit, and some small vendors who only operate at night found their accustomed places to sell snacks or small items. Once they reached the lively street, Xiao Wu pulled Tang San to look around with curiosity, while Tang San closely followed the 2, constantly reminding them not to stray too far from the dean. Tang Qingwei was an only child in her past life, and she didn't have many friends. After starting work, she lived a monotonous life of commuting, eating, and going home, with her biggest entertainment being watching anime and reading novels. Even shopping was done online, making her a true shut-in. Nowadays, being affectionately linked by Xiao Wu while shopping feels quite novel. Dai Mubai, being the most striking among the group, attracted many beautiful women glancing his way. but it was like casting flirtatious glances at a blind person. From beginning to end, Dai Mubai maintained a stern expression, as if everything happening outside had nothing to do with him, his gaze fixed solely on Dean Flander in front of him, unaffected by the external world. Tang lightly glanced at Dai Mubai with some surprise, not expecting this playboy to have turned into a gentleman. Little did she know that Dai Mubai's transformation stemmed from the three of them. After learning about their ages and strengths, he had realized he didn't want to continue to self-destruct and now only wished to quickly strengthen himself. Ma Hongjun saw Dai Mubai's demeanor and secretly rolled his eyes, inwardly cursing blockhead. Such good looks wasted on him. How great it would be if he had them. Looking at the beauties on the street, Ma Hongjun's eyes were almost insufficient, his small eyes darting around, targeting the pretty girls on the street. When he saw some with fuller figures, he would occasionally swallow his saliva. Fortunately, he was at the back of the group, and the others didn't notice his current state. At this moment, Flinder suddenly stopped, looked at the sky, and murmured to himself, "There's still some time. Follow me." Chapter 75, The Great Soul Arena. With that, Flinder led the 6 into an inconspicuous shop by the street, and the 7 of them sat around a round table, ordering 7 cups of the cheapest tea. Tang Qingwei frowned at the tea in front of her, which was full of tea foam. "Director, can I order something else? I'm still young and don't want to grow short in the future." Flander looked at Tang Qingwei's disgusted expression and, with an annoyed sigh, took away the teacup in front of her and drank it all in one gulp. "If you don't like it, order something else and pay for yourself." Tang San felt a bit distressed for his younger sister, gently stroking Tang Qing's hair and saying, "Brother will go buy you something else. What do you want to drink?" He then turned to Xiao Wu, looking at her inquiringly. "Orange juice will be fine." The two of them ordered the same fruit juice. Tang Qingwei happily finished selecting what he wanted to drink and looked at the black-faced Flander with a smug expression. Just as Tang San was about to call the waiter, he was suddenly surrounded by 3 scorching gazes, and upon raising his eyes, he saw the other 3 looking at him with eager expressions. Tang San's face darkened as he glanced at a few people and said irritably, "If you want a drink, go buy it yourself." These people weren't broke. They could afford their own drinks. The 3 of them looked at Tang San with resentful expressions, but he acted as if he hadn't seen them. Flinder looked at the little girl showing off to him, feeling exasperated, thinking, "So what if you have an older brother?" However, he didn't say anything more and instead pointed outside, saying, "Over there is where you'll be having your classes later." Everyone followed his finger and saw a large, tall building not far from the shop. From their angle, they could only see that the building was nearly 100 meters tall, immense and profound in the night. From that massive structure, faint glimmers of light flickered. Dai Mubai's expression changed. He naturally knew this place, the Great Soul Arena. The so-called Great Soul Arena is a place for fighting with martial souls, where soul masters battle. Whether in the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, there is a saying that the Soul Arena determines the rise and fall of a nation. Curious, Ma Hongjun asked first, "Dean, what is this place? Why haven't we seen you bring us here before? So many beautiful big sisters." While asking, his small eyes were wandering restlessly. Flinder shot him a look of disappointment, and didn't he respond to Ma Hongjun, instead explaining for himself, "Your martial souls are all different, and each has its own cultivation methods. What the Academy can teach you, apart from knowledge about martial souls and the situation of soul masters on the continent, is how to better utilize your martial souls and obtain better soul rings. All of this is to gain more practical experience and develop your potential as much as possible. Therefore, among the things you need to learn, the most important is practical experience. And this place will be your first lesson, practical combat. That area is your classroom." Upon hearing this, everyone probably understood that there would definitely be battles waiting for them later. No wonder the dean wanted them to be in their best condition before dark. Seeing the fighting spirit in everyone's expressions, Flinder felt satisfied. The building in front of you is called the Great Soul Arena, and only cities at the level of a main city can have it. Its scale can be seen as a symbol of whether a city or even a nation is prosperous or not, and it will be named after the city it is in. Therefore, here it is also called the Soto Great Soul Arena. Chapter 76, Silver Soul Badge. So the Great Soul Arena is a place for fighting martial souls? Xiao Wu asked in confusion, and although Tang was aware, he also showed a puzzled expression, secretly calculating his little treasure chest and wondering if he should take the opportunity to make some money later. Flinder nodded yes. The Great Soul Arena is a relatively fair place. Here, martial soul battles occur, and even if you kill a descendant of a major family, you don't need to worry about retaliation. Here, crisis and opportunity coexist, making it the best venue for practical training. At this point, Flinder's gaze swept over the 6 people in front of him. Your task is to obtain at least a silver soul badge before graduation. Understand? As soon as Flinder said this, only Dai Mubai, who was in the know, had a fleeting glimmer in his eyes. The silver soul badge from the Great Soul Arena was not easy to obtain. However, shortly after, he smiled, thinking that challenges make things more interesting, don't they? Tang Qingwei was momentarily stunned upon hearing about the silver Dahun badge. Is there such a thing in the original work? It's been too long, and I really don't remember many details. Tang Qingwei was lost in thought when Flanders spoke up. It's about time, let's head over. I'll explain the rest of the situation when we get there. After settling the bill, the group of 7 left the shop and headed towards the Soto Great Spirit Arena. As they got closer, the shock brought by the Great Spirit Arena intensified. When Tang Qingwei and the others first arrived in Soto City, they had not been to this area and did not expect to find such a magnificent building within the city. The Soto Great Spirit Arena is oval-shaped, reaching a height of 120 meters, and is divided into a main arena and 24 sub-arena. It can accommodate up to 60,000 spectators, including 100 VIP boxes. This place is not only a venue for soul masters to compete and communicate, but also a stage for various forces to showcase their strength. As they walked towards the Soto Great Spirit Arena, Flanders briefly informed the others about the remaining details of the arena. Great Spirit Arena Front Desk. Hello, excuse me. We would like to register. Tang Qingwei was too short, and the front desk was too high, so she could only rest her entire head on the counter to ask questions. Unexpectedly, she was seen by the front desk just as she looked up. Startled, her face instantly turned pale, but her good professional demeanor prevented her from running away. Trembling, she inquired, "Hello." Tang Qingwei still didn't know what was happening and was about to respond. At that moment, a shadow blocked the view between the two. The front desk girl then looked up and saw someone pick up Tang Qingwei and place her on a high stool. The front desk girl's face instantly darkened, and she cursed inwardly, realizing it was just a little kid who was running around without paying attention, almost scaring someone to death. Knowing that the other party was just a child, her tone became cold as she spoke. Was it a game of strategy, a life-and-death struggle, or a gambling duel? Tang Sin didn't mind the other person's unpleasant tone. After all, his sister's recent actions had truly startled them. He simply asked politely, "Could you explain these rules to us?" The receptionist became even more impatient, detesting such clueless kids coming over. Her tone grew colder as she impatiently pointed to the left side, saying, "Over there. Go take a look yourself." Tang Sin nodded, didn't ask more, and left with Tang Qingwei. Chapter 77. The Game Competition. Tang Qingwei, who was being taken away, also understood the cause and effect of the situation. She felt aggrieved. Was it her fault for being short? Why did they make the front desk so high? Hadn't they considered people like her who were shorter? Tang San helplessly rubbed his sister's head and comforted her. "You're still young now. Wait until you grow a bit more, and you'll be fine." When they returned to the front desk after reviewing the rules, the same person was still there. The front desk staff clearly remembered them, looked up at the group, and coldly asked, "Game of chance, life and death battle, or betting match?" Game of chance. They were just there to gain experience, not to risk their lives. After asking the question, the front desk staff didn't say much more, just took out a form for them to fill out. They quickly completed the form, and the front desk staff took it back, not even looking at it before placing it in a drawer. The registration fee was 10 gold soul coins per person. Although there were 6 of them, only 5 signed up for the individual game of chance, as Oscar, being a food-type soul master, could not fight alone. So they signed up for a team game of chance as well. After receiving the iron badge, Tang Qingwei took out most of her belongings from her storage ring and placed them on the front desk. The sound of the gold soul coins clinking together caught the attention of the staff. "I'm betting all of this on myself to win." Tang Qingwei's excited little face flushed slightly. "Ha ha, I'm going to make money." Just as Tang Qingwei was fantasizing about how to spend this money, the front desk staff's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all her wonderful fantasies. Soul Masters with a Battle Soul badge are not allowed to place bets in the Grand Soul Arena. If there were anime effects at that moment, one could see Tang Qingwei instantly turn gray and then gradually shatter. "I can't place bets? Then what's the use of this iron lump?" Tang Sin saw his sister being humiliated and felt both heartbroken and amused, ultimately deciding to let her cool off alone for a while. However, at that moment, the broadcast seemed to be against her, announcing that Tang Qingwei's one-on-one soul fighting match was about to begin. Dai Mubai originally intended to comfort his youngest sister, but when he saw the low pressure surrounding Tang Qingwei almost solidifying, he quickly took a few steps back to give her space. On the soul fighting stage, a middle-aged man in a tailcoat stood in the center. He cleared his throat and announced loudly, Next, we will have the first one-on-one soul battle of our 14th Soul Fighting Arena. The participants are two Soul Emperors. They are the support type Soul Emperor with the weapon spirit 7-colored flower. When he mentioned the support type Soul Master, even the experienced host was taken aback. Was it no mistake? A support type Soul Master in a one-on-one match? Is that seeking death? However, his professionalism still kept him smiling as he finished reading. Support type Soul Emperor Tang Qingwei against the battle type Soul Emperor Luo Liang, who has won 2 consecutive matches. Will Soul Emperor Luo Liang continue his glory with a 3rd victory? Or will the newcomer support type Soul Emperor Tang Qingwei emerge victorious? Let's wait and see. Now, let's welcome the 2 Soul Emperors to the stage. After the host's introduction, the audience in the stands erupted in whispers. What is there to compare? Isn't the outcome clearly a one-sided defeat? Even if a support type is a Soul Emperor, they are still support. I really don't know if this is a fool or a narcissist daring to challenge a battle-type Soul Emperor. What a waste of money. The more they thought about it, the angrier the audience became, starting to stir restlessly. Beat the support type Soul Master. Beat him to death. The audience shouted in outrage. The host was not surprised by this scene and just cheerfully said, "This is a competitive match, not a life-and-death battle." Chapter 78. One-on-one Soul Battle Soon. A tall figure walked onto the left side of the stage. This person stood at an astonishing height of around 2 meters, with broad shoulders and a back covered in granite-like muscles. Beneath the dark skin, bulging muscles coiled like dark green snakes across his bare upper body. His copper, bell-like eyes flickered with fierce light, and as he entered the stage, he let out a deafening roar, exuding a powerful aura. Ma Hongjun, sitting next to Tang San, whispered, "This big guy looks like he has great strength. Can your sister handle it?" Tang San did not directly respond to Ma Hongjun's words, only smiling mysteriously and saying, "Just wait and see." You can only blame the opponent for being unlucky, as they happened to provoke Xiao Wei, who was in a bad mood. Dai Mu Bai, hearing this, also smiled but did not reply. In terms of strength, Xiao Wei could make a 74th level Soul Saint dodge. How could a mere Soul Zun level opponent possibly be stronger than Xiao Wei physically? Ma Hongjun was left confused, as it seemed from his conversation that Tang Qingwei was quite strong. Didn't she claim to be a support type Soul Master? Or was she not? On the arena, Tang Qingwei stepped onto the ring from the other side. As soon as she stood still, the audience erupted in a commotion, and even the host was shocked with his mouth agape. Her youthful and pretty face, along with her short stature, immediately attracted the attention of many spectators. How old is this little girl? What did the host just say? That she is a Soul Master? That can't be possible. Doubts like these echoed continuously in the stands. Luo Liang didn't care whether his opponent was a little girl or not. Anyone standing on the ring was an enemy in his eyes. His goal was to knock her down. There were no distinctions of gender or age in the ring. Start. As the referee shouted start, Tang Qingwei leaped into action, kicking directly at Luo Liang. This was not just a single kick. She was airborne, delivering a flurry of kicks with both legs. Tang Qingwei was extremely angry. Not being able to place a bet felt like losing $1 billion. Now that someone was there to vent her frustration, she chose to engage in hand-to-hand combat without hesitation. Luo Liang raised his hand to block, but his body was still being pushed back by the kicks. "Damn, fight back!" Someone shouted loudly from the stage. No one expected that Luo Liang would start in a defensive posture and be continuously pushed back by that little girl. One was a battle Soul Master, and the other was a support Soul Master. The obvious disparity in strength made many people think that Luo Liang should be able to make that little girl kneel and beg for mercy right from the start. However, things did not develop in the direction the crowd expected. Huh, wait a minute. Didn't they say that girl was a support Soul Master? Could she actually be a strength-type Soul Master? Is this cheating? Probably not. At most, it could be considered concealment, but not cheating. After all, no one is obligated to reveal all their trump cards. It was at this moment that the audience in the stands began to realize that something was off with Tang Qingwei. At this point, they couldn't articulate their feelings. But perhaps the only feeling they had was that their money wasn't wasted. The match continued and did not pause due to their doubts. Tang Qingwei kicked the opponent a dozen times, and at the moment her body hit the ground, instead of retreating, she advanced. With her fists together, she swung her fist towards the opponent's head. Luo Liang gasped for breath and quickly raised his hand to block. Tang Qingwei smashed down with a punch, causing his opponent to take 2 steps back and create some distance. He raised his leg again to kick. The sound of collisions echoed continuously. Chapter 79. Violent assistance, just as Luo Liang was blocking while preparing for a counterattack. Tang Qingwei suddenly stopped just kicking, and instead his right leg shot out straight, the tip of his foot creating a loud crack in the air as it kicked hard against Luo Liang's shoulder. Crack! Luo Liang let out a muffled groan, holding his right shoulder as he directly stepped off the stage. He didn't expect that the soft and delicate girl in front of him would start with such a strong attack. She quickly injured his shoulder, and logically speaking, he was already a soul master. His physical strength and bones shouldn't be so easily hurt. Since Tang Qingwei was able to injure his bones, it indicates that the opponent's physical strength is definitely above his, and their explosive power might even be stronger than his. Otherwise, it would be difficult to easily break through his defenses. Continuing on would be meaningless. It's not a life and death battle, and further fighting would incur significant medical expenses. The entire arena of the 14th Duel Soul stage fell into silence, not to mention the audience. Even the host from earlier had his mouth agape. No one expected that such a duel would end so quickly, and the winner turned out to be a little girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old. The whole process was a complete crushing defeat. The opponent didn't even have time to unleash their martial soul before the duel was over. Suddenly, applause erupted, as a beautiful little girl displayed such impressive skills, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The crowd had long forgotten their initial outrage. In an instant, the applause thundered. Tang Qingwei finally felt a sense of relief. The host also reacted at this moment, quickly walking up to the battle platform and loudly announcing, "Tang Qingwei wins." With a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Luo Liang has a record of 12 wins and 6 losses. Tang Qingwei, esteemed Soul Master, please proceed to the registration for points after coming down. Although Tang Qingwei claimed to be a support-type Soul Master, anyone who had watched the recent match now believed that she was not really a support-type Soul Master, thinking instead that the young girl had said so just to catch everyone off guard. Tang Qingwei was unhappy to hear such title. Pouting her little face, she corrected, "I am a support-type Soul Master." At that moment, the host was cursing inwardly, thinking, "You've already broken the opponent's battle soul bones. And you tell me you're a support-type Soul Master? Which support type can fight like this?" Still maintaining a professional smile on his face, he said, "Then, please, Soul Master Tang Qingwei, go register for points after getting off the stage." Leaving out the 3-word support type was his last act of stubbornness. Tang Qingwei pursed her lips and fell silent, angrily walking off the stage. She was originally a support-type Soul Master. Why did no one believe her? On the stands, Ma Hongjun swallowed hard and only regained his voice after Tang Qingwei left the stage. Is she really a support type? Tang San felt helpless. His sister was convinced that she was a support type, and there was nothing he could do about it. Now that Ma Hongjun was asking, he could only explain seriously that according to Xiao Wei's statement, she indeed belonged to the support type. How do you explain that? Ma Hongjun looked up at him in confusion. Tang San sighed and explained, "If we go by the number of soul skills of each type, my sister indeed has the most auxiliary type soul skills." At that moment, not only was Ma Hongjun stunned, but even Oscar's mouth fell open in surprise. "How many soul skills does your sister have?" The scene fell into silence again. Dai Mubai nudged Oscar with his elbow, and only then did Oscar react, realizing that it might not be appropriate to directly ask someone how many soul skills they had. He quickly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, I just misspoke. You don't have to answer if you don't want to." Chapter 80, Rabbit vs. Phoenix. Tang San was not angry about this. After all, aside from the uniqueness of his sister's healing abilities, there was nothing else that couldn't be shared with his companions. Since they would be teaming up together in the future, they would eventually find out. He just didn't know how to explain it to them, considering his sister had quite a few soul skills. After thinking for a moment, Tang San carefully said, "I'm not angry. I just don't know how to respond. Why don't you ask Xiao Wu yourself? Or when we team up, you'll gradually understand." Just then, Dai Mubai's voice suddenly rang out. "Xiao Wu, your one-on-one soul battle is about to begin. Hurry up and come over." Tang Qingwei had just returned and curiously asked, "Who is Xiao Wu fighting with?" With me." Tang Qingwei's face showed a gloating expression as she stifled a laugh and said, "Good luck. Go for it." The fat boy looked even more dejected. A sensitivity attack type was his nemesis, a phoenix that couldn't fly. But regardless of the outcome, they had to take the stage. The pace of the match was fast. Perhaps because Tang Qingwei and Luo Liang's previous fight had showcased a brief moment of brilliance, the audience in the stands had also become interested. Now, seeing 2 unfamiliar faces, and one beautiful girl who was not inferior to Tang Qingwei in appearance participating, even before the battle began, cheers erupted from the stands. The host announced loudly, "Next up, We have two unfamiliar soul masters. They are the Battle Soul Master Xiao Wu with the Beast Martial Soul Softbone Rabbit, and the Battle Soul Master Ma Hongjun with the Beast Martial Soul Phoenix. Both were newcomers, so let us wait and see. Now, let's welcome the two great soul masters to the stage. Applause erupted from the audience. To see a phoenix today is a real treat. After all, the phoenix is one of the rarest and most powerful beings among beast martial souls. The two didn't waste words and directly summoned their martial souls. Ma Hongjun shouted, and the phoenix possessed him. Purple-red light surged out from his body. His short hair suddenly grew long and gathered towards the center, forming a mohawk style. Wings did not appear, but as the purple-red light burst forth from his body, it immediately released intense heat. Two circles of yellow soul rings rose up from his feet, and long feathers extended from his exposed muscular arms. His hands also transformed into claw shapes. The audience erupted into a clamor. Is this a phoenix? It looks more like a dirt chicken. A phoenix? After the initial surprise at seeing Ma Hongjun's martial soul, the stands fell silent. But a few scattered voices were completely caught by Ma Hongjun's ears. His face turned red, like a lit firecracker, as he shouted at the stands. If you have the guts, come up here. Let's see if I don't smash your mouth. The host hurriedly intervened, warning him. No insulting behavior towards the audience is allowed. All right, you two hurry up and start the match. Ma Hongjun stopped talking, raised his hands, and his first soul ring suddenly lit up. He opened his mouth wide, and a thin stream of purple-red flame spewed toward Xiao Wu. The intense heat distorted the air, and the purple flame didn't look fierce. It shot out like an extending line of fire. Xiao Wu had long anticipated this move and jumped to dodge it. However, Ma Hongjun clearly had no intention of letting her off easily. The flame maintained a 5-meter burn length and chased after Xiao Wu's body, swinging horizontally like a 5-meter-long flaming weapon. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was not afraid of either himself or Xiao Wu getting hurt. He had heard that Tang Qingwei knew healing techniques, so as long as he had breath left, he would be fine. Chapter 81. The Soul Fight, and seeing the flames closing in on her, Xiao Wu didn't panic but quickly retreated to avoid them. She had known Ma Hongjun's weakness for a long time. His attack range was only 5 meters. As long as she restricted his movement, dealing with him wouldn't be difficult. When she saw that his first soul skill was ineffective, Ma Hongjun unhesitatingly activated his second soul ring skill. With a whoosh, intense purple flames suddenly ignited around him, and Ma Hongjun's fat body exploded outward in an instant. At this moment, Xiao Wu also used her soul skill. Her fluffy rabbit ears trembled slightly as she moved quickly, her entire body glowing red, and her soul power was fully released. Although Ma Hongjun's second soul ring skill, Blazing Phoenix, provided all-around defense and included an attack, Xiao Wu had already released her soul power, and she could easily withstand it for a short time. Sure enough, Xiao Wu did not give Ma Hongjun any chance to react. She turned and was already behind him, supporting herself with her hands and instantly kicking up her feet, directly clamping around Ma Hongjun's neck, activating her first soul skill, Waist Bow. Her entire body resembled a large arched bow, and the light of her first soul ring instantly enveloped her. Then, her body suddenly exerted force like a fully drawn bow, flinging Ma Hongjun's body out. The effect of the Waist Bow soul skill instantly enhances waist strength by 100 and body resilience increases by 50. After level 10 of soul power, every additional level increases the enhancement effect by 1. This means that after Xiao Wu activated the Waist Bow, she could increase her waist strength by 119. The instantaneous explosive force was enough to throw any non-strength type opponent below level 50 of soul power. Of course, while the Waist Bow was powerful, it required close proximity to the enemy to be effective. Otherwise, just having strength wouldn't help. The audience once again had their understanding refreshed. It was hard to imagine that the little girl's waist, which was even less thick than the fat boy's thigh, could produce such enormous elastic force. Ma Hongjun was directly flung out, bouncing off the protective ropes at the edge of the fighting arena and falling down below the stage with a loud thud. The audience felt somewhat numb. After two little girls won their matches so easily, if they hadn't seen the fights themselves, they would have suspected it was a fixed match. Although they had laughed at the fat boy when they saw his martial soul, they knew deep down that even if his martial soul wasn't a true phoenix, it was still decent. They never expected him to lose so quickly. They all wanted to curse. Is he even a man? He can't even beat a little girl? As Xiao Wu walked out of the Soul Master Passage, Tang San was waiting for her. After a brief score registration, The two did not return to the one-on-one soul master stance. Soon, they had a two-on-two soul fight to participate in. Tang was feeling a bit bored. Although he had vented his frustrations during the recent match, he didn't experience the exhilarating feeling of a fierce battle. When Tang San and Xiao Wu walked out of the 2v2 battle arena, Dai Mubai and the others had also completed their battles. Today could be considered a joyous occasion for everyone. Except for Ma Hongjun, everyone had achieved victory in their matches. Thanks to their two battles, Tang San and Xiao Wu each earned 2 points and 20 gold coins. Tang Qingwei only participated in one competition, so she earned 1 point and 10 gold soul coins. At the moment she received the gold soul coins, she felt that today wasn't a loss. She had originally planned to participate in the team battle for the fighting soul. But unexpected changes occurred. Dai Mubai broke through to level 30 after the competition ended. Chapter 82. The Dean's Guidance. Where's the Dean? Tang Sin looked at Oscar, who did not participate in the competition, and asked. Just as Oscar was about to respond, the Dean happened to appear, walking towards them with an expression of joy that was almost bursting. Tang Qingwei curled her lips slightly, looking at the Dean's smile filled with wrinkles. He must have earned quite a bit. After all, they had all won the competition except for Ma Hongjun. Until they left the Grand Soul Arena, Tang Qingwei's eyes remained fixed on Flander's soul guide. Tang Qingwei hesitated to speak, while Flander walked ahead and said straightforwardly, "The bet I've placed has nothing to do with you. Don't think about it. It's not easy for me to live with your Dean either." Tang Qingwei chuckled lightly and said, "How could that be? I see that's what you mean." "Really not." Tang Qingwei quickly denied it, then took small steps to Flander's side and smiled. "Dean, how about you place a bet for me next time you gamble? What do you think?" The little girl had her own little schemes, making Flander both amused and somewhat helpless. How could this girl love money even more than he did? Flander chuckled and teased, from the sound of it. "You must have quite a little treasure trove?" No. It's precisely because I'm broke that I'm trying to find ways to make money." Tang Qingwei hurriedly denied it, fearing that the Dean would find out how much money she had saved. Tang Sin chuckled and said, "Little money grubber." He didn't understand when his sister had started to value money so much, especially since she had never touched soul coins when she was younger. Tang Sin naturally did not know that most of the gold soul coins that Tang Qingwei had earned over the years had been spent on awakening stones to support the 7-colored lotus, leaving her with not many gold soul coins. This is why Tang Qingwei was trying every possible way to earn more. "It's not impossible for you to ask me to place a bet for you, but what benefits are you planning to offer me?" Flander pondered for a moment and said with a serious expression, "Huh, you want benefits too?" Tang Qingwei was taken aback. Isn't he the Dean? He's just helping her place a bet in his name. Why does he need benefits? Of course, if you don't offer benefits, how can anyone help you? But aren't you the Dean? Tang Qingwei felt this was a bit beyond her expectations. In her mind, it was only natural for elders to help younger ones, and it should be done without compensation. However, she forgot that even among close relatives, some matters need to be clearly distinguished in terms of gains and losses. Otherwise, if one only knows to take without giving, they will eventually become estranged. Moreover, Flander was just the Dean, not her family. Helping her was a matter of goodwill, and not helping was just a matter of duty. No one owes anyone anything. Help has always been a mutual willingness. Flander originally just wanted to tease the little girl, but he found that this child seemed to have some issues with her perspective. Since she was still young, he decided to take this opportunity to correct her views. Tang Qingwei showed a hint of contemplation in her eyes, and no one interrupted her, allowing her to think. Seeing his sister at a loss, Tang Sin did not stop her. He could also feel that Dean Flandra was teaching them according to their abilities, imparting not only how to become excellent soul masters, but also some principles of being a good person. After a moment, Tang Qingwei said, "How about this? You help me place a bet, and I'll give you 10% of the earnings, okay?" Dean Flandra knew that this girl had made up her mind, and at this moment, he couldn't refuse any longer, so he nodded in agreement. The other few people naturally saw the Dean's intention to educate Tang Qingwei and did not interrupt, quietly listening from the side. Chapter 83. Obtaining the third soul ring. By the time the two had finished their conversation, Dai Mubai stepped forward to talk to Dean Flandra about his breakthrough to level 30. Dean Flandra was overjoyed, his eyes clearly brightening, as he patted Dai Mubai's shoulder. Good. Dai Mubai, you are now the second student to reach level 30. On behalf of the Academy, I congratulate you. The other 5 had already congratulated him before, but they still stepped forward again with joyful faces to celebrate. All right, today's class ends here. Everyone should rest well tonight, and we'll gather on the playground tomorrow morning. Dean Flandra's voice pulled everyone back from their congratulations to Dai Mubai. They understood that tomorrow would likely be the day they helped Dai Mubai obtain his soul ring. Early the next morning, after breakfast, when everyone gathered on the playground, Zhao Wujia was already waiting for them. Once everyone had arrived, Zhao Wujia did not waste words and said directly, although this time it is Dai Mubai who is obtaining his third soul ring. It is also a training experience for all of you. I will not easily intervene before you encounter a 1,000-year soul beast. Everything depends on you. All right, let's set off. At this moment, Zhao Wujia stood on the large playground with his hands behind his back, although he was still only slightly taller than Tang Qingwei. His entire demeanor was extremely serious. Everyone knew that this training experience carried a certain level of danger. After all, they were heading into the Douluo forest, which was home to many powerful soul beasts, all of which had strong offensive abilities and held no goodwill towards humans. A slight mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences for them. Tang Qingwei was itching to summon the cloud of transformation, but was stopped by Tang San. Since the 6 of them were now a team, they couldn't leave their companions behind. This was also a crucial moment to cultivate team spirit, as he didn't want his sister to feel out of place with him in the future. Once the 7 left the academy, they began to run forward. Dai Mubai led the way at the front, with Xiao Wu and the fatty flanking him for protection, while Tang Qingwei and Oscar, both support type, ran in the middle. Tang San, a control type, brought up the rear. No one opposed this arrangement. After all, running at the front was the easiest way to disturb and confront soul beasts, making Dai Mubai the most suitable for close combat. With Tang San at the back, he would have time to take control of the situation in case of emergencies. As they continued on their journey, except for Tang Qingwei, who showed no signs of fatigue, even Dai Mubai and Tang San were gradually exhausting their stamina. Fortunately, Oscar's sausages provided them with sustenance, allowing their energy to remain abundant. The Douluo forest is located in the southeastern part of the Barak Kingdom, with only a small portion bordering it. Soto City itself is also in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, not far from the Douluo forest, being less than 500 kilometers away. Thus, it was naturally the best choice for Shrek Academy students to obtain soul rings. With Oscar's sausages assisting them, they had nearly reached their destination in just one day. By the time night fell, the Shrek Academy group had traveled over 400 kilometers and was less than 100 kilometers from the Douluo forest. Among the 6, only Tang Qingwei had never replenished her energy with Oscar's sausages, yet she remained as energetic as at the start, showing no signs of fatigue. Aside from Xiao Wu and Tang San, the others were all shocked. What kind of strength is this? They had seen soul masters who could maintain their stamina over 400 kilometers without replenishing their energy and still be standing at the end, which was already impressive. But Tang Qingwei, as a support-type soul master, managed to travel over 400 kilometers without any energy replenishment and appeared completely unfazed, which was quite astonishing. This also reflected that Tang Qingwei's physical quality might far exceed that of her peers. Chapter 84. Hunting 10,000-year-old beast. Little girl, you are quite impressive. Zhao Wujin held Tang Qingwei in high regard. Although her soul skills were mostly supportive, he had experienced her physical quality before. Today's journey further confirmed his thoughts. This girl's physical strength was definitely not inferior to that of a top-level soul master. All right, let's find a place nearby to rest for the night and replenish our supplies. We'll set off early tomorrow morning to enter the Douluo forest. Zhao Wujin said to Tang San and the others. No one disagreed. Zhao Wujin pointed to a seemingly ordinary hotel ahead and said, "Let us stay here. We'll rest for the night and set off tomorrow morning. You all bear the costs of accommodation and meals." Shrek Academy was not well off, as there were no subsidies above the Soul Master level. Zhao Wujin, Flinder, and others had long surpassed the Soul Master level and no longer received any subsidies. Naturally, they wouldn't cover the minor expenses of accommodation and meals, since they all had allowances from the Spirit Hall, which were sufficient for their daily expenses. The hotel was a 2-story small building, with a simple dining area on the first floor and accommodations on the second. Zhao Wujin booked a single room for himself and went upstairs. After a brief discussion, Dai Mubai and the others booked a 4-person room for the 4 boys and a 2-person room for Tang Qingwei and Xiao Wu. Although Tang Qingwei had replaced sleep with cultivation, she didn't refuse her companion's kindness and accepted their arrangement. After dinner, the group returned to their rooms to rest, while Tang Qingwei jumped up to the roof, preparing to meditate. Suddenly, she sensed a slight disturbance in the air's spiritual energy, which made her a bit uneasy. Given that they were not far from the Douluo forest, she sat on the cloud of transformation and headed in the direction of the energy disturbance. Roar! Before she got close, she heard a deep roar coming from afar. Looking from a distance, it seemed to be a struggle between a group of soul beasts and humans. But the humans' clothing looked somewhat familiar. They were from a spirit hall. Tang Qingwei thought to herself. She saw a battle between a person and a beast, with black soul power surrounding the soul beast. Was that a 10,000-year soul beast? Not far from the 10,000-year soul beast, there was a group of panicked 1,000-year and 100-year soul beasts. On the other side of the soul beasts were a group of armed individuals wearing the same uniforms as those from the spirit hall. They were hunting the 10,000-year soul beast. Seeing the scene before her, Tang Qingwei understood everything. Damn it, why are they driving the soul beasts towards the town to hunt? Don't they know there is a town not far from here? Most of the people there are ordinary. Tang Qingwei was not angry about the spirit hall hunting soul beasts. She was angry that they could completely disregard whether their actions would implicate others for their own selfish reasons. Could they not lead the soul beasts to another place? So many people from the spirit hall were merely watching from the sidelines, without even considering driving those 1,000-year-old or 100-year-old soul beasts away. Tang Qingwei was too anxious to care about anything else at this moment. She hurriedly got on her nimbus and returned to the tavern, knocking on Tang San's room. Xiaowei, what's wrong? Tang San opened the door and saw his sister with a tense and serious expression. The smile that had filled his face instantly froze, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were also awakened by the knocking on the door. Yawning, they walked to the door and teased. What's wrong? Are you scared sleeping alone and looking for your brother to lull you to sleep? Chapter 85. 8 tidal soul, Douluo, some ancient soul beasts, hundreds or even thousands of years old, are coming towards the village. You all hurry up and get ready to notify the others. Tang Qingwei had no time to argue with them at this moment. After leaving a sentence, she flew away on her cloud. The remaining people in the room were unsure whether to be shocked by the cloud Tang Qingwei rode on or by the news she brought. Only Tang San was the first to move, hurriedly going out to find Zhao Wujia. Such a significant matter required teacher Zhao to take action. They also needed to quickly make a simple plan to prepare for the upcoming soul beast horde. At the edge of the Stardow forest, the sounds of beast roars filled the air. When Tang Qingwei returned, he did not sit atop the nimbus cloud, as that would be too conspicuous. Instead, he descended from a distance, using the surrounding tall treetops to conceal his figure as he moved forward. It wasn't until he reached a kilometer away from his destination that he could clearly see the group of soul beasts from before, now reduced to only a few 1,000-year soul beasts. Just as Tang Qingwei was puzzled, a loud explosion occurred, revealing a fierce battle between a person and a beast. The shockwaves from the fight spread outwards, causing the nearby century-old soul beasts to perish due to their proximity, while the 1,000-year soul beasts fled in terror. Boom! Another loud bang echoed, and between the combatants, the once densely wooded mountains suddenly became barren. The surrounding trees were affected by the battle, transforming the lush forest into an open area. Now, Tang Qingwei could see more clearly. The ground's vegetation was reduced to fragments, creating an empty zone with a radius of 20 to 30 meters. The soul saint let out a low shout, a golden light flickering across his face, and 7 soul rings appeared beneath his feet. With a wave of his hand, an invisible blade materialized, as if it were going to slice through the void. The 10,000-year soul beast, unfazed, let out a low roar, and a tiger's roar echoed through the air, charging towards the soul saint. You beast! How dare you? The invisible blades shot out from the soul saint, only to be blocked by the sharp horns atop the soul beast's head, resulting in a series of metallic explosions resonating between them. The shockwave spread, causing the muddy ground to sink, while the grass seemed to be cut by an unseen force, rapidly expanding outward to form a larger empty area. While the soul saint clashed with the opponent's soul power, he also took to the air, heading straight for the beast. Boom! An even more explosive sound erupted as both combatants crashed to the ground, kicking up a rain of dirt, leaving behind a massive pit where they had stood. Hurry up and surrender. At an imperceptible speed, the soul saint appeared above the 10,000-year soul beast's head. His hands glowed brilliantly, and from the void above the beast's head, he shouted fiercely, thrusting the weapon in his hand through the beast's skull. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000-year soul beast was slain. Tang Qingwei did not dare to linger any longer, as the soul sage had already finished fighting. If she continued to stay, she might be discovered. It was not a soul sage, but actually a 7-ring soul Douluo. She did not know how long the soul Douluo from the spirit hall had been entangled with that 10,000-year soul beast, but just after he killed the soul beast, he clearly still had energy left. Yet, he did not care about the nearby soul beasts that might attack the residents of the town due to their battle. He directly began to absorb the soul ring. This made Tang Qingwei's perception of this spirit hall member, who was about to become an 8-ring soul Douluo, very negative. Chapter 86. Pursued and intercepted. Originally, she had hurried back to see if the soul Douluo had killed or driven away those 1,000-year soul beasts. Once there was new information, she could immediately return to report. Unexpectedly, the soul Douluo did not care about the lives of others at all, even knowing that the soul beasts might attack the town. He did not bother, eagerly starting to absorb the soul ring right there. How despicable. Tang Qingwei weaved through the treetops, chasing in the direction of the soul beasts. Now, she was all alone, and it was clearly unwise to fight against these 1,000-year soul beasts, even though her physical strength was great. She had no way to deal with several 1,000-year soul beasts. She could only go meet up with Zhao Wujia and the others first before making any plans. What Tang Qingwei didn't know was that shortly after her disappearance, a man and a woman, both soul masters, had jumped over and stood where she had been. Then, they leaped up into the dense canopy of trees. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a black arrow suddenly flew out from the treetops, rushing straight towards Tang Qingwei. Tang Qingwei felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, his mind constantly warning of danger. There are enemies. Tang Qingwei's mind flashed with these 3 words, and her expression changed drastically. Then, she lightly tapped the tree trunk with her toes, leaping up and pushing off from the trunk of a nearby large tree. Just as Tang Qingwei was desperately leaping forward, the arrow that had previously been shot suddenly turned, and in the blink of an eye appeared right in front of her. Was it a flash or a tracking? Tang Qingwei only had time to flash this thought in her mind. It was too late to dodge. She could only extend her left arm to block. Her arm was cut open, revealing deep bone, and blood flowed freely. Tang Qingwei quickly covered her arm and pulled away from the 2 people. At the same time, she summoned the 7-colored lotus, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared beneath her feet. Without hesitation, Tang Qingwei activated her 3rd skill, Blink. The next moment, a man and a woman appeared on the tree trunk where she had just been standing. The woman held a crescent moon bow, and the man wielded a jet-black long knife. To Tang Qingwei's surprise, both of them had 2 yellow and 1 purple light beneath their feet, soul sovereigns. The soul rings of the 2 soul sovereigns instantly illuminated the pitch-black forest. Tang Qingwei covered her left arm, feeling uncertain and surprised. It's from a spirit hall. Why would they attack me? I don't understand why the 2 adults from a spirit hall would want to attack me. Tang Qingwei, while questioning, had already quietly released the Haotian hammer in her right hand behind her back, ready for a fight to the death at any moment. Lord Lu Yu was indeed right. There were really people bold enough to hide and watch the battle. However, it was likely that even Lord Lu Yu did not expect that it would be such a young soul master. The one speaking was the female soul master who had previously ambushed her with arrows, now somewhat surprised to see Tang Qingwei's appearance. Aya, why are you wasting words with her? Hand over your treasure of control, and we can make it quick for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The male soul master with the long knife had already grown impatient and urged. Tang Qingwei's heart sank. She thought she had been cautious enough, yet she was still discovered from such a distance. However, from the conversation between the 2, it seemed that the soul Douluo had not seen her appearance. If these 2 returned, it would not only be bad for her, but it could also implicate Tang San and Shrek Academy, as treasures always attract envy. Now, she was faced with only 2 choices, to escape or to fight to the death. Although running away seemed simple, it was not a good option. If she fled this time, she would face endless pursuit from the spirit hall afterwards. Chapter 87. Jungle Chase. She could only silence them. Suddenly, this thought surged in her mind, and Tang Qingwei was somewhat surprised at herself. When did she become so decisive? The 2 soul sages on the other side meant that if she wanted to win, she had to engage in a war of attrition. Her trump card was her healing ability, which was equivalent to having infinite soul power. After Tang Qingwei made up her mind, she stopped talking and turned to run. Even if a battle was inevitable, she wanted to stay far away from this place. Who knew if that soul sage would have an even larger sensing range after absorbing the soul ring? Just as Tang Qingwei turned and ran, holding a bow and arrow, suddenly moved. A long arrow shot through the air, blocking Tang Qingwei's path with dazzling light. Behind her, the soul master with a knife quickly caught up to Tang Qingwei. Tang Qingwei had already made up her mind not to confront them head-on. Her figure moved like a ghost, leaving behind afterimages as she kicked off the trunk of a nearby tree and continued to flee. Escaped? Both of them changed their expressions and immediately gave chase. Soon, a chase unfolded in the jungle. Tang Qingwei was like an indestructible cockroach, constantly attacking the two, quickly retreating after each failed strike, and soon disappearing into the jungle. Despite being entangled several times and sustaining multiple injuries, the superficial wounds were not serious. After 2 to 3 hours of entanglement, the soul power of the two soul lords was nearly exhausted. After a long chase and battle, Tang Qingwei finally stopped, the seven-colored lotus in his hand shining brightly, and then his entire body was enveloped in white light. Tang Qingwei's injured arm, wrapped in white light, instantly became as smooth as jade. If it weren't for the torn clothing still visible, one would never know that it had been severely injured not long ago. "She's a healing-type spirit master," Aya exclaimed. They had been entangled with Tang Qingwei for so long. While they couldn't say they knew her abilities inside out, they could at least confirm that her physical strength was absolutely on par with any assault-type spirit venerable, coupled with her previous elusive teleportation soul skills. It was no wonder that the two spirit venerables had been chasing her without being able to capture her until now. Now, to find out that she's actually a healing-type spirit master, they realized from just that one instance that Tang Qingwei's healing abilities were not to be underestimated. Tang Qingwei completely disregarded this. At this moment, the two soul lords were clearly exhausted from their soul power and were still in shock, which was her opportunity, as the other side had no healing techniques to restore their soul power. Tang Qingwei flipped his right hand, summoning the Haotian hammer. A rich black light surged from his palm, gradually condensing into shape. A small black hammer silently appeared in Tang Qingwei's palm. The hammer was not large, and the patterns on it were deep and dim. But at the moment it appeared, it seemed as if a layer of heavy aura surrounded Tang Qingwei's body. Bang! A loud metallic clash was heard as the sword-wielding soul master blocked with his blade, then quickly retreated to join Aya. The two of them shone brightly, launching an attack together, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Tang Qingwei. But unexpectedly, their efforts came to naught. All of this was because Tang Qingwei's soul power recovered too quickly, always facing the enemy in a peak state. At that critical moment, if it were someone else, even a soul sect, facing an arrow strike and with excessive soul power consumption, it would still be difficult to block the sword-wielding soul master's attack. However, Tang Qingwei once again used his third soul skill, forcibly shifting himself aside, evading the lethal strike once more. The two soul masters exchanged glances, their faces somewhat pale and bitter. They were not weak. If an ordinary soul sect had come, they might have been killed long ago. Yet the person before them was far beyond their expectations. His healing abilities seemed to possess endless soul power, keeping him in a peak state at all times. Chapter 88. Erasing all traces, Tang Qingwei felt that the timing was almost right and immediately activated his second soul skill. Biafich, biafich. The sounds of sharp objects piercing flesh came one after another, barely audible. Tang Qingwei immobilized both of them at the same time, wielding a dagger made of crystal, directly piercing through the head of a knife-wielding soul master. Immediately after, his figure flashed like a ghost in front of Aya, and with a swift motion, he pierced through her temple amidst her extreme terror. Hissing sounds of liquid spraying followed, and the immobilization effect was lifted. It wasn't until Aya stepped back a few paces that the sound of blood spraying was heard. "Sorry, I don't want to be hunted down. So it seems you have to die." Tang lightly stepped back a few steps and murmured softly, not making another move. At this moment, the opposite Aya's eyes widened, and the spark in her gaze gradually faded. On her temple, the flesh was mangled, and a clear blood hole appeared. The dagger made of crystal by Tang had pierced through her temple, leaving almost no chance of survival. Bang! Aya's body fell straight back, crashing heavily to the ground. "I have killed someone," Tang Qingwei murmured to herself. She didn't look at Aya. In this life and the last, this was her first time killing someone. Tang Qingwei never intended to kill anyone. She originally came from a peaceful world, and although she has no parents in this world, she was still raised with love. However, in this world where strength is revered, those with power have a say, even controlling the lives and deaths of others. Although she knows she hasn't done anything wrong, her mindset is still not so easy to change. Tang Qingwei was unsure whether these two people would expose her appearance and whereabouts, but she didn't dare to take the risk, so she held the intention of killing them from the very beginning and began to make her plans. Despite feeling uncomfortable, Tang Qingwei still forced herself to return to the two corpses. Before disposing of the bodies, she held back her nausea and searched the bodies, finding 2 money bags. Tang Qingwei took another look at the other person's clothes and boots, Both were nothing more than standard spirit hall uniforms. The 2 money bags were all she had obtained this time. After properly handling the 2 bodies, Tang Qingwei forced herself to remain calm and summoned the Nimbus, hurrying towards the tavern. When Tang Qingwei arrived, Tang San and the others were engaged in battle with a tiger-type soul beast. Meanwhile, teacher Zhao Wujia was entangled with 2 soul beasts that were nearly 10,000 years old. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he was in a very difficult position. As this was a human town, and no matter how strong teacher Zhao was, he had to consider the ordinary people nearby. It was clear that they had all gone through a fierce battle, each sustaining varying degrees of injuries. Despite Oscar's recovery sausages providing assistance, their soul power could not fully recover in a short time. At this moment, Oscar's soul power was nearly exhausted, his face extremely pale. Yet he still persevered in making recovery sausages for the others. Tang Qingwei quickly summoned the 7-colored lotus, adding a layer of white light to each of the 6 people in front of him. The warm light enveloped everyone, and gradually, this feeling of warmth became stronger, bringing a flow of heat that made them all feel comfortable. Even the pain from the severe injuries sustained during the battle with the soul beast disappeared. It felt as if their bodies were filled with strength, like being soaked in a hot spring, as all their injuries faded away. The group, who had been engaged in a long struggle and were already very tired, felt a noticeable boost in spirit as they were wrapped in the white light, and their soul power was rapidly recovering. Chapter 89. The 1,000-Year-Old Diamond Tiger. Tang San was the first to react, looking up anxiously. Upon accurately locking onto Tang Qingwei on the Nimbus cloud, he felt slightly relieved in his heart. The others followed Tang San's gaze and also saw Tang Qingwei, nodding in acknowledgement. Next, we need to end this quickly, Tang San shouted loudly to the group. At the same time, a brilliant light erupted from his body, and blue-silver grass shot out from around him, with spiked vines rapidly rushing through the air to block the sight of the soul beast in front of them, while also wrapping around his limbs and neck. With the activation of Tang San's soul power, which was the internal energy of the Xiantian skill, the binding ability of his first soul ring had been pushed to its limit. As he launched his attack, a surging purplish-red flame suddenly erupted from Ma Hongjun, followed by the simultaneous shining of his 2 soul rings. A purplish-red flame as thick as a thigh spewed out, heading straight for the soul beast entangled by the vines. Taking advantage of the situation, Dai Mubai's entire body erupted with intense white light, his evil eye suddenly turning white. Then his second soul ring lit up, and a massive white light instantly condensed. Accompanied by Dai Mubai's tiger roar, a milky white light sphere was spat out from his mouth, directly targeting the 1,000-year soul beast and delivering the final blow. The soul beast, already nearly exhausted from the struggle with a few of them, had completely depleted its soul power and was relying solely on its physical strength to endure. Now, not only had Tang Qingwei fully healed their injuries, but they had also completely restored their soul power. In a renewed clash, the soul beast was clearly at a disadvantage. Tang Qingwei saw that the timing was right, and a bright light emanated from his body. He raised his hand to summon his martial soul and activated his 3rd soul skill. 3 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. 2 beams of white light were simultaneously released, enveloping Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujia. Dai Mubai swiftly took out his sharp long sword, and with a thought, he teleported to the side of the severely wounded soul beast, piercing the head of the tiger-shaped soul beast with his sword. Zhao Wujia, seeing that the others had already dealt with the 1,000-year-old diamond tiger soul beast, his eyes flashed with excitement as he shouted, "Quick, Mubai, hurry and absorb the soul ring of the 1,000-year-old diamond tiger." Dai Mubai was initially taken aback, but upon seeing the urgency in Teacher Zhao's eyes, he immediately understood and sat cross-legged beside the corpse of the 1,000-year-old diamond tiger to begin absorbing the soul ring. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia, thanks to Tang Qingwei's 3rd soul skill, flickered between the 2,000-year-old soul beasts, striking their vital points, and in an instant, the 2,000-year-old soul beasts lost their lives. The battle was over, and Tang Qingwei flew to Tang San's side, leaping down. Tang San looked at his sister with deep concern, gently stroking her hair, saying, "It's good that you're back." As he spoke, he had already taken Tang Qing's coat out of the soul guide and draped it over her. Tang Qingwei had already healed herself with healing magic, but the torn clothes and bloodstains could not be healed. A discerning person could easily tell that Tang Qingwei must have gone through a fierce battle. Tang San felt deeply guilty for not being by his sister's side when she got hurt. His pursuit of strength became even more intense. This was the last time. and he would never let anyone who bullied his sister go unpunished. Brother, I'm back. Tang Qing smiled and said. Seeing Tang San and the others again made her heart feel much more at ease. However, she didn't want to talk about what happened today, so she secretly pinched Tang San's finger, signaling him to discuss it later. The others noticed that Tang Qing didn't seem to want to talk, so they didn't ask further. Aside from Dai Mubai, who was still absorbing his spirit ring, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were both curiously examining the nimbus. Sister Xiaowei, what is this that you are sitting on? Can I sit on it too? Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands, eager to try. Can I try it too? Oscar had long been curious, and now he was even more eager. Chapter 90. The Cloud of Looks Sure. It's just sitting on the nimbus. I'm not stingy. Tang Qing readily agreed without a second thought. With permission granted, the two excitedly rushed toward the nimbus and jumped up. Just as Tang San was about to reach out to stop them, he saw the chubby boy go straight through the nimbus. He fell flat on the ground. And Ma Hongjun, dazed from the fall, wore a look of disbelief. It didn't hurt, but he felt as if a cloud had looked down on him. Why was Oscar able to stay on it while he was thrown off? This wasn't fair. Why could Xiao Ao ride it? But I was the only one who got thrown off? Ma Hongjun's chubby face turned red as he pointed at the nimbus and shouted at Tang Qing. Meanwhile, Oscar, sitting on the cloud, smugly showed off to Ma Hongjun. Fatty, this must be a cloud that judges by looks. Who told me I was so handsome and charming? As he spoke, he proudly brushed his hair. Tang Qingwei was already shocked by the fact that Ma Hongjun had fallen from the flying nimbus, looking at him in disbelief from head to toe. Who would have thought that this chubby guy couldn't ride the nimbus at such a young age? Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Ma Hongjun trembled under Tang Qingwei's penetrating gaze, holding on to Tang San with all his limbs. Third brother, why does your sister's gaze look so frightening to me? Tang San pushed away the chubby face that was getting too close and said, You should get down first. How could Tang San explain this? How could he say that the chubby boy didn't have a pure heart? It was hard for him to say it out loud. Xiao Wu, who couldn't stand it any longer, pulled Ma Hongjun away from Tang San. This little chubby boy, learning bad things at such a young age? Don't let him corrupt Tang San. But the chubby boy was unwilling to get down and insisted on an explanation. He didn't dare to confront Tang Qingwei. Not only would he be beaten up due to her strength, but he would probably also get kicked a few times by her brother. So he could only cling to Tang San and ask for an explanation. Before Tang Qingwei could respond, Xiao Wu, seeing that she couldn't pull Ma Hongjun down, directly clarified for him. Only those with a pure heart can ride on the cloud of transformation. If you can't get up, whose fault is it? As soon as she finished speaking, the scene fell silent for a moment, followed by bursts of laughter. Oscar exaggeratedly lay on the cloud of transformation, laughing so hard he rolled around. Ha, chubby boy, you don't have a pure heart. Tang San couldn't help but chuckle, and although Zhao Wujia also wanted to laugh. As a teacher, he walked over and patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder, comforting him. Actually, you can't blame the fatty. You can only blame his mutated martial soul. Zhao Wujia looked at everyone and continued. In their village, everyone's martial soul is basically a type of non-aggressive poultry. I don't know how it happened, but when it came to him, the martial soul mutated and inherently gained the ability of flames. Fatty didn't enroll by himself. He was brought back by Flandra after being discovered in their village not long ago. Although they had mocked Ma Hongjun's martial soul, they could not deny its power. It was only today, hearing teacher Zhao speak, that they realized Ma Hongjun's martial soul was a mutated one. Tang Sin showed a thoughtful expression. The master also had a mutated martial soul, but his mutation was weakened, while the fatty's martial soul was clearly different. Teacher Zhao, what does all this have to do with his martial soul? Xiao Wu, confused by Zhao Wujia's comments, tilted her head and asked him. Chapter 91. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Zhao Wujia, unbothered by the interruption, smiled and continued, due to the mutation of his martial soul. The fatty has developed a strong fire ability. This fire is quite peculiar. It has an extremely high temperature and a strong adhesiveness, making it hard to extinguish. Flinder said that after the mutation of his martial soul, it's really possible that he could become a phoenix. However, this martial soul also has a huge flaw. Although the mutation brings powerful soul power, it also has a certain impact on his body, and his desires are 10 times that of an ordinary person. If he just suppresses it without guidance, he could explode from this evil fire at any moment. The others listened in shock, their gazes towards the fatty becoming quite strange. Although Tang San had a good understanding of mutated martial souls, hearing about someone like Ma Hongjun was a first for him. Ma Hongjun quickly explained, Teacher Zhao, don't ruin my reputation. Zhao Wujia's smile remained, and he looked at Ma Hongjun with teasing eyes. What did I say wrong? I usually vent my desires through binge eating. Why didn't you finish your sentence? You make it sound like I'm some kind of lunatic. I'm only 10 years old, okay? Ma Hongjun looked at Zhao Wujia with a resentful expression and corrected him. Zhao Wujia laughed heartily. I didn't say that. You're just overthinking it. At that moment, Dai Mubai, having just absorbed his soul ring, walked over with a joyful expression. What are you talking about? You all seem so happy. Seeing Dai Mubai was like seeing family to Ma Hongjun, who quickly rushed over. Boss Dai, have you finished absorbing your third soul ring? Dai Mubai was pleasantly surprised by the fatty's concern for him, feeling warmed inside. His gaze towards Ma Hongjun softened. He truly was a good brother. Little did he know that Ma Hongjun's enthusiasm was merely to divert attention from himself. Yes, what soul skill did you get? The other's gazes indeed focused on Dai Mubai, just as Ma Hongjun had anticipated. Dai Mubai couldn't contain his excitement when talking about his third soul skill. This soul beast is just perfect for me. That 1,000-year-old Diamond Tiger Soul Beast not only greatly increased my power, attack, and defense, but also granted me the skill White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Everyone present widened their eyes in surprise. Of course, Tang Qingwei was the exception. She had returned late and hadn't seen the 1,000-year Diamond Tiger use its soul skill, so she couldn't understand what Dai Mubai meant. Seeing Tang Qingwei's puzzled expression, Dai Mubai kindly explained. My White Tiger Diamond Transformation can maintain a transformation time of half an hour. During this half hour, my resistance to abnormal states, as well as my attack power, defense, and strength all double. Tang Qingwei still couldn't understand, and she didn't think this kind of soul skill was that impressive. For someone like her, whose physical body was already strong, this soul skill was merely embellishment. However, for Dai Mubai, who was originally a strong attack type, it was like a timely help in the snow. What he needed was exactly this kind of comprehensive amplification soul skill, which would only make his claws sharper and stronger. Saying this, he began to showcase his third soul skill. Dai Mubai's muscles bulged exaggeratedly, and his upper body clothes were completely torn apart, revealing a terrifying muscle outline. Strangely, black horizontal stripes appeared on his skin. If it weren't for the lack of fur, it would be almost indistinguishable from tiger skin. His tiger-like palms grew larger, and the blades that popped out became bright silver. Most peculiarly, his whole body was enveloped in a strong golden light, as if he were gilded. His blood-red eyes revealed a bloodthirsty gleam, and he exuded the dominance of a king among beasts. Chapter 92. Sparring Match Xiao Wei. Let's have a spar. It's just the right time to test my third soul skill, Dai Mubai proposed enthusiastically. Tang Qingwei pointed at herself in surprise. You want to spar with me? You've fallen. Brother Dai, you actually want to spar with a support-type soul master using a strong attack type's third soul skill? Upon hearing Tang Qingwei's words, everyone present felt a wave of awkwardness. Even Tang San had nothing to say at this moment. If it were any other support-type soul master being challenged to a duel by a strong attack type of the same rank, it would definitely be a one-sided beating. But if this support type was his sister, it was hard to tell who would really be the one getting beat up. The atmosphere fell into silence, with no one responding. After witnessing Tang Qingwei's combat prowess, they really couldn't regard her as an ordinary support-type soul master anymore. Zhao Wujia cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness, saying ahem, Girl, why don't you spar with Mubai? It's a good opportunity to test out his new soul skill. Although Tang Qingwei still had some objections, seeing that teacher Zhao Wujia had already spoken, she could only respond obediently. All right then. As soon as the words fell, 3 soul rings beneath her feet suddenly lit up, and Tang Qingwei activated her third soul skill. Slowly raising her right hand towards the poised Dai Mubai, she said, Brother Dai, let's begin. Dai Mubai's spirit was invigorated. Not just him, but even the others watching were focused intently, eager to see how powerful the soul rings obtained from such intense battles truly were. You better be careful. As he spoke, Dai Mubai, who had already activated his third soul skill, felt a surge of golden light intensifying around him. His tiger claws shot out, resembling a fierce white tiger, and instantly pounced towards Tang Qingwei, carrying a strong and terrifying aura straight towards her face. Tang Qingwei did not retreat, but instead advanced. Her right hand clenched into a fist, and she struck fiercely against the incoming tiger fist. She wanted to experience the power of Dai Mubai's blow. Bang! Their fists collided. Bang, bang, bang. The two people's hands and feet turned into afterimages, the sounds of their physical clashes echoing incessantly. It was too fast, too fast. This was the only thought in the minds of everyone present except Zhao Wujia. They never expected that the speed of the confrontation between Dai Mubai and Tang Qingwei would be so rapid. The speed enhancement from the White Tiger's diamond transformation pushed Dai Mubai's speed to a terrifying level. What shocked everyone the most was that even under such a terrifying speed, Tang Qingwei still managed to cope with ease. After a rapid exchange of dozens of moves between Dai Mubai and Tang Qingwei, the sound of their fight only reached the ears of the spectators a few seconds later. When their fists collided, the initial moment was silent, but after a few seconds, a thunderous roar erupted like a deafening explosion. The ground beneath both of them sank simultaneously, dust rising instantly and enveloping the area for hundreds of meters. Dai Mubai, unable to dodge in time, stomped the ground in haste, and beams of light erupted, forming barriers that shattered in the next moment. Under the amplification of the White Tiger's diamond transformation, a wave of White Tiger's fierce light shot towards Tang Qingwei. At the same time, his body accelerated, and his tiger paw reached out towards Tang Qingwei. The onlookers couldn't help but sweat nervously for Tang Qingwei upon seeing this scene, but the next second, Tang Qingwei vanished in an instant. It wasn't until she lightly patted her chest, appearing behind everyone with a startled expression, that they finally remembered. This was a freak. Tang Qingwei has always claimed to be a support type. Looking at Tang Qingwei, who suddenly disappeared, Dai Mubai suddenly didn't want to speak anymore and silently retracted his martial soul. What is there to compare? This was just appearing behind others. If she were to silently appear behind him like this, the consequences could be imagined. Chapter 93. It's time for dinner. Big Brother Dai, your third soul skill is so powerful, especially when used in combination with other soul skills. I almost got knocked out. Tang Qingwei patted her small chest, saying with lingering fear. At this moment, Dai Mubai no longer wanted to speak, casting a resentful glance at Tang Qingwei before turning and leaving. Tang Qingwei felt a bit confused by the gaze and turned to Tang San. Brother, what's wrong with Brother Dai? He seems unhappy. Tang San smiled and affectionately ruffled Tang Qingwei's hair, saying, Big Brother is a bit down. It's okay. You'll feel better soon. Haven't had dinner. Are you hungry? A few people thought to themselves, how could he not be frustrated? Eagerly looking for someone to duel. In the end, Tang Qingwei ran away in just one move. What good is being fast? Can speed surpass someone's teleportation? Tang Qingwei slightly realized that she seemed a bit hungry after Tang San's words. Brother, I didn't notice until you mentioned it. I really am hungry. Is the hotel okay? While speaking, she looked towards the direction of the hotel. Fortunately, the recent battle hadn't affected it too much, and the hotel still stood intact. At this moment, the hotel was crowded with people, all local residents seeking refuge. Upon seeing Zhao Wujia and the others approach, they quickly stepped back to clear a path to the front desk. They had all witnessed the three ancient soul beasts meeting their end at the hands of these few individuals, and it was because of them that they had been spared from death. At this moment, their feelings towards these individuals were filled not only with fear, but also with gratitude and reverence. Zhao Wujia and the others didn't care about how others thought. They simply did what they believed was right. Hello, is there any food left? Tang San let a few people find their seats first, and then went to the front desk to place an order. Zhao Wujia didn't stay behind and went straight upstairs. The five of them found a table in the corner and sat down. Tang San finished his meal and returned, but he didn't see Zhao Wujia. He asked everyone, Where's Teacher Zhao? Isn't he eating with us? I'll go call him. As he was about to get up, Oscar shook his head and pressed Tang San down, saying, No need. Even though the teacher won't pay for us, he also won't accept any benefits from us. This is the rules set by Dean Flanders. Tang Qingwei had already started eating, holding a chicken leg while looking at Oscar. Didn't Teacher Zhao feel hungry after the fight? Ma Hongjun patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder and smiled at everyone, saying, Isn't this pretty good? Everything is clear, and what I like most about the academy is this unpretentious feeling. At this moment, Dai Mubai had also regained his spirits and looked amusingly at the chubby guy. Let's eat, or Xiao Wei will finish it all. Ma Hongjun looked down and saw that Tang Qingwei's hands were moving swiftly between the plates. So he hurriedly took his seat and joined the food-snatching battle. The others exchanged glances and stopped talking, but their hands didn't slow down, leading to a scene at the dining table. The few of them were secretly competing with their chopsticks, their strengths clashing above the table, colliding. However, they all controlled their strength well. Otherwise, with their current soul power levels, if they went all out, the aftermath of their battle would be enough to demolish the hotel without leaving a single brick intact. The six of them sat around the table, focused on their meal. Suddenly, a group of people burst in from outside, exuding an intimidating aura, clearly not there to eat. The moment they entered, Their overwhelming presence frightened many residents seeking refuge in the hotel, causing them to flee in a panic. Chapter 94. The sharp-tongued fatty, where are the thousand-year-soul beasts that came here earlier? Did you see who killed them? The question was asked by a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. He was quite handsome, and wearing a light blue soul master robe added an elegant touch to his demeanor. Behind him stood several young men of similar age, and among them, an older middle-aged man stood out the most. The young men seemed to regard him with respect. The middle-aged man looked to be around 30, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, which gave him a refined and approachable appearance. He was also dressed in a similar light blue soul master robe, but his hat embroidered silver threads, with patterns shimmering as he moved. However, both the middle-aged man and the young people behind him had a green circular mark on their left shoulders, with the words Tsanghui embroidered in the same color inside the ring. From their attire, it was obvious that these people were all soul masters. Tang San and his group were dressed casually. If it weren't for their previous encounter with the thousand-year-soul beast, they really looked like ordinary people, while these individuals were much more ostentatious. The restaurant owner saw them enter and hurriedly approached, bowing and being excessively polite. Soul masters were not people they could afford to offend, and their small town relied on the Star Doe forest for its livelihood. In short, they depended on soul masters. Being a soul master was not only a noble profession, but also a lucrative one, so the owner naturally dared not be careless. Tang Qingwei had long noticed these people, but she was too lazy to pay them any attention. Did they have the fragrant dishes in front of them? Dai Mubai heard the question and initially wanted to stop and listen to what the other party had to say. However, seeing that the others had no intention of stopping, the food on the table was rapidly decreasing at a visible rate. He didn't have time to care about those people anymore and quickly waved his chopsticks. The question from the student of Tsanghui Academy went unanswered, as everyone turned in tacit agreement to look at the few people struggling at the dining table. Both sides were soul masters. They were just ordinary civilians, and no one dared to offend anyone. Who knew if speaking too much would bring about disaster? Now, some people began to regret not fleeing immediately and choosing to stay and watch the commotion. Was the spectacle of soul masters something that ordinary people like them could witness? The young man at the forefront noticed that everyone's gaze was directed at Tang Qingwei and the others, and he understood. TSK, a bunch of bumpkins. Have they never eaten before? Their table manners were truly terrible. The one speaking was a voluptuous female student from Tsanghui Academy, who was now looking at Tang Qingwei's table with a face full of disgust. Soul masters naturally had better hearing than ordinary people, and despite the noise in the restaurant, Dai Mubai and the others still caught her words. Bang! Dai Mubai angrily slammed his chopsticks on the table. Tang lightly finished eating as well, wiped her mouth, and, like her companions, put down her chopsticks. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai could no longer hold back. Dai Mubai, suppressing his anger, said, "Aren't you being a bit too nosy?" "Yeah, the little girl does look quite decent, but how could she have such a mouth full of maggots?" Although Ma Hongjun liked to look at beautiful women, he didn't regard a woman who bullied his brothers like this as a woman anymore. His words could be described as ruthlessly sharp-toned. Tang Qingwei looked dumbfounded, her mouth slightly open as she stared at Ma Hongjun. The image of the chubby guy today completely refreshed her perception. So, this is what a chubby guy is like. Chapter 95. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others. Oscar wasn't that surprised. Although the chubby guy loved to look at beautiful women, he was definitely not stingy with those he recognized. It could be said that he would go to great lengths for his brothers. Tang Sen looked seriously at the few people opposite him, his hand already resting on the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. As soon as the other party showed any signs of attacking them, his hidden weapon would be thrown out immediately. Although Dean Flanders had said that a soul master who does not dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master, the few people were not the kind of arrogant and overbearing types. They all adhered to the principle of if others do not offend me, I will not offend others. Now that they had already been bullied to this extent, if they did not retaliate, it would indeed make others think they were weak. Xiao Wu was surprised by Ma Hongjun's words, but she immediately gave the fatty a thumbs up. "Fatty, it seems I have to look at you with new eyes." Ma Hongjun, pleased with himself, brushed his hair to the sides, and said with a mischievous smile, "Of course, even if I like looking at beautiful women, I have to choose carefully, okay?" The girl opposite was greatly angered by Ma Hongjun's words, her eyes turning red. "You dare to insult me like this? I will kill you." As she spoke, 2 yellow circles of light suddenly lit up under her feet, but were stopped by the middle-aged man in the lead, Wen Shu. "Calm down, uncle. How can I remain indifferent when they dare to insult me like this?" Wen Shu's tears were welling up in her eyes, and she bit her red lips tightly looking humiliated. Oscar noticed this and elbowed Ma Hongjun, grinning. "Look, you've made her cry." Ma Hongjun shrugged and said nonchalantly, "So what if she cries? She's not mine. Why should I care?" The once gentle middle-aged man, upon hearing Wen Shu call him uncle, had a hint of anger in his eyes. "How many times do I have to say it? At school and outside, I am your teacher." Seeing her uncle angry, Wen Shu quickly lowered her head and apologized. "I'm sorry, teacher." The middle-aged man, seeing that Wen Shu had apologized, did not pursue the matter further and returned to his refined demeanor. However, after witnessing his anger, no one would believe he was an easygoing person. The middle-aged man looked at Dai Mubai and the others. "Do you kids know who killed those 1,000-year-soul beasts just now?" He did not expect that the 1,000-year-soul beasts were killed by Dai Mubai and these kids. He thought it was probably one of their teachers who killed the soul beasts. "I did. What's it to you?" Dai Mubai was the first to stand up, his eyes turning a deep blue, and a cold, killing intent emanated from him, filled with overwhelming pressure. Under his feet, 3 shining rings rose one after another, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings flowed, a surging soul power formed a wave-like pressure that rushed toward them. Every muscle under his clothing became extremely defined, and even the air around him seemed to become agitated. His golden hair instantly turned black and white, with white dominating, while a few black strands stood out prominently. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming a character for king. White fur covered his entire palm, and as his fingers moved short, dagger-like claws continuously extended and retracted from his palm, each claw resembling a blade, about 8 inches long, glinting with a chilling light. The middle-aged man, upon seeing the purple 1,000-year soul ring under Dai Mubai's feet, was already half convinced. "A 1,000-year soul ring? Which academy are you from?" The middle-aged man looked serious. How could such a young child already be a soul master? Could they be from a noble academy or a prominent family's offspring? The middle-aged man felt uncertain, thinking that although his own strength was not weak, it was better to be cautious. Dai Mubai's devilish eyes flickered with disdain. "You are not worthy to know our school." The teacher from Tsanghui Academy, unable to maintain his refined demeanor after being choked, pointed at Dai Mubai and the others, sternly saying, "You are simply bullying us too much. First, you killed our soul beasts, and now you speak so disrespectfully. I will act as your teacher today and give you a good lesson." As he spoke, a brilliant light erupted from his body, and under his feet, 3 yellow and 2 purple soul rings rose, 5 soul rings in total. The students behind him also released their martial souls. In an instant, various colors of light burst forth, among which 4 young men's soul ring colors were the same, consisting of 1 white and 1 yellow, representing a 10-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring. Only one person was an exception, the one who had just spoken, Wen Shu, who had 2 yellow soul rings, making her the most talented among them. No wonder she spoke with a bit of arrogance. All 5 were battle soul masters, including 2 weapon soul masters and 3 beast soul masters. The 2 weapon souls were a long knife and a stick, while the 3 beast souls were a bird, a dog, and a monkey. From the perspective of their martial souls, they were not particularly strong. Looking at the opponents releasing their martial souls, Dai Mubai's eyes glimmered with even more disdain. Is this what so-called Advanced Soul Master Academy disciples are like? Even with a 10-year soul ring? Brothers, let's show them our soul rings. Tang Qingwei secretly curled her lips, touched her small chest, and thought, who is your brother? But she didn't want to embarrass him at that moment and honestly summoned her martial soul. Phoenix, possession. A purplish-red light surged out from the chubby boy's body. His short hair suddenly grew long and gathered towards the center, transforming into a mohawk hairstyle. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Long feathers extended from his exposed strong arms, and his hands transformed into claw shapes. Hot air currents swirled around the chubby boy's body. Although he was shorter than the students from Tsanghui Academy, once the purple flames were released from his body, his entire aura changed completely. Combined with Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul, pressing down on the opponents, making them feel breathless. Only Tang San's martial soul remained calm. 2 yellow rings rose from beneath his feet, and dense blue-silver grass quietly released, surrounding his body and slowly spreading. Xiao Wu and Tang Qingwei were the last to release their martial souls, and when the 2 yellow and 1 purple rings lit up beneath the shortest Tang Qingwei, it instantly attracted the attention of all the soul masters on the opposite side. Soul Emperor? Impossible. How old is she? The teachers from Tsanghui Academy watched in fascination, murmuring, The highest configuration of soul rings, but I haven't seen this martial soul before. It seems like it's not a particularly powerful martial soul. However, that kid with the white tiger martial soul has some skills. The middle-aged man turned to look at his students. Apart from studying, they all appeared spirited, while the others had already started to tremble due to the martial soul suppression. This teacher was already middle-aged, and seeing Dai Mubai and the others unleash their true strength, he thought of many possibilities in his mind. These kids are not very old. Could they be disciples of some major sect? After all, some troubles are not to be provoked. Chapter 97. Gambling Challenge. I am Shun Shi, a teacher from Songhui Academy. May I ask which sect you are from? Xiao Wu was already eager to try, and after waiting for a long time without a fight, she impatiently urged, "We are from Shrek Academy. If you want to fight, hurry up, daylight is coming." Upon hearing the name of the academy from Xiao Wu, Shun Shi pondered for a moment but couldn't find any information about it in his mind. Although he suspected that the other party might be lying, he thought again and felt it was unlikely. He immediately felt much more settled and looked at Xiao Wu, saying, "We are not unreasonable people. After all, you were the ones who ambushed the 1,000-year-soul beast we were trying to drive away, so you are not in the right here." Although Shun Shi's mouth still held a smile, his gaze was as venomous as a snake. He turned his eyes to the shortest Tang, Qingwei, and proposed, "How about this? You designate that little girl with the 3-ring soul master and let her compete with our Shu. If she wins, this matter will be settled. If you lose, you will have to compensate us with a 1,000-year soul beast's soul ring." Seeing Tang Qingwei not responding, Shun Shi thought the other party was too young and scared, and advised, "No matter how you look at it, you would still profit. After all, that little girl on your side is at least a 30-plus level 3-ring soul emperor, while our Shu is only a 30-level 2-ring soul emperor." Tang Qingwei didn't respond but thought to herself, so it's this group of people who, disregarding the lives of others, drove the 1,000-year soul beasts into the town? Although the soul beasts were originally headed towards the town, their actions were no different from being willful instigators. Tang slightly raised his eyes, looking at the group with anger. Dai Mubai and the others frowned upon hearing Shun Shi's words, their gazes directed at him, filled with uncontrollable rage. "Beasts, have you never considered that the majority of people in this town are ordinary? Faced with a 1,000-year soul beast, they're like ants, completely unable to fight back." Shun Shi, instead of getting angry, laughed and said, "This is simply the compassion of a woman. Since they chose to live in this place, they must be prepared to face the soul beasts. Besides, we are here to kill the soul beasts. How can we possibly allow them to harm ordinary people? All right, I agree to the challenge. However, the conditions must be changed, as they are simply too unfair." Tang Qingwei walked to the front of the crowd, and only then did everyone see her full appearance. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, but her cute little face was filled with a serious expression. Shun Shi, intrigued, said, "Then tell me, how should I change? If I win, you give me 10,000 gold soul coins. If I lose, I will accompany you to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast ring." Tang Qingwei spoke with a resonant voice, her eyes ablaze with fierce fire, which was, of course, directed at the Jin Hun coins. "Good, no problem." In Shun Shi's view, Tang Qingwei should be of the support type. After all, most offensive types were beast martial souls. As for the control type, he didn't think a bare little flower could be a control type. The restaurant was in an uproar, and diners near the tables of Shrek Academy and Songhui Academy hurriedly got up to move aside to avoid being caught in the crossfire. However, most people did not leave the restaurant immediately. Instead, they watched the scene before them with excitement. After all, usually, one would have to go to the Great Soul Arena to see battles between soul masters, which came at a hefty price. Being able to watch for free at this moment naturally thrilled the ordinary people with martial souls. As it looked like a fight was about to break out, the tavern owner, with a stiff expression, stepped forward, nervously rubbing his hands, and said with a flattering smile, "Could you please take this outside to fight? My little shop can't withstand the turmoil from you esteemed guests." Chapter 98. The fight begins. Shun Shi shot a cold glance at the tavern owner, then turned to Tang Qingwei and smiled. "Let's go outside." After saying that, he turned and led a group of students out of the tavern. When Shu looked at Tang Qingwei with disdain, after all, she was just a support type. Even if she was over level 30, what was there to fear? With a cold snort, he said nothing more and brushed past Tang Qingwei as he exited the tavern door. Tang Qingwei was originally happy about to receive a windfall, but at this moment, her good mood instantly plummeted due to Wen Shu's actions. She looked up in disbelief at Tang, saying beside her, "Brother, Was she just looking down on me? Tang San rubbed his sister's head, preparing to say something. Ma Hongjun, who loved to stir up trouble, leaned in front of Tang Qingmi. That's right, she was doing it on purpose. Later, he would teach her a good lesson and show her that the students of Shrek Academy are not to be trifled with. At this moment, Oscar kindly handed over a recovery sausage, saying, "Here, take this for emergencies." Tang Qingwei nodded with a serious little face and took the sausage. With a puffed-up chest, she strode out of the hotel door with a regal air, flanked by Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Tang Sen looked at his sister's fierce little appearance, shaking his head with a smile. Then he, along with Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, followed them out. Soon, they exited the hotel, and perhaps because the soul rings on them were too eye-catching, their group attracted quite a few spectators. Once they reached an open area, they stopped. And when Shu stepped out of the crowd, standing at the front and calling out to Tang San, Songhui Academy, when Shu, Martial Soul, White Egret level 30, Two-Ring Soul Master, 19 years old, please give me guidance. Tang Qingwei felt a chill in her heart. It turned out that these people were here to hunt for soul rings for her. She hadn't forgotten that she had just looked down on them. Although Tang Qingwei was not tall, her gaze at this moment was anything but weak. Her big, round eyes were almost rolling back in her head. Imitating the way she had just studied, she snorted coldly and said, "Humph." Tang Qingwei, level 31 Soul Master, Martial Soul, 7-colored flower, support type. Tang San and the others struggled to suppress their laughter. Tang Qingwei looked so cute that it didn't make anyone feel she was expressing disdain. It was more like something had gotten into her eyes. However, none of them dared to say anything, as they hadn't forgotten that this delicate and adorable girl was actually a violent lowly with an explosive combat power. After listening to Tang Qingwei's self-introduction, Shun Qi sneered inwardly. Just as I had anticipated, only level 31, and even with one less soul ring, I doubt she can make a significant impact as a support type. All right, you all release your martial souls. It's time to begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 soul rings lit up beneath their feet simultaneously. When Shu let out a low shout, her long hair flying up as she spread her arms, instantly releasing her martial soul. 200-year soul rings appeared around her graceful figure. The 19-year-old girl, a soul master at level 30, already possessed considerable strength, and her soul ring configuration was optimal. All of this was enough for Wen Shu to flaunt. However, she was unfortunate to encounter the more talented little monsters from Shrek Academy, and the outcome of this match had already been determined in the eyes of Dai Mubai and the others. Tang Qingwei didn't speak, but with a raise of her hand, a 7-colored flower with only 5 petals spun in her palm. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, lit up beneath her feet, swirling around her body. Chapter 99. The battle is stopped. Several students from Songhui Academy wanted to laugh at Tang Qingwei for not knowing numbers when they saw the 5 petals of a 7-colored flower in her hand. However, when Tang Qingwei's 3 soul rings suddenly lit up, they fell silent in the face of that level of pressure. Start. The moment Shun Qi shouted start, Wen Shu's body leaped up like lightning, his legs coming together as if they were glued, and his arms spread out to the sides like wings. With a shake, accompanied by the brilliance of his 2nd soul ring, he soared into the air. With a sudden increase in speed, he lunged toward Tang Qingwei. Immediately after, Wen Shu unleashed his 1st soul skill, forming a bird beak-shaped phantom at the position of his head, with its sharp beak aimed directly at Tang Qingwei's face. Tang Qingwei felt a chill in her heart and began to take it seriously. The gravitational acceleration might not be something that would pierce through her, right? Although she was complaining in her mind, her movements were swift. She immediately activated her 3rd soul skill, teleporting to the space above her original standing position. As Wen Shu appeared below her, Tang Qingwei shot down like a launched arrow, lightly pushing off the void with her foot, swinging her small fist directly toward Wen Shu's shoulder. Although Tang Qingwei did not like the disrespectful girl in front of her, she was not someone who would kill innocents indiscriminately, so she did not strike at her opponent's vital points. Wen Shu lost her target and momentarily looked confused, but then was jolted awake by a sense of crisis from above. When she looked up, she saw Tang Qingwei's fist coming towards her, her beautiful eyes widening. When did she appear above me? Although her mind was still puzzled, her body reacted instinctively, dodging to the side. At the same time, she heard the sound of the fist breaking through the air like a muffled thunderclap. Bang! The violent aura wrapped around the fist created a ripple-like airwave in midair. Ma Hongjun had already witnessed Tang Qingwei's martial prowess before, but seeing it again at this moment still made him shudder as he held onto Oscar beside him. Both of them were so frightened that their teeth chattered, and they silently shared a thought. Anyone but this violent little lowly she could really kill. On the side of Tsung Academy, teacher Shinchi's expression darkened at this scene, with a hint of fury, and he shouted sternly, "Stop!" As he spoke, the 5 soul rings of 2 yellow and 3 purple lit up. A weapon spirit resembling a hoe appeared in his hand, blocking between the 2 parties. But this weapon spirit formed a bizarre and comical shape in contrast to his refined appearance. "Ha ha ha, this shape is so funny. Not one to hold back." Xiao Wu laughed out loud, not giving her opponent any face. Shinchi prided himself on being a refined scholar, but his weapon spirit, resembling a farming home, made him feel inferior. Now that he saw someone mocking his weapon spirit, it felt like his reverse scale had been touched. When he turned to look at Xiao Wu, his eyes glinted with sharpness, and the surging soul power released from him formed a wave-like pressure that surged towards Xiao Wu and the others. Disrespecting one's elders. He spoke as he swung the hoe-like weapon spirit towards Xiao Wu, unleashing an invisible gust of wind. Tang San and the others activated their soul skills to shield Xiao Wu. Tang Qingwei, who had already stopped, became even more upset seeing someone swinging a hoe at her people. Little spicy chicken, can't play fair, sneak attacking. A series of thoughts flashed through Tang Qingwei's mind. It was clearly Shun Qi who had called for the gambling battle, and he was the one who called for a stop, yet now he was the one sneaking an attack on her. Chapter 100. Defeating the Soul King, truly shameless. Tang Qingwei couldn't care about so much at the moment. She threw her 3rd skill to her companions and joined the melee. Several young people from Tsanghui Academy were forced to join the battle. The scene quickly shifted from a one-on-one duel to a chaotic group fight. Fortunately, the students of Tsanghui Academy wore uniform outfits, allowing Tang Qingwei to easily distinguish between friend and foe. Dai Mubai utilized the 3rd soul skill that Tang Qingwei had cast on him, teleporting to Shun Qi's side. His 2nd halo shone brightly, and a strong white light gathered into a sphere. A round energy projectile was already spewing from his mouth, which was the 2nd soul ring skill of the Evil Eye White Tiger, the White Tiger-S Light Wave. At the same time Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger's Light Wave, Tang Qingwei took the opportunity to throw her 2nd skill at Shin Qi, instantly immobilizing him. The chubby boy's mohawk hair shook, and his 1st soul ring shone brightly. A purplish-red line of phoenix fire was spewed out. Tang San also moved at that moment, teleporting to the other side of Shun Qi and using blue-silver grass to entangle him. Xiao Wu teleported in front of Shun Qi, successfully wrapping her scorpion braid around his neck, with one foot pressed against his lower back. At the same time, she activated her 1st soul ring skill, Waist Bow, using her waist strength to lift herself. Thrusting her neck back and pushing her foot forward, Shun Qi's body was already flying into the air. The scorpion braid quietly detached, and Xiao Wu jumped up, chasing Shun Qi's body that was thrown into the air. The power of her waist bow was truly terrifying. With level 28 soul power and a 120 boost, it directly flung Shun Qi to a height of 5 meters, at the highest point of Shun Qi's ascent. It was also the moment Xiao Wu caught up, and she directly grabbed his waist. The power of the waist bow activated again, and Xiao Wu's slim waist bent at a terrifying angle, causing Shun Qi's body to rotate backward in an instant. At this moment, although the immobilization effect on Shun Qi had been lifted, he had already been severely injured earlier by Dai Mubai and the others while he was immobilized, and after being tossed around by Xiao Wu, he could do nothing but feel the world spinning around him. Xiao Wu held onto the fabric around Shun Qi's waist and spun around in midair for 2 full rotations. When she descended towards the ground, the rapid spinning under the influence of the waist bow brought Shun Qi's body crashing down with an astonishing whistling sound. Faced with the simultaneous attack of 5 people, Shun Qi lost the initiative at the beginning due to being immobilized, and later, he was utterly powerless against the joint efforts of several people. In just a moment, the 5-ring Soul King was swiftly defeated under the combined assault of Dai Mubai and the others. The students of Tsanghui Academy were dumbfounded. These guys could actually defeat a teacher without giving him a chance to fight back. Could they really be compared to such monsters? Uncle. When Shu saw Shun Qi being knocked out by Dai Mubai and the others, and she no longer cared to continue grappling with Tang Qingwei, she hurried to support Shun Qi, raising her eyes in anger to glare at the group who had injured her uncle. Sneaky, why did you ambush my uncle? When Shu shouted angrily. Hey, are you kidding? It was your uncle who ambushed us first, okay? Your ability to turn black and white is far superior to your cultivation talent. Ma Hongjun was almost amused by Wen Shu's anger and retorted sharply. Although he had already witnessed the chubby boy's sharp tongue, seeing him mock and ridicule without mercy again left the other speechless. You're talking nonsense. My uncle is a 5-ring Soul King. How could he possibly ambush you, who are at a much lower level? Although Wen Shu hadn't seen the entire process, she knew her uncle's character. He would never stoop to such a disgraceful act. Chapter 101. Distribution of Gains. In fact, this incident was quite coincidental. Shen Shi had called to stop upon seeing Tang Qingwei's power because he suspected she was cheating and falsely reporting her identity information. After all, how could such a strong physique possibly belong to an auxiliary system? But little did he know, Xiao Wu touched his sore spot by daring to mock his martial soul. And he instinctively wanted to teach her a lesson, only to be perceived by the Shrek students as having ambushed her. However, it was too late to say anything now. Shen Shi had already fainted and wouldn't he wake up for a while. Shrek Academy. I will remember this. Wen Shu dropped a harsh remark and had people prepare to carry Shen Shi away. Wait, a youthful voice came from behind. What do you all want? Although Wen Shu spoke with anger, she didn't dare to go too far. After all, her uncle was no match for these people. And if they really got into a dispute again, it was obvious that it would be her Songhui Academy that would suffer. What about the bet? Leave it behind. Tang Qingwei stared fiercely at the money bags of the other people. We haven't even finished the match. Why should we pay you the betting soul coins? Wen Shu was so angry that his cheeks turned red, but Tang Qingwei didn't care about that. Fine, let's have another match. Tang Qingwei readily agreed and, while speaking, summoned her martial soul. Is that what I meant? Who wants to fight you? Wen Shu's expression stiffened. Although she hadn't completed a full match with Tang Qingwei, she knew that Tang Qingwei's strength was definitely above hers. After a moment of silence, she said, I don't have that much on me, can I? Tang Qingwei interrupted before the other party finished speaking and directly refused. No way. Who will she ask for the money later? Immediately after, she signaled with her eyes to Wen Shu. What about your companions? They should contribute too. The few people pointed out instinctively covered their money pouches. Wen Shu, squatting and holding the fainted Shen Shi, shot a resentful glance at Tang Qingwei and the others. After a long while, she turned to her companions. Take out your money. Wen Shu, guarantee that I will repay you double when we return to the family. Only then did the few people take out their money pouches and hand them to Wen Shu. Tang Qingwei excitedly shouted towards Tang San and the others. Come over and help me count the money. Wen Shu's face instantly darkened, and he angrily said, We're not that shameless. There are plenty of gold soul coins here. Zhao Wujia, standing upstairs, had already seen it. When they were provoking at Songhui Academy, these kids indeed did not disappoint him. They united against the outside, and even the chubby Ma Hongjun impressed him. We're making a big profit. By the way, this is your share. I worked the hardest, so it's fine for me to take the biggest cut, right? Without waiting for their response, he distributed 5,000 gold soul coins, giving each person 1,000, including Tang San. You keep it, brother. I don't need it. Tang San smiled and declined, not expecting his sister to be so money-minded and generous to her own people, which made him, as the older brother, feel quite gratified. Tang frowned slightly, looking displeased. Brother, we should be clear about money matters. If it's yours, just take it. After saying that, his dark eyes narrowed into a slit, and he chuckled. As for if you want to give me some compensation in the future, that's also not impossible. Tang San lightly tapped his sister's head with a chuckle, calling her a little money lover. He then turned to the others and said with a smile, What Xiao Wei said is right. This is what you all deserve. Take it. Chapter 102, Breakthrough to Soul Zone. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, seeing that Tang San had said this, no longer declined and rushed towards the golden soul coins with shining eyes. Dai Mubai, seeing their expressions, couldn't help but laugh and also accepted the distribution from Tang Qingwei along with Xiao Wu. Then we should thank Xiao Wei for her generosity. After receiving the pouch of money, Dai Mubai expressed his gratitude with a smile. Tang slightly shook her little finger, shaking her head to deny it. Big brother Dai, you must be mistaken. This is the reward everyone deserves, not my generosity. If it weren't for you all helping to knock out that Soul King, I might not even have a chance to stand here. Tang Sin nodded and stepped over to Tang Qingwei's side, casually placing his hand on her head, and said with a smile, Boss Dai, what Xiao Wei said is right. This is what everyone deserves. Tang Qingwei stared at that hand for a full minute, but it still showed no sign of moving away. This is definitely discrimination. Tang Qingwei angrily swatted away the hand on her head, ran to Xiao Wu's side, and affectionately linked arms with her. Sister Xiao Wu, let's go. Before leaving, She couldn't help but turn back and make a face at her brother. You bullied me, so I'll take your wife away. Oof. That guy Tang San definitely treated her head like an armrest, casually resting his hand on her head just like that. So what if he asked tall? What's so impressive about it? Sigh, life is not easy, with a slight sigh. It's really remarkable. Tang Qingwei is feeling exhausted. Why hasn't she started growing yet? The days of cultivation always pass quickly. 2 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. What makes Tang Qingwei feel most comforted is that she has finally grown taller. Although she still can't compare with Tang San and Xiao Wu, at least she is no longer a small figure that is indistinguishable from a distance of 1 meter. Now, if one looks closely, they can at least see the rise and fall of her chest. In these 2 years, aside from her physical changes, her soul power has also seen a significant increase. By the end of last year, she had broken through to the Soul Master level and is now a level 40 Soul Master. After her breakthrough, Shrek Academy's Dean Flander even planned to gather everyone to go to the Stardow Forest to help her hunt for a soul ring. Who would have thought that without a word, Tang Qingwei would directly release her martial soul, and 4 soul rings spun around her. What was most eye-catching was the outermost black soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring? Dai Mu Bai and the others were wide-eyed in shock, looking at Tang Qingwei in disbelief. Flander was even more like he was in a dream, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What did you go hunt for soul beasts? That's a 10,000-year soul beast. Even if it was just a newly advanced 10,000-year soul beast, that would possess the strength of a 6-ring soul emperor. If it were a soul beast that had lived for several tens of thousands of years, that would be a terrifying existence. This little girl is too bold, daring to venture out alone at the level of a soul master. What if something happened? After the surprise, Flander frowned tightly. This is really too dangerous. He then turned his reproachful gaze towards Tang San, saying, Your sister is still young, and doesn't he understand? But why didn't you stop her? That's a 10,000-year soul beast. What if something happened to her? Tang San had on his face, knowing that the dean was worried about his sister. After locking eyes with Tang Qingwei for a moment, and seeing her nod, he finally began to explain under the reproachful gazes of the crowd. My sister's soul ring was not obtained through hunting soul beasts. She is a special case. Even my teacher can't explain the reason clearly. Her soul power cultivation has no bottlenecks, and every 10 levels, a soul ring that matches her best will automatically appear. Pausing for a moment, Tang San glanced at the stunned crowd and added, So this 10,000-year soul ring was not obtained by the Xiao Wei hunting soul beasts. Chapter 103. The little incident of registration. Xiao Wu had long known that Tang Qingwei's cultivation was special and was one of the first to recover from her surprise. She happily ran over, hooked her arm around Tang Qingwei's, and congratulated her. Xiao Wei, congratulations. Ma Hongjun and Oscar looked at Tang Qingwei as if she were a rare treasure, holding her up with both hands and saying, Xiao Wei, you can no longer be described as a little monster. Tang Qingwei was taken aback by what the two said. How should that be described? To his surprise, the two exchanged glances and chuckled, but didn't reveal what it was. Dai Mu Bai coughed lightly and tapped Ma Hongjun and Oscar on the heads, saying, Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Wei is already level 40 now. Are you looking for trouble? Tang San smiled as he watched a few people playfully tussling. Feeling happy for his sister's breakthrough, while also feeling a sense of urgency, he needed to speed up his own training. Good. No wonder you're a little monster. The joy in Flinder's eyes was evident, but when he turned to look at the others, his face was full of disdain. Xiao Wei is already level 40. What about you? Aren't you ashamed? You should be working harder. The others replied, We are ashamed, but we haven't been slacking off, right? Well, fine at worst. They would just sleep a few less hours at night. With Tang Qingwei, such a little monster, pushing them in Shrek Academy. Everyone felt pressured and had no time to slack off. They were all putting in their best effort to catch up. Now, all the students had already reached the Spirit Elder level. This pace of training made Dean Flinder almost grin from ear to ear, looking at them with the loving gaze of someone watching their own fat pig ready for slaughter. This made the others feel like they had a thorn in their backs, and they dared not slack off in their training. Little monsters, today is the annual enrollment day again. You don't need to train today. Come out with me to manage the scene. Teacher Li Yusong, who was in charge of checking registrations, called a few of them to go out together. After all, there are always a few troublemakers every year, and having these little monsters around would make the registration process much smoother. Teacher Li, it's probably going to be similar to last year, right? We don't all need to go, do we? I'm not even full yet. Ma Hongjun rubbed his chubby belly. He was planning to go into the city for a big meal today, but was unexpectedly drafted here. The others shook their heads and sighed at the sight of the increasingly overweight fat guy over the past 2 years. There was nothing they could do. After all, his martial soul could only be vented through binge eating. Tang Qingwei was also a bit worried about Fatty. After 2 years of getting along, she had long regarded the Shrek Academy students as her friends. As her time here grew longer, her memories had gradually become vague. She could only vaguely remember the plot about Fatty's martial soul in Douluo continent, recalling that Tang San obtained a celestial herb somewhere, and, after giving it to Ma Hongjun, it resolved his martial soul issue. Looking at the increasingly overweight Ma Hongjun, she could only hope that the opportunities for the group wouldn't change because of her arrival. Otherwise, she would feel extremely guilty. Yes, Teacher Li, I'll go. You let Fatty eat first, she said gently, her guilt for Ma Hongjun evident in her tone. Ha ha, Xiaowei really cares about me. Fatty, Ma Hongjun exclaimed as he prepared to give her a hug. However, he was scared off by Tang Qingwei's raised little fist and jumped on Oscar instead. Let us talk nicely. Over the past 2 years, Ma Hongjun had endured many beatings at Tang Qingwei's hands. Although it was just during regular classes, it was enough to make him fearful. Chapter 104, 10,000-Year Soul Ring, let's go. Xiao Wu linked her arm with Tang Qingwei's, made a face at Ma Hongjun, and walked toward the academy entrance. The registration area was already crowded, and Teacher Li was still sitting behind the table with a small wooden box, feeling the bones of the students who came to register. Seeing this familiar scene, Tang Qingwei felt a sudden wave of emotion. She had been here for 10 years. She was really grateful to Xiao Yin for bringing her here. In this brand new world, she had gained many things she had never had before. Friendship, martial souls, soul skills, everything had completely integrated into her soul. Your age doesn't match. You can leave. Can't you make an exception? We came from so far. I've already said your age is not suitable. Didn't you see the registration requirements posted over there? Then at least refund my registration fee. The registration notice clearly states that once registered, the fee is non-refundable. Didn't you know? In the originally quiet and orderly line, a sudden commotion broke out. Just as Tang Qingwei turned to look, Teacher Li was calling them. Little monsters. Come and resolve this. Then he turned to the person who had just argued with him, saying, anyone who beats one of them can get their registration fee back. Here we go, brothers, unleash your martial souls. Dai Mubai was the first to activate his soul power, releasing all 3 of his soul rings, 200-year and 1,000-year. The surging soul power created an invisible pressure in the air, and the cold light in his eyes flashed as he looked at the father and son. 1,000-year soul ring. He's a soul master. The parents and students around the registration area all changed their expressions, shocked. The shock wasn't over yet. Beside Dai Mubai, the other 4 also revealed their soul rings, which were of the same color, the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. When the last little girl displayed her soul rings, the scene fell silent and no one dared to make a sound. The 4 soul rings surrounding the little girl included a black 10,000-year soul ring as the outermost one. Everyone present was astonished. Was this really a Shrek Academy student? They were so strong. Looking at their own children, the parents immediately felt deflated. It was better not to embarrass themselves. Many parents who were previously proud of their son's soul power levels were now too discouraged to speak, dragging their children away without a trace. The area suddenly became much more spacious, and the line continued. At the front and back of the line, 2 girls, upon seeing Tang Qingwei's soul ring level, were both filled with shock. Their hands unconsciously clenched into fists, so strong. When they looked up again, the determination and resilience in their eyes grew even stronger. Shrek Academy. They definitely didn't come to the wrong place. Tang Qingwei also saw 2 uniquely charming figures in the crowd. Feeling puzzled, she thought that their aura seemed somewhat familiar. What's wrong? Xiao Wu asked with concern, noticing Tang Qingwei frowning in thought, thinking something must be bothering her. Tang slightly shook his head, signaling Xiao Wu to look at the 2 figures. What do you think of them? Xiao Wu followed Tang's gaze. The girl at the front of the line wore a simple white long dress that gave a very clean impression. She was about half a head shorter than Xiao Wu, and since she had her back turned to them, her face was not visible. However, from the skin on her neck, it was evident that the girl had very good and exceptionally fair skin. The other girl was at the very end of the line, with black long hair cascading over her shoulders, her face slightly lowered. She was about the same height as the girl in the white dress, and her skin was similarly fair. However, this girl gave off a distinct feeling. Her extremely voluptuous figure did not quite match her age. If one did not look at her face, they might easily mistake her for an adult. In stark contrast to her voluptuous figure, The expression on the girl's face was very cold, emanating a genuine coldness, a pure coldness. Her black eyes even lacked a trace of anger, which was somewhat at odds with her originally very beautiful face. After getting a clear look at the two, Xiao Wu retracted her gaze, revealing a contemplative expression. After a while, she said, "The aura of these two is very different from the others present. I feel like they should be admitted." Tang Qingwei kept watching until the two girls felt her burning gaze and turned to look at her. Only then did Tang Qingwei widen her eyes, suddenly realizing that these two people were none other than Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing from the Shrek's 7 monsters. She felt a hint of excitement in her heart. The Shrek's 7 monsters were all here. Clenching her small fists, Tang Qingwei secretly glanced at Dai Mubai's reaction. After all, in her vague memories, Zhu Zhuqing was Dai Mubai's fiancée. Seeing them together now, there should be some reaction, right? They did react, but why was it so disappointing? "I seem to sense a soul spirit that resonates with me very well," she said, unable to help but look towards the end of the team. Their eyes met, but there was no spark, only indifference and unfamiliarity. What was going on? Did she remember wrong? Did they not recognize each other? That shouldn't be the case, right? Tang Qingwei turned her head to look at the girl in front of her. Could this be Zhu Zhuqing? Forget it, during the assessment later. She would find out everything once they revealed their martial souls. As Tang Qingwei had expected, the two were the only students who passed the test. The final round was a practical combat match, just like when Tang Qingwei first arrived. However, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong didn't need to fight against the teacher. They only needed to face one of them. Ning Rongrong looked surprised at the shortest Tang Qingwei in the crowd and asked, "Is this child also participating?" A few people were startled by Ning Rongrong's words and looked nervously at Tang Qingwei, as height had always been Tang Qingwei's sensitive spot. Just when everyone thought she would explode, Tang Qingwei merely nodded lightly at Ning Rongrong. It wasn't that Tang Qingwei treated her differently. After all, she wasn't really a child, and she could tell whether there was any mocking intent in her tone. Since Ning Rongrong spoke so openly and her attitude was clear, without any malice, Tang Qingwei naturally wouldn't treat her like an enemy. As for enthusiasm, that was out of the question, even knowing she would be one of the future Shrek 7 monsters. Tang Qingwei had already been excited at the academy gate. Now, Ning Rongrong was just a stranger to her, possibly a friend in the future, but that would require them to go through storms together first. Teacher Zhao Wujia looked in the direction Ning Rongrong pointed and nodded, saying, "Tang Qingwei is also participating, but you'd better not choose her just because she's small. Appearances can be deceiving. All right, I'll give you 10 minutes to understand each other's martial souls and discuss strategies to cooperate in attacking one of them." Although teacher Zhao Wujia would not participate in the battle, he was still the supervisor for the final round. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing went to the opposite side to discuss strategies. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun stared intently at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, nudging the equally stunned Oscar and murmuring, "Our academy finally has female students." Just as he finished speaking, he felt a chill down his spine and turned to meet 2 pairs of fiery eyes. "I didn't mean it like that," he exclaimed, jumping behind Dai Mubai. "Boss Dai, you know what I mean, right?" Dai Mubai, feeling uncomfortable under their glare, decided to let the chubby guy take the fall and pushed him forward, saying, "I don't know. You explain it to them yourself." Chapter 106. Phoenix vs. Spectral Cat. We've decided. Let's choose that little fat guy. Ning Rongrong's voice was like heavenly music, rescuing Ma Hongjun from his predicament. "Here it comes, here it comes." Ma Hongjun rushed to the center of the playground, confronting Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. "Let's begin." With Zhao Wujia's command, the 3 of them simultaneously activated their dazzling soul rings. Ma Hongjun's 3 soul rings appeared, which was already expected by the 2, as they had seen them at the academy gate. Before Ma Hongjun could act, Ning Rongrong had already taken the lead. 7 treasures turned into glazed, she chanted. Her body floated and spun in place, releasing a brilliant rainbow glow from within her. At the point where the colorful light concentrated, a 7-colored glazed pagoda appeared in the palm of her right hand. The pagoda sparkled with light, exuding an air of nobility, and Ning Rongrong smiled, looking ethereal. 2 yellow soul rings rose from her feet, spiraling around her. The 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. The first soul ring rose, enveloping the 7-colored pagoda. Under Ning Rongrong's left hand's gesture, a rainbow light was released simultaneously, surrounding Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing immediately felt a warm energy surge from her limbs, filling her body with strength, as if her soul power was boiling up. Wow, it's actually from the 7 treasures glazed sect? The first support is not just for show. Fatty, be careful, Zhao Wujie reminded, crossing his arms with interest. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Another ray of colorful light floated out, and Ning Rongrong's second soul ring also took effect. The lightness of her body made Zhu Zhuqing feel as if she had lost weight, silently praising the 7 treasures glazed pagoda for its reputation. Truly deserving to be the first auxiliary martial soul. Both speed and strength increased by 30%, making her feel a significant boost in power. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing moved. She crouched slightly, and in a flash, she vanished from sight, leaving only a fading afterimage behind, her speed fully displayed, proving her status as a sensitive attack-type soul master. Her incredible speed left the onlookers in awe. What was even more terrifying was that Zhu Zhuqing made no sound with any of her movements. She darted out quietly, her attacks devoid of any energy release or sound of soul power cutting through the air. With her martial soul activated, her outstretched fingers became like the claws of a cat. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes changed color simultaneously, her left eye dark green, her right eye azure blue, her long hair naturally flowing down her back. And during her movement, she left behind faint phantoms, making it difficult for anyone to catch her exact position. Her attacks were sharp, targeting vital points. Ma Hongjun, unable to dodge in time, could only activate his second soul skill, Fiery Phoenix. This is the only soul skill he has with defensive capabilities. At this moment, he also started to take things seriously, immediately using his first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline, within the Burning Phoenix, instantly increasing its power several times. Although it consumed a lot of soul power, the effect was excellent. In fact, Ma Hongjun had a more powerful third soul skill, but he didn't dare to use it here since this was just a competition, not a life-and-death struggle. Although Zhu Zhuqing was flustered, she skillfully flipped in the air, narrowly avoiding the flames. However, Ma Hongjun's flames were adhesive and extremely hot, and she ultimately got burned. The ground beside Zhu Zhuqing was left with grooves scorched by the purple flames. Chapter 107. Passing the final assessment, seeing Zhu Zhuqing get injured. Dai Mubai unconsciously took a step forward, but then as if realizing something, he quickly retreated back to his original position. What was wrong with him? Why was he so anxious about her? Initially, at the entrance of the academy, Dai Mubai couldn't see that the last person in the line was Zhu Zhuqing due to the crowd, which led to the scene Tang Qingwei witnessed. It was only when Zhu Zhuqing approached that he realized she was the second miss of the Zhu family, who had been engaged to him since childhood. Although they had this engagement, they had not met often. After all, he believed he saw no hope at that time and intentionally kept a distance between them. Thus, their relationship was more like familiar strangers. The last time they met was when he decided to escape like a coward, and he imagined she must have looked down on him. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai's gaze darkened. Zhu Zhuqing, having been grazed by Ma Hongjun's flames, didn't he care about her injuries at this moment? 2 yellow soul rings lit up beneath her feet, and her blue and green eyes suddenly had vertical pupils. Her body instantly soared into the air, wrapping herself in soul power and curling up, rapidly spinning towards Ma Hongjun. Within her curled figure, claw shadows flickered, which was her second soul ring skill, Phantom Claw of the Underworld. With her rapid spinning and the sharp, penetrating attacks of her claws, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed over 100 attacks on Ma Hongjun in an extremely short time. The power was astonishing. Faced with Zhu Zhuqing's fierce attacks, Ma Hongjun was caught off guard and was directly injured by her assault. He didn't expect Zhu Zhuqing to be so ruthless towards him. Now she was engulfed in the scorching phoenix fire, yet she charged at him without any hesitation. After landing a hit, Zhu Zhuqing quickly retreated, swiftly leaving Ma Hongjun's attack range. Having fought against Ma Hongjun daily, his combat experience was incredibly rich. How could he let Zhu Zhuqing escape? He activated his first and second soul skills again. With both soul skills activated simultaneously, their power was even stronger. The Phoenix Fire line was spewed out from Ma Hongjun's mouth, and under his control, it swept towards Zhu Zhuqing like a fiery whip. According to convention, Ma Hongjun should have attacked Ning Rongrong first, but since this was an assessment, it couldn't just test Zhu Zhuqing alone as an auxiliary system. Ning Rongrong was also part of the assessment. Zhu Zhuqing was directly hit by the fiery whip. Her body flew backwards, and with a muffled groan, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. As an auxiliary system, Ning Rongrong had no ability to protect herself. After Zhu Zhuqing was defeated, she was subdued by Ma Hongjun in one move. At this moment, Dai Mubai couldn't care about anything else and leaped to catch the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing in midair. Before he could speak, Tang Qingwei stepped forward, raised her left hand to summon her martial soul, and 2 white beams of light emerged from the 7-colored flower, instantly enveloping both of them. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, and upon seeing Tang Qingwei treating her, she nodded in thanks. Chapter 108. Moving and you two did very well. You both passed the assessment. Zhao Wujia came over with a smile. 2 little monsters have arrived. How could he not be happy? He then turned to Dai Mubai and said, Mubai, you are responsible for bringing these 2 new students to their dormitory. Okay, teacher Zhao. After bidding farewell to Zhao Wujia, Dai Mubai led Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong towards the girls' dormitory. Since there weren't many students in the academy to begin with, and now with the arrival of 2 more, some of the others were quite interested in them and followed along to get to know Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong in advance. As Dai Mubai led the way, he smiled and said, My name is Dai Mubai, and I'm the oldest among the students. You can call me Mubai or Big Brother Dai, just like they do. Hello, Big Brother Dai. Ning Rongrong replied cheerfully, My name is Ning Rongrong. You could just call me Rongrong. My family and friends all call me that. Ning Rongrong's smile was always on her face, and with that simple sentence, she unconsciously bridged the distance with everyone. After Ning Rongrong finished her introduction, everyone turned their attention towards Zhu Zhuqing. When Dai Mubai looked at her, Zhu Zhuqing didn't even spare him a glance, and coldly said, Zhu Zhuqing. After saying that, she fell silent. Xiao Wu, with a curious expression, linked arms with Tang Qingwei and winked, indicating for her to look at the interaction between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly, choosing not to say anything further, and simply continued leading the way. The strange atmosphere between the 2 made everyone too afraid to breathe. Fortunately, the academy was not large, and this peculiar atmosphere did not last long. Soon, they arrived at the girls' dormitory building. Dai Mubai did not go up, but gave Xiao a few instructions before turning to leave. Tang San and the others saw that Dai Mubai had already left, so they didn't linger any longer. After greeting a few girls, they followed him. However, no one dared to ask about the matter between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, as it was Dai Mubai's private affair. If he was willing to talk, they would listen. If he wasn't, they would pretend it didn't exist. At this moment, Dai Mubai's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He never expected that Zhu Zhuqing had also come to Shrek Academy. Having made the decision to give up his claim to the throne, Dai Mubai's reasons were not only for himself, but also to avoid dragging down his fiancée, who shared the same fate. As long as he gave up the fight for the throne, Zhu Zhuqing, who was originally meant to compete with him for it, would no longer pose a threat, and her life and the family would likely improve. Of course, all of this was Dai Mubai's ideal scenario. He did not know that Zhu Zhuqing's actual situation had not improved due to his abandonment. In fact, it had worsened. His escape left Zhu Zhuqing to face the pressure of competing for the throne against her sister all alone in the Star Luo Empire. Time and again, she narrowly escaped from her sister's grasp, and ultimately, she was forced to leave the Star Luo Empire in search of opportunities to grow stronger. From a very young age, Dai Mubai understood that emotions were the most superfluous things among the royal family. Power and interest were the most compelling. Every member of the royal family had a scale in their hearts, balancing feelings against interests. When familial love faced the supreme power, how many people could prioritize emotions over power? He had 2 older brothers above him, and according to the rules of the royal struggle in the Star Luo Empire, he was destined to have no future. Therefore, he didn't want any entanglements with Zhu Zhuqing, let alone to develop emotional ties knowing there was no future for them. Chapter 109. Breaking through level 40, but now it was different. He had met a group of good brothers at Shrek Academy, and his strength had significantly improved here. This time, he would not avoid it any longer. Zhuqing, I'm sorry, but I will do my best to make it up to you. I will let you see my determination. Dai Mubai silently decided in his heart. On the playground, the students of Shrek Academy, including the newcomers Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, had all gathered, but one person was still missing. Flinder crossed his arms and kept tapping his finger, speaking in a low voice. Why is Mubai late today? Is something going on? A man in a gray robe stood with his hands behind his back, looking unfazed. What is there to worry about? The kids aren't lazy. They must have something that held them up. Let's wait a little longer. This man was the master, who had been tricked into coming by Flinder shortly after Tang San and the others entered Shrek Academy. After so many years, now that he finally had news of him, how could he let it be alone outside? Moreover, his precious disciple was still here. Wouldn't he behave? Ma Hongjun raised his hand to explain, but at that moment, he saw Dai Mubai rushing over from the dormitory. However, He did not look panicked about being late. Instead, he was filled with excitement. Mubai, what happened? Flender asked with concern. Since the little monster Tang San and the others arrived, no student had been seen slacking off. Dai Mubai shook his head, unable to hide his joy. No, Dean, listen to me. I broke through. I'm at level 40 now. At this moment, Dai Mubai did not lower his voice. And all the students standing on the playground heard him loud and clear. What? Not only Flender, but everyone turned their surprised gazes to Dai Mubai, including Zhu Juqing. They never expected that Dai Mubai, who had only been gone for 2 years, could improve his soul power so quickly. Is Shrek Academy really that amazing? At this moment, Zhu Juqing was both surprised and unconsciously relieved. She had indeed made the right choice to come. Flender's eyes lit up as he looked at Dai Mubai. Good. Mubai, you really didn't disappoint me. You are the second student to reach level 40. On behalf of the Academy, I congratulate you. The master also smiled, realizing that these children's talents were indeed astonishing. Dai Mubai returned to his position and stood properly, with everyone coming over to offer their congratulations, except for Zhu Juqing. Dai Mubai had expected Zhu Juqing's reaction, so he didn't mind. The reason for his breakthrough was largely due to the stimulation from Zhu Juqing, which had led him to break through to level 40 during his training yesterday. If you were to be honest, he should thank Zhu Juqing. All right, today's lesson is starting now. Flender's voice pulled everyone back from congratulating Dai Mubai. Today's lesson is very simple. Oscar, you're the main character today. Besides Oscar, each of you must eat 3 types of sausages made from Oscar's soul power. Tang Qingwei secretly rolled her eyes. They had already eaten, okay? Clearly, they just wanted the newcomers Zhu Juqing and Ning Rongrong to get used to Oscar's abilities, but insisted on bringing them along. To be honest, aside from the strange soul spells, Oscar's soul skills didn't have any major flaws and were even much tastier than the grilled sausages sold outside. Chapter 110. Oscar's sausages. Zhu Juqing and Ning Rongrong still looked confused, not understanding what Dean Flender meant, until Oscar, with a mischievous smile, stretched out his hands and began to chant his soul spells. I have a big sausage. I have a small sausage. A whimsical mushroom sausage. 3 sausages with distinctly different flavors appeared in Oscar's palms. Oscar raised an eyebrow at the two and grinned, saying, Who wants to go first? Zhu Juqing and Ning Rongrong's faces instantly darkened. It turned out that the dean's earlier meaningful words were hinting at Oscar's soul spells. Tang lightly shook her head with a sigh, thinking it would be better for her to take the lead. After all, it felt like a moral failing not to help someone who was good-looking in trouble. She took a few steps and approached Oscar, then directly grabbed 3 sausages and started munching on them. Tang Qingwei's slight actions left Ning Rongrong and Zhu Juqing stunned. After Tang Qingwei, Tang San and Dai Mubai followed suit, all of them finishing Oscar's sausages without changing their expressions. Seeing their nonchalant behavior, the 2 women even began to doubt if their thoughts were too impure. Thinking of this, their faces instantly flushed red. Ning Rongrong, without hesitation, picked up a large sausage with a sense of bravery and took a big bite, finishing all 3 of Oscar's sausages in just a few bites. At first, Ning Rongrong held a mindset of facing death, but once the sausages and the salami truly entered her mouth, she discovered that these 2 food spirit abilities released by Oscar were incredibly delicious, especially that large sausage, which immediately turned into a warm current throughout her body, making her feel filled with strength. Coming from a 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong had naturally encountered many food-type spirit abilities. However, none of the food-type spirit abilities she had eaten before could produce effects as quickly as Oscar's large sausage. Even a food-type spirit master over level 40 couldn't achieve this. It was entirely a matter of spirit ability talent. The first soul ring effect attached to Oscar's large sausage was recovery. This recovery was comprehensive, besides satiation. It also had healing and stamina restoration effects. The recovery effect was proportional to Oscar's soul power. What surprised her the most was the mushroom sausage, which surprisingly had the ability to fly. Although it only lasted for 1 minute, the speed was extremely fast, flying a distance of at least 2,000 meters in that time. She didn't know what soul beast Oscar's 3rd soul ring came from, but to gain such an impressive skill, his talent must be extraordinary. This guy's food spirit ability might even be comparable to the 7-treasure glazed tower in rank. Thinking that Oscar could potentially surpass the 7-treasure glazed tile school, a fierce fire ignited in Ning Rongrong's eyes. In terms of support, their 7-treasure glazed tile school must not fall behind. She had to surpass Oscar to prove that their 7-treasure glazed tile school was indeed the #1 support in the world. Oscar felt a chill run down his spine and turned to meet Ning Rongrong's fierce gaze. He was somewhat bewildered, not knowing where he had offended her, and could only scratch his head and give her a grin, trying to ease the atmosphere. However, Oscar never expected that his smile would be seen by Ning Rongrong as a provocation, and she glared at him coldly. At this moment, among all the students, only Zhu Zhuqing had not completed today's task. Zhu Zhuqing thought about how she came here to become stronger. How could she be defeated by such a minor setback? Taking a deep breath, she took the sausage Oscar handed over and, like Ning Rongrong, quickly finished it in a few bites. Flander nodded in satisfaction. Good. All of you have passed today's lesson, but you must remember, in the future when you are together, Oscar will be your logistical support. Forget about those meaningless soul spells. Preserve your lives, become stronger, unleash your full potential, and even exceed your limits. That is the most important thing. Chapter 111. Hunting for the fourth soul ring. Tang Qingwei pouted. Wasn't she also part of the support system? Why was it only Oscar who was responsible for logistics? Just as she was about to raise her hand to speak, she was interrupted by a glance from Dean Flander. She could only close her mouth reluctantly, feeling aggrieved as she fidgeted with her index finger. Now, each of you go back and prepare. You have one day to adjust and rest. Tomorrow morning, we set off. I will lead you to the Stardo Great Forest to help Dai Mubai obtain his fourth spirit ring. All right, that's it. You are dismissed. After Dean Flander finished speaking, he no longer looked at Tang Qingwei and quickly left. He didn't want to stay there and listen to that girl argue. Wasn't a waste to use such strong combat power for a support role? Even if Tang Qingwei claimed to be a support type, Flander did not agree. In his heart, Tang Qingwei was a strong attack type, and any rebuttal was pointless. The master could only shake his head helplessly and smile before leaving with Flander. Tang San rubbed his little sister's fluffy head, but didn't say anything to comfort her, since there were still things to prepare. The group didn't linger and agreed to go to Soto City together to buy some items, which would help Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong familiarize themselves with the environment. As soon as Xiao Wu heard they were going shopping, she excitedly wrapped her arms around Tang San slightly. However, with only a day's time, there wasn't much to prepare. The next morning, after breakfast, when everyone gathered on the playground, Flinder, the master, and Zhao Wujin happened to arrive together as well. This time, our target is soul beasts around 5,000 years old. All right, everyone, let's set off. Mubai, you lead the team. The master discussed the target age of the soul beasts they were hunting, and for specific soul beasts, they would have to enter the Stardo Forest to plan further. Dai Mubai nodded. He had been to the Stardo Forest a few times before and wasn't as nervous as the first time. However, with 2 new members this time, the formation needed a change. After thinking for a moment, Dai Mubai turned to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong and said, The Stardo Forest has many soul beasts, and they are extremely aggressive, so we must be careful. He then looked at the others and arranged. Tang San, you'll be at the back of the team. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, you 3 follow me. Fatty, Xiao Wu, you 2 will be on the left and right sides. Zhu Zhuqing and I will lead the way in front. Once we enter the forest, we need to maintain this formation and stay alert. All right, everyone, let's go. After saying this, he first took a bite of Oscar's dreamy mushroom sausage, and the others followed suit. Fortunately, with Oscar's mushroom sausages and Ning Rongrong's soul skills assisting them, along with Tang San's healing spells, the group suffered no losses and took less than half the time to reach the Stardo Forest. Upon arriving at the Stardo Forest, the towering trees were at least over 20 meters tall, and that was just the outermost part. The dense forest had no visible paths, with heavy tree shadows obscuring the true scenery inside. As they approached the forest, the air became even more comfortable, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. The refreshing feeling, accompanied by the fragrant smell of moist soil, constantly stimulated everyone's sense of smell. Once they entered the Stardo Forest, the most excited one was Xiao Wu. She didn't seem to feel that this was a dangerous place at all, bouncing around and feeling indescribably happy. Chapter 112. Are you here for picnic? Tang Qingwei and Tang San exchanged a glance and smiled. How could Xiao Wu not be happy? This was her hometown. The terrain in the Stardo Forest was very complex, and there were no paths in the forest, so the task of clearing a way naturally fell to Dai Mubai. Using his martial soul, Dai Mubai's tiger claws unleashed sharp blades, and as he swung his arms, he cut through the thorns in their path without affecting the group's speed at all. For the past hour, they had encountered quite a few soul beasts, but most were 10-year and 100-year-old ones. After all, soul beasts grew slowly, and when they encountered those with lower age limits, Dai Mubai mostly just drove them away without harming them. However, there were occasionally some that came forward recklessly, and they were dealt with directly by Dai Mubai's tiger claws. All right, everyone take a break for a while. Mubai, clear the thorns around us. The master's voice allowed everyone, who had been tense, to relax. Dai Mubai nodded in response. Okay. He then cleared the surrounding thorns, creating an open area of nearly 100 square meters. The group leaned against the trees and sat down to rest for a while. Oscar was just about to offer his sausages when Tang Qingwei moved first, taking out a pile of food from his storage ring, as if they were on a picnic, which left everyone in awe. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and come eat. Tang Qingwei spread out the tablecloth and placed all the food on it, saying that everyone could take whatever they wanted to eat. She didn't bring out anything that was too troublesome to eat. After all, they were still in the wild. After saying this, she started eating on her own. The others remarked, "You still know this is the wild? We thought you were out for a picnic, with everything prepared so well." Such a grand display surprised even Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who covered her mouth in astonishment. She had soul guide devices, but it seemed wasteful to use precious soul guide devices to store useless food instead of weapons and equipment. Moreover, soul guide devices were already rare, and their storage space was limited. However, looking at the pile of food Tang Qingwei brought out, it seemed the space wouldn't be too small. What kind of background does Tang Qingwei have? Not only is her strength formidable, but she also possesses such a precious large space soul guide device. The chubby Ma Hongjun couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing the pile of food on the ground, he immediately pounced on it. "Xiao Wei, you are so thoughtful. On the way here, I was eating Xiao Ao sausages until I almost threw up." Oscar quickly tossed aside his own sausage. With so much delicious food available, why torture his stomach? Although the sausages he made were delicious, even he couldn't handle eating too many. Dai Mubai looked on enviously, but as the oldest among the students, he still asked the three teachers with his eyes. Only after they nodded in agreement did he say to everyone, "Let's hurry up and eat to replenish our strength." With permission granted, everyone excitedly rushed to grab food. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, being newcomers, were a bit shy and only received food handed to them by Oscar and Dai Mubai. The group quickly finished off the mountain of food, burping in satisfaction. After eating, they needed to discuss their plans for the next actions. The master gathered everyone together and briefly explained the target soul beast for the next phase. The ideal fourth soul ring should be around 5,000 years of cultivation. Later, they would delve deeper into the Stardow forest to see if there were suitable soul beasts. Chapter 113. Deep in the Stardow forest. Tang Qingwei looked at the assembled future Shrek 7 monsters, her thoughts drifting a bit. She vaguely remembered that in the plot, there seemed to be an incident where Sister Xiao Wu was taken away by Erming. Thinking of this, she felt a bit worried about Tang San, fearing that he might lose his composure out of anxiety. So, she secretly took out a few awakening stones and tucked them into her bosom, where no one could see. When she saw that everyone had finished discussing, Tang Qingwei took out the awakening stones from her bosom and handed them to Tang San. "Oh, I'm so tired, brother. Can you help me hold these awakening stones? My soul guide device can't fit them because I need to store food." In front of everyone, she couldn't say certain things directly, so she hinted to Tang San in this way. She was also taking precautions if Xiao was really taken away by Erming. At least Tang San would be able to hear Xiao Wu's thoughts and wouldn't lose his reason due to the unclear situation. Tang San was filled with confusion, not understanding what his sister meant. Ever since he became familiar with Xiao Wu, the two siblings had not actively listened to her feelings. Now, what did it mean for his sister to take out this awakening stone? He wouldn't believe Tang Qingwei's reasoning. Others might not know how large her storage space was, but he certainly did. There was no way it could be a situation where it couldn't fit. Although his mind was filled with thoughts, Tang San did not show it on his face and calmly took the awakening stone that Tang Qingwei handed over, conveniently putting it into his pocket. Others were not too surprised to see Tang Qingwei take out the awakening stone, given their years of interaction. Everyone at Shrek Academy had long been aware of Tang Qingwei's little hobbies. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong found it somewhat strange, but didn't say much, as the others showed no reaction. Perhaps this was just a common occurrence. As they were speaking, Dean Flinder suddenly called out a warning, saying that a soul beast was approaching and that everyone should get ready. Tang San and Dai Mubai instinctively stood in front of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the fat man guarded nearby. Tang Qing stood in the middle to provide treatment or support at the first moment. Everyone released their own martial spirits. The rustling sound gradually grew louder, and many small soul beasts around 10 years old were frightened and scattered in all directions. Even Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as support soul masters, could clearly feel such commotion. Zhu Zhuqing moved swiftly, climbing to the highest point to gaze towards the source of the noise. Once she saw clearly, her expression changed immediately. Hurry up. That soul beast was affected by the aftermath of a battle. There must be very powerful soul beasts fighting ahead. Everyone was puzzled. They had not heard any fighting sounds. So how did Zhu Zhuqing come to such a conclusion? However, out of trust in their companion, no one asked further. After eating Oscar's imaginative mushroom sausage, everyone instantly soared into the air. Without needing Zhu Zhuqing to explain, everyone saw the scene of birds and beasts scattering deep in the forest. Although they still couldn't hear the sounds of battle, seeing such a scene made it clear. It was highly likely that there was indeed a battle deep in the forest, just as Zhu Zhuqing had guessed. Xiao Wu looked towards the direction of the fight, which was near the center of the Stardow forest. Could it be Deming or Erming? At that moment, Xiao Wu felt extremely uneasy. Whether it was Deming or Erming, both were her companions since childhood. Now, they might be in trouble. How could she stand by and do nothing? Chapter 114. The Battle of 10,000-Year Soul Beasts. But what reason should I use to leave? Xiao Wu was anxious, unsure of what excuse to come up with to leave. Tang Qingwei and Tang San, due to the Awakening Stone, had already heard clearly what Xiao Wu had just been thinking. Tang Qingwei's mind turned, and she thought of an excellent reason. Dean, I have a suggestion. Everyone paused when they heard Tang Qingwei speak. Flanders adjusted his glasses and looked at Tang Qingwei, asking, what suggestion? I once heard the master say that deep in the forest live 10,000-year soul beasts. It is very possible that a few 10,000-year soul beasts are currently fighting, and there may also be many injured 1,000-year soul beasts. Tang paused slightly, looked at Dai Mubai, and then said, we originally came to hunt soul rings for Brother Dai. Why not take this opportunity to pick up a bargain? We can even choose the soul beast and soul ring. Upon hearing this, Dean Flanders' expression immediately changed. No, it's too dangerous. The master, who had been silent until now, showed a thoughtful expression and after a long while, looked up at Dean Flanders and said, Xiao Wei is right. As the saying goes, wealth and honor must be sought through danger, compared to getting a suitable soul ring. What is this little bit of danger? Exactly, we brought these little monsters here for training. How can there be no danger at all? With the two of us, plus the auxiliary skills of these kids, if we can't fight back, can't we still run away? Zhao Wujia also joined the persuasion, believing that the master was right. After all, it was worth taking a look first. If there really was 1,000-year soul beast suitable for Mubai, wouldn't that be even better? Flanders showed a struggling expression, but upon seeing the eager expressions of everyone, he also compromised. All right then, I'll say it in advance. Everyone must be cautious. That could be a battle with soul beasts that are tens of thousands, or even potentially 100,000 years old. We will just take a distant look. And if there's danger, remember not to engage. Immediately take Oscar's mushroom sausage and escape. Understood? Got it. Everyone responded in unison. With Ning Rongrong's speed enhancement, Oscar's mushroom sausage speed increased significantly, and soon they arrived at the outskirts of the battle center. When everyone saw the battlefield, it felt as if all their breaths had stopped. It was a presence like a mountain, its dark fur shimmering with a faint glow under the weak starlight and moonlight. Although it was on all fours, its shoulder height definitely exceeded 7 meters. If it stood upright, it would probably be over 15 meters tall. From the outside, it resembled both a monkey and a gorilla, with its entire body pitch black, except for a pair of lantern-sized eyes shining with a yellow crystal-like luster. In the night, if it wasn't fighting with other soul beasts, one could hardly see its body. This giant's physique was incredibly majestic, so much so that it was unbelievable. Not only was its body huge, but every part was covered in muscles more terrifying than granite, bulging like small hills. It was actually the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape. Even the usually calm master's voice changed at this moment. At this time, engaged in battle with a soul beast, a white shadow shot up from the ground. At a rough glance, this white shadow was at least 3 zhang tall, a snow-white tiger with some black fur. However, unlike an ordinary white tiger, it had a pair of wings on its back, which were currently spread out about a zhang long, looking very large, and its external soul power appeared thick and imposing. Chapter 115. The 10,000-year evil eye white tiger. The two beasts clashed, and a roar that pierced the sky came from below, shaking the void, and even the surrounding air began to diffuse with a terrifying aura. The fierce pressure intertwined in that area, giving a very frightening feeling. It was the evil eye white tiger, at least 10,000 years of cultivation. The master was incredibly shocked at this moment. That Forest King had at least 100,000 years of cultivation. So the evil eye white tiger that could battle, it probably had a cultivation level not far behind. Upon seeing that the one fighting with Ming was from the evil eye white tiger clan, Xiao Wu felt much more at ease. After all, it was only a soul beast with 50,000 years of cultivation and not a match for Ming. But she was still around. This evil eye white tiger clan had often come to cause trouble. They thought that since they were of the same kind and cultivation was difficult, they had not killed it after several attempts. Unexpectedly, this had become its reliance, and every so often it would bring soul beasts from its clan to provoke them. Truly despicable. Tang Qingwei faintly heard Xiao Wu's thoughts, and when she looked at the soul beast near the white tiger, she indeed saw a much smaller white tiger. But it did not have wings. Master, look at that smaller evil eye white tiger below. It should be suitable for Brother Dai, right? Everyone, reminded by Tang Qingwei, looked in the direction she pointed, and not far from them, there was an injured evil eye white tiger, currently lying down to rest. When Dai Mubai saw that soul beast, his eyes instantly lit up. This soul beast was simply perfect for him. He had just been focused on watching the battle between the 10,000-year evil eye white tiger and the Titan giant ape. Although the white tiger's cultivation was not as strong as the Titan giant ape, every soul skill it used was something he wanted to acquire. Seeing such a suitable soul beast at that moment made him wish he could absorb it right away. However, that might not be possible. This evil eye white tiger had at least 8,000 years of cultivation, and a soul master's 4-soul ring absorption limit is usually around 5,000 years. If you absorb a soul ring that exceeds the limit, it could be life-threatening. The master could tell that this white tiger soul beast was suitable for Dai Mubai, but its age exceeded expectations. If Dai Mubai directly absorbed a soul beast with 8,000 years of cultivation, it would likely be dangerous. Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with determination as he looked at the master and said, "I want to give it a try. I believe I can do it." The master wanted to say something more. "Master, just let Brother Dai absorb it. With me here, even if he wants to die, it won't be easy." Tang Qingwei noticed that the two were deeply concerned and spoke up to remind them of her presence. Could it be that her sense of presence was too low? How could they not think of her healing abilities? With Tang Qingwei's reminder, everyone remembered that she was also a healing-type soul master. It wasn't that Tang Qingwei had a low sense of presence. On the contrary, her presence could be said to be the highest. The main reason was that her combat power was simply too high, so high that everyone forgot she was a support-type soul master. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were newcomers and didn't have a clear understanding of Tang Qingwei yet. At this moment, hearing such an extremely arrogant statement from her caused their pupils to tremble. They didn't know if there was any exaggeration in her words, but judging by everyone's expressions, it seemed they all recognized Tang Qingwei's healing skills, which made them a bit surprised. Flinders saw that the situation was somewhat awkward, cleared his throat, and said, "Then let's choose this one. But how do we take it away after we kill it? We definitely can't absorb it here." His words plunged everyone into contemplation. Chapter 116. Fourth soul skill. Tang Qingwei raised her small hand, and after Brother Dai killed it, I could just store it in the soul guide and take it to a safe place to absorb, right? The others exchanged glances, suddenly speechless. Soul guides are already rare, and those with larger spaces are even harder to find. Do you think everyone is like you? But just how big is this girl's soul guide? Even that slightly smaller 8,000-year soul beast is at least 5 meters tall, not to mention its volume. Xiao Wu had no objections to the group's plan to kill the evil eye white tiger, as she was not on good terms with that clan, especially the smaller one from 8,000 years ago. During her initial transformation, she was in a phase where she needed to recultivate her soul power and was no match for that little white tiger. If her mother hadn't arrived in time, she would have already lost her life. So before the group acted, Xiao Wu used her soul transmission to remind Ming not to harm her human friends. "All right, we will provide cover. And after Mu Bai succeeds with one strike, Xiao Wei will immediately store the soul beast in the soul guide. Then we can enjoy Oscar's fantasy mushroom sausages, and Ning Rongrong will assist us with speed enhancement." Finally, Flinders summarized and briefly planned the battle strategy. After all, the most unpredictable thing in battle is sudden changes, so a simple arrangement is enough. It will depend on everyone's ability to adapt on the spot. Okay, the group nodded, and Oscar produced a large batch of fantasy mushroom sausages. Taking advantage of the moment when the two soul beasts were fighting, everyone summoned their martial souls. Under Tang Qingwei's third soul skill, they instantly appeared next to the 8,000-year soul beast. After Zhao Wujie's martial soul was activated, his entire body was covered with a thick mane, his muscles bulging, and his brown-yellow eyes exuded a domineering aura, with 7 soul rings constantly circling his body. Although he was already over 2.5 meters tall, he still seemed a bit small compared to the 8,000-year evil, a white tiger. And the others were even less so. Tang Qingwei didn't care about so much anymore. Relying on the skills from her third soul ring and her formidable physical strength, she charged directly at the 8,000-year evil, a white tiger, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Teacher Zhao Wujia and the others were on the other side of the white tiger, launching a fierce attack on it. In an instant, the roar echoed through the sky, and a series of angry roars resonated throughout the forest. The 10,000-year evil, a white tiger, which was entangled with the Titan giant ape, heard the roars of its kin and could no longer pay attention to the Titan giant ape in front of it. With a fierce roar, it turned and charged toward their direction. Tang Qingwei was slightly startled, and the four soul rings beneath her feet lit up again. She activated her second skill and threw it towards the two evil, a white tigers, both large and small. All she could do now was buy time. Even if it was just for a second, it could give them a chance to escape. The second soul skill, Dazzling Illusion, had a 3-second immobilization effect. After doing all this, the black 10,000-year soul ring beneath Tang Qingwei spiraled upwards, and a white light shot fiercely towards the 10,000-year evil, a white tiger. That was her fourth soul skill, Willow Weak Flower, which had a weakening effect. It could reduce the enemy's overall attributes by 30%. This skill consumed too much soul power and had a distance limitation of 50 meters, which was why she hadn't used it much before. However, she had no choice but to use it now. At worst, after Brother Dai succeeded, she could escape and then cast a healing spell on herself. Tang Qingwei no longer held back and instantly appeared beside the ancient evil-eyed white tiger that was immobilized. Chapter 117. It is so strong, I am so weak. Tang Qingwei wielded a long knife made of special metal, slashing through the void with all her might, her aura surging out as she brought the knife down. The sound of the long knife slicing through the air was almost audible. Swoosh! A large amount of crimson blood splattered from the waist of the 10,000-year evil, a white tiger soul beast. Roar! A piercing beast roar caused everyone to turn and look. Upon realizing it was Tang Qingwei, everyone was taken aback, as they saw a deep wound visible to the bone on the powerful body of the 10,000-year soul beast. It should be noted that despite the cultivation gap between the 10,000-year evil, a white tiger, and the Titan giant ape, the former had managed to withstand the Titan giant ape's attacks, until now solely due to its own physical strength. This demonstrated the toughness of its physique, yet unexpectedly, it was injured to the bone by just one strike from Tang Qingwei. Even the Titan giant ape beside them was stunned by this scene. Humans are the strong now. After her successful strike, Tang Qingwei did not linger, instantly teleporting to the designated location, her face slightly pale as she said, "Too strong. Even with my full power, I couldn't heavily injure it." Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and the others responded, "This isn't even a heavy injury. What more do you want? Do you expect to kill a 10,000-year soul beast with one strike? With the strength of a soul master at level 46. Instantly killing a 10,000-year soul beast is just a dream." Flender, Zhao Wujia, and the others were already dumbfounded, almost forgetting their actions. The 10,000-year evil, a white tiger, had not sustained such a serious injury, even under the attacks of the 100,000-year Titan giant ape. Yet Tang Qingwei managed to injure it to the bone with a single strike. This girl is indeed a strong attacker. Everyone's thoughts became more resolute on this idea. Generally, even a full power strike from an ordinary battle soul master might only tickle the 10,000-year evil, a white tiger. But Tang Qingwei, who always prided herself as a support-type soul master, unexpectedly dealt such a heavy injury to the 10,000-year soul beast while pretending to be weak. Wasn't she just mocking them battle soul masters? The expressions on everyone's faces were indescribably complex. Roar! A thunderous roar snapped everyone back to reality. Now was not the time for them to be lost in thought. "Now, Mubai, give it the final blow," Flender shouted anxiously. "Got it, Dean." Dai Mubai's first and second spirit rings lit up simultaneously, activating the White Tiger's body shield and White Tiger's light wave. With Ning Rongrong's assistance, the power of the two spirit abilities was even greater. A strong white light condensed into a sphere, and a round light bullet was spat out from his mouth, directly aiming at the mouth of the 8,000-year white tiger, which was the weak point of the evil, a white tiger. Everything happened in an instant. Tang Qingwei saw that Dai Mubai had killed the 8,000-year soul beast with one strike and quickly stored its corpse in her storage ring. She shouted towards the others, "Hurry up!" Then, she swallowed the dream mushroom sausage. In fact, she really wanted to ride her cloud of lifting, but with so many people around, she couldn't just ride it alone. That wouldn't be good at all. Moreover, even if she wanted to fly with everyone, Oscar's mushroom sausage had a very short flight time. It would definitely keep stopping to rest, making it inconvenient for her to use the cloud of lifting. Seeing that the mission had been accomplished, everyone quickly swallowed Oscar's dream mushroom sausage and prepared to retreat. Unexpectedly, the 10,000-year evil white tiger, enraged by Tang Qingwei's earlier strike, was now glaring red-eyed and lunging at them. Chapter 118. The fury of the 10,000-year-soul beast, the Titan giant ape, saw the 10,000-year evil white tiger about to attack Sister Xiao Wu and immediately became furious, pounding its chest with its fists as it rushed towards the 10,000-year evil white tiger soul beast. Its steel-like fists had already built up power and struck the body of the 10,000-year evil white tiger in an instant. Boom! The entire body of the 10,000-year evil white tiger was violently smashed away, crashing through dozens of ancient tree trunks before finally stopping. The white tiger that was knocked away let out a shrill howl. In the next moment, its body shone brightly, and from its center, countless golden light spheres the size of fists fell towards everyone like a rain of meteors. Boom! 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 The continuous sound of impacts against the ground was deafening, and the ground instantly appeared riddled with numerous large and small pits. Even the Titan giant ape was bent over under such fierce attacks, and despite having eaten the dream mushroom sausage, Dai Mubai and the others still couldn't fly out of the evil white tiger's attack range. As they watched the meteor-like attacks about to hit them, Tang Qingwei's feet shone brightly as he used his third soul skill, instantaneous movement, once again for himself and everyone else. Even so, they barely managed to escape the attack range of the 10,000-year evil white tiger, which shows the terrifying power of its soul skills. Indeed, 10,000-year soul beasts are not easy to deal with. When everyone turned back to look, they saw that the area where the two 10,000-year soul beasts had just battled had instantly turned into a wasteland. The previously lush area had been struck so hard that countless deep pits, dozens of meters deep, appeared on the ground, with not a single blade of grass left. The Titan giant ape became even angrier. Who could remain calm when their territory was destroyed like this? Roar! Another roar erupted as the Titan giant ape angrily slammed the ground. With its strike, the barriers between those countless deep pits collapsed with a thunderous sound, leaving behind an incredibly large pit area. Everyone looked fearful. What immense power! Seeing that the 10,000-year evil white tiger still wanted to chase after them, everyone dared not linger and quickly fled. They didn't know how long they had been flying until Tang San called for a stop, saying that there seemed to be a poisonous barrier ahead. Tang San raised his hand to signal everyone to stop and pointed to the scene in front of them. Not far away, a century-old spirit beast, forced here by the pressure of a 10,000-year spirit beast, suddenly collapsed without any warning the moment its body touched the poisonous mist. Immediately, its body seemed to be immersed in molten lava, quickly softening into a puddle of blood until it evaporated into the air. It all happened in just a few seconds. What a domineering poison! Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in shock, instinctively taking a few steps back, away from the poisonous mist in front of him. The others were the same. It was terrifying. They were truly in a dilemma now, with poisonous mist in front and pursuing beasts behind. The roar behind them was getting closer, accompanied by the furious roar of a Titan great ape. What should they do now? Ma Hongjun looked back anxiously, as the two 10,000-year spirit beasts were about to catch up. Although the others didn't speak, they also showed serious expressions. The master looked at Tang San and asked, Xiao San, do you have a way to break this poison formation? Tang San frowned and shook his head, saying no, it's too short of a time. Even if there is a way, there isn't enough time to prepare. Seeing that the roar of the soul beast was getting closer, Flinder anxiously said, then let's hurry and take a detour to fly. With that, he was about to instruct Oscar to make some more fantasy mushroom sausages. Chapter 119. Ice and Fire 2 Instruments I. Tang Qingwei remained silent, stroking his chin and examining the poison formation in front of him. Only then did he express his opinion, suggesting, how about I teleport over there and check out the situation inside? If there really is any danger, I can teleport away immediately. When Tang San heard that Tang Qingwei wanted to venture out alone, he spoke up to stop her, saying, I'll go instead. I know how to make poison, so detoxifying will be easy for me. Knowing that Tang San was concerned for her, Tang Qingwei smiled and said, Brother, you forgot about my healing abilities. This poison is nothing to me. With Tang Qingwei's reminder, everyone suddenly remembered her identity as a healing soul master. But they wondered if healing techniques could really counter such a potent poison. It was the first time they had heard of this. and they couldn't help but worry for Tang Qingwei. Dai Mubai felt guilty and was about to speak, but Tang Qingwei raised her hand to stop him. Brother Dai, you don't need to say anything more. Trust me, I'll be fine. After saying that, she didn't hesitate any longer. Her 4 soul rings suddenly lit up, and in the blink of an eye, Tang Qingwei disappeared from her spot. Everyone instinctively clenched their fists, silently praying that Tang Qingwei would be okay. When Tang Qingwei opened her eyes again, what came into view was a not very large hot spring, but it was divided into 2 parts. In the oval-shaped pools, the color of the hot spring water was surprisingly milky white and crimson. Even more strangely, although they were in the same pool, they were distinctly separated, each maintaining its own side without encroaching on the other. The steam rising up was generated by the position of the 2 hot springs, continuously ascending until it gradually dissipated at the mountain pass. Why does this place feel so familiar? She clearly had never been here before. Yet Tang Qingwei felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. However, this was not the time to dwell on that. She raised her head to investigate. There was no toxic gas here, so the priority was to get the others inside quickly. With a swift movement, she appeared in front of everyone, saying, "There is no toxic gas inside. Let us hurry in." Seeing that Tang Qingwei was safe, everyone felt much more at ease and was about to speak. But Tang Qingwei didn't give them time, as the distant roars of beasts were getting closer. She unleashed her 3rd soul skill towards everyone, and in an instant, they vanished from their original spot. When they opened their eyes again, they were as stunned by the strange landscape inside the toxic mist as Tang Qingwei had been when she first arrived. This is... Tang Sin looked at the scene before him, his body trembling involuntarily from excitement. "What's wrong, Sango?" Xiao Wu nervously supported Tang San's arm, although the others didn't ask. They also turned their gazes toward Tang San, their eyes revealing undeniable concern. After calming his emotions, Tang San finally looked at everyone and said, "It's nothing. I'm just too excited. I didn't expect this place to be the Eye of Ice and Fire." "Sango, what is the Eye of Ice and Fire?" Ma Hongjun curiously prepared to reach out and touch a peculiar-looking plant. The plant was entirely crystal white, and each leaf seemed to be dripping with water, long and curved, resembling the neck of a swan. "Don't touch it." Tang San anxiously threw out his blue-silver grass to wrap around Ma Hongjun, pulling him away from the beautiful flower. Ma Hongjun and the others were startled by Tang San's extreme reaction and all turned their gaze towards him. Chapter 120. Successful absorption. Tang San saw that the chubby guy was fine, and then explained to everyone that this herb called snow-colored swan kiss was originally non-toxic. However, the characteristic of this herb was to stimulate. Even if just a little bit touched, any virus in the area would multiply 100-fold. Ma Hongjun still looked confused and asked, "Third brother, since this herb is not toxic, why are you so nervous?" Before the master and Tang San could respond, Oscar jumped in front of Ma Hongjun and slapped his head, saying, "You fool, you don't understand this? Can you guarantee that there's not a trace of virus in your body?" Ma Hongjun then realized, quickly took several steps back, and hid behind Dai Mubai, looking nervously at the surrounding flowers and plants. Tang San found Ma Hongjun's exaggerated appearance somewhat amusing and shook his head, continuing, "Just be careful. Everyone, let's go rest for a while in that open area ahead. I'll go check over there first. But we need to leave quickly. This place is surrounded by a poison formation, clearly set up by someone on purpose. Staying too long might be dangerous," the master reminded Tang San while sitting cross-legged. I understand, teacher." Tang Qingwei threw out the evil spirit white tiger soul beast that was about 8,000 years old from the storage ring. "Brother Dai, hurry up and absorb it." As he spoke, a dark purple soul ring slowly rose above the corpse of the soul beast. The appearance of the soul ring's power proved that this nearly 10,000-year-old soul beast had completely lost its life. Dai Mubai nodded, and Flander looked at him seriously and said, "Have you really thought this through? You should understand what the consequences of absorbing it like this will be." Dai Mubai replied without hesitation, "Dean, I will definitely succeed." "Good, you have ambition. Then I wish you success." From Dai Mubai's eyes, Flander saw unwavering determination. He knew that at this moment, saying anything else would be useless. Dai Mubai found a flat spot on the ground, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb his 4th soul ring. The moment the dark purple energy flowed into his body from his right hand, Dai Mubai felt the surrounding light dim, as if he had been submerged in a tidal wave. This is not an exaggeration. The energy from the soul ring filled every corner of Dai Mubai's body almost instantly. He didn't even need to operate it himself. The massive energy began to operate forcefully. The energy was so immense that each impact made Dai Mubai feel like a ship tossed in a storm. His body seemed to feel like it wasn't his own, and that uncontrollable feeling, along with the pain, was unbearable. It was a suffering that felt like his whole body was about to explode. On the surface, his body showed no change, but in his perception, he could clearly feel that his body was like a giant balloon constantly expanding, seemingly on the verge of bursting at any moment. Perhaps the incoming energy was too powerful. Every bone felt a tingling sensation, as if thousands of ants were crawling inside him. Seeing the pain on Dai Mubai's face, everyone broke out in a cold sweat for him. Time passed second by second, and after an hour, finally, under Dai Mubai's persevering will, all the energy in his body began to compromise, initiating the process of mutual absorption and transformation. Success! Ma Hongjun shouted excitedly. Flander also showed a look of surprise. Good kid. You've done it. The most dangerous moment has passed. And now it's the process of soul power transformation. Chapter 121. Level up twice. When Dai Mubai opened his eyes again, there was an uncontrollable joy in his gaze, and he seemed to have grown taller, exuding a commanding presence while appearing more stable. His aura was restrained, although the tangible soul power could not be felt. Everyone present knew that Dai Mubai's strength had definitely increased by more than just a little. This absorption of the soul ring directly raised my soul power by 2 levels, and I have now reached level 42. When he mentioned this, his tone carried an unmistakable joy. Dai Mubai suspected in his heart that the reason for such a significant increase was that the 4th soul ring he absorbed was nearly 10,000 years old, which allowed for such a great enhancement of his strength. Well, after all, the age of the soul beast you absorbed far exceeds the limit that the original 4th soul ring could bear. So it's normal for it to directly reflect in the increase of soul power, the master said, standing with his hands behind his back and nodding with a smile. Tang Xin walked into the Eye of Ice and Fire, intending to take a closer look at this legendary treasure gathering place. Unexpectedly, he saw an old man with green hair, seemingly gravely injured, lying not far from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Who? The green-haired old man heard the voice, covered his injured abdomen, and struggled to sit up, turning back to be on guard. I'm sorry. We were being chased by soul beasts and fled here. We didn't know this was your place. I apologize for the offense. Please forgive us. Tang Xin cupped his fists in greeting. The moment he saw the green-haired old man, he knew that this elder was definitely the discoverer of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. The reason for calling him the discoverer rather than the owner is that the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye is a natural formation and cannot be artificially constructed. Moreover, the aura emanating from this old man clearly indicated that he was also someone who used poison. Unfortunately, he was not very skilled in it, and even showed signs of poisoning himself. Fortunately, he had the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, which helped suppress his own toxins. However, suppression is ultimately just a temporary fix. Knowing this is my territory, why don't you hurry and leave? Douluo covered the wound at his waist, feeling exceptionally irritable. According to his usual temperament, if anyone dared to intrude into his territory, he would undoubtedly kill them without a second thought. However, the young man had just mentioned we instead of I. Douluo had no idea how many people had come or what their strength was. Now, severely injured by the Chrysanthemum Pass, he could not exert his usual power. What made Douluo most wary was that the outer perimeter here was a poison formation he had set up. Anyone who entered would inevitably be contaminated by the poison. Yet this group had somehow managed to enter safely using some unknown means. These unknown dangers combined made Douluo hesitate to act rashly. Sorry, but we can't leave just yet. My partner is currently absorbing a soul ring. You're injured now. How about letting my companion come over to help you with treatment? Although Tang Xin spoke polite words, the hidden weapon in his hand was already prepared. As long as the person in front of him intended to harm him, the soul-chasing death dart in his hand would be more than enough to deal with the heavily injured green-haired old man. He did not miss the fleeting killing intent in the old man's eyes when he looked at him just now. Douluo's eyes flickered with an unpredictable light. Being a stranger, he did not believe that the other party would be so kind. No need. You should leave here quickly after absorbing the soul rings. Chapter 122. Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. Tang Xin noticed that the other party seemed to have no intention of harming him, and was just about to turn around to inform Dean Flender. Suddenly, he heard a thud behind him. Tang Xin quickly turned back to look and saw that Douluo had suddenly fallen to the ground, covering his head with both hands, his whole body convulsing, and his expression was extremely pained. Tang Xin was about to step forward to help, but was sternly stopped by Douluo, who ordered him not to come over. All right, I won't go over, but your poison has already penetrated deep into your bones. If you don't detoxify soon, the symptoms will continue to worsen. In a few years, even if you don't die from the poison, you will be tortured to death by the pain caused by the toxins. Tang Xin stood still, looking at the still struggling and suffering Douluo, and said, I, an old man, used poison myself. How could I be harmed by my own poison? Don't speak nonsense. Although Douluo was still in agony, Tang San's words seemed to ignore him as the poisoned Douluo, and he would not allow this young brat to speak recklessly in front of him. Speaking of poison in this world, there is no one more formidable than the Tang sect. Tang Xin smiled and said, Is that really the case? Then let me ask you, every time it rains on a gloomy day, do you not feel an itching sensation in your ribs that gradually intensifies? Also, at such times, do you not experience a stabbing pain on your head and heart? Your whole body spasms for at least half an hour. You must be deeply aware of that unbearable pain right now. If it weren't for poisoning, would such symptoms occur? Douluo sneered, Humph, you just happen to run into me. While I haven't changed my mind yet, you should quickly take your people and leave. In his heart, he had already believed more than half of what Tang San said. This kid was indeed not simple. However, even if this kid really guessed correctly, he would not believe that the other party would help him for no reason. Tang San was not angry at Douluo's cold words. He simply said, Don't you care if your poison harms future generations? What do you mean? Douluo's emotions suddenly became agitated, struggling to get up. If you were to marry and have children at your age, your grandchildren would probably be around the same age as me, right? In fact, Tang San did not know whether the old man in front of him had a family. He was just guessing randomly out of curiosity. However, upon seeing Douluo's reaction, he realized that he had not guessed wrong. Tang Xin talked with Douluo for so long because he had his own motives. When he first arrived, he noticed the coxcomb phoenix flower. It was a plant that looked red, trembling, and soft, composed of a single color made up of red grass leaves. The top of the grass leaves resembled a coxcomb, but upon closer inspection, one could find its uniqueness. The leaf veins were actually a reddish golden color. This plant just happened to solve Ma Hongjuan's martial soul flaw. He wanted to make a deal with Douluo, as he could detoxify, and Ma Hongjun just needed that coxcomb phoenix flower. At the same time, Douluo also needed detoxification, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. Can you detoxify the poison on me? Douluo finally set aside his pride and couldn't help but ask when it came to his granddaughter. Of course I can, otherwise I wouldn't be telling you all this. Tang San smiled and said he knew that this transaction was almost certain to succeed. So what do you want? Douluo never believed in free lunches. This kid must have ulterior motives for being so kind. Chapter 123. Reaching an agreement, I want a medicinal herb from you, senior. Tang San did not hide anything and responded openly. Douluo felt a slight fondness for Tang San's frankness at this moment. He despised those who had ulterior motives but pretended to have good intentions. It was truly nauseating to watch. All right, but you must pass my test. Otherwise, how would I know if you were deceiving me? Douluo supported his abdomen. His wound had improved a lot. He struggled to sit up, leaning against a rock, and his gaze towards Tang San had become much calmer. What do you want me to do to prove it? Creating and detoxifying poisons is one of the Tang sect's ultimate skills, and Tang San was confident that no matter what the test was, it would be no challenge for him, especially since this place was abundant with herbs. Prove that your ability to use poison is stronger than mine, and I will believe you. Although Tang San had already pointed out many things correctly, Douluo remained cautious. After all, the young man in front of him was only 12 years old. Could a 12-year-old child really compare to someone who had immersed himself in this field for decades? However, Tang San's previous words had hit the nail on the head, and he spoke precisely about Douluo's symptoms. Most importantly, it concerned his precious granddaughter, so Douluo had no choice but to give it a try. Tang San lowered his head and thought for a moment, then suggested, All right, how about this? You give me a type of poison that even you can't solve, and if I manage to neutralize it, won't that prove that I'm stronger than you? However, I'll need some herbs from you when it's time to detoxify. Douluo didn't pay much attention to what Tang San was saying. After all, he had plenty of herbs here, so he waved his hand dismissively and said, That's not a problem. I have a wide variety of medicinal herbs here. Just go find what you need. As for the poison you want to neutralize, kid, I advise you to take it step by step. After all, if it's a poison that even I can't solve, and you really can't solve it either, then your death won't be my concern. It wasn't that Douluo was genuinely kind-hearted, but rather because he had his own reservations. If Tang San were alone, Douluo wouldn't care about his life or death, but now that he had companions, he had to think twice. Moreover, He wanted to see if this kid truly had the skills or was just arrogant. This suggestion could not only prevent the kid from dying too quickly, but also reveal whether he truly had the ability to detoxify. So how we take it step by step? Although Tang Xin didn't know Douluo's concerns, he could tell that Douluo currently had no intention to kill him. Faced with such a proposal, he couldn't help but feel a bit interested. As long as you can withstand the 3 types of poisons I use with the antidote you concoct, that proves you have the qualification to detoxify me. Douluo paused for a moment, looked at Tang San, and continued, using both soft and hard tactics if you really manage to neutralize my poison. Aside from the herbs I promised you earlier, you can take any other herbs from here as you wish. Upon hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed. He had just seen a 7-colored lotus, and that celestial herb would definitely be perfect for his sister, now that he had the opportunity to obtain it. Tang San took this matter even more seriously. However, he still maintained a calm demeanor and said, "All right, then it's settled. When I say something, it naturally counts." Although Douluo was never a good person, he valued his promises greatly and would not deceive a mere child. Chapter 124. The Fragrant Chuo Celestial Product. Then let's start now. Since Douluo was keen on taking it step by step, he was also eager to test his poison. "Don't you need some time to prepare the herbs?" Douluo initially wanted to give him some time, but he didn't expect this kid to actively propose to start right away. "No need. It's just the first stage of poison." Since Douluo has already mentioned a step-by-step approach, the first poison shouldn't be too severe. At his feet was a fragrant Chuo celestial product, and he was currently positioned within the pale pink light shield that surrounded it. The fragrant Chuo celestial product is known as the nemesis of all poisons, capable of neutralizing all toxins. It itself does not detoxify, but can counteract poisons. The pale pink light shield is the range within which it can counteract toxins. The fragrance of the fragrant Chuo celestial product is elegant and subtle. Within its range, any poison is ineffective, as its aroma has the effect of neutralizing hundreds of poisons. It can be said to be the best anti-poison celestial herb. With it around, he could say he had nothing to worry about. When he first saw it, he almost couldn't contain his expression. He was so excited that his nails dug into his flesh, which brought him back to his senses and prevented him from revealing any flaws. Douluo looked at Tang San with some confusion. "Are you really ready?" Tang San nodded again and made a gesture of invitation. Douluo snorted coldly, flicking his right middle finger towards Tang San, and a faint green mist quietly approached. What seemed like a simple act of poisoning quickly spread, enveloping Tang San's body. As the green mist dissipated, Tang San remained standing in place without moving, showing no signs of being poisoned at all. He smiled at Douluo, saying, "Senior, this poison is ineffective against me." Douluo was taken aback. This was very unusual. There were thousands of poisons, each with its own characteristics, and the scene before him clearly did not align with his research on toxins. Tang San hadn't taken any antidote at all, yet he could still stand there chatting calmly. "Good. You really have some skill. Kid, what's your name?" Douluo was completely intrigued. He hadn't expected that this young man had quite a good understanding of poisons. "Junior is called Tang San." Tang San bowed and said, "Tang San, you are quite impressive. I have never seen a junior with such mastery over poison." He continued, "Remember, my name is Douluo. Since you have passed my first test, it's time to prepare for my second test." As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a small green snake appeared in his hand. The green eyes sparkled with light, and he was becoming more and more interested in this young man. If this kid could withstand a bite from the 9-section emerald snake and remain safe, even if Tang San failed the third test, he had already made up his mind to take this kid as his direct disciple. At that time, even for the sake of the herbs, this kid would likely not refuse him. "For the second test, let it bite you. As long as you are safe, you will pass," he said. And then he threw the small snake towards Tang San. Tang San flipped his wrist, and the emerald green little snake had already fallen into his palm. The little snake's body was almost transparent, about 5 inches long, with a swirling green light inside, and a pair of bright red little eyes that looked particularly cute. On its green body, there were a total of 9 bamboo, joint-like horizontal stripes. As it landed in Tang San's palm, it swam around gently and unceremoniously opened its mouth to bite. Hiss! The little green snake twisted its body, and after this bite, it surprisingly couldn't pierce through. Although it was a highly poisonous creature, Tang San's Xian Jade hand specifically targeted various poisons and was incredibly tough, clearly not something its fangs could damage. Chapter 125, 9-section Emerald. Tang San pinched the 7-inch part of the small green snake with 2 fingers and lifted it up. This was a top-grade specimen among the bamboo leaf green snakes, the 9-section jade. when he clearly saw what was in his hand. Tang San couldn't help but be greatly surprised, not expecting that Douluo would even have this. That's right, if poisoned by it, one would turn into pus and die in a short while. Although its size is small, it is one of the most venomous snakes, and its body is harder than fine steel, making it difficult to injure with sharp blades. Douluo nodded in appreciation of Tang San's keen eyesight, but was secretly astonished that Tang San could easily lift his 9-section jade. One should know that the 9-section jade is extremely fast and has a very strong offensive capability. Once it falls into the hands of a stranger, it is impossible for it not to bite. Yet this kid seemed completely unharmed. In fact, Douluo had no idea that when the 9-section jade entered the range of the fragrant and beautiful immortal product as a poisonous creature, it was being suppressed by the fragrant and beautiful immortal product. Thus its speed was completely restricted, and coupled with Tang San's mystic jade hand, it posed no threat at all. However, it was fortunate that Douluo was unaware of the treasure he had. Otherwise, there would be no chance for Tang San to help him detoxify. One must say that reading is essential. There are treasures hidden in books. Of course, in addition to reading more, luck is also very important. After all, Tang San's knowledge about poisons was not learned in this world. Even if Douluo were truly studious and knowledgeable, it would be of no use. He might still not recognize these immortal herbs. Kid, this is my second test for you. Let it bite you, it has to draw blood. Do you dare? The 9-section jade is seen as an incurable poison by others, but for Douluo, it was nothing. His martial soul, the phosphor snake, had already reached the realm of the phosphor snake king, and could be said to be the ancestor of all snakes. Resolving the toxicity of a 9-section jade was easy for him. But for Tang San, this poison would probably not be that simple. All right, please wait a moment, senior. I will go collect some herbs. After all, the snake venom directly enters the bloodstream, and at this time, even the fragrant and beautiful immortal product would be of no use. Okay, after saying that, he ignored Tang San, closed his eyes, crossed his legs, and began to cultivate to heal his injuries. Tang San did not delay and used the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to search for the herbs he needed among the medicinal plants. In a short while, he had simply prepared the antidote. All right, senior, we can begin now. Tang San not only prepared the 9-section emerald poison this time, but also guessed that the last poison might be his own, which is also the source of his poisoning, while searching for antidote herbs. Therefore, he prepared it together. And fortunately, there are many immortal herbs here. Otherwise, even if he had extensive theoretical knowledge, he would have nowhere to practice it. So soon, he finished preparing it? In Douluo's expectation, Tang San would need at least another day to prepare the antidote, by which time his injuries would have healed enough, and he wouldn't have so many worries. But now this kid actually managed to prepare the antidote in such a short time. Oh, then let's get started. Although this kid took a very short time to prepare the antidote, detoxification is not just about time. The most important thing is whether it can eliminate the toxin. Tang San's face revealed a hint of caution as he took a deep breath, quietly circulating his Shintian skill and slowly bringing the 9-section emerald close to his forearm. The 9-section emerald had bitten several times on Tang San's Xuanyu hand without success, instead hurting its own teeth. Now that it finally encountered soft flesh, it showed no mercy and bit down hard. At the moment of the bite, Tang San felt no pain at all, just a slight numbness and some itchiness. However, the numbness and itchiness spread at an astonishing speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, Tang San's bitten arm had turned a deep green. Chapter 126. Going to find Tang, since seeing that the toxin had already taken effect, Tang San quickly took out a pill from his soul guide and swallowed it. In an instant, his originally green arm returned to its normal color at the same rapid pace. Douluo was secretly astonished. Although he could also neutralize snake venom in a short time, it was only because of his martial soul, the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor. Having cultivated to the level of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, he could be considered the ancestor of all snakes, making it easy for him to resolve the potent toxin of the 9-section emerald. However, if he had to prepare an antidote himself, it would likely take him much longer to concoct it. Learning of Tang San's exceptional talent, Douluo's gaze toward him grew even hotter. He was determined to take this disciple. Tang Qingwei was a bit worried that Tang San hadn't returned after being out for so long, so she said, "I'll go check on my brother. You all wait here. Xiao Wei, I'll go with you." Xiao Wu quickly responded. She had wanted to find Tang San for a while, but she didn't want to leave when Dai Gu was absorbing the soul ring. Now that Tang Qingwei had taken the initiative to suggest it, she hurriedly hugged Tang Qingwei's arm. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged mischievous glances and chimed in, "Oh, Xiao Wei is going to find her brother. Are you going to find your brother too? Yes, my dear brother. Oscar playfully cupped his cheeks and mimicked Xiao Wu's voice. Xiao Wu's cheeks instantly turned red as she pretended to hit the two of them. Everyone burst into laughter. Tang Qingwei saw a few people playing around, and her mood improved quite a bit. Right now, Xiao Wu and Tang San were still in the ambiguous stage. Although she knew that the two would eventually end up together, she didn't plan to play any role in between. She just wanted to be an innocent bystander, letting their relationship develop freely. All right, let's go. Tang Qingwei allowed Xiao Wu to link her arm with his, chatting and laughing as they walked in the direction where Tang San had just left. Before they got close, Tang Qingwei could hear voices coming from the ice and fire yin-yang eye from a distance. Tang Qingwei gently pulled Xiao Wu and made a gesture, then hid behind a large rock. Xiao Wu was still unaware of what was happening, but seeing Xiao Wei's action, she understood that something might be going on ahead. Ever since practicing the forging technique, Tang Qingwei's sensory acuity had reached a terrifying level, and her eyesight alone was comparable to Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes. Tang Qingwei let Xiao Wu hide well, while he poked his head out to check on Tang San's situation. He saw an old man with green hair standing face to face with Tang San, seemingly intending to poison him. Before Tang Qingwei could recover from his shock, the green-haired old man suddenly activated his soul power, with a flicker of green light in his eyes, and soul rings rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body in a dazzling display. Seeing those brilliant 9 rings, Tang Qingwei was shocked. It was a tidal Douluo. Looking at the green-haired old man again, the nails on his palm slowly elongated, reaching 3 inches in length in a short time, sharp as a cone, with a green light that also shimmered with a rainbow hue. This was bad. Could it be that he encountered Douluo? Tang Qingwei speculated in his heart. At that moment, he didn't dare to think too much, and there wasn't even time to explain anything to Xiao Wu. He immediately activated his soul power and used his third soul skill, instantly appearing beside Tang San, grabbing the collar at the back of Tang San's neck without a word, and then teleported to the place where Xiao Wu was. Just as he was about to grab Xiao Wu by the back of her neck with his other hand, Tang San, who had already reacted, hurriedly stopped him. Xiao Wei, wait. Chapter 127, Plotting with a Tiger for its Skin. When Tang Qingwei, her body was floating in the air, which allowed her to grab Tang San by the nape of his neck. However, now that Tang San called to stop, Tang Qingwei halted her third soul skill, resulting in a different scene. Originally, Tang Qingwei was holding Tang San as if he were a little chick, but after stopping her third soul skill, due to her short height, she could only hold onto the collar of Tang San's clothes, hanging onto him. Xiao Wu, initially shocked, transformed into a suppressed smile. Although the scene was created by her sister to save herself, Tang San still couldn't help but laugh. He gently lifted his sister, who was still hanging on his back, and ruffled Tang Qingwei's hair, explaining with a smile, "Just now, brother was betting with that senior. If I win, I can freely pick the herbs here. Moreover, I just saw that there's a herb that can solve Ma Hongjuan's martial soul defect, and a 7-colored lotus that's particularly suitable for you. So this time, I must win the bet." Tang Qingwei knows the importance of this herb, but can anything be more important than life? She vaguely remembers that Douluo is not a good person, and he is a tidal Douluo. Taking their lives is simply a matter of minutes. Brother, you're trying to negotiate with a tiger for its skin. Tang Qingwei puffed up her small face and said seriously. Among the 3 people present, only Xiao Wu was unaware of the background of the situation. Hearing Tang Qingwei's words, she couldn't help but clench her fists and looked worriedly at Tang San. Tang San chuckled as he pinched Tang Qingwei's cheek. Ha! This little girl still speaks so eloquently. It's okay. That senior was indeed a bit hard to approach at first, but once you get to know them, they're pretty nice. Tang San's words are not entirely false. At first, Douluo indeed had murderous intentions towards him, but as he revealed more of his knowledge about poison, Douluo shifted from being cautious to being friendly, even showing signs of a mentor-student relationship. After all, there are very few people who can engage in a conversation with Douluo, and Tang San's temperament happens to suit him well. Although they are not as close as friends, their relationship has improved significantly compared to the initial hostility. Really? Although Tang San will indeed become friends with Douluo in the future, is it really that quick to be so friendly now? Why is she so skeptical? Really? Please send me back. I just need to pass the final test to succeed. Tang San nodded vigorously, trying to persuade his younger sister. Tang Qingwei stared at Tang San's expression seriously for a while, confirming that he wasn't lying, before saying, "You wait here for a moment. I'll take Sister Xiao Wu back, and let the dean and the others know. Then I'll take you over." Although Xiao Wu didn't know the specifics, She understood the general situation from their conversation and had no objections to Tang Qingwei's arrangement. After all, if something really happened, having her around might actually be a burden. Tang Qingwei quickly appeared in front of everyone with Xiao Wu. This was the place of the title Douluo, and he was here. Right now, Tang San was betting with him. If he won, he would be able to obtain the herbs to resolve Ma Hongjuan's soul power defect. Ma Hongjun initially thought that the sudden appearance of Tang Qingwei was an enemy attack and was ready to strike, but fortunately, he realized it in time and stopped. Hearing Tang Qingwei mention him, and that Tang San was betting with the title Douluo for his sake, he could roughly guess the situation even without knowing the details. Touched, he thought that Tang San actually confronted the title Douluo for him. Xiao Wei, he raised his head, preparing to say that he wanted to go too, but unexpectedly, Tang Qingwei had already disappeared. Turning to look at everyone, they all had serious expressions, so he could only awkwardly keep silent. Chapter 128. Coming and going freely Douluo was a title Douluo. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for Xiao San to do this? Let us hurry and save him, Flinder said as he prepared to unleash his martial soul, but was stopped by the master. Calm down first. I believe Xiao San knows what he is doing. Since he hasn't returned with Xiao Wei, he must have confidence. We just need to wait patiently. Though the master said this, his hands, which were leaning behind him, were unconsciously clenched into fists. Zhao Wujia comforted a few people, saying, "Don't worry, with that girl around, she is more capable than us old folks." This statement indeed had a comforting effect, as everyone was reminded of the scene where Tang Qingwei heavily injured the 10,000-year soul beast. They instinctively covered their waists. It was only at this moment that Ning Rongrong had time to be surprised. Before Tang Qingwei attacked the evil white tiger, she had naively believed Tang Qingwei's words, thinking that she was, like herself, a support-type soul master. But after witnessing Tang Qingwei's series of actions, Ning Rongrong was completely stunned. Was this really a support-type soul master? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was already considered a large sect. Although she was young, she was confident that her knowledge surpassed that of everyone present. However, even with that, she had never heard of any support-type soul master who could contend with a 10,000-year soul beast purely based on physical strength. This completely refreshed her understanding. Only then did Ning Rongrong remember what Zhao Laosher had hinted at during the final assessment of Shrek Academy. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. She realized she was still too young and didn't understand the dangers of the world. She would have to curb her temper as a young lady from now on. After all, she did not possess the physical strength of a 10,000-year soul beast. If Tang Qingwei knew about the excessive assumptions of the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he would definitely shout injustice. Was she someone who hit women? Besides, she was originally a support-type soul master. So where was the deception? Douluo was originally about to unleash his green phosphor snake emperor's poison on Tang San, but unexpectedly, this kid was suddenly taken away right in front of him. Although he was heavily injured now, he was still a title Douluo. How could someone take someone away from him without him noticing? Douluo was starting to doubt life itself when Tang Qingwei pulled Tang San by the nape of his neck and reappeared at the original spot. Tang San awkwardly pulled his shirt from his younger sister's hands at the back of his neck. He couldn't help it. Xiao Wei was still angry at his unilateral decision. Although he was the older brother, he felt smaller in front of Xiao Wei when he was in the wrong. Douluo, do you all even regard me? The title Douluo, with any respect? Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? Just as he was about to erupt, Tang San bowed and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, this is my sister Tang Qingwei. She only acted this way because she cares about me, so please forgive us. Let's continue." "All right, I won't hold it against you this time," Douluo said, seeing that Tang San had already apologized and decided not to pursue the matter further. Tang Qingwei stood expressionless by the side like a gatekeeper, but he was too short to serve as a thug. The two returned to the state they were in when Tang San first met them. "Tang San, you need to think carefully. The poison I am about to unleash is something even I cannot control. If you regret it now, it's not too late." Looking at Douluo's hand, Tang San's expression also became serious. He knew that the poison Douluo was about to use was his life-threatening ultimate poison, the toxin of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King. Given his current cultivation level, it would indeed be very difficult to resist such a potent poison. Chapter 129. Are you willing to take me as your master? But Douluo's words also ignited Tang San's inner pride. Coming from the Tang sect, could he really shrink back in the face of a rival's poison? No. As a disciple of the Tang sect, if he couldn't even surpass others in terms of poison, he wouldn't deserve the surname Tang. With this thought in mind, Tang San raised his left arm and shouted at Douluo, "Come on, Douluo frowned slightly. Are you really sure about this? Tang Sen nodded firmly. In Douluo's eyes, a cold light flickered as he thought. Just because the tiger doesn't show its might, you really think I'm a sick cat? Have I cultivated venom for so many years and still can't deal with a junior like you? With a flick of his finger, the tip pierced into Tang San's arm. In an instant, a wave of black energy rapidly spread from the puncture, and that black line was seen rising upwards. Tang Qingwei, seeing this, nervously approached Tang San, ready to use her healing abilities, but was stopped by Tang San grabbing her wrist. He had promised his father that he would never let his sister's healing ability be exposed in front of a titled Douluo before he had the ability to protect himself. Taking advantage of his remaining mobility, he quickly pulled Tang Qingwei back a few steps, returning to the protective range of Y Uxi in Q Lu Xianpian. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and silently operated the Xiantian Gong. He worked on the Xiantian Gong to expel the poison. His level of Xiantian Gong had improved significantly. However, just using the Xiantian Gong to expel the poison was not enough, so he immediately took a detoxification pill that he had prepared in advance. Douluo quietly observed Tang San, realizing that he himself was not confident in being able to remove the poison of the green phosphor snake king. Watching Tang San fall to the ground with a face full of black gas, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He had been famous for many years. What was he doing competing with a child? If he died, it would be a huge loss for him. It was not easy to find such a promising junior, and it would be too unfortunate if he died. Sigh, girl, will your brother be okay? The only one Douluo could ask now was Tang Qingwei, who stood like a guardian deity. Tang Qingwei was puzzled. Could it be that Tang San's charm was that high? He managed to conquer Douluo so quickly? It's fine. It should be okay after a while. Although she had doubts in her heart, Tang Qingwei did not show it on her face and simply answered Douluo's questions honestly. Now that she knew Douluo no longer held any malice towards Tang San, she felt much more at ease. As for the poisoning issue, she wasn't worried at all. In her opinion, Tang San would definitely be able to resolve it. Just as she was thinking about this, Tang San had finished detoxifying and spoke up. I have successfully detoxified. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise now? Although the two had not spent much time together, sometimes the aura between people is a strange thing. Even though they had only recently met, their energies seemed to align inexplicably. If it weren't for the bet between them, they might have already bonded over the topic of poison. Good lad. Are you willing to take me as your master? As long as you do, you can use the herbs here as you like. Douluo looked at Tang San with a more enthusiastic gaze. Let's skip that. I already have a master. And what can your poison teach me? To say something you might not like to hear, my poison techniques are far superior to yours. Douluo, do I not care about face? I'm back. Tang San walked towards the crowd with a joyful expression, saying, I brought each of you some celestial herbs, which are very useful for enhancing soul power. Oh, the master looked at Tang San with some surprise. Is there something good here? Could it be some kind of medicinal herb? For a long time, soul masters had relied on their own strength and constant effort to improve, and even the master, who was so familiar with martial souls, had not found shortcut. Chapter 130. Taking celestial herbs at this moment. How could Tang San's words not pique his interest? But then he thought of some things and worriedly said, using drugs to enhance strength, could there be side effects? There have been soul masters who practiced this way before, but the outcomes were not good. You are all already exceptionally talented and do not need to take such shortcuts. What if it backfires and does more harm than good? Teacher, you can rest assured. I will use them according to each person's different characteristics, and there will definitely be no side effects. Tang San, in his previous life, was a member of the Tang sect, so how could he be unfamiliar with these herbs? He was well aware of the characteristics of these celestial grasses. When everyone heard Tang San say that it was something that could enhance soul power without any side effects, curious expressions appeared in their eyes. They all wanted to know what exactly Tang San had brought back for them. After thinking for a moment, the master reluctantly nodded and said, well, that's fine. This was a decision he made after careful consideration, as the master knew that Tang San was certainly not an impulsive person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so easily. Tang San first handed the chicken crown phoenix herb to Ma Hongjun, saying, Fatty, I've carefully considered your evil fire. Although this mutated evil fire is indeed powerful, it also continuously corrodes your body. The fundamental reason is that your phoenix flames are not pure enough, and this immortal herb can solve your evil fire problem. Ma Hongjun felt touched in his heart. It was for him that Sangu risked his life to gamble with the title Douluo. He secretly vowed that if Sangu ever needed his help in the future, he would definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. The other members also received immortal herbs suitable for themselves. When Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing received the immortal herbs gifted by Tang San, they were greatly moved. They didn't expect to receive them as they had just joined, and while others might not know the value of the immortal herbs. As a little princess of a seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong, and as a noble from the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing certainly knew. It was precisely because they understood the value of the immortal herbs that they were even more surprised and touched. Seeing everyone receive suitable immortal herbs, Tang Qingwei felt relieved in her heart. Thankfully, her joining did not cause everyone to lose their original opportunities. This was the only thought in Tang Qingwei's mind at that moment. She was truly afraid that her joining would cause the original Shrek 7 monsters to lose their chances. She would feel so guilty that she wouldn't know how to make up for it. Xiaowei, this is the 7-colored lotus I found here. It should be very suitable for you. The 7-colored lotus in front of her shone with brilliant and colorful light, just like its name. It felt slightly cold to the touch, and its texture was not like that of a flower or grass, but rather like a jade product. Tang Qingwei didn't even dare to grip it tightly, fearing that she would accidentally crush it. Do I need to eat this? I suddenly feel a bit of pain in my teeth. What should I do? Tang Qingwei held this 7-color lotus and felt a bit conflicted, not knowing how to start. Who told you to eat it? Can you swallow it? Tang San laughed and gave Tang Qing a light tap on the head, saying, "You're absorbing it, just like your usual training. Just hold it in your hand." Oh, good thing she asked, otherwise her teeth might have cracked. After Tang San finished explaining the uses and effects of the immortal herb, Tang Qingwei no longer had time to care about it. At this moment, all her attention was captivated by the 7-colored lotus in her hand. She didn't know if this 7-colored lotus would be of any help to Xiaolian. Chapter 131. 7-colored lotus. Since the last time she helped Sister Xiao will return to her body. She hadn't heard its voice again. Just as she was thinking about it, the little lotus that had swallowed the system and fallen into slumber suddenly appeared. 7-colored lotus? She didn't expect such a thing to exist in this dimension. The familiar childish voice made Tang Qingwei joyful. The 7-colored lotus could be said to be her closest existence in this world, and it was also the only one that knew all about her past lives. If it weren't for its saving her, she wouldn't have known how many cycles of reincarnation she had gone through. Is it helpful to you? Tang Qingwei anxiously asked in her heart. Stupid. Why do I need to say it out loud? The voice of the 7-colored lotus was still as indifferent as ever. But Tang Qingwei no longer felt the anger and frustration she had at first sight. She only felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia in that tone. Then how should I give it to you? Tang Qingwei wasn't angry and happily asked in her heart. Don't smile foolishly. It looks like you have a serious illness. Tang Qingwei's expression instantly cracked, with veins bulging on her forehead. She was wrong. She shouldn't give Qisa Lian a good face. Just now, she had actually felt a bit nostalgic. It must have been too long since they last met, which caused this illusion. Seeing that Tang Qingwei finally returned to normal, Qisa Lian felt much more at ease. It couldn't bear to see Tang Qingwei like that. She looked much more pleasing now. It seemed she hadn't been slacking off. Her bones had already been tempered and strengthened nearly to completion, with only the meridians and flesh left to work on. Qisa Lian sensed the changes in Tang Qingwei's physique and nodded inwardly. As long as Tang Qingwei didn't slack off and continue to practice until she reached perfection, it would be difficult for anything in this world to harm her even a little. Tang San saw that everyone had already begun to absorb the immortal herbs, except for Tang Qingwei, who was holding the 7-colored lotus with an unhappy expression. He curiously asked, Xiaowei, is there anything you don't understand? No, it's fine. I'll find a place to absorb it now. Time passed by slowly, minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had gone by. As the effects of the immortal grade herbs took effect, everyone showed varying degrees of change. Dai Mubai, who had consumed the miraculous mushroom, sky-connecting chrysanthemum, had already grown a layer of white fur all over his body, resembling the white tiger he summoned when his martial spirit manifested. Originally sitting cross-legged, he was now lying on the ground in a sprawled position, with his limbs visibly swollen to more than twice their original size, and the sound of cracking bones echoed around him. The 4 soul rings on his body shone with dazzling brilliance at an astonishing speed, and a low roar like thunder occasionally emanated from his throat. His whole body vibrated in a special rhythm. Oscar was the calmest among them, simply sitting quietly, yet he exuded a unique fragrance from the 8-fan immortal orchid. A faint white mist appeared from his skin, swirling around his body. He was already the most handsome among the Shrek 7 monsters, and under the enhancement of this white mist, he appeared even more noble and ethereal. Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, was the most explosive. At this moment, the clothes on his upper body had turned to ashes, revealing a body of plump red flesh. The effect of the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower was extremely domineering, with layers of fine juice oozing from under his skin. His body resembled a cooked shrimp, and even his hair had turned fiery red. Strangely, every time a layer of black juice oozed out from him, his body fat shrank a little. Ning Rongrong's transformation was the most magnificent, with the seven-colored halo shining brightly around the seven-treasure glazed tower, quietly floating in front of her, while three rings flickered, surrounded by a layer of rich golden light. This golden light emanated from Ning Rongrong herself, carrying a strong aroma of tulips. As the treasure light flowed, she resembled a celestial maiden descending to earth. Every time the golden light intensified, it made her seven-treasure glazed tower appear even more splendid and dazzling. The golden light from Ning Rongrong and the white mist from Oscar had a subtle attraction to each other, with the two scents merging in the air, creating an incredibly pleasant fragrance. After Zhu Zhuqing consumed the water-immortal jade skin bone, a faint jade color spread across her body, while Dai Mubai's body faintly revealed the brilliance of the white tiger, echoing with the black spirit cat that emerged from Zhu Zhuqing, their breathing rhythms perfectly synchronized. The master, sitting on the other side, remained very calm, his body emanating a faint purple light. Although he was not as explosive as Ma Hongjun, he too was oozing a layer of black juice. At that moment, Tang San himself was not showing much reaction. Only a faint reddish-golden light enveloped his head, with golden strands continuously converging towards his eyes. Xiao Wu, who had consumed the 1,000-year second-grade ginseng king, was not as dramatic as the others, merely surrounded by a pink mist. Dean Flender had been watching nearby and immediately asked when he saw Oscar awake first, "How do you feel? Has your soul power increased?" Oscar grinned and waved a hand in front of Dean Flender, level 5. "My soul power has increased by 5 levels. It's simply unbelievable. I'm now at level 38. Although it was already known that the effects of the immortal grade herbs Tang San provided would be excellent, hearing it directly from Oscar made it feel different. A single 8-fan immortal orchid had actually helped Oscar's soul power leap directly by 5 levels. Ning Rongrong was extremely delighted at that moment. The golden light surrounding her surged, and the 7-treasure glazed tower in her right hand had transformed into the 9-treasure glazed tower. Below the 9-treasure glazed tower, a faint ring of golden light resembling tulip petals was visible. Only when she heard Oscar's voice did she come to her senses. 9 layers. The 9-treasure glazed tower. The change in the tower made her forget about her soul power, increasing by 6 levels. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of excitement in her heart. At this moment, even her voice trembled slightly. What does it mean for the 7-treasure glazed tower to become 9 layers? It means that it is no longer the 7-treasure glazed tower, but the legendary 9-treasure glazed tower, the lifelong goal of her father, Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7-treasure glazed sect. Yet she had achieved it at this moment. Only those directly related to the 7-treasure glazed sect understood what the 9-treasure glazed tower represented. It was incredibly important for the entire sect. After a brief moment of excitement, Ning Rongrong gradually calmed down, but her hand holding the 9-treasure glazed tower still trembled slightly. She knew that Tang San's kindness was not just for her, but for the entire 7-treasure glazed sect. It seemed she had to find time to return home. At that moment, Xiao Wu had also finished absorbing the herb, which had raised her soul power by 5 levels, now reaching level 40. Has everyone absorbed it? Hearing Tang San's voice, Ning Rongrong quickly turned her head, and her heart surged with excitement again. Third brother, my 7-treasure glazed tower has turned into the 9-treasure glazed tower. Thank you so much, really thank you. Although Ning Rongrong was somewhat spoiled by her family, she was not foolish. She understood that Tang San treated her as a companion, which was why he helped her. If she were to mention any form of reward, it would seem too distant. However, she truly felt grateful to Tang San. After the battle in the Stardow Forest, she developed a deeper sense of belonging to Shrek Academy. Tang San waved his hand and smiled, saying, "We are partners. Why say such things?" As he spoke, he looked up to find Tang Qingwei's position. Just as they were talking, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai came over one after another, all wearing smiles. Zhu Qing, how much has your strength improved? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing enrolled together. So even though Zhu Zhuqing was a bit aloof, she still instinctively felt closest to her. In Zhu Zhuqing's usually calm eyes, there was finally a ripple today. I've improved by 7 levels, and I'm now at level 34. She never dreamed that she would raise her soul power by 7 levels just after entering Shrek Academy, and this was without obtaining a soul ring. If she absorbed a soul beast with a lifespan of over 5,000 years like Daimu Bai did, her soul power would surely increase again, just like Daimu Bai. She didn't believe that there was something Daimu Bai could do that she couldn't do. At this moment, Daimu Bai was unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts, completely immersed in the days of his own soul power improvement. Such a thing was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. It was truly unbelievable to have raised his soul power by 6 levels in one day. Now he was already at level 46, almost catching up to Tang Qingwei. While everyone was feeling the changes in their own bodies after taking the immortal-grade medicinal herbs, a loud phoenix cry suddenly echoed through the sky. No less impressive than Dai Mu Bai's tiger roar earlier. Golden red flames erupted from Ma Hongjuan's body, soaring into the sky. Ma Hongjuan's body stretched in the flames. Although he still looked chubby, the excess fat had noticeably shrunk a lot. Did you feel the power of my flames? They're more mellow than before. And that's all thanks to Third Brother. Third Brother, from now on, as long as you say a word, I will definitely risk my life for you, Ma Hongjun promised. His right hand clenched into a fist against his shoulder. Dai Mu Bai placed his right hand on the fat guy's shoulder, nodding in agreement. Yes, thanks to Xiao San. In the future, if you need me, just say the word. Tang Xin smiled and said, we are all partners, brothers, so there's no need to be so polite. Zhu Zhuqing was used to being aloof and only said a simple thank you, without saying more. She remembered this kindness in her heart, feeling grateful to be able to come to Shrek Academy. Tang Xin saw that everyone had successfully absorbed their spirit rings. But he couldn't find Tang Qingwei and felt a bit worried. He activated his purple extreme magic eye and located Tang Qingwei's position, where she was absorbing the immortal grass. Just as he was about to check on her, he noticed that the area where Tang Qingwei was filled with brilliant light. A phantom resembling a 7-colored lotus appeared in the sky above that location, instantly illuminating a large area. Following that, 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, spiraled up from under Tang Qingwei. Suddenly, the 4 soul rings touched each other and began to merge. Chapter 134. Reunion with the 10,000-year soul ring. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but have their pupils contract, feeling a bit dazed. What was happening? Noticing the painful expression on Tang Qingwei's face, Tang San felt extremely anxious but didn't dare to interrupt his sister's absorption at that moment. He couldn't help but start to regret letting Qingwei absorb that 7-colored lotus. After a long time, under the worried gazes of everyone, the originally merged soul ring turned black, and then it quickly split into 4 black 10,000-year soul rings. Everyone was stunned. How did it turn into 4 10,000-year soul rings? They all looked at Tang San, hoping he could provide an explanation. Tang San had no idea what was going on. He had never heard of such a situation before. So he turned his pleading gaze towards the master, and everyone else followed suit, looking at the master as well. Under so many focused gazes, the master suddenly felt a surge of pressure. At this moment, he also said he didn't know. Would he get hit? But he really didn't know. That girl Tang Qingwei was simply a little monster in human skin, with nothing normal about her. However, he only dared to complain about this in his heart, and didn't dare to say it in front of Tang San, or else their master-disciple relationship would probably come to an end. The master clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, don't worry, just keep watching. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, a black soul ring suddenly appeared outside the original 4 10,000-year soul rings surrounding Tang Qingwei. 5 10,000-year soul rings. Ma Hongjun rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Although the crowd didn't voice it, they could still see the shock in their wide-open eyes. She was actually already a soul king. Dai Mu Bai smiled wryly. The excitement of leveling up 6 levels in one day instantly vanished. He had thought he had finally surpassed Tang Qingwei, but it turned out he was overthinking it. He needed to train even harder. After Flander and Zhao Waoqi came to their senses, they were incredibly excited. A soul king, at just 10 years old. Where else on this continent could there be one? Yet, this 10-year-old soul king came from their Shrek Academy. What honor! Tang San, however, was not as excited as the others. Seeing that his sister still had no intention of opening her eyes, he couldn't help but tense his hands into fists. The other few people also lost their self-satisfied mood at this moment. Compared to Tang Qingwei, they were indeed too far behind. After a long while, under the expectant gazes of everyone, Tang Qingwei finally slowly opened her eyes. Facing the eager looks from everyone, she felt a bit flustered inside. What's going on? Why is everyone surrounding me? Tang San tightly hugged Tang Qingwei and asked nervously, "Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Tang Qingwei, although still puzzled, answered Tang San's question. "What do you feel uncomfortable?" Tang Qingwei hadn't finished speaking when Tang San, looking anxious, went to check if his sister was hurt. "You hugged too tightly." "I can't breathe." Tang San was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. Then he reacted and helplessly tapped Tang Qingwei's head, thinking what an ungrateful little white-eyed wolf. Xiao Wu, seeing that Tang Qingwei was fine, happily bounced over to her side and asked, "Are you already a Soul King now?" Tang Qing smiled and nodded. Looking at the curious crowd, he took a few steps back and released his martial soul, with 5 soul rings moving rhythmically around his body. The 5 black 10,000-year soul rings looked even more astonishingly profound. The pressure from the 5 10,000-year soul rings was immense, causing several people to unconsciously step back several paces. Feeling a bit better afterward. He had leveled up 6 ranks, reaching level 52. Tang Qingwei said that the wind is light and the clouds are thin. But those who listened felt a tumultuous storm rising in their hearts. Chapter 135. 5th Soul Skill. Tang Qingwei's martial soul has changed dramatically. It no longer has the unremarkable appearance it once did, but has transformed into a lotus shape, crystal clear and radiant. However, the lotus has only 5 petals and emits different colored glows. Xiao Wei, your previous soul rings have changed color. Have your soul skills or anything else changed? Ma Hongjun looked at Tang Qingwei's 5 black soul rings, tears of envy streaming from the corners of his mouth. He couldn't wait to experience the changes brought by the 10,000-year soul rings. Oscar had a similar expression, nodding his head beside the chubby guy like a chick pecking a grain, his eyes sparkling so brightly that they nearly blinded Tang Qingwei. Tang Qingwei didn't seem as excited as everyone had imagined. Instead, she appeared a bit listless. From the very beginning, Tang Qingwei had felt the changes brought about by the 10,000-year soul ring. According to Xiao Yan, this 7-colored lotus has the effect of a second awakening for her martial soul, the 7-colored flower, with the most direct manifestation being that her martial soul has now transformed into a lotus flower, rather than its previous inconspicuous form. As for the emergence of the 10,000-year soul ring, it was merely a corresponding change based on her physical quality and soul power level. After this second awakening of her martial soul, all her soul rings will change along with her physical quality and soul power enhancement. When she is able to bear the 100,000-year soul ring, it will be an unprecedented spectacular sight. One can imagine that when Tang Qingwei's 2 martial souls appear simultaneously, each surrounded by a uniform 100,000-year soul ring, there will be little need for her to fight. Not many would have the thought of resistance when facing a 100,000-year soul ring. Originally, when Tang Qingwei learned about her martial soul's second awakening, she felt incredibly excited. In her mind, she had already envisioned herself with slender limbs and an alluring figure. Is she finally going to start growing taller? Tang was slightly excited and her face turned red. She couldn't wait to see the shocked expressions of everyone when they saw her again. But little did she know, the gap between imagination and reality made her feel like she had split in half. She did see the shocked looks on everyone's faces, but it wasn't the kind of shock she wanted. Where was her goddess-like figure? Where were her long legs? Where did they go? Suddenly, she felt that the 10,000-year soul ring wasn't as appealing anymore. Fortunately, she didn't say this out loud. Otherwise, she would definitely infuriate everyone, especially since it was a 10,000-year soul ring, and there were 5 of them. Tang San saw his sister looking a bit down and couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair. It was fine if there was no change. Xiao Wei was already very impressive. Ma Hongjun and Oscar quickly chimed in, agreeing, yes. Even if there's no change, you're still the strongest. Just look at who can compare with you. When you reveal your martial soul with 5 10,000-year soul rings, you'll scare them to death. They all felt a bit regretful about their earlier actions. Tang Qingwei accepted the comfort from everyone with a sense of relief, and then slowly said, well, the effect of the first soul skill's poison is now double that of before. The second soul skill's immobilization effect, with the enhancement of the 10,000-year soul ring, has increased the casting distance to within 100 meters, and the duration remains 3 seconds to immobilize the enemy. The third soul skill's teleportation distance has not changed, still within 600 meters, but it now includes a long-distance teleportation. It can only be used once a day, and only one person can be teleported at a time, with the limitation that the destination must be a place I have previously visited. The fourth soul skill remains unchanged, still reducing all of the opponent's attributes by 30%. It also has a casting distance limitation of within 100 meters. The fifth soul skill can resist all mental attacks, with a duration of 5 minutes. Tang Qingwei's words were light and carefree, but everyone else was left speechless. Everyone thought they were too hasty. This is their little monster from Shrek Academy. Chapter 136, Everyone's Improvement. But this fifth soul skill is just too powerful. It can actually resist all mental attacks. It is known that among all attacks, only mental attacks are the most difficult to defend against, relying entirely on one's own willpower, which cannot be resisted by physical strength alone. Now that Xiao Wei has this fifth soul skill, in future battles, even when facing soul masters with mental attacks, they won't have to worry. Even the master changes expression slightly upon hearing about Tang Qingwei's fifth soul skill. Although that girl has astonishing combat power and her physical strength has reached an unmatched level, this martial soul support skill is indeed quite remarkable. Now that she has obtained a skill to defend against mental attacks, it undoubtedly alleviates all concerns for Shrek students in future team battles. Good. You all made great progress today. It seems we need to go to the Douluo forest again. Facing the overall improvement of the Shrek students, Dean Flander couldn't help but smile more deeply. The group from Shrek Academy tacitly chose not to ask about the additional soul ring that Tang Qingwei had. Tang San's gift of the celestial herb can be said to be a perfect conclusion, as everyone benefited significantly, and the overall strength of the Shrek Academy students improved greatly. Among those who benefited the most, it was not Zhu Zhiqing, who raised her soul power by 7 levels, nor Ma Hongjun, whose evil fire was filtered and purified. It wasn't even the master who broke through to level 30. Instead, it was the smallest, Tang Qingwei, whose soul power rose to level 52, and whose soul rings all transformed into 10,000-year black soul rings. Thanks to the nourishment of the celestial herb, the strength of the Shrek students has shown a remarkable improvement. Dai Mubai is at level 46, Soul Master. Oscar is at level 38, Soul Grandmaster. Tang San, level 40, Soul Zone. Ma Hongjun, level 36, Soul Zone. Xiao Wu, level 40, Soul Zone. Ning Rongrong, level 32, Soul Zone. Zhu Zhuqing, level 34, Soul Zone. Tang Qingwei, level 52, Soul King. Ning Rongrong felt bittersweet in her heart, not out of jealousy towards her companions, but because she realized that after being pampered in the past and thinking she was gifted, she came to Shrek Academy only to find out that compared to her companions, she was just at the bottom. She secretly resolved to practice diligently and not fall too far behind her companions. Although she had only recently arrived at Shrek Academy, she had already grown very fond of this group of partners and friends. After everyone finished resting and was ready to leave, Tang Sin stood up and waved to everyone, saying, "You go ahead, I still have some things to do. I'll stay here for a while and return to the academy later." "Is that title Douluo threatening you?" Ma Hongjun, who had lost quite a bit of weight and looked much more handsome, still had his usual impulsive temper. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Although the others were not as impulsive as Ma Hongjun, they were also in a stance that suggested they would spring into action at any moment. Tang San's heart stirred, and he smiled as he waved his hand, saying, "I have a good rapport with Senior Dugu, and he wants to teach me some knowledge about poisons. I will learn from him for a while before returning." Only Tang Qingwei knew what was going on. Seeing that Tang Sin had already made up his mind, she didn't stop him. The others saw that Tang Qingwei said nothing and assumed there wouldn't be any danger, so they felt relieved. The master patted Tang San on the shoulder and said, "Be careful." After bidding farewell to everyone, Tang San went to Douluo as he was about to start detoxifying him. Chapter 137. Starting a new course, it had been half a month since a few people obtained their soul rings. During this half month, Zhu Zhuqing, after absorbing her soul ring, had her strength increased by 2 levels and was now a level 37 Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, who was already quite talented, made significant progress after resolving to train hard, and she was also now a level 37 Soul Master. While searching for soul beasts for Xiao Wu, she suddenly went missing. Except for Tang Qingwei, who knew where she went, everyone else was anxiously looking around. Luckily, Xiao Wu appeared later, having successfully hunted a soul beast, and her soul power rose directly to level 41. Shrek Academy. Finally back, Ma Hongjun, after consuming the celestial herb and fighting soul beasts in the Douluo forest for half a month, had lost all his excess fat and transformed greatly. Although he couldn't compare to Oscar or Dai Mubai in looks, he could still be called a sunny, handsome guy. Everyone was tired, and, starting tomorrow, you will have 2 days off to rest well. After that, we will begin new lessons. Looking at the group of young people chatting and laughing together, the master nodded in satisfaction. During the half month in the Douluo forest, everyone lived and ate together, hunting demon beasts together. Now, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had much better relationships with everyone, proving that experiencing difficulties together can indeed foster unity among them. When fighting soul beasts, the most important thing as partners is trust, mutual trust, so that each can safely rely on the other as support. In this regard, the students of Shrek Academy did not disappoint him. The 2 days of rest quickly passed, and it was time to start classes again. After breakfast, when the familiar class bell rang, Tang Xingwei and the others arrived at the playground on time. Tang Xin didn't know when he returned, but at this moment he was standing in the center of the playground, looking at everyone with a smiling gaze. Brother. Tang Xingwei was the first to run to Tang San's side. Tang Xin gently pinched her cheek and sighed. You've lost weight. Haven't you not been eating well? At that moment, Tang San resembled her mother from her past life. There's a kind of thinness that makes a brother feel that you are thin. It instantly wiped away the joy of their reunion. Tang lightly pouted, really not using the opportunity to pinch her face. The other few people saw Tang San and also enthusiastically gathered around. The master just stood to the side with his arms crossed, not speaking to stop them, watching the group playfully with a smile in his eyes. In the end, it was Tang San who reminded them, and only then did everyone return to their positions and stand properly. Tang San took a step forward and bowed. Teacher, I'm back. It's good to be back. It seems your soul power has increased quite a bit. What soul beast did you choose for your 4th spirit ring? Feeling Tang San's soul power in front of him, it seemed to be more solid than before, indicating a significant increase in his soul power level. Teacher, it's the 10,000-year Earth Attribute Magic Spider. Upon hearing this, the Master's expression changed dramatically. Don't you know that if a soul beast's age exceeds the limit that a soul master can bear, it could lead to an explosive death? He then worriedly placed his hand on Tang San's shoulder, checking to see if he was injured. I'm fine, teacher. My soul power level has now reached level 45. Tang San waved his hand and smiled. The others were all taken aback when they heard that Tang San's 4th soul ring was from a 10,000-year soul beast. They quickly accepted the reason for his rapid level increase. They had heard from Xiao Wu before that after a 10,000-year soul beast dies, there will be residual soul vibrations. And if the spiritual world is damaged by these vibrations, it could turn into a fool. Chapter 138. You should really reform. However, looking at Tang San's spirited appearance, which did not seem like someone whose spirit had been severely damaged, everyone felt somewhat relieved. Knowing that Tang San was fine, they began to pay attention to other matters. Xiao San, what is your 4th soul skill? Show us. Oscar, who had originally been part of the team, had somehow run over to Tang San's side, playfully nudging him with a shoulder. Tang San smiled and said, It's nothing much, just similar to the skills used by the abyssal spider. Hurry up and show us its power. You are the second among us to possess a 10,000-year soul ring. Ma Hongjun, attracted by their conversation, also looked at Tang San with curiosity. Not only the two of them, but even the master and the other students wanted to see what kind of soul skill Tang San had obtained from that abyssal spider. All right, Tang San revealed a hint of a mischievous smile in his eyes. He raised his right hand, and a dark blue light surged from his palm. A blue silver grass emerged from his palm, looking no different in thickness from before. The only difference was its color. The blue silver grass had turned pure black, giving a sense of oppression. The most shocking part was the 4 soul rings that appeared simultaneously. 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. The 4 soul rings hovered around Tang San's body, rising and falling. These 2 brothers were indeed quite abnormal. Besides Xiao Wu's soul rings, Tang San's were the most eye-catching. As soon as the soul rings appeared, an invisible pressure caused Oscar to take a few steps back, and Tang San exuded an inscrutable sense of mystery. Suddenly, the black soul ring quietly lit up. Compared to the dazzling 1,000-year soul rings, the 10,000-year soul ring felt dense and restrained. Just as everyone was immersed in the shock brought by the 10,000-year soul ring, without any warning, 16 pitch-black blue-silver grasses suddenly surged from the ground around Oscar, swiftly converging above his head to form a single prison cage. At the moment of its emergence, there was no fluctuation of energy, and Oscar, caught off guard, could not evade in time. Moreover, the speed of the 16 blue-silver grasses was incredibly fast, and by the time he reacted, the circle of blue-silver grass had already become as solid as steel. This is my 4th soul skill, derived from the Earth Spider's web prison. Since my prison is formed from blue-silver grass, I call it the blue-silver prison. Oscar, trapped by the blue-silver grass, pitifully lay on the cage, pleading, "Let me out." Tang Xingwei looked at the imprisoned Oscar, a sly smile appearing on his face as he pulled out a handkerchief from somewhere, pretending to wipe his eyes. You must reform yourself well in there and strive to come out as soon as possible. As for the secret stash of money you hid on the roof of the cafeteria, we will find a home for it, so don't worry. Oscar, how do you know my secret stash is hidden there? The group, feeling playful, began to perform their antics. The master did not stop them from having fun, but his expression was thoughtful as he raised his hand and flicked the dark blue silver grass. A crisp sound came from it, and the soft blue silver grass became as hard as steel under the effect of the soul skill. Mubai, come and test the toughness of this cage. The master said. Mubai stopped teasing Oscar, nodded to the master, and took a deep breath. He shouted loudly and released his martial soul, with white light surging from his right fist. He concentrated his soul power and struck one of the 16 blue silver grasses. With a loud bang, fine cracks immediately appeared on that blue silver grass. Mubai struck again, and it shattered, turning into a faint black light that vanished. Chapter 139. Repeated charge items. Ma Hongjun frowned and said, "This looks pretty ordinary. It seems even less tough than the spiderweb binding." Third brother, is a 10,000-year soul skill really just this? Is it? Tang Sen revealed a strange smile in his eyes. A dark light surged around him once again, and in an instant, except for him, Tang Qingmi and Xiao Wu, dark light suddenly rose beneath everyone else's feet. In the blink of an eye, 6 blue-silver cages appeared, trapping everyone within. The expression on the master's face changed slightly as he exclaimed in surprise, "A group control skill. Isn't this something only a control-type soul master above level 50 can possess? What is group control? It means completely eliminating the opponent's chance to evade and instantly locking onto every single opponent, which can be called group control. One blue-silver cage might not seem like much. A strong attack-type soul master like Mubai, who is in his 40s, could break it with his own strength. However, breaking the cage takes time. During that time, the partners of the control-type soul master can do a lot. Moreover, Tang San's skill from his 10,000-year soul ring is a true group control skill. Its strength may not be as formidable as spiderweb binding, nor does it possess the stickiness and intense toxicity of spiderweb binding. However, the soul power consumed by each blue-silver cage is only 1/10 that of spiderweb binding. Tang San waved his right hand, and the light of the 4th soul ring dimmed. All the black blue-silver grasses instantly sank into the ground, disappearing as if they had never appeared at all. As expected of a 10,000-year soul ring, this soul skill is undoubtedly the best for control-type soul masters. The master's excitement finally calmed down a bit. Looking at the 8 people who had already gathered, he smiled with satisfaction. His gaze swept over everyone. Just in time, Xiao San had also returned. For the time being, your teaching place will be the Soto Great Soul Arena. This time, there is no time limit for the training. Whenever you obtain the Silver Soul Badge, the training will end. Among the students, Tang Qingwei was the most frustrated. Could it be that she still couldn't escape this repeated fee project? Tang Qingwei's small face instantly fell, and she lost the mood to continue listening to what the master was about to say. Previously, Dean Flander also taught this way, but after seeing Tang Qingwei win 7 consecutive matches, he didn't dare to let her continue participating in the competition. He was also afraid that if Tang Qingwei kept winning like this, she would soon become well-known, and being famous at such a young age is not a good thing. The taller the tree, the more it is likely to be blown down by the wind. To upgrade from the Iron Battle Soul Badge to the Copper Battle Soul Badge, 100 points are needed. The same goes for upgrading from the Copper Battle Soul Badge to the Silver Battle Soul Badge. Each victory in battle earns 1 point. But if a battle is lost, 1 point will be deducted accordingly. The level of the badge is distinguished by the quality of the minerals, with the lowest being the Iron Badge, which is the Iron Battle Soul. The levels above it are Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond, making a total of 8 levels. If the number of consecutive wins exceeds 5, then for each additional consecutive win, the points will increase directly by 10. If the consecutive wins exceed 10, each additional win will increase by 100 points. Looking at Tang Qingwei's ease in battle, it was estimated that she would have a hard time encountering strong opponents, so Dean Flander didn't dare to take the risk. This is why it was required for Tang Qingwei to wear a mask to conceal her identity and re-register to continue participating in the Battle Soul competition. As for the rules of the Great Battle Soul Arena, re-registration requires an additional 10 gold soul coins. Tang Qingwei was unwilling to pay this fee again. Even if she had money in her pocket, she didn't want to waste those 10 gold soul coins. Isn't this a duplicate charging item? Tang Qingwei was stubborn about money, and even 10 oxen couldn't pull her back. Regardless of who said what, it was no use. Even when Tang Sen offered to pay the 10 gold soul coins for her, she refused, stubbornly believing that charging for repeated projects meant she was at a loss. Chapter 140. Training at the Great Seoul Arena. In the end, Dean Flanders had no choice but to let Tang Qingwei decide for herself. After all, with Tang Qingwei's current strength, it didn't matter whether she participated in the individual soul match or not. The master ignored the expressions of the others and continued. During this period, I will arrange for you to stay at the nearest hotel to the Great Seoul Arena, with all meals and accommodations on your own. As long as you have the ability, the income you can earn from the Great Seoul Arena will be quite considerable. This is unavoidable, as the school remains as poor as ever. After a brief pause, the master continued with his requirements. This time, unlike your previous requests, I want you to compete under the name of the Shrek 8 Monsters. There are a few rules you must remember. First, you must not reveal your appearance or inform your opponents of your names during the matches. Everything must be fought under code names. Second, no one is allowed to use hidden weapons, including Tang San himself. Third, regardless of win or lose, each person must participate in at least 2 matches every day. At this point, the master paused and looked at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, saying, as for the support type Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you can choose to participate in the 2-on-2 and team battles to earn silver soul coins. Originally feeling sorry for herself, Tang Qingwei perked up at these words, raising her hand and jumping up to shout, Master, me? I'm also a support type. You forgot about me. The master helplessly rubbed his forehead. He had indeed forgotten about this girl. Well, he would consider her a support type. Okay, you can count too. He had heard of her theory about charging for repeated projects and figured it would be somewhat difficult to let her sign up for the individual match. All right, now go back and pack up a bit. Gather on the playground in an hour. After the master had the students quickly pack their belongings, he immediately led them to Soto City. Also accompanying them were the Academy's original 2 deans, the four-eyed cat Eagle Flanders and the immovable King Zhao Wujin. While the other 3 teachers stayed behind at the Academy, Flanders couldn't help but secretly admire the master's decision. Having the students stay in Soto City with all expenses covered would relieve the Academy of financial pressure. He, Zhao Wujin, and the master could also stay at his shop, allowing them to supervise the students' practical progress every day. The soul matches at the Great Seoul Arena were all held at night. Upon arriving in Soto City, the group first chose a regular hotel near the Great Seoul Arena to stay in. After arranging for the students to settle in, the master called the 8 of them to Tang San's room. The matches at the Seoul Arena are divided into 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and the later starting team battles. You can form your own combinations, but you must participate in 1 team battle and 1 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 match every day. I want to pose if you want to participate in 3 matches, as long as you manage your soul power well. As soon as the master's words fell, Oscar immediately stepped forward and grabbed Tang Qingwei, saying, Sister Xiaowei, how about we participate in the 2-on-2 together? I'll cover the registration fee. What do you think? Tang Qingwei originally didn't care about who to team up with as long as the task was completed. But now it's different. She doesn't even need to share the registration fee, making it a guaranteed profit. Hearing Oscar say this, Tang Qingwei immediately became excited, patting her small chest and confidently assuring, No problem. Little A.O. Guh, don't worry, I will definitely protect you. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle at this. At this moment, Master suddenly spoke up. No, I don't recommend you 2 teaming up. After all, teaming with Xiao Wei doesn't hold much significance for your support. There's no way around it. One has to admit that this reason is too real, and Oscar could only shift his gaze to Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong had originally set her sights on Tang Qingwei's combat power, but Oscar had gotten there first. Now, after hearing the master's words, she could only give up and turn her attention to Zhu Zhuqing. 7th sister, let's team up instead. What do you think? Okay. Zhu Zhuqing's response was very simple. Among the 3 supports, 2 had already found partners, leaving only Tang Qingwei, still looking confused. Xiao Wei, let's team up. After all, your level is too high, and the opponents you face won't be much lower. Daigo has already teamed up with Little A.O., so it's just me and Little Wu left. Our previous 3-5 combo has already obtained the Silver Soul badge, and now we just need to get the Team Silver badge. Tang San ruffled Tang Qingwei's hair, looked up at everyone, and said, finally turning to the master, All right, now your soul power has reached level 45. Besides Mubai, your soul power level is closest to Xiao Wei's, so you can team up with her. However, the soul masters you will face are at least level 50, Soul Kings. If necessary, you can use your soul bone. The master nodded in agreement with Tang San's words and added some extra comments. Soul bone? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. That's an extremely rare and precious existence. Any piece of soul bone, even the most ordinary one, is worth a fortune. I didn't expect these siblings to be so wealthy. One has a precious soul bone, and the other has a rare soul guide with a super large space. What kind of family background do they have? The surname Tang? Could they be from the Hautian sect? No. Their martial souls are clearly not right. Tang Sen looked at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. After seeing the master nod in agreement, he explained to them, the soul bone that the teacher mentioned was something I obtained by chance when I hunted my third soul ring. It was a stroke of luck. It dropped from a human-phased demon spider that I killed, which was over 2,000 years old. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth in surprise. The maximum soul power absorption for a soul master's third soul ring can reach over 1,700 years. One can imagine how painful and dangerous it would be to absorb a soul beast that exceeds the limit. Although Zhu Zhuqing didn't express her shock like Ning Rongrong. She also looked up at Tang San in astonishment. It is an external soul bone. As she spoke, she began to channel her soul power. And with the bulges of 8 bumps on her back, the purple light that appeared behind Tang San became increasingly obvious. Suddenly, as Tang San's body trembled, the 8 bumps finally broke through and 8 thick purple pillars swiftly extended from his back. They were completely purple and shone brightly under the light, revealing the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. All right, put away. As he spoke, the master took out 8 prepared masks from his soul guide bracelet. You can decide how to participate in the battle soul. This is for you. One for each of you, wear it during the battle soul. At the same time, try to speak less on stage, and do your best not to let your opponents know your ages. The masks were familiar to everyone, as they were the emblem of Shrek Academy, featuring the green monster Shrek. Dai Mubai took a mask and put it on his face. Although the craftsmanship of the mask was average, once it fit his face, revealing his eyes, mouth, and nose, it didn't hinder him much. Chapter 142. Brother, you have to accompany me. During the team battles, you will compete as the Shrek 8 monsters. When participating in individual battles, you can come up with your own titles for the 2-on-2 matches. For 1-on-1 matches, I have thought of a nickname for each of you. Just use this nickname during the competition, and as long as you mention it when registering, your real names will not appear in the Battle Soul arena. Everyone could understand the master's intention. After all, they were all very young, especially someone like Tang San, who reached the Soul King realm at the age of 10, which was simply unprecedented. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others, having reached the 40-level Soul Master realm at just 12 years old, would be astonishing figures in the Soul Master world. Even the least among them had reached the Soul Respect level, and if they became famous in the Grand Soul arena, it wouldn't be long before the Spirit Hall came knocking. Dai Mubai curiously asked, "What should our titles be?" The master looked at the group and smiled. "Mubai, you can keep your original title of Evil-Eyed White Tiger. Xiao Ao, you can stick with your sausage specialty. As for Xiao Wei, let's call her Violent Support. Shall we?" Upon hearing Tang Qingwei's title, everyone nodded in agreement. It was simply too fitting. Tang lightly pouted, feeling unhappy. This title sounded too harsh. She was still a cute little girl. How could they use such a violent name? Just as she was about to voice her disagreement, the master didn't give her a chance to speak and turned to look at Tang San, suggesting that the little third could be called Qinshoin Chao. "What do you all think?" "That's not good. Let's change it," Tang San said quickly. Little Wu interjected, "It's not cool at all. In Chao sounds terrible." The master looked at Tang San and, seeing that he didn't express an opinion, couldn't help but smile slightly. He had always been very pleased with this disciple. "So what do you think the name should be?" Dai Mubai said, although Little San seems honest usually when he really gets angry, his killing intent is stronger than any of us. "I think we should call him Qinsho Shilua." Shilua means the devil of slaughter, which can also have a certain deterrent effect on opponents. The master turned to Tang San and asked, "What do you think?" "Brother, I like this title. It's much better than mine." Tang lightly raised her little head, looking at Tang San. Witnessing the birth of the Shrek 8 monsters and realizing she was part of it, Tang lightly couldn't help but feel excited at that moment. "Good." Tang San gently ruffled Tang Qingwei's hair. He looked up at the master and said, "Teacher, how about this one? I quite like it." The master nodded and then turned to Ma Hongjun. "Ma Hongjun, I've thought of a title for you as well. How about Evil Fire Phoenix?" The fatty chuckled. "Thank you, master. That sounds great. After all, I'm also a phoenix." At this moment, Xiao Wu had already approached the master, putting on a pitiful expression. "Master, what should I be called? You must give me a nice name." The master smiled and said, "You use soft skills. Your whole body is as flexible as if it has no bones, plus your rabbit martial soul and charm skills. How about Soft Bone, Enchanting Rabbit?" It sounded pretty good. After receiving the name she wanted, Xiao Wu immediately beamed with joy. After the master finished giving everyone their titles, he finally looked at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong's martial soul is the 9 treasure glaze tile, Nothing describes you better than the 9-treasure glaze tile. As for Zhu Qing, it's most appropriate to use her martial soul for her title. Netherworld Spirit Cat is a great name. At this moment, the Shrek 8 monsters finally each had their own titles. Violent Support, Tang Qingwei. Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai. Sausage Specialist, Oscar. Thousand Hand Azura, Tang San. Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Ongjun. Soft Bone Enchanting Rabbit, Xiao Wu. 9-treasure glaze tile, Ning Rong Rong. Netherworld Spirit Cat, Zhu Qing. Chapter 143, Sugar Combination. No one knew that the Shrek 8 monsters, who would one day be famous in the Soul Master world, had settled on the titles that would accompany them for a lifetime in this inconspicuous inn. It was from this day that the Shrek 8 monsters team could be considered to have truly formed. Brother, what should we call our 2-on-2 combination? Sugar combination? 3 micro combination? Or, forget it, Xiao Wei, I think you're terrible at naming. Just stop thinking about it. Look at what names you've come up with. Ma Hongjun couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted the still deep in thought Tang Qingwei. Tang San remained silent, just smiling at his sister. Feeling embarrassed and annoyed at being questioned about her naming skills, Tang Qingwei thought to herself that she had put a lot of effort into coming up with this name, and it was unfair for anyone to call her a failure at naming. No way. She decided to stick with this combination name today. Brother, which name do you think is better? Although Tang San also found the name a bit strange, it was chosen by his sister, so he thought whatever Xiao Wei wanted was fine. He really felt it didn't team matter. After all, no one would see their appearance. So did it really matter what name they had? With Tang San's affirmation, Tang Qingwei proudly raised her eyebrows at Ma Hongjun, saying, then let's go with the Tang combination. It's so cute and soft. Well, since the name was already decided, they should go register it. The master had not participated in the naming of the freely formed teams at all. As night fell, the Soto Great Soul Arena was bustling with its usual lively atmosphere, with crowds gathering from all directions. As the most traditional and beloved form of entertainment, the arena welcomed numerous spectators every day. At this moment, it was very close to the time when the arena would start its regular soul fights. Just then, a team of 11 attracted the attention of those preparing to enter the Great Soul Arena. Among these 11 people, 8 were wearing the same masks. The green masks looked somewhat funny, while their outfits varied, some being extravagant and others plain. This group consisted of 8 students from Shrek Academy, along with 2 deans and a master. Since their team battle was scheduled last, they separated after entering the arena. Tang Qingwei and Tang San were to first participate in a 2v2 soul fight, taking a different path from the other 6, parting ways at a fork. Oscar and Ning Rong Rong would wait for Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Qing to finish their 1v1 soul fights, so they headed to Area 1 first. The Tang combination's 2v2 soul fight was arranged as the second match in Area 2 of the 13th Division. Soon, it was their turn to take the stage. Being newly registered, the Tang combination naturally had little fame, and when they walked onto the stage amidst the announcer's declaration, they did not receive much applause. Now, let us welcome the opponents of the Tang combination, the decisive combination that has won 3 consecutive matches in the 2v2 soul fights. They have achieved unprecedented success in the Soul King level competitions due to their excellent teamwork. If they can defeat today's opponents, the Tang combination, they will complete 4 consecutive victories. Perhaps next time they appear in the Soto Great Soul Arena, they will enter the Central Soul Fighting Area, which is a tremendous honor for soul fighters. In the Great Soul Arena, only those that have won more than 5 consecutive matches, or have a soul badge level high enough or a soul master level that is extremely high, can participate in soul fights in the main arena. As for new registered contestants like the Tang combination, they could only fight in the sub-arenas. Chapter 144, 2v2 Soul Fight Soon. Amidst a burst of enthusiastic cheers and applause, the decisive combination stepped onto the soul fighting stage. The 2 soul masters who came up were a man and a woman. The woman was tall and appeared to be in her 30s, with fluffy chestnut-red long hair that looked gentle and soft. But her sharp gaze was completely at odds with her current image. The man was stout, looking at least over 2 meters tall, with dark skin and bulging muscles that appeared very solid. As the 2 members of the decisive combination stepped onto the stage, they naturally observed Tang San and Tang Qingwei opposite them. When they saw the masks on Tang San and Tang Qingwei's faces, they couldn't help but pause for a moment. Although some soul masters participating in the soul fights do conceal their identities, it was quite rare to see someone wearing masks like this. The stout man said mockingly, Tang combination? Such a girly name. Did you plan to admit defeat and act cute from the very beginning? Although the woman did not respond, The sarcasm on her face was evident, clearly agreeing with what her companion said. Hearing her chosen name being mocked, Tang Qingwei's little face puffed up in anger. But she still remembered the master's instructions and tugged at Tang San's sleeve, signaling him to lower his head. Tang Qingwei leaned close to Tang San's ear and said angrily, "Brother, you must make them cry later. How dare you mock us girls?" Tang San saw his sister's puffed-up cheeks under the mask and affectionately stroked her hair, saying, "All right, your hairstyle is all messed up. There's so many people here. Do I not care about my face?" Tang lightly brushed off Tang San's hand, whispering in protest. Tang San merely smiled and remained silent, turning his gaze to the two members of the decisive duo in front of him, already beginning to plan his strategy for the upcoming battle. As the soul fight was about to begin, the emotions of the audience around the soul arena had been fully stirred up. In such a fervent atmosphere, the host did not dare to waste any time. Let's wait and see if the decisive duo of Su Jilie and Su Qiqi will achieve great results again. All right, I announce that the 2v2 soul fight now begins. As soon as the host's voice fell, both members of the decisive duo simultaneously activated their soul power. Su Qiqi's fingertips instantly shot out sharp blades, her upper body arched, ears slightly raised, with a layer of dense reddish-brown fur appearing on her arms, and a fluffy reddish-brown tail emerging behind her. At the same time, 5 soul rings of 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple lit up beneath her feet. Clearly, Su Qiqi was also a soul king, and her martial soul seemed to be a soul beast resembling a squirrel. Su Jilie took half a step back with his right foot, extended his right hand, and shouted in a low voice. A rich white light surged from his right hand, and a forging hammer instantly appeared in his palm. Of course, the forging hammer in his hand was somewhat different from the one used by the Tang siblings. It was not only larger, but also had extremely fine patterns on it. With 4 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple, rhythmically pulsating on it. He was a soul sect, which seemed to be about the same soul power level as Tang's duo. As the opponents showcased their martial soul, Tang San immediately called forth his own. 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. 4 soul rings appeared simultaneously around Tang San. The black, originally the least noticeable color, indicated something significant to anyone with even a minimal understanding of soul masters. At this moment, not only the audience but even the host gasped in surprise. Who would have thought that in the soul fight division, they would see a 10,000-year soul ring appear on the competition stage? Chapter 145, Combined Soul Skill 10,000-Year Soul Ring? Originally holding the forging hammer and ready to unleash his power, Su Jilie murmured in a daze upon seeing Tang San's 10,000-year soul ring. Although Su Qiqi was also surprised by Tang San's 10,000-year soul ring, being a 5-ring soul king, she quickly regained her composure after a brief moment of shock. She shouted to the still-dazed Su Jilie, "Don't panic. It's just a 4-ring soul sect. Stay steady, we can win." As she spoke, her 10 fingers had already extended into sharp claws, crouching in an attacking posture. Her gaze focused on Tang San's partner, Tang lightly, with a sneer in her heart. So what if he has a 10,000-year soul ring? A 4-ring soul sect paired with a fool lacking combat awareness can't win. Sure enough, a newbie is just a newbie. Even at this point, they still hadn't revealed their martial soul. So let us take you down first. The next moment, Su Qiqi moved, appearing strangely beside Tang lightly. Her right hand transformed into a claw, leaving afterimages as she aimed for Tang lightly's neck. Tang Qingwei did not expect this woman to attack her right from the start, but she was not too surprised. As the shadow of claws approached, Tang Qingwei raised her hand to block, but was suddenly entangled by Tang San's blue-silver grass around her waist. With a strong tug, she was pulled away from her original position. The claw attack missed, and the blades created by the attack landed directly on the ground where Tang Qingwei had been standing, causing the hard arena to shatter and debris to fly, leaving 3 deep scratches 2 fingers wide. On the other side, Su Jilie noticed that Tang San's attention was diverted, and he swung his huge forging hammer towards Tang San at a speed that showed no sign of slowing down. However, just as Su Jilie got closer, without any warning, dark blue-silver grass suddenly surged up from the ground around him. In the next moment, Su Jilie felt his entire body tighten as the spiked vines crazily wrapped around him, binding his arms and legs tightly. The vines constricted intensely, and a strong, paralyzing toxin was suddenly released. At the same time, the vines that surged from the ground pushed his body up, lifting his feet off the ground. It turned out that Tang San had intentionally exposed a flaw to lure Su Jilie into the trap. Seeing Su Jilie trapped, Su Qiqi tapped her toes on the ground, quickly changing direction and rushing in front of Su Jilie. Her fingers extended like sharp blades, and in the interplay of shadows, she broke through Tang San's entangling binding. Once free, Su Zhiliang stomped down hard, letting out a roar as his fourth spirit ring suddenly lit up, causing his muscles to rapidly swell again. The fourth spirit ring pulsed beneath his feet as the hammer in his hand began to swing. The massive hammer felt weightless in his hands, and it swung out, creating shadowy afterimages like blades, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, rushing towards the two. Tang San was seeing such a method of attack for the first time. After all, when he first saw that the opponent had a hammer martial soul, his preconceived notions were too strong, and he subconsciously thought the attack method would be similar to his own Haoyan hammer. Now he had suffered a significant loss, not expecting that a hammer could have such an attack method. At the same time, Su Qiqi suddenly leaped up, balancing on Su Zhili's right shoulder with one foot, as light gathered in her hand, forming a sphere that continuously shrank in size, until it became as small as a yellow bean. She rapidly threw the light point toward Tang San and Tang Qingwei. This was the signature skill of the decisive duo, and also their most powerful joint soul skill. Su Zhili's giant hammer illusion was a range attack skill, usually used to block the enemy's movements. Meanwhile, the light sphere in Su Qiqi's hand was a concentrated strike of all her soul power. Although this move was powerful, it couldn't be used frequently, yet the decisive duo had no choice but to use it now. Chapter 146. Complete victory in 2 verses. 2 as this move was unleashed. Su Qiqi's face instantly turned pale, and she weakly fell from Su Zhili's shoulder. Su Zhili hurriedly went to support her, but with a pale face. Su Qiqi looked at the dazed Tang Qingwei and Tang San opposite them, and weakly sneered. Until now, no one has ever escaped from our brother-sister joint soul skill. You lose. Before she could finish her sentence, the two who were about to be hit suddenly vanished from their spot, before Su Qiqi and her brother could react. The next moment, they felt a sharp pain in their chests and abdomens, and were instantly kicked off the arena. How could this be? A sharp voice of disbelief rang out. Su Qiqi couldn't believe that their full power strike was so easily broken. Everything happened too quickly. The match was already over before everyone could react. When everyone looked at the two figures on the arena again, the shortest, Tang Qingwei, was surrounded by swirling, restrained black soul rings. Everyone present, including the two who had been knocked off the arena, couldn't help but have their pupils shrink in shock. The venue of hundreds of thousands fell into silence. Even the host was stunned. The microphone dropped to the ground, producing a harsh, electrical sound. And only then did the host come back to his senses. In the stands, once the audience regained their senses, they immediately erupted into noise. What is that? 1, 2, 5. Are there really 5 10,000-year soul rings? Seeing the scene before them, the host rubbed his eyes in disbelief and muttered, "Is this really 10,000-year soul rings? 5 of them? This is too unbelievable." Below the arena, Su Qiqi was supported by Su Zhili, weakly smiling. "We lost fairly. Let's go." It's ridiculous that she initially thought the opponent was an inexperienced novice. Su Zhili did not reply, only nodded and helped his sister leave the soul fighting arena. Shouldn't the results of this soul fight be announced now? Tang San looked at the already dazed host and spoke up to remind him. Only then did the host seem to wake from a dream and hurriedly announce. In the 2-on-2 soul fighting, the Tang-Tang combination wins. It was only at that moment that the audience on stage cheered once again. Although the duration of this soul fight seemed particularly short, both Tang San's blue silver grass and Tang Qingwei's 5 eternal soul rings opened the eyes of these ordinary people. The audience was fair and did not hesitate to give their applause. The Tang-Tang combination quietly left the stage amidst the loud cheers. Awaiting them was another team battle. Perhaps it was indeed due to their remarkable strength. The Shrek 8 monsters achieved victory in the subsequent soul fighting matches. Among them, Oscar and Dai Mubai's combination was named Double-Winged White Tiger, implying that with Xiao Ao's support, the Evil Eye White Tiger had added wings. They faced a combination of attack and defense soul masters, and with Oscar's mushroom sausage helping Dai Mubai, his speed deficiency was fully compensated. Coupled with their flying ability, they swiftly sent one of their opponents off the soul fighting stage, and the subsequent match naturally had no suspense. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing formed a combination named 9 Treasure Spirit Cat. When their opponents saw Ning Rongrong's 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, they were puzzled about the relationship with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which diminished their fighting spirit. After all, as one of the 7 major sects of soul masters, The seven treasure glazed tile sect was not something ordinary soul masters would want to offend. Thus, the two soul masters, also in their 30s, had to face Zhu Zhuqing, whose speed and strength had suddenly increased by 30%. With the assistance of the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, Zhu Zhuqing's strength had already surpassed level 40. And with lightning-fast speed, she quickly dealt with her opponent without much effort. Chapter 147. Significant effect. The complete victory in the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 soul fights marked a perfect beginning for the Shrek 8 monsters' journey in soul fighting. Of course, their soul fighting for today was not yet over. There was still the final team battle waiting for them to complete. Tang Qingwei summoned her martial soul and cast a healing spell on everyone, including herself. The effect was remarkable. Several people instantly shook off their fatigue and felt filled with energy. Little sister Xiao Wei's healing spell always felt magical, in addition to physical healing. It even restored soul power and mental strength to their original state. Ma Hongjun stretched his arms and said with emotion, "All right, we should get ready now. The team battle is about to begin." Tang Sen put his arm around Ma Hongjun's shoulder and led him away from Tang Qingwei. Due to the uniqueness of Qingwei's healing technique, besides Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who had not encountered healing-type soul masters, the others, including the dean, had their speculations in their hearts but did not bring them to light. Since Tang Qingwei did not speak, they acted as if they did not know. The master looked at everyone with a satisfied expression and said, "It's time to participate in the team battle. Remember, in the team you will face, there's at least one soul master above level 50. Team battles are different from 1-on-1 and 2-on-2. The coordination between each other is far more important than individual strength." Tang Qingwei faintly heard these words and showed a look of guilt. After all, it was her presence in the team battle that forced everyone to face soul masters above level 50. The master, who had been observing everyone's expressions, understood what was in Tang Qingwei's heart upon seeing her current expression. With his hands behind his back and his gaze sweeping over everyone, he said, "Although your encounter with soul kings above level 50 is due to Xiao Wei's presence, remember this. The enemies you will face in the future will not be determined by your current levels. Since you are the little monsters of Shrek, you should be even more courageous in facing challenges." The few people who had been joking around suddenly found themselves puzzled by the master's serious words. It wasn't until they saw Tang Qingwei with her head lowered that they began to understand. Dai Mubai patted Tang Qingwei on the shoulder and teased, "This isn't like the usual you. It's just a team of level 50 soul masters. We're not too bad ourselves. Look at me, I'm already level 46. Not too far from 50. Usually, I'm sparring with you, this little freak. I still don't know the strength of an ordinary level 50 soul king. So today is a good opportunity to experience it." Tang Sen also stepped forward, gently rubbing his sister's head to comfort her. "I don't think we will lose. We have the support of top-tier food-type soul skills for sustained combat. The fat guy's top mutated beast martial soul, and Xiao Wu's incredible agility. Plus, Rong Rong's 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, which is the best auxiliary soul tool. Zhuqing's speed is also the fastest I've seen among agile attack-type soul masters of the same level. Although the opponent is strong, does that mean we are weak?" Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu also stepped in front of Tang Qingwei, each linking their arms with Tang Qingwei's wrist. "Third brother is right. We will definitely prove that we are stronger than them. Moreover, don't forget our age." Finally, even Oscar stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "So what if we really lose? Failure is the mother of success. Even if we are not their match today, one day we will definitely defeat them. If we have already lost our confidence in winning, is there still a need to participate in the team battle?" Chapter 148. God-slaying team. Their words ignited Tang Qingwei's confidence. She no longer felt downcast and instantly returned to her usual state. She looked at Dai Mubai with a hint of resentment in her eyes and said, "Brother Dai, that palm strike just now injured me heavily, but since we are friends, I won't ask you for compensation, but you have to treat me to a meal." Dai Mubai was initially taken aback, but then laughed and said, "All right, if we win the team battle later, I'll treat everyone to a meal." Seeing his sister regain her usual lively and cheerful self, Tang Sen felt much more at ease. Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances and high-fived in celebration. Even the usually serious Zhu Zhuqing had a smile on her face at this moment. The conversation of a few people did not involve Dean Flender, but now seeing such a united scene, he showed a look of relief. The area of the team battle soul stage is much larger than that of 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 battles, with a diameter of 40 meters. The surrounding audience seats are also twice as large, and at this moment, the audience is fully seated, with a few bloodstains remaining on the soul stage. clearly left from the previous team battles. When the Shrek 7 devils, wearing masks and varying in height, stepped onto the Seoul stage, the audience erupted in boos. It wasn't until the opposing team for the battle appeared that the audience's enthusiasm ignited, and intense cheers echoed throughout the venue. The host stood in the center of the Seoul stage and began to introduce the team battle. Fifth match, team battle. The opposing teams are the God-slaying team and the Shrek 7 devils. Regarding the God-slaying team, I believe I don't need to elaborate much. They have already achieved an impressive 6 consecutive victories. If they can continue to perform valiantly in future Seoul battles, they are likely to set a record for the fastest team to reach the Bronze Seoul in the Soto Great Seoul Arena. Now, let's take a look at the team on the other side of the Seoul stage. These Seoul Masters wearing masks are the Shrek 7 devils, who have just completed their registration today, and this is also their first team battle. It is worth mentioning that in this newly registered team, only one Seoul Master has reached level 52, which is somewhat similar to our God-slaying team. However, compared to the other members of the team, Shrek's side is somewhat lacking, with even a few Seoul Masters at the 30s. Now, let's see if this mysterious team can break the God-slaying team's winning streak. With the host's announcement, the Shrek 7 devils and the God-slaying team formed their formations. The God-slaying team arranged themselves in a 2-1-4-1 formation. The leftmost man in the front row with deep brown hair is named Fong Weiyang, with a weapon martial soul, iron shield armor, and he is a level 44 Soul Master. On the right is his twin brother, Fong Waran, also with a weapon martial soul, iron shield armor, and he is also a level 44 Soul Master. The most outstanding-looking man in the second row appears to be in his 20s, with short silver-white hair and enchanting peach blossom eyes. However, his expression is somewhat indifferent, diluting the allure of his eyes. From the earlier introduction, this should be their captain, Mo Baijio, with a weapon martial soul, dragon-slaying staff, at level 53. On the sides of the third row are 2 black-haired men, Fong Dongfang, with a beast martial soul, Shadow Mouse, at level 46, and Shi Luren, with a beast martial soul, Moonlight Deer, at level 47. In the middle are 2 women, Xiao Na, with a weapon martial soul, Thornvine, at level 41, and Qian Shu, with a weapon martial soul, Shepherd Staff, at level 42. The last man with red hair is named Wu Shixuan, with a beast martial soul, Firebird, at level 46. Chapter 149. Are you hot? The Shrek 7 devils also arranged their formation. Unlike the opponent's 2-1-3-2 formation, Shrek's side set up a 3-1-1-3 formation. The 8 members were divided into 4 rows. In the front are Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. The second row consists of Tang San. The third row is Ma Hongjun, and the last row includes Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Tang Qingwei. Of course, Tang Qingwei stands in the middle between the two for easier support. Oscar and Ning Rongrong stood closely next to Tang Qingwei. Oscar actually had no tasks left, as the 3 sausages each person needed, requested by Tang San earlier, had already been distributed to everyone. Even if they needed a supplement, he could complete it quickly. Don't you feel a little hot? Tang Qingwei looked at the two with a blank expression and said. Oscar gave Tang Qingwei a strange glance and asked, "What's wrong? Little Wei, are you hot? Should we fan you?" Tang Qingwei's temples bulged with veins as she gritted her teeth and squeezed out words through clenched teeth. No need. Just unhold me so tight. This is too much. They only let her show a little head, while her hands and feet were wrapped up by the 2 of them. How could she release her soul skills later? Ning Rongrong cleared her throat awkwardly and subtly stepped to the side, but this step only allowed Tang Qingwei's hands a little room to move. Oscar had thicker skin. "Little Mei, I'll protect you." Saying this, he even threw a charming glance at Ning Rongrong. But unfortunately, Ning Rongrong wasn't looking at him at all. She was fully focused on observing the opponent. The host asked both sides if they were ready, and as the captain, Dai Mubai, and the opponent, Mo Baijio, nodded simultaneously, indicating they were ready. The countdown for 5 seconds began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Team Battle Soul, 5th match, start. This countdown does not exist in 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 matches, allowing Soul Masters time to release their martial spirits first. This way, during the team battle, it can prevent someone from making mistakes due to slow martial spirit release affecting their performance. Of course, for the Great Soul Arena, it is also to make the soul battle process more exciting to attract the audience. The captain of the God-slaying team, Mo Baijio, was the first to display his martial spirit, with 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black under his feet. The audience in the stands instantly erupted. 10,000-year soul rings. They had been waiting for this for a long time. This is also one of the reasons why the God-slaying team could win 6 consecutive team battles with only one member at level 50. More importantly, the other members all had the best soul ring configurations, 2 yellow and 2 purple. The scene instantly ignited the entire viewing platform. Tang Qingwei finally understood why the audience loved watching team battles in the Soul Arena. Just the opening scene alone was incomparable to the other 2 types of soul battles. Just imagine, over a dozen soul masters releasing their martial spirits, and the dazzling soul rings lighting up simultaneously. What an imposing sight that was. After seeing the soul ring configurations of the opponents, several of them felt a bit more serious. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. Dai Mubai shouted, his momentum suddenly increasing. His muscles instantly bulged, and he stretched his arms out to the sides, releasing his martial spirit, the White Tiger. Both sides released their martial spirits, and, in an instant, the Beast Soul Masters' bodies changed, while the Weapon Soul Masters summoned their martial spirits, making the entire battle platform incredibly vibrant. However, just as the audience's emotions reached their peak, the noise suddenly stopped. The visual impact of 5 black soul rings was absolutely significant. It wasn't just the audience in the stands who noticed. The Godslayer team, who had been focused on their opponents, immediately realized it as well. Did they really not see it wrong? The little short guy at the back actually had 5 black soul rings under his feet. Chapter 150, Staff of the Shepherd originally. Black should have been the most understated color among this group of vibrant hues. However, its meaning was something that could not be understated. Everyone present knew what the black soul rings represented, and it was precisely because they knew that the shock was even greater. The host was also taken aback by the soul rings of the Shrek 7 devils, but quickly regained his composure. With a shout of begin, he swiftly retreated, clearly a soul master of considerable strength. The audience also came back to their senses and immediately erupted into noise. The spectators who had previously favored the Godslayer team suddenly had a change in mindset, and the atmosphere became even more heated. The more evenly matched the battle, the more exciting it became. Although Tang Qingwei's 5 black 10,000-year soul rings were indeed shocking, this was still a team competition, and judging by the introduction, this little short guy with 5 black soul rings was merely a support type. The true combat power still depended on the other teammates. Mo Baijiu's expression turned serious, and he spoke in a low voice. He's a support. Although I don't know her support abilities, judging by her soul rings, they should be quite good. I'll cover for you guys later. You must take her down first. He then turned to the last member, Wu Shixuan, and said, you protect Qianshu. She is our team's support soul master, and naturally, the target for the opponents. Wait, you also need to take out that support from the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Although I don't know her relationship with the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she should also be a high-quality support soul master. The Godslayer team's support, Qianshu, interjected. She clearly knew a lot about the support from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, hence her suggestion. Mo Baijiu did not think twice, and, out of trust for his companions, nodded and said, all right, Lu Run, Dongfeng, those 2 support types are up to you. Shalona, you'll disrupt the opponent's rescue efforts. After Mo Baijiu simply assigned the tasks, the members of the Shrek 7 Devils also discussed their strategy, just as Mo Baijiu had anticipated. Their target was indeed their support soul master, Qianshu. The first to act were not the battle soul masters at the front, but rather the support soul masters at the back. Qianshu's hand flashed with light, and a staff with intricate patterns appeared in her palm, while her 4 soul rings of yellow and purple lit up simultaneously. Staff of the Shepherd speed, Staff of the Shepherd attack. The 4 soul rings released their circles instantly, adding a layer of yellow-white light to each of the 7 companions in front of her. On the side of the Shrek 7 Devils, Tang Qingwei did not utter any soul incantations. Instead, she waved her left hand, and the 5-color lotus slowly rotated in her palm. A black light shot out, enveloping all 8 individuals, including herself. It was her 3rd soul skill, teleportation. Ning Rongrong followed up, closely trailing behind Tang Qingwei, and assisted everyone again. The dazzling light in her hand had already shone brightly. In her right palm, a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda over a foot tall appeared. The treasure light flickered, exuding an air of nobility. Ning Rongrong smiled, looking ethereal, and the incantations of the support soul master rang out clearly from her lips. The 9 treasures are renowned. The first says, strength. The 9 treasures are renowned. The second says, speed. The 9 treasures are renowned. The third says, soul. The 3 soul rings swirling around Ning Rongrong simultaneously rose, enveloping the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. and 24 beams of colorful light were released, each applying effects to herself and her 7 companions. Chapter 151. Absorb and Rebound a Light. Warm feelings spread throughout the Shrek's 7 devils' bodies, and their power, agility, and soul power received a 30% boost. A tiger's roar erupted from Daimyo Bai, and a passionate, almost scorching aura burst forth from his body, accompanied by the cracking sound of his bones like popping beans. His muscles instantly expanded, and his claws shot out from his tiger paws. Although he wore a mask, his sharp, knife-like gaze was filled with a wild aura. The Godslayer teams Feng Gua and Feng Guiyang simultaneously released their martial spirits, their shirts bursting apart under their bulging muscles, revealing granite-like fur muscles. The two were twin brothers, and their martial spirits were iron shield armor. A nearly 2-meter-tall giant shield seemed weightless in the hands of the two brothers, as if it were a feather, easily wielded by them. The intense momentum produced by Daimyo Bai was forcibly blocked by the twin brothers releasing their martial spirits, unable to exert pressure on the other members of the Godslayer team behind them. The only Soul King captain of the Godslayer team, Mo Baijio, under the illumination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings, slowly produced a uniquely patterned, intricately designed staff. Mo Baijio spun the dragon-suppressing staff in one hand, then pointed the staff head towards the Shrek 7 devils. The battle began, and Daimyo Bai was the first to move. He stomped heavily on the ground, propelling himself into the air, his tiger claws shooting out with sharp blades, reaching for the heads of the two brothers standing at the front. With the enhancement from the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Daimyo Bai's attack speed and the power behind his tiger claws were far greater than before. With Daimyo Bai's soul power and the sharpness of his tiger claws, even a hard rock would be crushed, let alone a human head. However, it was surprisingly deflected by the Fong brothers with a simple yet incredibly strange move. Daimyo Bai's tiger claws seemed to sink into cotton, and the power in his hands was instantly absorbed. Daimyo Bai was taken aback. What kind of soul skill was this? How could something that was clearly as hard as iron feel soft like cotton? But before he could think further, the two brothers did not give him any time to consider. They flipped their iron shields toward Daimyo Bai, sending a familiar force crashing toward him. Daimyo Bai hurriedly used teleportation to evade, but 3 claw marks appeared on the ground where he had just stood. This was clearly the move he just used to attack the Fong brothers. How did they counter it? Could that shield absorb and rebound? Did it absorb all physical attacks? Daimyo Bai's mind flashed with thoughts, but his feet did not stop moving as he constantly appeared beside the two brothers using teleportation, launching disruptive attacks. He had an idea in his heart, but it needed to be verified before he could be certain. Sure enough, after a series of attacks from Daimyo Bai, he finally noticed some clues. The iron shields of the two brothers did not absorb counterattacks indefinitely. Instead, after a certain number of uses, they could not be used again until 3 minutes had passed. However, when reused, the absorbed rebound power was much weaker than the power of the first counterattack. Just as Daimyo Bai moved, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also lunged out at the same time, each heading to the sides, bypassing the Fong brothers and rushing towards the back of the god-slaying team. Fong Dongfeng and Shi Luren, who were originally prepared to attack Ning Rongrong and Tang Qingwei, instantly understood each other's intentions upon seeing them, preferring to engage rather than get entangled. Although the two had a significant difference in soul power levels compared to their opponents. Under Ning Rongrong's various enhancements, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing did not fall behind. Chapter 152. Group Control when Daimyo Bai attacked again. He found that the strange soul skills of the Fong brothers had been weakened, and he knew his opportunity had come. Taking a deep breath, he pushed off the ground with his left foot and charged forward with a sweeping kick. The Fong brothers hurriedly raised their iron shields to block. But this time it was not as easy as before. They retreated several steps before barely stabilizing themselves, just as Daimyo Bai was preparing to press the attack. His captain, Mo Baijio, unexpectedly appeared behind him, wielding the Fulong staff wrapped in a chilling aura, striking toward Daimyo Bai's back. "Be careful, Dai." Tang Xin was about to wrap Daimyo Bai back, but Daimyo Bai had already gone too deep into the enemy's camp, and the vines were too late to entangle him. The timing of the opponent's attack was too coincidental. Tang's slight teleportation had already expired, and Daimyo Bai could only rely on his own abilities to narrowly dodge the strike. Boom! A loud noise erupted. Everyone saw that Mo Baijio did not hit Daimyo Bai, but struck the arena floor instead. Instantly, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground, and the arena shook, the explosive sound making the nearby spectators dizzy and their ears ringing. When everyone looked back at the Fulong staff, They saw that the point of contact with the arena was beginning to freeze at a visible speed, quickly spreading outwards. Although Dai Mubai narrowly avoided this blow, he was still injured by the cold air on his back. Enduring the pain in his back, he roared again, and the sharp blades on his tiger claws suddenly sprang out, pouncing towards Mo Bai Jiu like a fierce white tiger. Mo Bai Jiu's expression changed. He did not expect that despite being injured by his cold air, the opponent could still endure the pain and counterattack. He hurriedly swung the Fulong staff to block. The clashing sounds of metal echoed endlessly as Dai Mubai's tiger claws struck sparks against the Fulong staff. Tang Qingwei watched her companions charge ahead, eager to join but held back. Before stepping onto the stage, the master had reminded her not to act unless absolutely necessary. The master's reasoning was twofold. First, to confuse the opponents, as a support soul master like Tang Qingwei, with 5 10,000-year soul rings, would naturally be the first target in a team battle. The second reason was to train the other members of Shrek Academy. After all, a team with such a large gap in soul power levels would face many limitations. To ensure the team could go further, they needed to endure rigorous training. As Tang San finally gathered his strength and activated his fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison, he saw that Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were struggling. Dark light swirled around him, and he didn't give the opposing control-type soul master a chance to react. The 10,000-year soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison, was unleashed without warning. Over 100 black blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground, forming 7 solid cages that trapped all 7 members of the god-slaying team inside. Only Wu Shixuan, due to his flying ability, managed to escape. Gasps filled the arena, and some observing soul masters exclaimed in shock, "Group control." Group control was the most threatening ability of control-type soul masters in team battles. If they remembered correctly, he was only in his 40s, yet he could use a group control skill meant for those over 50. Could this be the power of a 10,000-year soul ring? Just as everyone thought the outcome was decided, a clear female voice rang out. Staff of the Shepherd, Frenzy. 4 soul rings of the same color instantly released, adding a layer of yellow-white light to each of the 6 companions in front. Chapter 153. The role of Xiao Wei, the support soul master of the god-slaying team, fell to the ground, exhausted after casting her soul skill. The Shrek members felt uneasy. Seeing the state of the opposing support, they knew this support skill must be incredibly powerful. Indeed, the next second, they saw Wu Shixuan, who was flying in the air, suddenly engulfed in a blood-red glow. A surging crimson flame erupted from him. Not good, everyone ascend. Tang San, as the commander, made a quick decision. The Shrek 8 almost simultaneously consumed Oscar's mushroom sausages. Their bodies felt light as wings formed from light and shadow behind them, lifting them into the air, soaring to a height of 20 meters. Just when the Shrek members thought the opponent would unleash an attack similar to Ma Hongjun's, the next scene stunned them. Accompanied by the shining of Wu Shixuan's 4 soul rings, a blood-red flame, thick as a thigh, shot out directly towards the teammates trapped in the blue-silver prison. Has he gone mad? Why is he attacking his own teammates? Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief, while the others from Shrek grew serious, unsure of the opponent's intentions. The next moment, not only the audience, but even the Shrek group was dumbfounded. They saw that where the flames erupted, no one was harmed. Only Tang San's blue-silver grass was instantly burned away, while the god-slaying team bathed in the flames, their soul power surging even more than before. Tang San was astonished. What kind of flame was this? His blue-silver grass, which could now be immune to fire, was unexpectedly burned to ashes by a single strike. After the flames extinguished, the god-slaying team had completely escaped from the blue-silver cage. The 2 teams formed a standoff again, but one was in the air, while the other was on the arena. Tang Qingwei always kept her responsibilities in mind. The 5-colored lotus appeared in her hands, and 8 beams of white light shot out, enveloping 8 people, including herself. The injury on Dai Mubai's back, struck by Mo Bai Jiu, instantly healed under the white light released by Tang Qingwei. The other 7 members of Shrek, although not injured, also had their consumed soul power and physical strength instantly restored in such light. What should we do now, little 3? The mushroom sausage can only let us fly for 1 minute. Oscar can only fly for half a minute, said one of them. Although Dai Mubai was not afraid of the opponents, seeing the Shura team members all over level 40, their strength increasing again, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Let's go down and fight. Anyway, you all have recovered now. Later, I'll use my 4th soul skill to weaken all their attributes by 30%. By then, we should be about on par with their strength. Tang Qingwei faintly heard a few people talking, boredly picking at her nails, and chimed in. One could say that in this team battle, she was the most idle, with almost no consumption at all. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the few people who had been discussing passionately suddenly fell silent. Tang Qingwei did not hear a response, so she looked up and saw that everyone was staring at her with eager eyes, their expressions revealing the glimmer of treasure. Tang San was so excited that he hugged his sister tightly. This was his neglect. He had completely failed to utilize Xiao Wei's role, almost leading to the defeat in the team battle. Although the teacher had said not to let her take action, that referred to Xiao Wei's combat ability, not her support capability. The other members of Shrek had clearly also forgotten Xiao Wei's role. At this moment, with Tang Qingwei's reminder, they suddenly realized their confidence instantly boosted, and they couldn't wait to jump down and fight against the god-slaying team. Chapter 154. The Forgotten Xiao Wei. Tang Qingwei struggled to break free from Tang San's grasp, brushed her messy hair like a chicken nest, and angrily raised her small fist at Tang San. The others couldn't help but chuckle at Tang Qingwei's appearance. In the end, Tang San coughed lightly and said, "All right, everyone, get ready. We should go down and meet them." "Okay," everyone responded loudly. In the next moment, 5 black soul rings suddenly lit up beneath Tang Qingwei's feet, and the audience erupted once again. As the black soul rings appeared, 8 beams of white light shot towards the Shirshin team on the stage. That was her 4th soul skill, weakening. Initially, the Shirshin team on the stage looked tense and wanted to evade, but Tang Qingwei's attack was too fast. They couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the light. Immediately afterward, their soul power and physical strength seemed to be weakened, and the effects that were originally enhanced by their teammates disappeared completely. At the same time, the Shrek 7 Devils had all landed on the stage. Under Tang San's command, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai charged out simultaneously. Dai Mubai rushed straight at the Fong brothers, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flanked them from the sides, heading directly for the back of the Shirshin team, with Tang San standing in the center of the stage. After a brief moment of distraction, the Fong brothers and Shirlu Rin also moved. Neither side released their soul skills immediately, but went straight for fistfights. Dai Mubai jumped into the air, attacking the Fong brothers, while Tang San used his first soul skill, Bind, against Shirlu Rin from the center of the stage. Just as Dai Mubai charged forward, the leader of the Shirshin team, Emo Baijio, suddenly moved. Using the tall figures of the Fong brothers as cover, he leaped into the air, his first soul ring flashing, and swung his Fulong stick with a chilling aura straight at Dai Mubai. As the strike came, the surrounding air instantly crystallized. Seeing the Fulong stick approaching, even if Dai Mubai wanted to withdraw now, he could only use his arm to block the blow, but at that moment, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. If Mo Baijio landed this hit and coordinated with his teammates, the scales of victory would tilt directly in favor of the Shirshin team. But at that moment, Dai Mubai suddenly disappeared. Even Mo Baijio, no matter how composed he was, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Another teleportation? What did he use it? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he caught a glimpse of Dai Mubai's waist in his peripheral vision. Dai Mubai had been pulled back to the ground by Tang San's blue silver grass, and the swing of the stick had barely missed the top of Dai Mubai's head. After landing, Dai Mubai did not pause at all. With his left foot probing forward, his right foot swept out, heading straight for the legs of the Fong brothers in front of him. Mo Baijio, who was in midair, saw his strike miss and, after a brief moment of daze, quickly reacted. He stepped on the shield of the Fong brothers in front of him, his body suddenly accelerating. He charged straight towards Tang Qingwei behind Dai Mubai, swinging his Fulong stick again, creating a tearing sound in the air, but this time the target changed to Tang Qingwei. Ma Hongjun, who had not moved from his position, saw Mo Baijio swinging the Fulong stick towards him. With a loud bang and the flash of his second soul ring, surging purple-red flames soared into the air, followed by a fire line shooting straight towards Mo Baijio. Ever since he consumed the celestial Herbcock's Gome Phoenix Sunflower, Ma Hongjun's Phoenix power had been completely refined, and in terms of explosive power, he was now the strongest among the Shrek 7 Devils. Of course, excluding the seemingly supportive but truly powerful Tang Qingwei. Chapter 155. Being thrown aside, Mo Baijio couldn't dodge in time and could only face it head-on. He suddenly swung his Fulong stick, emitting an ice blue light, and collided directly with the Phoenix fire line emitted by Ma Hongjun. In midair, the clash of ice and fire instantly exploded, scattering countless purple flames like fireworks blooming in the sky. Although Mo Baijio was only using his first soul skill, His soul power was far stronger than Ma Hongjuan's. And with just one strike of the Fulong stick, he shattered the attack of Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line. Tang Qingwei was just about to lend a hand when suddenly a shadow fell over her head. Unbeknownst to her, the control-type Soul Master had crossed the crowd and arrived at their side. A crimson light radiated from her body, and in the next moment, the fourth soul ring lit up, shining with a blue light. On the ground, the blue thorns were covered with a layer of blood-red light, which appeared on the tips of the thorns. Instantly, countless blood-red light spots shot up into the sky, heading towards Tang Qingwei, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar. Tang Qingwei didn't think twice, and the second soul ring under her feet suddenly lit up, activating the second soul skill, Stun. In the next second, all the attacks from the control system Soul Master in front of her instantly came to a halt. Shallona's pupils constricted sharply. What kind of soul skill was this? She was actually unable to move. Tang Qingwei didn't care about what the other person was thinking. She directly grabbed her arm and lifted Xia Luona completely up. Amidst the other person's incredulous gaze, she threw Xiaomao Baijio, who was still battling the fat guy, towards them. The force was so great that Xiaomao Baijio was actually carried off the stage by this momentum. Tang Qingwei believed she hadn't used much strength. Didn't she see that the two fell from the stage without any injuries? As for their dazed expressions, that had nothing to do with her, so don't blame her. This time, not only was Imo Baijio stunned, but the audience was also taken aback. They were thrown out by that little shorty who couldn't even reach their knees? Isn't this really a fixed match? Why can't I believe it? The members of the Godslayer team were momentarily stunned by this scene. They couldn't believe that their powerful captain could be so easily thrown off the stage with such a light toss. They found it hard to accept. But the other members of Shrek thought it was perfectly normal. This was just the beginning. However, the days of the Godslayer team gave them an opportunity. This was a competition equivalent to a battlefield, and being in a daze on the battlefield was a huge taboo. While the opponents were stunned, the Shrek team would not be. Attack! Tang Xin shouted loudly. While the opponents were still in a daze, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had already launched their attacks. Dai Mubai charged ahead, his muscles swelling as he rushed forward. Taking advantage of the Fong brothers' moment of distraction, he roared and unleashed his fourth spirit ring ability without holding back. White Tiger Meteor Shower. All the tiger patterns on his powerful body turned golden, and with a roar, golden light burst forth. Countless golden orbs the size of fists instantly locked onto the opponents and bombarded them relentlessly. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity while Shi Luren was struggling in the blue-silver grass, grabbing the blue-silver grass wrapped around him and using her first spirit ability, Waist Bow, to smash Shi Luren heavily into the ground. Ma Hongjun treated Fong Dongfeng as a target, unleashing an attack like a torrential storm. Although Zhu Zhuqing's spirit abilities were not as high as Yi Shu's and Wu Shixuan's, the two of them had already been exhausted after using their abilities earlier. Zhu Zhuqing's first spirit ring lit up, activating Ghostly Puncture. In midair, her claws suddenly extended, and her speed doubled in an instant as she dashed towards the two. The outcome was already beyond doubt. At that moment, tens of thousands of spectators in the arena fell silent. Chapter 156. The Shrek ate monsters when the area around the fighting arena became quiet. Not to mention the audience. Even the host from earlier had his mouth agape. No one expected this outcome. Once they regained their senses, a huge discussion erupted among the audience, with both questioning and praising voices, but more were expressions of shock. It was unbelievable that a newly emerging battle team that had won 6 consecutive matches was defeated by an unknown Spirit Master team. Especially considering that this team had Spirit Masters over level 30. It was truly astonishing. The host also reacted quickly, rushing to the fighting arena and announcing loudly, "The Shrek 8 Monsters win, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses. The Godslayer battle team has a record of 6 wins and 1 loss. Please go to the registration desk for scoring after coming down." As the group descended from the fighting arena, Dai Mubai laughed heartily, patting Tang Qingwei on the back. "Today we have achieved a great victory. Come on, brothers and sisters, it's on me. Let's go drink." Tang Qingwei raised her head slightly, holding up 2 fingers. "You've injured me again. It won't heal without at least 2 meals." Dai Mubai's expression stiffened. This girl was trying to extort him again. Her physical strength had already been able to make Soul Saints dodge when she was at the Soul Sect, and now it was probably even more abnormal. With such strong physical fitness, how could he have injured her with a single slap? Seeing Dai Mubai's defeated expression, even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but laugh. The 8 of them, still wearing masks, first registered their scores amidst the cheers, collected their respective rewards, and then exited the Soto Great Soul Arena. When the audience members leaving the arena saw them, many began to whisper. The 8 did not linger and hurriedly left the crowd. After reuniting with Master, Flinder, and Zhao Wujing, they quickly left the vicinity of the Great Soul Arena. When there was no one around to pay attention to them, the 8 finally took off their masks, looked at each other, and couldn't help but laugh. Back at the inn, Master called everyone to Tang San's room again, including Flinder and Zhao Wujing this time. Master looked at the 8 who appeared somewhat tired, but extremely excited, and calmly asked, "Tell me, what did you feel during today's soul battle?" Dai Mubai spoke first. It was fine during the individual battles, but in group battles, our coordination was still not good enough. After all, this was our first time facing opponents that were so much higher in level than us. The others of the Shrek 8 monsters also lost the initial joy of winning and lowered their heads to reflect on their performances on the stage. Master smiled and was about to praise them, as this was their first group battle coordination. They were up against a team of Soul Masters with all members above level 40, which was a significant level gap. Despite the lack of complete coordination, they still achieved victory, which had exceeded his expectations greatly. At this moment, Tang San interrupted the words that the master was about to say. "Teacher, the biggest mistake this time was mine. If I hadn't forgotten Xiao Wei's support skills, we should have won long ago, and there wouldn't have been the incident with Brother Dai getting injured later. Just thinking about this team battle, which almost led to a total defeat because of his mistake, made Tang San feel very guilty." Dai Mubai smiled nonchalantly and patted Tang San's shoulder, saying, "Don't say it's just you. Even we forgot that Xiao Wei is a support soul master. Ha ha ha." The others all gathered around, indicating that it wasn't solely his responsibility. Only the master had a stiff smile at the corner of his mouth, relieved that he hadn't praised her out loud. He had almost forgotten that girl's support abilities. Chapter 157. It's quite good the master stood with his hands behind his back, looking around at everyone, finally fixing his gaze on Tang San, saying, "Well, I'm glad you all can recognize your mistakes. In team battles, Tang San, as the control-type commander, it's your responsibility to fully utilize all your teammates' strengths." "Teacher, I understand." Tang San nodded. It was indeed his mistake. Now that we've talked about the shortcomings, what I want to say next is my feelings. You all did very well today, and I am very satisfied. Although your cooperation wasn't quite in sync this time, facing a soul master team with higher soul power levels, you managed to achieve what you did today without complete synergy, which has exceeded my expectations. The Shrek 8 monsters didn't expect that the usually strict master would actually praise them with a loving expression today, leaving them somewhat flabbergasted. After all, the master had always been a strict teacher with high demands and standards in their eyes. At this moment, excitement burned in their eyes. Even the most composed Tang San and the cold Zhu Zhuqing were no exception. It seemed that the master wanted to boost their confidence, as he went around praising each of their strengths. When it came to Tang Qingwei's turn, the master paused for a moment before finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. "Xiao Wei, I'm quite good." Tang Qingwei looked at the master with eager anticipation, nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. And then?" The master replied. Tang Qingwei. After staring at each other for a while, Tang Qingwei finally realized and asked in disbelief, "Is that it? You're done?" The master scratched his head awkwardly, thinking that Yu Xiaojiang was also an eloquent person, yet today he had stumbled in front of this little girl. How could he compliment her? Should he say that her presence as a support-type soul master is too low? Or should he praise her for being too strong in attack? If he really said that, he was afraid this girl would immediately turn sour. Tang was a bit unhappy. Among the Shrek 8 monsters, each person's compliment lasted at least a minute. Why did she only get 3 words? Was she unworthy? Tang Qingwei wanted to say something, but was interrupted by several others from the Shrek 7 monsters. "Xiao Wei, aren't we going out to eat? Let's hurry, I'm already hungry." Dai Mubai rubbed his stomach, pretending to be very hungry. Taking advantage of Tang Qingwei's distraction, Ma Hongjun and Oscar quickly moved in from either side, pushing Tang Qingwei towards the door. Yes, let's go, Xiao Wei." In this way, Tang Qingwei was surrounded and left the room, while Master cast a grateful glance at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai just smiled and nodded, greeting a few of the deans before leaving. Before departing, Tang Sen looked at Master with an apologetic expression. "Teacher, Xiao Wei is still childlike. She will probably forget everything after dinner, so please don't take her earlier behavior to heart." Master waved his hand, feeling that he was in the wrong, so he didn't mind at all. After leaving the room, the Shrek 7 monsters naturally felt less restrained. Dai Mubai didn't forget what he had said earlier and didn't go far. He ordered a table of sumptuous dishes in the hotel restaurant, along with 2 barrels of fine wheat beer, inviting everyone to eat and drink together. Dai Mubai raised his glass. "Cheers to our first team battle victory today." Everyone raised their glasses to drink, while Tang Sin skillfully took out juice from his soul guide, snatched the wine cup from Tang Qingwei's hand. Children can't drink alcohol. You drink this. Chapter 158. Do you want me to send you? Tang Qingwei pouted in dissatisfaction, but dared not voice her grievances. With a frustrated expression, she took the juice from Tang San's hand. She was only 2 years younger than him. Was she not a child? In her previous life, adulthood was at 18, and all of you little brats were still minors. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw Tang Qingwei getting the short end of the stick. This little girl still needed her brother to keep her in check. Drinking alcohol was something that got harder to control the more one drank. The group toasted and drank one cup after another, and it took them a full 2 hours to finish the meal. Luckily, they were soul masters, possessing physical qualities far beyond ordinary people. Otherwise, whether they could get up the next day would be a question. To Tang Qingwei's surprise, the first to get drunk was not one of the girls, but Ma Hongjun. The second was Oscar, followed closely by Xiao Wu. The oldest, Dai Mubai, was surprisingly the fourth to fall, while Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San collapsed together. However, there was one person who surprisingly did not get drunk at the end, and that was Ning Rongrong. Tang was slightly surprised and opened her mouth. Rongrong, do you often drink at home? Ning Rongrong blushed a bit under Tang's gaze. No, this is also my first time drinking. Sometimes it must be said that drinking also requires talent. Ma Hongjun, who often goes out to eat and drink, was actually the first to get drunk, although Dai Mubai, who was treating, was not the first. His drinking capacity was still somewhat lacking compared to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. What should they do? Ning Rongrong pointed to the several people sprawled across the table and floor. Tang Qingwei sighed helplessly. I'll carry them. You help me keep an eye out. I'll first take Sister Xiao Wu and Zhuqing back. Saying this, he carried Zhu Zhuqing on his back and held Xiao Wu in his arms, walking in the direction of their residence. Ning Rongrong almost thought she was drunk, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Is Xiao Wei really that strong? How is she able to hold Xiao Wu with one hand? Just as Ning Rongrong was surprised, Tang Qingwei had already returned. This time, she was actually carrying Tang San on her back, with her right hand holding on to Ma Hongjuan's waist clothing, and just like that, she left. On the way, when hotel guests saw Tang Qingwei's stance, they all stepped back in fright. The next to be taken back were Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were carried by Tang Qingwei like chickens, in the same manner as Ma Hongjun. Once Tang Qingwei finished all this and clapped her hands as she walked over, she asked Ning Rongrong, what about you? Do you want me to take you back? Startled, Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head. No. You don't have to trouble yourself. I can go back by myself. Saying this, she dashed off like a gust of wind, disappearing without a trace. Tang Qingwei was puzzled, wondering what was going on. Was she really that terrifying? The soul fighting continued, and in the following month, the Shrek 7 Devils were thriving at the Soto Great Soul Arena's branch venue. In just 1 month, they had participated in 2017 battles, winning all 27. With the support of Tang Qingwei, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, they had no rivals within the 50-level bracket. In the individual matches, the Tang duo also achieved an impressive record of 27 consecutive wins, and Tang Qingwei's powerful support skills allowed Tang San to truly feel her strength. Their tacit cooperation and powerful soul skills left their opponents helpless. The other members of the Shrek 7 Devils also achieved excellent results. Such stunning performances naturally caught the attention of the Great Soul Arena. If it weren't for the low levels of their soul badges, which didn't team meet the minimum requirements for participating in the Central Arena, they would have likely already been invited to the Soto Great Soul Arena to compete in the main soul fighting competition. Chapter 159. Sunset Forest. The Shrek 7 Devils arrived at the Great Soul Arena to participate in the soul fights on the second day of the month. Today was the day for calculating their points, and given their recent competition results, they were sure to no longer hold just the Iron Soul badge. Over the past month, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had made significant progress, with their soul power breaking through to level 40. Their hard work over the month was evident. They had nearly sacrificed all their sleeping time to cultivate, quickly eating just a bite during meals before rushing back to train. This increase in soul power was a natural outcome, and the others not breaking through is not due to lack of effort, but rather because the higher the level, the more difficult it became to improve. Originally, when Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing broke through to level 40, everyone should have gone hunting for soul beasts together, but coincidentally, today was the day to settle points. Thus, they came to the Soto Great Soul Arena, and when they saw their dual point list and the silver badges on the tray, they exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Since Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong needed to hunt for soul rings, the Shrek Seven Devils did not prepare to stay longer and took their silver soul badges before leaving. The next morning, after breakfast, without needing Dean Flinder's reminder, the Shrek Seven Devils were already prepared with their gear and luggage. As the familiar school bell rang, Tang San and the others arrived on the playground on time to gather. The master arrived even earlier, standing there with his arms crossed, waiting for the 8 to line up. I suppose you all know what we are going to do this time. That's right. We are accompanying Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to hunt for soul rings. However, we won't be going to the Star Do Great Forest this time, as we recently provoked a 10,000-year soul beast, and it's not appropriate to go there now. Before Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong could speak, Dai Mubai and Oscar couldn't help but ask eagerly, if we're not going to the Star Do Great Forest, then where are we going? Sunset Forest. The others suddenly understood. Sunset Forest is located about 100 miles east of Heavendo City and is one of the major habitats for wild soul beasts in the Heavendo Empire. Although its area is not as vast as the Star Do Great Forest, it is not lacking in high-level soul beasts. Therefore, Sunset Forest is indeed a good place to find soul rings. The master was always decisive. Upon knowing that everyone was ready, he immediately led them to set off for Sunset Forest. Accompanying them this time were the 2 deans of the academy, the four-eyed cat Eagle Flinder and the immovable king Zhao Wujing. As before, they traveled using Oscar's mushroom sausages and Ning Rongrong's soul skill for assistance, along with Tang Qingwei's healing techniques. The group experienced almost no losses, arriving at Sunset Forest in less than half a day. Compared to the Star Do Great Forest, Sunset Forest had many differences beyond just its smaller size. The Star Do Great Forest is located in the central region of the continent, being the largest soul beast forest in the central area. It is also within the tropical range, with most of the forest composed of tropical plants. Tropical plants give a denser and more humid feeling, while temperate plants, although fresher, do not have the same density. Therefore, moving through the Sunset Forest is much easier than in the Star Do Great Forest. Chapter 160. Zhuqing. Be careful, it had already been half a day since entering Sunset Forest. The number of soul beasts encountered along the way was similar to that in the Star Do Great Forest, but their quality was somewhat poorer. As before, the deans would not participate in the soul beast hunting process. They needed to accomplish it on their own. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Dean Flinder would still step in. Just as everyone was preparing to rest, Tang San and Tang Qingwei simultaneously cast their gazes in one direction. Dai Mubai also noticed something unusual at the same time and shouted, "Something is coming. Everyone be careful." After speaking, he and Tang San instinctively positioned themselves to protect Tang Qingwei, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the fatty guarded nearby. Everyone released their martial souls at the first opportunity. In the distance, the rustling sound grew from faint to loud, accompanied by a low roar and a faint bloody scent. The trees on the left swayed as if swept by a fierce wind. The teacher said, "Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. It must be a tiger-type soul beast. Everyone be careful." Tang San calmly assessed the situation. As soon as he finished speaking, a striped tiger suddenly leaped out from the woods. It was a jet-black, fierce tiger, with only a white king pattern on its forehead, measuring over 3 meters in length and standing about 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder. Although its body was large, it was extremely agile. Before everyone could clearly see its appearance, it had already rushed toward them in a blur of shadows. "Attack!" Tang San shouted loudly, and then, without hesitation, he used his soul power to cast a web binding. At the same time, Tang San called out. A beam of light shot from Tang Qingwei's palm, striking the fierce tiger directly. This was Tang Qingwei's 4th soul skill, weakness. Immediately after, Tang Qingwei activated his 3rd soul skill, teleportation. 8 beams of white light instantly shot out, enveloping 8 people, including himself. Tang San chose to strike rather than retreat because he realized that the ghost tiger in front of him was just right for Zhu Zhuqing to absorb. The ghost tiger is known for its terrifying speed and attack power, making it one of the powerful soul beasts, extremely fierce. It will fight to the death against any opponent daring to invade its territory. At this moment, its speed and attack power were somewhat limited due to Tang's slight soul skill, but that did not stop it from using its soul skills. As Tang San's web was about to envelop the ghost tiger, its body suddenly flickered strangely, and the single ghost tiger transformed into 3 heads. This was the ghost tiger's innate ability, Shadow Clone. Under the binding of the web, one of the heads was struck and turned into an illusion, disappearing immediately, while the other two heads lunged forward even faster. Dai Mubai let out a low growl, and all four of his soul rings flashed simultaneously. As the ghost tiger appeared, his body was already rapidly expanding. Seeing the ghost tiger charging at him, he charged forward without hesitation. With a pair of tiger paws raised, he unleashed a burst of white light from his mouth, activating the white tiger's light wave. Amidst the flashing white light, another ghost tiger vanished. There was no doubt that Dai Mubai was also attacking an illusion. Just as Ma Hongjun and Xiao were preparing to attack the ghost tiger's real body together, its massive body flickered with black light and split into two more figures. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of everyone, charging straight towards Zhu Zhuqing. The left side was the real body. Zhuqing, be careful. Tang San's eyes sparkled with purple light as he shouted loudly at Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 161. Facing Challenges Head-On. When facing the true form of the ghost tiger, Zhu Zhuqing did not use teleportation to escape, but chose to confront it directly. This ghost tiger was clearly one of the few soul beasts that Master had mentioned before, suitable for her to absorb. With a teleportation, she arrived beside the ghost tiger. The Shrek 8 had cooperated for so long that their mutual understanding had already reached a certain level. At the moment she chose to confront head-on, 3 streams of heat surged in from behind, significantly enhancing her strength, agility, and soul power, instantly elevating her state beyond its peak. The Phantom Strike was unleashed, and Zhu Zhuqing's petite body collided directly with the ghost tiger, her fingertips blade mercilessly sweeping across the ghost tiger's neck, leaving several deep scars. With the simultaneous support of Tang Lingwei and Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing's strength had now matched that of the ghost tiger, and under the effect of teleportation, the ghost tiger's speed advantage was completely suppressed. Zhu Zhuqing's fighting spirit remained undiminished as she continuously launched her 100 claws of the phantom towards the ghost tiger. The intense rumbling caused the earth to churn, and the ghost tiger was like a small boat in a furious wave, constantly being battered. Yet, it was indeed formidable. Despite such impacts, it remained upright. Suddenly, the ghost tiger let out a piercing roar, its coiled body instantly unfurling, and then a huge black shadow burst forth from within, charging straight at Zhu Zhuqing. This black shadow actually condensed in mid-air into the exact same form as the ghost tiger, with hardly any difference in size. And the terrifying energy fluctuation caused the air to emit a sharp screech, as if it were being sliced apart by that black light. Although this attack's power had been significantly weakened by Tang Lingwei's soul skill, the distance of the launch was simply too close, causing the Shrek members to break out in a cold sweat for Zhu Zhuqing, hoping she would quickly use teleportation to evade. Unfortunately, they still underestimated Zhu Zhuqing's strength and resolve. In the face of the black shadow's impact, Zhu Zhuqing surprisingly did not dodge. The purple light from her third soul ring burst forth, and her hands swiftly came together above her head, the claws on her 5 fingers merging in astonishing speed into a blade about a foot long. The same black light surged from within Zhu Zhuqing, as if she had transformed into a blade herself, swinging her hands down towards the black light released from the ghost tiger. This was the Phantom Slash, a Millennium Soul skill that Zhu Zhuqing obtained after reaching level 30. A similarly piercing, tearing sound erupted, and on either side of the Phantom Slash, the air twisted into water-like ripples, clearly visible as it split apart. The black light blade condensed and fell heavily upon the ghostly shadow of the ghost tiger. With Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glaze tile support, this strike could be said to be Zhu Zhuqing's strongest attack to date. There was no rumbling collision, only a grating friction sound. In midair, the ghost tiger's shadow instantly halted before the sharp Phantom Slash, which cut into the body of that light shadow in an instant. However, even under such a heavy blow, the ghost tiger, which had already decided to risk everything, found it still lacked sufficient power. The next moment, its body lunged upward in pursuit. Ultimately, the power of the Phantom Slash was still offset by the ghost tiger's shadow, which had far higher energy. Perhaps realizing there was no way to avoid it, the shadow, after pausing, immediately charged towards Zhu Zhuqing at an even faster speed. At this moment, it was precisely when Zhu Zhuqing had just released her full power attack and was in a precarious situation without any new strength. Chapter 162. Sudden Change. Tang Qingwei was about to release her 3rd soul skill, Teleport, to help Zhu Zhuqing, when a tall figure appeared even faster than her, standing like a shield in front of Zhu Zhuqing. The white-furred tiger paw struck out, creating a thunderous sound. The tall figure swayed, but refused to take a step back. That figure was the evil-eye white tiger, Dai Mubai. Although Zhu Zhuqing's nether slash couldn't completely break through the ghost tiger's attack, It bought enough time for Dai Mubai, who sensed the danger and rushed over, just in time to block in front of Zhu Zhuqing. With his powerful soul force, he absorbed the remaining attacks for her. Ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Dai Mubai immediately displayed his domineering side, charging towards the incoming ghost tiger. As his soul power gathered, the white tiger barrier activated, colliding forcefully with the body of the ghost tiger. The white tiger crashed into the ghost tiger, and a muffled grunt and a fierce roar sounded almost simultaneously. Dai Mubai staggered back, but the ghost tiger was also sent flying. At that moment, a small figure quietly appeared behind the ghost tiger, fists clasped together, left leg exerting force, and leaping up. In midair, Tang Qingwei brought her fists together and swung down. She struck directly at the ghost tiger's head. The ghost tiger, which was over 3 meters long, was sent flying, crashing into several large trees before finally coming to a stop. At this point, the ghost tiger was covered in blood, with blood continuously oozing from its mouth. In the next moment, the ghost tiger had already fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Zhu Qing, make your move. Tang San's calm voice timely rang out. Zhu Zhuqing was about to make a move when suddenly, a crisp and stern shout echoed, "Stop!" Accompanying the voice was a massive, ancient tree trunk. Immediately after, 2 figures sprang out from the direction of the ghost tiger, appearing before everyone. The 2 unexpected figures stood on the recently thrown tree trunk, looking down at the crowd. One was a beautiful woman, seemingly in her 30s, dressed in a simple blue cloth skirt that could not conceal her elegance. Her hair was tied up, and her somewhat pale face featured delicate and captivating features. Beside the beautiful woman was a teenager, around his teens, but his eyes were sunken with pronounced dark circles, giving him a gloomy aura. The appearance of the 2 startled everyone, but when they noticed the woman had 8 spirit rings, their hearts filled with dread, especially those deep black 10,000-year spirit rings, which blatantly displayed their intimidating power. Flander and the master, who were hidden in the shadows, trembled upon hearing the voice. Zhao Wujia was originally about to ask Flander what to do now, but noticed the strange expressions on Flander and the master's faces. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Could it be that the woman below was someone even Dean Flander found troublesome? What should they do about the little monsters? Flander whispered, "Xiao Gang, how long do you plan to avoid this? Are you really going to abandon the little monsters?" The master's eyes revealed a struggle. At this moment, he felt pain in his heart. He had avoided it for 20 years, and today they met again, and without any mental preparation. Zhao Wujia's tense expression disappeared entirely at this moment. Was this woman below an old acquaintance of the dean and the master? From the dean's tone, she might even be the master's old flame. Zhao Wujia's curiosity burned fiercely. Unexpectedly, the master was quite capable, with an old flame who was not only beautiful but also extraordinarily powerful. "Sai, let us go." The master sighed helplessly. "Well, since there is no escape, it's better to be straightforward." Chapter 163. Reunited again, Flander felt a surge of joy in his heart. Their golden iron triangle was finally reunited again. His eyes sparkled with happiness as he grabbed the master's arm and instantly leaped forward. "Ha ha ha, it's been years ere long. Your temper is still as fiery as ever." Flander seized the master's arm, and as his words fell, he had already reached the side of the beautiful woman. Hearing the familiar voice, the woman looked up, and upon seeing Flander and the master, her body stiffened, and her eyes quickly filled with tears. In the next moment, her figure flashed, and she was already in front of the master. Among the Shrek 8 monsters, aside from Tang San and Tang Qingwei, almost no one saw how she had come over. Even Zhao Wujia was secretly astonished. Xiao Gang, is that really you? Am I not dreaming?" The soft voice rang out again, but her melodious tone trembled violently at this moment, tears uncontrollably streaming down her somewhat pale face, and she was engulfed in extreme emotions. Tang Qingwei exclaimed in her heart, "Oh, could it be that the master's beloved is the last member of the Golden Triangle, Lu Erlong?" The master looked at the woman in front of him, whom he had longed for day and night, but dared not meet, with red eyes. His lips trembled, yet he could not utter a word for a long time. The 2 stared at each other in silence, carefully observing one another as if they wanted to engrave each other in their hearts. It seemed they were poised to gaze at each other until the end of time. Tang Qingwei looked worriedly at the ghost tiger she had heavily injured, only to see that the ghost tiger was clearly breathing more out than in. "Please don't die. Zhu Qing hasn't absorbed it yet," Tang Qingwei murmured. She turned to look at the 2 people who were still gazing at each other. Taking a deep breath and risking being beaten up, she quickly walked to the middle position between the 2. This position should be obvious enough, right? Clearly, Tang Qingwei overestimated her height. As the two people's gazes continued to intertwine without any obstruction, Tang Qingwei shrank her neck and closed her eyes, thinking she was about to face Lu Erlong's wrath. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement at all. She opened her eyes to see that the two actually regarded her as invisible. Tang Qingwei felt depressed. Was her presence not significant enough? Why couldn't they see her? It seemed that love truly blinded people, as they were intentionally ignoring her. She was so frustrated, but she still had to continue with what needed to be done. After all, that ghost tiger couldn't wait any longer. Excuse me, since we're on the same side, can that soul beast let Zhu Qing absorb first? Otherwise, if it dies later, it would be too much of a loss. Tang Qingwei was genuinely worried about that ghost tiger spirit beast. After all, the punch she struck was not light, and if it really died, it wouldn't be so easy for Zhu Qing to find such a suitable spirit beast as a spirit ring again. When did you come over? Lu Erlong, unable to wipe away her tears, looked in surprise at Tang Qingwei, who appeared between the two. Only then did everyone come to their senses and see the small figure between the two, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Everyone had witnessed the fierce strength of that woman just now. Although Tang Qingwei was powerful, she was not someone who could contend with an over 80-level spirit Douluo. Tang Sin even used the ghost shadow misty steps to quickly pull his sister away from the two. With Tang Qingwei's interruption, the sad emotions between the master and Lu Erlong quickly faded. Is this the soul beast you sought for that child? The master calmed his emotions and looked at the boy Lu Erlong brought over. Yes, Jingling is now level 30, and I brought him here to hunt for his third soul ring. That ghost tiger just now was our target. Lu Erlong wiped her tears and answered the master's question with a nasal voice. Level 30? Then this ghost tiger is probably not suitable for him. The limit for absorbing the third soul ring is around 1,700 years, and this ghost tiger is at least over 2,000 years old. At least over 2,000 years? Lu Erlong became nervous, fearing the consequences if Jingling absorbed it. It is known that absorbing a soul ring that exceeds the limit a soul master can bear could lead to death by explosion. Even Jingling, the person involved, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Chapter 164. The genius among geniuses. Then let's find another one, he said, glancing at Jingling beside him. Okay, Dean. Jingling had no objections. After all, if it weren't for their sudden appearance, he might have absorbed that soul beast's soul ring. And he didn't know what would have happened then. Seeing Jingling nod in agreement, Lu Erlong turned to Tang Qingwei and said, let that girl Zhu Qing come over to absorb it. Since it was already decided, Zhu Qing did not refuse any longer. After thanking Tang Qingwei with a nod, she approached the already unconscious ghost tiger. Her fingers transformed into a series of afterimages, and just as the ghost tiger was taking its last breath, she completed the final strike using her phantom piercing, her right claw deeply piercing into the ghost tiger's brain through its left eye, ending its life. After completing the series of actions, Zhu Qing immediately sat cross-legged and began absorbing the soul ring on the spot. Dai Mubai then took the initiative to protect her. Seeing that the two had finished their old conversation, Fran sighed. Our so-called golden iron triangle has finally met again today. Erlong, it's been years. How have you been? He sighed inwardly as well, as the only thing in her eyes still seemed to be Xiao Gang. The beautiful woman reluctantly turned her gaze to Fran. A nostalgic look in her eyes. Old Fran, it's been years. You're still the same. Fran smiled bitterly. I'm old. You still look as radiant as ever. Cool, me. Let me introduce you. These are all my students from Shrek Academy. Today we also brought students to hunt for soul rings. And it was purely by chance that we took your soul beast. Then, skipping over the master, Fran introduced all 8 students from Shrek Academy to the beautiful woman. Finally, he said to the Shrek crowd, this is Lu Erlong. Perhaps you've heard of her. She is the last corner of the golden iron triangle that once roamed the soul master world with me and the master. The name Lu Erlong sounded a bit strange, but the Shrek Academy crowd did not dare to be negligent and all stepped forward to pay their respects. Lu Erlong composed herself, wiped away her tears, and politely returned the greeting. Xiao Gang, is that child absorbing it? How old is she? Lu Erlong was stunned when she saw Zhu Qing's appearance. If she could absorb this soul ring, it meant that this child was at least a level 40 soul master. 12 years old, the master said with a smile on his lips. Although Zhu Qing was not his direct disciple, he admired her tenacity and hard work. It can be said that every student of the Shrek 8 monsters is a genius among geniuses. She is a talented child. Is she your disciple? Lu Erlong became somewhat interested in Zhu Zhuqing and curiously asked. The master shook his head with a smile. No, I only have two direct disciples, Xiao Wu and Tang San. At this time, Fran squeezed in and added, look at our school students. They are definitely geniuses among geniuses. Just pick one out, and they can easily crush a bunch of so-called geniuses. Lu Erlong smiled and looked at the Shrek 8 monsters. She had already learned from Fran's introduction that the one with the highest level was actually this youngest child. She felt happy for Fran. Old Fran, it seems you have finally realized your dream. With such excellent students, Shrek Academy's future development must be very promising. Chapter 165. Are they really this rich? Although Fran was pleased to hear such compliments, when he thought of the Academy's financial situation, he waved his hand helplessly. What is so good about it? These children are already the last batch of students at the Academy. Lu Erlong was taken aback and instinctively replied, what happened? Is someone bullying you? The thought of this possibility made a fierce look flash in Lu Erlong's eyes. It's just that the Academy is too poor. Zhao Wuji, seeing that everyone was so familiar, spoke without holding back. Lu Erlong was stunned, not expecting this to be the result. This was a problem she could solve. So, with a bold pat on her chest, she said, I also opened a school called Lamba Academy. Why don't you just come to mine? Erlong, I appreciate your kindness, but Shrek has been my life's work for the past 20 years. I don't want. Fran waved his hand to refuse, but Lu Erlong casually said, that's simple. I can just change the school's name. What do you mean? Fran was a bit confused, not understanding if he got her meaning correctly. Seeing Fran still looking confused, Lu Erlong continued, Old Fran, you are the leader of our golden iron triangle. I originally opened this school for fun, and now you accepting it would actually help me a lot. When I go back, I will inform all the teachers and students that the Academy's name will be changed to Shrek, so I can also share in the glory of your Shrek Academy. That won't do. No way. I can't take advantage of you. Although Fran knew Lu Erlong was a straightforward woman, he didn't expect her to casually give a whole Academy damn. He couldn't accept it for a moment. On the other side, Zhao Wuji and the Shrek 8 monsters were also somewhat stunned. Are they really this rich? Erlong this. Although Fran loved money, he wasn't someone who liked to take advantage of friends. Just as he was about to persuade her again, Lu Erlong interrupted with slight anger. Old Fran, why are you being so polite with me? Even if not for yourself, you should consider the few students at your academy, right? How about this? First answer me a few questions. If you still want to refuse after hearing them, I want to oppose it. Fran didn't know what Lu Erlong meant, but he nodded in response. First, can you provide a simulated training environment for the children? Secondly, can you give them qualifications to participate in the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition a year from now? The last question is, what was the significance of you establishing Shrek Academy in the first place? Lu Erlong's words were like sharp blades striking at Fran's weaknesses. Seeing Fran's expression, Lu Erlong knew she was right. It was due to poverty that these hardware facilities couldn't keep up. Seeing Fran wavering, Lu Erlong pressed on. The simulated training environment can increase their soul power training speed, and the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition will start in a year. Have you thought about sending your students to participate? One thing you shouldn't forget is that only regular academies can participate after passing the preliminary round. Has your Shrek Academy ever been registered in a kingdom or empire? Although this was a question, Lu Erlong spoke with great certainty. After all, as the dean of a Soul Master Academy, she had never heard of Shrek Academy before. Seeing Flander's dejected expression, Lu Erlong was he worried about being too harsh and continued to say heart-stirring words. You should know what the rewards for the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition are and how important they are for the children. Wasn't he your original ideal in establishing Shrek Academy to cultivate geniuses in the Soul Master community, making the entire Soul Master world astonished because of them? Chapter 166. The new Shrek Academy, seeing Flander's hesitation, the Master also joined in the persuasion. For the sake of these children, just accept it. In fact, this statement was a decisive one. Flander's heart had long been shaken, and now with the Master's words, he no longer felt conflicted. He returned to his usual cheerful demeanor, saying, Then I want to be polite. Erlong, tell me about that Blue Tyrant Academy you established. Seeing that Flander had accepted, Lu Erlong had completely lost her earlier anger and smiled at Flander and the Shrek group, saying, Let me introduce you to the new Shrek Academy. It has been 10 years since the Academy was founded, and because we only accept commoner Soul Masters, our Soul Masters are inferior in the quality of their martial souls compared to those from ordinary Advanced Soul Master Academies. However, it is precisely because our students come from common backgrounds that they train much harder than those from prominent families or nobility. In the last Soul Master competition, we defeated many strong opponents and made it into the top 8. Our results were only slightly worse than the first team from the Tiendo Royal Academy, whose second team we actually eliminated. Flanders stroked his chin in thought. Tiendo Royal Academy? Is that the school that only accepts nobility? I have heard a bit about it. However, Erlong, don't worry. With a few little monsters from our Shrek joining, we will definitely take down all those from the Tiendo Royal Academy. These little monsters are now at least level 40. He didn't believe that the Tiendo Royal Academy could have anyone stronger than them. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had finished absorbing her soul ring and walked out supporting Dai Mu Bai. After absorbing her soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to have a colder aura, and her brows had a hint of heroism. She had also grown a bit taller, although she was not as tall as Xiao Wu. If one only looked at her appearance, she already had a somewhat mature beauty. Xiao Wu, Mu Bai is injured. Please heal him. After all, he was injured to save her. And at this moment, even if Zhu Zhuqing was cold, she couldn't remain indifferent. Tang Qingwei nodded slightly, already eager to watch the drama unfold online. The current Dai Mu Bai was far from the playboy she remembered from her past life. If he really ended up with Zhu Zhuqing, it would be quite a match. After all, finding a partner whose martial souls were compatible was quite rare. Raising her hand, a beam of white light shot out, instantly enveloping Dai Mu Bai. Soon, his injuries were rapidly healed. Although it was getting a bit dark, the 5 black rings at Tang Qingwei's feet still shocked Lu Erlong and Jingling. Jingling's pupils constricted, utterly astonished. This younger child was already a soul king? Previously, when he learned that Zhu Zhuqing was absorbing the ghost tiger's soul ring, he was equally shocked but managed to accept it, as this world was not lacking in geniuses. However, Tang Qingwei's 5 black soul rings completely exceeded his understanding. Wasn't it said that soul masters would explode if they absorbed soul rings beyond their limits? Why was Tang Qingwei not only a soul king, but also possessed 5 10,000-year soul rings? Was he really that ignorant? Old Fu, is that child really only 10 years old? When he asked this question, Lu Erlong's voice trembled. Although she had always known that Tang Qingwei had the highest soul power, no one had told her that the highest referred to having 5 10,000-year soul rings. Chapter 167. Children shouldn't watch. The master understood Lu Erlong's doubts and made the first affectionate gesture since their reunion by placing a hand on her shoulder and almost imperceptibly shaking his head. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, the mutual understanding between them made Lu Erlong grasp the meaning behind the master's action. She wisely chose to remain silent. Their commotion did not disturb the little monsters nearby, who were gathered together, studying Zhu Zhuqing's 4th soul skill. Since you've absorbed it, let's hurry and find a next soul beast, Zhao Wujia called to a few others, ready to set off. Everyone nodded, and Oscar curiously asked, Master, what soul beast does Rongrong plan to choose for her 4th soul ring? The master pondered for a moment before replying. Rongrong's first 3 skills increase speed, strength, and soul power. Therefore, this 4th soul skill should focus on increasing defense. I noticed a Linjia beast when I just arrived. Its defense should be decent. As soon as Lu Erlong heard they were looking for a defensive-type soul beast, she immediately thought of the Linjia beast she had just seen, which perfectly matched the requirements. Then let's go take a look. Principal Flander could hardly wait. Soul beast had legs. If they didn't hurry, who knew if it would still be there later? No one had any objections, and soon they arrived at the location Lu Erlong had mentioned. It's right there. The Shrek members looked in the direction Lu Erlong pointed and saw a beast resembling a crocodile. It wasn't particularly large, about 5 meters long, with 4 eyes and stout limbs like tree trunks. Its most prominent feature was that its entire body was covered in a layer of black armor. Each piece of armor was palm-sized and looked extremely tough. Not bad. It seems to have around 4,000 years of cultivation. Erlong, you could take action directly. The master did not let the Shrek group hunt the soul beast, but instead allowed Lu Erlong to act alone. After all, Rongrong was an auxiliary type, and combat was not as crucial for her. Moreover, with nightfall approaching, it was unsafe deep in the forest, so obtaining the soul rings sooner would alleviate some concerns. Okay, the mutual understanding between the two needed no further explanation. In the blink of an eye, Lu Erlong appeared beside the Linjia beast, reaching out with both hands, grabbing it, and then throwing it in one smooth motion. The Shrek 8 monsters felt a tingle of apprehension as they seemed to glimpse the future Tang Qingwei. They turned to look at Tang Qingwei, who was clenching her small fists, her little face flushed with excitement, her eyes nearly sparkling as she watched teacher Lu Erlong. Tang San's face darkened instantly. Is she worshipping him? He reached out to cover her eyes. Tang Qingwei was fully engaged when a pair of hands kept waving in front of her eyes, and in the end, they even dared to cover her eyes. It was really infuriating. Without thinking, Tang Qingwei directly reached out and slapped them away. Slap! The crisp sound finally brought Tang Qingwei back to her senses. And suddenly alarm bells rang in her mind. Whose hand had she just hit? She suddenly felt a bit afraid to look because besides her brother, who else would dare cover her eyes? Although she wanted to pretend to be dead, Tang San had no intention of letting her off, his dark eyes fixed intently on her. Tang Qingwei's small head was spinning wildly, and finally a spark of inspiration struck her, giving her an idea. Brother, children shouldn't be exposed to such bloody scenes. How could you not protect me? She said, angrily tugging at the hand that she had hit, which was slightly reddened, and covered her own eyes. The whole set of actions was smooth and confident, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. They had never seen such a shameless person. Tang San was both amused and helpless as he watched his sister pretend to be clueless. What could he do about his own sister? Chapter 168, Ultimate Power Boom. A loud noise suddenly drew everyone's attention back, and as they saw the scene before them, their eyelids involuntarily twitched. That incredibly resilient armored beast was completely smashed into the ground by Lu Erlong's overwhelming power, with only a segment of its tail still held in Lu Erlong's hand. Lu Erlong had no intention of giving it time to struggle. A fiery red light burst forth from his body as he smiled and said to the crowd, I'm taking this little guy to play for a while. You all can do something else for now. Rong, cover your eyes and come with your teacher. Ning Rong looked blankly at Lu Erlong, unable to move her feet, her face showing a look of terror. Lu Erlong's expression turned cold. What? Don't you believe that your teacher can subdue this armored beast? That's fine. You don't have to cover your eyes anymore. I can teach you a lesson face to face. Aye. Just as Ning Rong was panicking and at a loss, her vision suddenly went dark as a strip of cloth was placed over her eyes from behind her. Just as her fear intensified, Oscar's magnetic voice rang in her ears. Rong, don't be afraid. Teacher Erlong means well. I'll go with you. With me here, nothing will happen. Teacher Erlong, can I go with her? Lu Erlong glanced at Oscar, nodded, and said, Then let's go together, but since you're a man, you don't need to cover your eyes. It's good to see more. As he spoke, he swung the already awakened armored beast again to knock it out. Oscar took Ning Rong's hand and followed along, and, at that moment, Ning Rong clung to Oscar's hand like it was a lifeline. Flander shook his head helplessly. Oscar had such courage, and Lu Erlong was really something. After all these years, her old habits had only worsened. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the master, filled with reproach. Tang Qingwei, although blindfolded and unable to see, felt her heart tingling with excitement from the commotion. This is the ultimate power. It's just so cool. When she cultivates her martial arts to great success in the future, will she be able to do that too? The thought made her a bit excited. No. I'm an auxiliary, not a strong attack type soul master. But it really is so awesome. Being a little stronger wouldn't hurt, right? An auxiliary doesn't mean lacking the ability to protect oneself. After all, you have to protect yourself, well, to assist others. I've decided. I want to go shopping during this time. I'll focus on my training. Now that her bones have been forged, the next step is to forge her meridians. After a busy night, by dawn the next day, the two of them, including Jingling, had completely absorbed their suitable soul rings. Although the group had not rested for nearly the entire night, thanks to Tang Qingwei's healing techniques, they showed no signs of fatigue. Of course, this group did not include Oscar. It wasn't that Tang Qingwei treated him differently and didn't heal him. It was just that his psychological trauma was beyond her healing range. Seeing Oscar's pale face, Tang Qingwei felt sorry and additionally applied spiritual healing to him. But the memories of fear would not disappear because of it, and he would have to adapt to it himself. Ning Rong's complexion wasn't as pale as Oscar's. Earlier, when Lu Erlong severely injured the Linjia beast, Oscar had stayed by her side, covering her eyes and constantly comforting her, until she began to absorb the soul ring, at which point he ran aside to vomit. After throwing up, he had to clean up the terrifying scene created by Lu Erlong. Therefore, after absorbing the soul ring, Ning Rong did not see any disgusting scenes, and her situation was much better than Oscar's. Chapter 169, 2 months of rest Erlong. We'll take these kids back to Shrek first, tidy up a bit, and then we'll bring the whole school to find you, Flanders said, his wrinkles deepening with laughter. This time they came out to hunt soul beasts. Not only did they find suitable soul rings, but they also met Lu Erlong, whom they hadn't seen for many years. I'll go with you, Lu Erlong said, turning to Master and Xiao Gang. This time, I want to let you escape from my hand again. Master was trying dryly to explain, but the two didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Flander laughed heartily. All right, let us go together then. Once they agreed, they didn't linger any longer, just like when they arrived. On the way back, they relied on Oscar's flying mushroom sausage and the assistance of Ning Rongrong and Tang Qingwei to reach Shrek Academy in the shortest time. Returning to that familiar little village felt so warm and homey. For the Shrek 8 monsters, Shrek Academy had long become a place like home. Along the way, apart from Master, Lu Erlong and the others chatted happily, and from their conversation, they learned about Master S' situation over the years. They hadn't expected him to hide away in such a remote town as a teacher. If it weren't for Tang San's appearance, was he planning to exile himself in such a remote place and live a lonely life? While feeling sorrowful, Lu Erlong also felt extremely fortunate, and her gaze towards Tang San and Xiao Wu softened considerably. As soon as Oscar returned to the dormitory, he collapsed onto his bed, feeling comfortable at home. Xiao San, don't call me. I want to sleep a big sleep. I'll sleep until I wake up naturally. Tang San looked at Oscar lying on the bed in a starfish position and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. This time was indeed hard, not physically, but mentally. Unexpectedly, he was quite attentive to Ning Rongrong. Even though he was so scared, he still held back his nausea and fear to clean up the scene. The result of the discussion between Dean Flinder and teacher Lu Erlong was that the Shrek Academy group would move to a new location in 2 months. After all, they had stayed at Shrek Academy for so long, and there were many follow-up issues that needed to be addressed. The master was not in a hurry to start the classes. He assigned a simple task to the Shrek 7 monsters. During these 2 months, they should fully digest and absorb the practical combat experience gained from the soul fighting arena in the previous month. At the same time, these 2 months were also a period for soul power training. The master required that, except for necessary matters, everyone must concentrate on cultivating their soul power. Oscar quickly fell asleep, but Tang Sin was thinking about his own matters. He had 2 months' time to handle some things properly. In particular, he needed to start working on the things he promised Ning Rongrong, and he should also begin manufacturing hidden weapons. Since he had time now, he should take action. He would call Xiao Wu along later. It had been a long time since she practiced with her Haotian hammer, and this break would be a good opportunity for her to train and help him craft hidden weapon components. Tang Qingwei didn't know that this 2-month period had already been planned by Tang San. However, even if she knew, it wouldn't make a difference. What was meant to come would come, and she couldn't refuse the request to practice the hammer technique. Having made her arrangements in her heart, Tang Sin got up and walked out of the dormitory, heading towards Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. The 2 girls were playfully wrestling in their dorm when suddenly a knock sounded at the door. Ning Rongrong shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me, Tang San." Chapter 170. Rough Living. Ah, it's your brother San who's here. Ning Rongrong hurriedly put on her outerwear, and Xiao Wu was startled as well. Not having time to correct Ning Rongrong's teasing, she randomly grabbed a jacket to wear, but her movements weren't as quick as Ning Rongrong's. By the time Ning Rongrong opened the door, she had barely managed to put her clothes on. Stepping into the girls' dormitory, Tang San felt a bit awkward, regretting why he hadn't waited until tomorrow to say this. But since he was already here, he could only brace himself. "Rongrong, can you come out for a moment?" "Me?" Ning Rongrong pointed at herself in surprise. Xiao Wu, who had initially had a shy expression from the teasing, suddenly turned pale and looked up at Tang San in shock. Being looked at by the 2 girls with such terrified expressions made Tang San a bit nervous as he scratched his cheek. "How about you come with me to Xiao Wei's place?" Tang San pondered for a long time before making the suggestion. After all, with his sister present, it wouldn't be inappropriate for a man and woman to be alone together. Sure enough, the mention of Xiao Wu in Tang San's words had a significant effect, and both girls' expressions softened considerably. Xiao Wu bit her lip, wanted to ask Tang San what the matter was, but she felt too shy to speak up. Ning Rongrong, however, didn't have as many concerns and directly asked, "Third brother, can we talk about it here?" Tang San was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Xiao Wu and asked, "Would it disturb your rest if we talked here?" No, Xiao Wu replied, feeling that it wouldn't be a disturbance at all. If they really went out to talk, even if there was nothing between the 2 of them, she wouldn't feel comfortable. Without any reservations, Tang Sin got straight to the point about the purpose of his visit. "In 2 months, we will be going to Heaven Do City. I previously promised Rongrong to help her family provide mechanical hidden weapons, and I want to confirm this matter with her while I have the chance." Only then did Ning Rongrong realize that Tang San was looking for her for this reason. She stepped forward and smiled. "Third brother, this matter can only be decided by my father. How about this? There's still enough time. I'll ask Dean Flander for leave to go home for a bit. I think my dad should agree." After Tang San and Ning Rongrong agreed, they did not linger, as it was already late at night, and staying there was not a good idea. The next morning, Tang Qingwei was eating a big steamed bun when Tang San casually said, "After you finish breakfast, come with me." Tang Qingwei nodded obediently and quickly finished the bun in a few bites, just as she was about to get up. Tang San couldn't stand it any longer and took out a handkerchief to hand it over. "Quick, wipe your mouth. You need to finish your breakfast. I'm not rushing you. Just eat slowly. What if you choke? Drink some water first." Hearing that familiar motherly concern again, he realized he had been so busy with his cultivation lately that he hadn't heard such nagging care for a long time, and he felt quite nostalgic about it. Tang Qingwei took the handkerchief that Tang San handed over, wiped it casually, and then threw it back. Tang San shook his head helplessly and carefully folded the cloth before putting it back into the soul guidance device. This girl lived too roughly, lacking any of the delicacy expected of a girl. Sigh, he really worried about her future. Forget it, no more thinking about it, is what it is. As long as his sister is happy, that's all that matters. The rest can be discussed later. Even if his sister never gets married, can't he, as her brother, support her? After leaving the cafeteria, Tang San finally shared his plans with Tang Qingwei again. Tang lightly pouted. "Is it really just a side task to create hidden weapon accessories for you? Why do I feel like practicing the hammer technique is the side task?" Chapter 171. Returned to Holy Soul Village. Having had his little thoughts exposed, Tang San coughed lightly and changed the subject. "I've already talked to the teacher. Let us just go home for a bit now." "Oh, then let us go." Tang Qingwei saw that everything had been arranged by Tang San, so he didn't ask more questions. After summoning the Nimbus Cloud, he and Tang San returned to the small mountain village where they had lived for 6 years. The two of them did not disturb anyone in the village and went straight back to the blacksmith shop. The front door was still open, just as it had been when they left. This had always been Tang Hao's habit. After all, there wasn't much to steal from the blacksmith shop. However, when the two returned home, they did not see the dusty tables and chairs they had imagined, but a complete mess. They looked at each other, both surprised. There were signs of a struggle. Although the fighters had not stayed long in the house, the damage on the floor and the scattered furniture made it clear. "We just left for a short while. Hurry and check on your mom." Tang Qingwei's mind was racing with many thoughts at this moment. The only possibility she could think of was that the people from the spirit hall had found this place. She felt a bit flustered. Although her memories of the original story were hazy, she clearly remembered that the spirit hall hadn't found Tang Hao, but that Tang Hao had revealed himself voluntarily. Now, seeing the scene before her, she felt uncertain and immediately thought of Ian, who was planted nearby. Tang San also thought of this at that moment. His face instantly turned pale. If her mother really got caught up in the battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Let's go." When Tang San's words squeezed out from his dry throat, both of them were taken aback. Tang Qingwei said no more and directly called for the fastest mode of transportation, the Nimbus. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the place where Ian was planting. At this moment, it had become the center of battle. As far as the eye could see, apart from a Yin's rooted position, the rest was a wasteland. In the sky, two figures were entangled in combat, and at this time, Tang Hao was clearly at a disadvantage. It wasn't that the opponent was too strong, but rather that compared to his opponent's reckless abandon, Tang Hao felt somewhat restrained. Although the sky had darkened, Tang Qingwei's vision remained unaffected as usual. In the darkness, the one fighting against Tang Hao was someone Tang Qingwei recognized, the 8-ringed soul Douluo from the spirit hall, Lu Yu. At this moment, he wore a cold expression, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Tang Hao, surrender quickly. If you continue to resist stubbornly, don't blame me for being ruthless towards your blue-silver emperor behind you." Tang Hao's intention to protect was so obvious that he immediately guessed that it was the blue-silver emperor, whom they once thought had died after the sacrifice. He must report this matter to the Elder Hall when he returns. As he stepped into the void, Lu Yu instantly disappeared from his original spot and appeared in front of Tang Hao. Tang Hao seemed completely unfazed, as if he had long been prepared. In the next moment, instead of retreating, he advanced. His left foot stepped into empty space, his calf suddenly exerting force, his body half-turned. And the first strike of the chaotic wind hammer technique was unleashed, infused with all of Tang Hao's internal energy. The Haotian hammer, shimmering with crimson light, appeared massive and clumsy, but its speed was incredibly fast, slicing through the air as it swung directly towards his opponent's waist. Bang! This strike did not hit its target. Instead, Lu Yu twisted his body into a strange posture and dodged the blow. The Haotian hammer swung through empty air, and the ground directly beneath where Lu Yu had just stood instantly collapsed, forming a massive pit over 10 meters deep. Tang Qingwei noticed Tang Hao's concerns and said softly, "In a moment, I will teleport you over. After you put a yin into the Rui treasure bag, you must come back immediately." Tang Sen nodded. In the battle between Douluo, they couldn't intervene at all. The only thing they could do now was to rescue his mother and alleviate his father's worries. Chapter 172, Signs of Fighting. Fortunately, the battle over there was intense, and at this moment, no one noticed the movement of Tang Qingwei. In an instant, Tang Sen appeared beside the blue-silver emperor. Tang Hao had been focused on a yin, and when he noticed someone approaching, he immediately became anxious. Once he recognized it was his son, he felt much more at ease, knowing that a yin was fine. Next, he needed to deal with the guy in front of him properly. Tang Qingwei had just used a teleportation ability on Tang San, and she applied the same to herself. Although she didn't know if her physical strength could withstand a blow from a Douluo, she thought it shouldn't be fatal with just one hit. As long as she had a breath left, she wouldn't die. Although she understood the reasoning, she was still afraid of pain. Taking a deep breath to encourage herself, she prepared mentally. In the next moment, she appeared beside Lu Yu. With her second soul skill, Stun, already prepared in her hand, she threw it towards Lu Yu. There was a gap between imagination and reality. She had underestimated the strength of a Douluo. The moment she launched her soul skill, countless invisible blades suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yu, shooting towards her direction. Tang Hao immediately wanted to block this move for Tang Qingwei. Tang Qingwei shouted loudly, "I'm fine, quickly kill him. The immobilization time is limited." A trace of hesitation flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, but in the end, he chose to trust Tang Qingwei. The person in front of him from the Spirit Hall absolutely could not be spared. The killing intent erupted instantly, and the blood-red Haotian hammer complemented the effects of the killing god domain. With a full force strike, he swung the hammer, directly smashing the immobilized Lu Yu to pieces on the spot. Moments later, countless jets of blood suddenly erupted from the spot where Lu Yu had been standing. What had just been an intact head was now reduced to a puddle of flesh, violently sprayed out by the force of the blood jets, instantly splattering everywhere. Dan Qingwei, under the invisible sharp blade, couldn't even use her teleportation, as if she were locked in place, forced to take this hit. She hoped her physical strength wouldn't let her down. Bang! Tang Qingwei was sent flying. His right fist, which was used for blocking, instantly burst open, splattering blood everywhere. The rupture of the skin continued to spread, bursting until it reached above his right arm. Only then did the force finally exhaust itself. The power was quite strange. Had it struck his chest, it likely would have continued to spread inward. However, Tang Qingwei's healing ability was strong, constantly restoring him. And the opponent's force was only enough to burst his right arm, lacking further strength, which was dissipated by his continuously replenishing healing ability. Before Tang Qingwei even landed, Tang Sen had already teleported over and caught him as he flew backward. Tang Sen looked at Tang Qingwei's mutilated right arm, unable to hold back his tears. He wanted to reach out, but didn't dare to touch it. "It's okay, brother. Have you forgotten that I can heal?" Tang Qingwei supported her arm, grinning as she wanted to laugh, but it pulled at her wound. After saying this, she received no response. Just when Tang Qingwei thought she would not get an answer, Tang Sen seemed to murmur, but it will hurt." His words were very soft, but Tang still heard them. Tang Sen was just supporting her still intact left hand, lowering her head as a hot droplet of water fell onto Tang's slightly raised left hand. Tang Qingwei wanted to scratch her head, but she had no hands to use. Seeing her brother cry made her a bit anxious. She had never seen him cry before. She wanted to say a few comforting words, but she didn't know what to say. Her right arm was indeed fine. Such a terrifying wound was only temporary and would heal by tomorrow. Tang Hao had also arrived at this time. Seeing Tang Qing's slight injuries, his pupils constricted. "Girl, you." Chapter 173, The People of the Spirit Hall. Tang lightly raised her head and met Tang Hao's eyes filled with guilt, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. She explained to Tang Hao again that her hand would be fine by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao indeed felt much more at ease, but the guilt in his eyes was still evident. "Here, this is for you." Tang Hao held in his hand a miniature version of a right leg bone, entirely black, with a deep black luster that was restrained, yet the strong and violent energy fluctuations were enough to startle anyone. "Is this a soul bone?" This is the first time Tang Qingwei has seen a spirit bone, aside from Tang San's external spirit bone. This spirit bone should possess the ability to disguise and hide, which is exactly what you need right now. Tang Hao's words were pointed, clearly noticing her soul ring. Originally, Tang Qingwei had already cultivated the refinement technique and didn't pay much attention to these external objects. After all, these abilities could be taken away by others. Nothing was better than having one's own strength. But now it was different. If this soul bone had camouflage and concealment, it could indeed save her a lot of trouble. Thinking this, she no longer hesitated and directly took the soul bone from Tang Hao's hand. Tang Qingwei took a deep breath and pressed it against her right leg. Buzz. A faint buzzing sound rang out, and Tang Qingwei felt her right leg tremble slightly. Immediately after, a violent aura quietly seeped into her leg from all directions. In her spiritual world, a gigantic mutated lizard appeared, about to pounce on Tang Qingwei. Suddenly, a small hammer appeared out of nowhere, falling rapidly with a thunderous crash, smashing it to pieces without any hesitation. Bang! The mutated lizard's head exploded. The spiritual phantom vanished without a trace in an instant. The absorption process was incredibly smooth, except for the initial moment when Tang Qingwei frowned and emitted a powerful spiritual wave. There was no further movement afterward. Tang Hao was nervously standing by, and when he saw the little girl successfully absorb it, his tense nerves finally relaxed. He didn't expect that he wouldn't have any role to play at all. The little girl solved it by herself. Tang San's face was gloomy. After asking where the corpse of the person from the spirit hall was, he didn't come back. Sigh. Let him vent his anger. It's better for him to realize his weakness early on so that he can set a firm goal for the future without being arrogant or impatient. That girl, Xiao Wei, has become much stronger after not seeing her for a few years. I wonder what she has gone through to change from someone who is so afraid of pain and lazy to what she is now. Tang Hao felt even more guilty in his heart. It was his uselessness as a father that made him feel ashamed towards his clan and his loved ones. 3 days later, Tang Qingwei slowly regained consciousness. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was 2 pairs of worried eyes. Xiao Wei, how do you feel? Although Tang Qingwei's right hand had healed completely, Tang still didn't dare to touch it and could only walk around nervously in circles beside her. Much better. After absorbing the soul bone, it seemed that her soul power had improved. Not only that, but she also felt she could freely change the external manifestation of her soul rings. Just as she was thinking about this, Tang Qingwei activated her soul power, and 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, rose simultaneously from beneath her feet, swirling above her body. Is this the skill granted to you by the right leg bone you just absorbed? Tang San was not surprised. Long before Tang Qingwei was absorbing the soul bone, Tang Hao had already told him about it. This soul bone appeared at just the right time, as the Soul Master competition was approaching. Xiao Wei's 5 to 1,000-year soul rings would indeed attract attention, especially with people from the spirit hall present. Given their domineering style, they would definitely resort to extreme measures if they couldn't recruit her. Now that Xiao Wei had this disguise skill, he felt much more at ease about this Soul Master competition. Chapter 174, Unable to ride the cloud well. Since you've absorbed it, let's go. Tang Hao, who had been silent, saw that both of them were safe and felt a weight lift from his heart, returning to his usual indifferent demeanor. At that moment, a strange scene unfolded. Among the blue-silver grass, a few of the longest leaves began to move slowly. One wrapped around Tang Hao's hand, while another wrapped around Tang San and Tang Qingwei's fingers. An extremely gentle wave of spiritual energy quietly emerged, much stronger than ordinary blue-silver grass, as if it were conveying the most affectionate thoughts. Feeling the sudden, gentle, spiritual wave, Tang Qingwei found it somewhat difficult to adapt since she arrived here. The spiritual waves she had experienced were rarely this friendly. Looking at the swaying blue-silver emperor, Tang Qingwei suddenly recalled the ice and fire yin-yang eye. That was the place where the blue-silver emperor rapidly grew in the original story. Brother, your mother has lost her 100,000-year cultivation and needs to regrow. Wouldn't the ice and fire yin-yang eye be more suitable for her accelerated growth? Given Tang Qingwei's current abilities, it would be quite difficult to save Yin. But the ice and fire yin-yang eye was indeed the most suitable place for her at the moment. The ice and fire yin-yang eye? Tang Hao always paid special attention to matters concerning Yin. However, he was only astonished for a moment before sighing. It takes 10,000 years of cultivation to gain true wisdom and 100,000 years to transform again. I want to have the chance to see that in my lifetime. Reminded by his sister, Tang San's eyes suddenly became excited. No, Dad, you have to listen to me. The place Xiao Wei mentioned can make plants grow 100-fold faster. Perhaps Mom has a chance to recover. After all, she once cultivated to the 100,000-year level. Even if she has to cultivate again, she should be different from ordinary plants. 100-fold? Tang Hao suddenly grabbed Tang San's shoulder tightly. Are you serious? Originally, all his hopes were placed on Tang Qingwei. So when he first saw her 5 10,000-year soul rings, he felt joy in his heart. With Tang Qingwei's talent, he believed that in just over a decade, she might be able to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, and then his Ain could be healed. However, he had no confidence about whether it could really succeed. Hearing news that was beneficial to Ain now made it impossible for him not to be excited. Tang Xin didn't say a word, even when his shoulder was pinched painfully. He still nodded excitedly and affirmed, "It's true, Xiaowei has been there too." Tang Hao's originally calm eyes began to show an excited light. His wife's death was the biggest blow of his life. If only his wife could come back to life. Even if it was just for him to see her once before he died of old age, he would ask for nothing more. Tang Hao's eyes instantly became moist as he looked at the thriving blue-silver grass. "Ain, did you hear that? Our son said there might be a way to help you recover. Do you know how much I want to hear your voice again?" Tang Xin excitedly grabbed his father's hand and said, "Dad, what are we waiting for? Let's set off right now. Xiaowei, quickly call for the Jinduyan." At this moment, Tang San's mood was like a child taken out for a trip by their family, his face full of a big smile. Tang lightly shook his head. How could that be? Just now, we were only halfway through the conversation, and Tang San suddenly remembered, awkwardly shutting his mouth. How could he forget that his dad couldn't ride the cloud of transformation? He had even been upset about it back then. Chapter 175, You are also my family. Haha, then let's just take a car there directly. Tang San smiled, feeling a bit regretful for his earlier moment of pride. Tang Hao had a dark expression on his face, not wanting to argue with the two juniors any longer. He felt that it must be the girl's nimbus cloud that was pushing him out. He was very pure, okay? He only had eyes for Ain. Wait, your mother left something for you. Since you decided to leave, you should take it. Although he felt a bit displeased about being misunderstood, he still didn't forget to handle the important matters. Ain seemed to be able to hear their conversation and used vines to bring a dark object, placing it in Tang San's hands. Open it and take a look. Tang San nodded, carefully examining the black box in his hand. It felt very heavy, and when he flicked it with his finger, it produced a muffled sound. Because he had some knowledge of metal from forging hidden weapons, he was surprised to find that this long black box was actually made of lead. There was no lock on the box, so Tang San placed it on his lap and slowly opened it. As he cracked it open, just a small gap, his entire body suddenly froze. A surge of unparalleled energy rushed out from that gap. It was a right leg soul bone, which is undoubtedly ranked lower among the 6 major soul bones. However, this right leg bone looked exceptionally unique. It was entirely a translucent blue-golden color, and inside, it seemed as if tiny stars were twinkling. What was most remarkable was the feeling of life it brought to Tang San, as if this right leg bone possessed its own life. Tang Qingwei was also shocked. Compared to the right leg bone he had absorbed before, the aura emitted by Tang San was much gentler. Is this the soul bone dropped by the blue-silver emperor? Just as Tang Qingwei was lost in thought, Tang San had already begun to absorb it under Tang Hao's urging. Can you heal my injuries, girl? Tang Hao seemed to have made a firm decision. His eyes filled with determination. Tang Qingwei's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly realized that Tang Hao seemed to be planning something. Just because it can't be done now doesn't mean it can't be done in the future. You must not aggravate your injuries. Is it really not possible? Is it because I have the 100,000-year soul ring given to me by Ain? Tang Hao was not discouraged by Tang Qingwei's words. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief, as this indirectly proved that his guess was not wrong. Yes, that's right. Although I don't know what you want to do. Your son is not strong enough yet, and your wife still needs someone to protect her. You cannot make any self-harming moves at this time. While saying this, Tang Qingwei had already guessed in her heart that Tang Hao wanted to repay the debt owed to the sect. You girl, didn't you just call me dad before? Why are you denying it now? Tang Hao's usually cold and stern face suddenly broke into a smile, causing Tang Qingwei to momentarily lose her focus. A warm, rough hand rested on the top of her head at that moment. Girl, you're mistaken. Besides Ain and Xiao San, you're also my family, my daughter, and someone I want to protect. These words were spoken lightly, yet they carried a heavy weight, like an invisible punch that shattered the emotional barriers Tang Qingwei had built. Tang Qingwei suddenly felt a bit of soreness in her eyes. Over the years, she had lived transparently yet muddled. On one hand, she always kept herself apart from the world. On the other hand, she had to resist and struggle. Although she had the company of friends, she still felt lonely in the deep of the night when she was alone. Chapter 176. Isn't this too glitch? Tang Hao, not minding the lack of response from Tang Qingwei, sat cross-legged beside her and sighed. Girl, you might have already guessed the soul bones on my hands and legs. Although I don't know how you found out, I don't want to ask too much. But do you know the origin of these 2 soul bones? Both of these soul bones come from the Haotian sect. I am originally a sinner of the Haotian sect, and had planned to return these 2 soul bones. However, it seems that your concerns are not unfounded. At least until you have the ability to protect yourselves, I can only hold on to them for a while longer. Tang Qingwei's words clearly had an effect, dissuading Tang Hao from self-harm. Tang Hao took a deep breath, stood up, and pointed with his index finger not far away. Girl, do you see the waterfall in front? What's wrong? Tang Qingwei was a bit confused. What happened to the waterfall? Was someone going to share some famous quotes or philosophy with her? This was supposed to be her training place for the next period of time. Hearing such words, many images flashed through Tang Qingwei's mind, but they all ended with her being crushed by the pressure of the waterfall and not growing taller. Could she wait a while before doing this training? Is the little girl afraid? It's understandable. After all, she's just a little over 10 years old, and it's instinctive to be scared of such a rushing waterfall. Just as Tang Hao was preparing to reach out to comfort her, Tang Qingwei, with a look of disdain, spoke up. I'm not saying you, but training under the waterfall is really too cliché. Can't we change it up a bit? What if I don't grow taller? Tang Hao's face darkened instantly. Without saying much, he directly began to slap Tang Qingwei, then threw both her and the iron hammer into the pond. Under the waterfall, there was a raised round stone. Stand on it and practice the hammer technique I taught you. When you can complete the 81 strikes without any mistakes, you can end your training. How can the training methods of the Haotian sect, which have been passed down for so many years, be considered outdated? Just 2 months of effort, and you still can't grow? Tang Qingwei, who had fallen into the water, remained calm. Helplessly, she picked up the iron hammer, and under Tang Hao's astonished gaze, she seemed to walk up to the designated position as if there were no obstacles at all. Then she swung down the 81 strikes, her movements flowing like water, without any pause. How is this possible? I clearly sealed your soul power. How did you do it? Tang Hao pulet Tang Qingwei bak. His eyes filled with disbelief. He struck her again, but this time mixed with his soul power. How is your physical strength so high? He had suspected that the girl had good physical strength when she dared to face a soul Douluo's attack, which is why he didn't check her physical condition and directly sealed her soul power and threw it into the pond. However, the girl's physical strength was surprisingly strong, even stronger than that of a soul emperor who focused solely on physical training. She still looked soft and delicate like when she was a child, yet her body had reached such an abnormal level of strength. At this moment, Tang Hao no longer underestimated Tang Qingwei. He tossed her a small wooden hammer and instructed her to practice the chaotic cloak hammer technique with it. Although Tang Qingwei arrived at the designated position lightly as before, just as she was about to swing the hammer, she lost control of her strength, and the wooden hammer broke under the impact of her force and the waterfall. Tang Hao felt much more balanced upon seeing this scene. It seemed he still needed to practice for a while. How about that? Now he wouldn't dare to underestimate the training methods left by the ancestors. Chapter 177. Why it's different. Tang San's absorption of the soul bone this time was very smooth. 3 days later, amidst the cool and unusual sensation in his right leg, Tang San slowly awakened. As he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was his father sitting there, gently stroking the blue silver emperor. You've awakened? Tang Hao smiled at his son, and the situation with Ein had given him hope. At this moment, there was no need to maintain his previous serious demeanor. Dad, where is Xiao Wei? When Tang San said this, he suddenly felt a bit unwell. Looking down, he discovered a thin layer of viscous substance on the surface of his skin. Let's go. Just right, you need to wash off this dirt, and Xiao Wei has already started practicing.